Chapter 1. The soul returns to the late Ming Dynasty. Beneath the azure sky, with clouds drifting gracefully, the cerulean waves lapping against the shore, and the soft, fine sands caressed by gentle breezes, this place undeniably reveals itself as a scenic paradise. In the bustling and vibrant port, massive sailboats rise like trees in a forest, marking this city as a hub of fervent trade. Boss! Boss! On the deck of one of the sailboats, a throng of individuals encircled a young man, bare-chested, calling out incessantly. Lu Xiaokong was immersed in a delightful dream, where he frolicked with a beautiful female colleague, shared meals, and as they entered the same room, just as he was about to take the next step, a cacophony of shouts jolted him awake. The enchanting colleague vanished, and he slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a group of men clad in bizarre attire. "Who are you?" "Boss, you're finally awake." "We were terrified." A rotund man leaned in, his breath nearly overwhelming Lu Xiaokong. "Boss." Lu Xiaokong scrutinized his surroundings and realized he was aboard a sailboat steeped in the ambience of antiquity. Observing the peculiar garb and hairstyles of those around him, he chuckled. "Come now, you're all just having a laugh. However, your props are remarkably lifelike, and your acting is far superior to many domestic productions." Lu Xiaokong assumed he had stumbled upon a film crew or a comedic show. "Doctor, come quickly," the boss is mumbling nonsense. The portly man quickly moved aside, allowing a blackened, thin elder with a face full of wrinkles to extend a hand resembling a claw. Lu Xiaokong hastily swatted it away. "Don't touch me. Who on earth are you? There ought to be limits to your jesting." The old doctor, taken aback, promptly inquired, "What is your name?" "Lu Xiaokong." The elder nodded. "You still remember your name, so your injuries must not be severe. A bit of rest will suffice." Just as Lu Xiaokong was about to respond, a sharp pain pierced his head, and a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth. Chongqing, Luxiang, Taiwan, Woku, 18 banners, Zhang Zhilong, Dutch and Portuguese, red-haired demons, pirates. Names and figures in outlandish garb flitted before his eyes as he scrutinized the peculiar assembly. Abiao, the stout man who had shouted the loudest, perked up, exclaiming joyfully, "Boss, you remember me." Lu Xiaokong then glanced at a slight young man. "Fei, boss, it's me." As Lu Xiaokong validated the identities of those before him with the newly emerging memories, the truth of his predicament dawned upon him. He had traversed time. As he recalled other strange yet familiar names and places, the era materialized vividly in his mind. The Ming Dynasty, in the late reign of Chongqing, and the original owner of this body was a pirate. The realization struck Lu Xiaokong with profound horror, overwhelming his senses, and he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "Boss." 2 days later, Lu Xiaokong awoke sprawled on the beach, his brow furrowed in despair, sighing heavily. He felt utterly out of place in the current environment, grappling with the absurdity of his identity, yet the sensations coursing through his body affirmed the reality of his situation. "Oh heavens, I merely saved one person, and now I find myself thrown back several hundred years to the late Ming Dynasty. How amusing! Thankfully, I still have my brother and sister at home. I can consider this a work-related sacrifice, and the compensation will serve as filial piety to my parents." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he thought of his parents, who were not far away, while he foolishly ventured out, only to end up in a different time and space. Memories of his family flooded his mind, and he could no longer contain his sorrow. Lu Xiaokong, a citizen of Longhua, aged 27, had traveled to Sri Lanka for work-related purposes. On his very first day, he set sail only to be met with a tempest. When his female colleague accidentally fell overboard, he dove in to save her. Though he managed to rescue her, he was swept away by the waves and awoke to discover he had become a part of a time-traveling saga. He had assumed the body of another man, who shared his name, but was only 20 years old and identified as a pirate. Indeed, he was a pirate, and a pirate captain at that. Despite the original owner's youth, his status was formidable. His adoptive father, Lu Xiang, was one of the great pirates of the late Ming Dynasty, affiliated with the infamous 18 Banners pirate group, led by the renowned figure of Southeast Asian piracy, Zhang Zhilong. Who was Zhang Zhilong? a legendary figure of the late Ming Dynasty, an emblem of heroism for the Huaxia people, and the father of Zheng Qinggong. Zheng Zhilong hailed from a modest bureaucratic family in Fujian. In his youth, he accompanied his uncle to Macau for trade and, due to his acumen, took over the maritime business, traversing to Japan and Korea. He caught the eye of the pirate Li Dan, who adopted him, allowing him to inherit part of a fleet and business, marrying a Japanese woman and fathering Zheng Qinggong. Following Li Dan's death, Zheng Zhilong ascended through a series of power struggles, forming brotherhoods with 18 pirate captains, collectively referred to as the 18 Banners, and swiftly became the pirate king of the East. At his zenith, he commanded a fleet of 1,000 ships and tens of thousands of men, dominating the seas. Not even the waning Ming Dynasty or the formidable maritime powers of Portugal, Spain, and the Netherlands could contend with him. Yet at some point, Zheng Zhilong made a fateful decision to accept the Ming Dynasty's amnesty. To bolster his standing, he ruthlessly turned against his former brothers, using their blood to pave his path to power. The 18 Banners pirates were a mixed lot. The Ming Dynasty imposed maritime prohibitions, forbidding private maritime trade. Thus, those engaged in such endeavors often had ties to criminal syndicates, embroiled in fierce competition for resources. Rarely did pirates raid on land due to the associated risks. Instead, they primarily engaged in smuggling, targeting rival factions rather than ordinary citizens who offered little profit. The Ming Dynasty sought to eradicate them for flouting the edict while their operations expanded, with more adventurers risking the seas, leading to a collusion of officials and pirates that proved incessant. As the Ming Dynasty's naval capabilities waned, they resorted to appeasing Zheng Zhilong to curb piracy, but events unfolded contrary to their expectations. Under the guise of eradicating pirates, Zheng Zhilong aimed to eliminate rivals, consolidating smuggling operations and monopolizing maritime trade to strengthen his family's power. To traverse the trade routes through Nanyang, Japan, and Korea, all but Western nations had to pay a toll, securing Zheng's flag for safe passage. In a matter of years, Zheng's wealth burgeoned, establishing him as the maritime overlord of the East, while the Ming Dynasty could do little to counter his influence. Then came the fall of Beijing under Li Ziqing's assault, the suicide of Emperor Chongzhen, and the Manchu invasion, leading to the collapse of the Ming Dynasty. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Zhilong supported the Prince of Fu against the Qing, becoming the Duke of Nanning and commanding military and civil authority in Fujian, emerging as a regional warlord. However, at this crucial juncture, he made another ill-fated choice. Despite the Prince of Fu's demise at the hands of Qing forces, Fujian still possessed the means for resistance. He could have utilized his family's maritime dominance to reclaim Taiwan, yet he chose to surrender to the Qing court in hopes of trading his reputation for a position akin to his former standing in the Ming Dynasty. The Qing, uninterested in maritime interests, viewed him as of little value, merely a pawn to hinder the ongoing resistance led by Zheng Qinggong. Despite his steadfast refusal to yield, Zheng Zhilong met a tragic end due to his own folly. Yet, Zheng Zhilong had once defeated both Portuguese and Dutch incursions against Huaxia's maritime territories, showcasing his valor. As for Lu Xiang, he represented the final banner of the 18 Banners, a formidable pirate who, after severing ties with the Zheng family, became a smuggler for the Portuguese and Spanish, facilitating the illicit trade of Huaxia goods. Conversely, Zheng Zhilong acted as the representative for the Dutch. The competition for dominance over eastern colonies between the Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch ultimately became the final nail in Zheng Zhilong's aspirations as the pirate king. Their battles raged for years, with victories and losses on both sides. Zheng Zhilong, supported by the Ming Navy and officials, could swiftly recover from defeat, while Lu Xiang faced heavy losses even in victory. Despite the influx of former members of the 18 Banners, he could not withstand the attrition. In their final confrontation, he was betrayed by the Dutch, falling in the waters of Xiamen, refusing capture and choosing to end his own life. Lu Xiaokong, as Lu Xiang's adopted son, narrowly escaped during the conflict with the Zheng faction. Though still a youth at the time, he exhibited valor and strategy in battle, earning the support of the remnants as their new leader, adopting the formidable name of the Flying Shark Gang. The Flying Shark Gang roamed Nanyang, seeking vengeance and accepting employment from the Portuguese to target Dutch and Zheng merchant vessels. Why had they arrived in Sri Lanka? 3 months prior, they had engaged in a fierce battle in Malacca against the Dutch East India Company, resulting in a Portuguese defeat and the loss of Malacca, leaving the Flying Shark Gang without a base, forced to follow the Portuguese fleet to Colombo. At this time, the region was not yet known as Sri Lanka. The Ming referred to it as Ceylon, with the predominant ethnic group being the Sinhalese, who practiced Buddhism, hence the name Lion Country, derived from Sanskrit. The original owner had set sail 10 days prior to raid a Dutch merchant vessel, only to be struck on the head by a cannon and perish. This opening is quite challenging. With the narrative of a pirate unfolding before him, Liu Shaokong felt a sense of trepidation. Devoid of base and facing a formidable adversary, he recognized that Zheng Zhilong, despite his later misdeeds, had a meteoric rise reminiscent of protagonists in gripping novels, his endeavors seemingly blessed by fate. Particularly now, the Zheng family's power loomed vast, akin to an insurmountable mountain before him. Survival was imperative, for he understood that it was now the 14th year of Changshan's reign, with only 3 years remaining until the fall of the Ming Dynasty. If he did not seize this opportunity, once the Qing established their foothold, any aspirations for achievement would become exceedingly arduous. To comprehend that Zheng Qinggong inherited the majority of the Zheng family's wealth and power, and that his own capabilities were of a protagonist caliber. Yet he ultimately found himself powerless to alter his fate, retreating to Taiwan in defeat. Liu Shukang's foremost thought was to strengthen and establish his own dominion. Possessing men and firearms was the true path to power. As for whether to support the southern Ming, he had already arrived at an internal conclusion. The Ming Dynasty had lost the hearts of the people, and its decline was irreparable. Its destiny had reached its inevitable conclusion. Reflecting on the fact that the Qing Dynasty, an external force, with a population of fewer than 1 million and a standing army of less than 100,000, had swiftly obliterated a dynasty that had endured for over 3 centuries in just a few short years, he recognized that it was a matter of heavenly mandate. Thus, reliance on oneself was paramount. Regarding another thought that arose, he extinguished it without hesitation. He would never adopt the Q hairstyle in his lifetime. The Qing, in their pursuit of self-preservation, had entrenched themselves, leading to centuries of decline for Huaxia. For his own sake, and for the future of Huaxia, he resolutely refused to drift with the tide. Instead, he intended to cut through the waves and carve out a new world. Otherwise, his presence in this era would be devoid of meaning. But how shall I develop? Reclining on the beach, Liu Shaokong pondered meticulously the path that lay ahead. Currently, the Flying Shark Gang possessed a mere 800 remnants, 5 warships, and over 200 firearms. Their strength was utterly insufficient. Remaining in Ceylon was clearly untenable, for it was too distant from Huaxia, rendering recruitment and development unfeasible. Yet, returning with such scant resources would yield little. He could barely surmount the challenge posed by the Zheng family alone. Return is inevitable, but I must not return in this manner. I must be sufficiently armed, and then seek a foothold, utilizing my knowledge of the timeline to seize the initiative. Liu Shaokong resolved to gather his spirits. Having come this far, he would embrace his fate. What was there to fear in being a pirate? He aspired to be an idealistic pirate. He set aside futile thoughts. Returning to the original world was impossible. Since he had arrived, even if failure awaited him in the end, he was determined to create a splash in this world. With this resolve, he called out to the distance, a biao, summoned the deputy leader and a strategist. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 2. Planning soon, all the cadres of the Flying Shark Gang gathered on the beach. Among them was deputy leader Meng Haijiao, a man nearing 40, known for his taciturn demeanor, lack of humor, and a single idea. He excelled in piloting warships and artillery combat, possessing unparalleled skills in aquatic maneuvers within the gang. There was also Fatty Chinabayo, nicknamed Rolling Knife Meat, who was adept at wielding a blade and served as a personal bodyguard. Gao Fei, skilled in firearms and throwing knives, also a personal bodyguard. Wang Dehai, the leader of the artillery team. Zhao Xiaohu, the leader of the infantry, and Uncle Liu Fa and Liu Bao, both of whom held the rank of captain. Additionally, there was the scribe Li Mingjie, the gunpowder master Cheng Lei, the carpenter and shipbuilder Shen Ling, the blacksmith Chenin, and the elderly Dr. Qinzhou. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Shaokong adjusted his mindset and assumed his original persona. Everyone, after much contemplation over the past 2 days, I have resolved to strike back and seek a foothold at home. Following the Europeans will lead us to nowhere, scribely Mingzhi, tapping a bamboo fan with his fingers, nodded and remarked, "The leader speaks the truth. The Europeans have faced repeated defeats in the South Seas, losing their strongholds one after another. This indicates a decline in their national strength, while the Dutch are on a rise. Indeed, this is no place for us to linger." Lu Shaokong cast a surprised glance at the scribe. Despite his shifty appearance, he possessed a sharp mind. Portugal had been annexed by Spain in the previous century and had only regained independence last year. The once mighty maritime power had long been reduced to a state of near ruin under Spanish oppression. Fortunately, the newly risen Dutch had a limited territory and population, and their land forces were not formidable. Otherwise, they would have already dominated the world. Why did Lu Shaokong know so much detail? In his previous life, he was merely a team leader in an anime company, but he was also a fervent youth and a military enthusiast. His greatest aspiration during his school days had been to join the Navy, but alas, his abilities did not permit him to pass the entrance examinations. In his spare time, he frequented various military forums, engaging in heated debates with other enthusiasts, thus amassing a considerable wealth of knowledge regarding history and military affairs. "What are your thoughts?" Lu Shaokong inquired of the others. Deputy Leader Meng Haijiao replied in a deep voice, "Wherever the leader decides to go, I shall follow without a hint of hesitation." Meng Haijiao had once been saved by Lu Shaokong, and thus remained steadfastly loyal, willing to face death without complaint. Chinabayo slapped his belly, exclaiming, "The deputy leader is right. Wherever the leader goes, we shall follow." The others echoed their agreement, leaving Lu Shaokong feeling somewhat lonely. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall outline our next plan." Lu Shaokong paused before continuing, "Let us take a year to consolidate our resources, build ships, procure gunpowder, firearms, and cannons, and we must not be stingy with our funds. After 1 year, we shall head to Taiwan to establish a stronghold. Leader, Taiwan is the territory of the Dutch, and it is perilously close to the Zheng family. Can we truly secure a foothold there?" Li Mingzhi raised an objection. Lu Shaokong replied, "We are not intending to engage them in direct conflict. We aim to establish a residence in Taitung, where the indigenous population is sparse. Moreover, the Dutch number less than 1,000, and the Zheng family shipping routes primarily traverse the strait, leaving Taitung largely overlooked. The vast expanse of land and sparse population will make it easy for us to find a place to settle. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places can often be the safest. The Zheng family would never suspect that we are right under their noses. Additionally, there's Uncle Guohuai on the island, who can provide mutual support. Guohuai was also one of the infamous pirate leaders, known for his amiable nature and aversion to conflict. His fleet primarily engaged in trade, and he was a good-natured man. When Zheng Zhilong and his sworn brothers fell out, Guo chose to retreat and now resided in Taiwan. Lu Shaokong was well aware that Guo Huai had once led a peasant uprising in Taiwan, rallying a force of 6,000 to besiege the Dutch. Although the uprising was ultimately suppressed, he remained a figure of considerable renown. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with Lu Xiang and had provided Lu Shaokong with substantial support in the past. After pondering for a moment, Li Mingzhi spoke eloquently. "This plan, though perilous, is indeed feasible. Excellent. Uncle Shun, will there be any issues in replicating the Dutch warships?" Lu Shaokong inquired. Shun Ling, hailing from a family of shipbuilders, had previously constructed numerous warships for Lu Xiang and had even built treasure ships for Zheng. "No problem. The Dutch warships are smaller than the Defu ships. They're just a bit more complicated internally, but we currently lack the materials. The Dutch warships were considered an anomaly among Western powers. Their designs were primarily driven by commercial interests. For instance, Lu Shaokong's fleet had captured a type of Dutch vessel known as a flight, characterized by a spherical stern and a broad hull. Often referred to as a big-bellied ship, that it had a substantial cargo capacity and could be operated by 10 men without artillery. These vessels were the most numerous in Western waters, inexpensive, fast, and almost devoid of armament, making them purely merchant ships. Consequently, Their low freight costs allowed them to seize many cargo shipments, earning the Dutch a reputation as the maritime carriers of the age. Even the mainstay warships of the Dutch were equipped with only around 60 cannons, while contemporary British warships featured 3 decks and 100 cannons. Fortunately for the Dutch, the 17th century saw the rise of several notable commanders who managed to challenge the maritime powers of the West, establishing Dutch supremacy at sea. Of course, this was also due to the Dutch's lack of deep water ports. They could build large battleships, but they could not launch them. In Asia, it was mainly the Dutch East India Company that operated, with most of their warships stationed on home soil to guard against the British, French, and Spanish threats. Thus, Liu Shaokong and his fellow pirates had little to fear from Dutch warships, as the Ming Dynasty's DeFu ships were larger than theirs. The Dutch ships were primarily known for their sturdy hulls, agility, speed, and sharp artillery. What Liu Shaokong envisioned was a galleon, reminiscent of the famed Black Pearl captained by Jack Sparrow in the well-known film Pirates of the Caribbean. With 3 masts, a raised stern, a downward-sloping bow, swift sailing capabilities, and a large cargo capacity, it measured approximately 40 meters in length and could carry over 20 cannons. It was a medium-sized armed merchant ship that balanced firepower and speed. The choice to construct a galleon stemmed from its status as the predominant ship design for the next 2 centuries, only falling out of favor with the advent of steam-powered battleships. Recently, Liu Shaokong's crew had plundered such a vessel. Their fortune came when it was separated from its fleet during a storm and sustained damage to its masts. Despite their efforts, the Flying Shark Gang had suffered losses during the assault, with over 10 men perishing, including the captain of that gang. I will find a way to procure the ship materials. You all should prepare and gather manpower to seek the deputy leader. Striving to build 3 ships in the span of a year, Shunling patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, leader, as long as the materials are sufficient, I can construct 4 ships for you." He then proceeded to the port to assess the captured Dutch warship, which would serve as the prototype for Shunling's replication. The vessel had 2 masts that had been damaged and several holes in the hull, currently undergoing repairs. There were 2 additional large-bellied ships. One bird ship modeled after the galleon style of the Ming Dynasty, another DeFu ship, and one Portuguese carrack that had been modified into a galleon. The carrack was a popular ship design from the previous century, characterized by its U-shape, with a high deck that effectively mitigated boarding actions. However, its towering stature rendered it susceptible to capsizing in rough seas, leading to its gradual obsolescence as it was replaced by galleons. Liu Shaokong also conducted an inventory of the armaments, which included 60 cannons, 6 24-pounders, 20 18-pounders, and the remainder being 9-pounders from the Europeans. Originally, there had been some large tribute cannons, but Liu Shaokong's former self had discarded them, as they were ineffective against Western warships. The firearms included 10 blunderbusses and 100 matchlocks, among which were 30 militia rifles. Additionally, there were flintlock guns, and from recent captures, there were 50 flintlock rifles and 20 flintlock pistols, totaling 150 flintlock long guns and 50 short guns. The larger caliber cannons had been procured from the Portuguese and Spanish, with the most abundant being the French breech-loading cannons, which differed entirely from the concept of future breech-loading cannons. The breech-loading cannon had a replaceable projectile, while the fixed-barrel cannon could only fire the original projectile. The advantage lay in the rapid firing rate and preloaded ammunition, eliminating concerns over excessive powder charges. However, the drawback was that the seal between the projectile and the barrel was not airtight, resulting in a shorter range and diminished power. The militia rifles were a Ming Dynasty imitation of the matchlock gun, featuring a longer barrel and larger caliber for increased firepower. Though they were heavier and had substantial recoil, this time, the West was gradually phasing out matchlock guns, and flintlock firearms would dominate for a considerable period. Liu Shaokong promptly decided to abandon these impractical matchlock firearms. In addition, there were 20 barrels of gunpowder, lead, and various cannonballs. The treasure consisted of what had just been seized: 1,000 Dutch guilders, some Spanish gold coins, along with ceramics, silk, spices, ivory, and most notably, silver amounting to a staggering 100,000 taels, identifiable as having originated from Japan. Although Japan had closed its borders in the 17th century, it uniquely permitted Dutch trade, importing raw silk, spices, and gemstones while exporting vast quantities of silver, making it the world's largest silver exporter at the time. Historical data shows that the Dutch annually transported nearly 1,800,000 taels from Japan. Indeed, the ancient adage rings true: killing and looting lead to wealth. Liu Shaokong mused, realizing why so many chose the life of a pirate. This was merely the bounty of a single plunder. However, risk and opportunity were two sides of the same coin. When encountering formidable foes, they could easily capsize. Chapter 3. The Karen Cannon Uncle Ba. Take these items and find a merchant to exchange them for silver coins and gold. Liu Shaokong addressed the middle-aged man in charge of the finances, Liu Bao, who, along with Liu Fa, shared familial ties with Liu Xiang. Having watched Liu Shaokong grow up, their relationship was quite close, and he had long held the reins of the Flying Shark Gang's financial affairs. The wealth of the Flying Shark Gang could not merely be confined to what was visible. One must consider that Liu Xiang had navigated the seas for over 20 years, amassing considerable riches, the majority of which had been invested in recruiting soldiers to oppose Zheng Zhilong. Although ultimately unsuccessful, a portion of the treasure remained, hidden away on a deserted island for future exigencies, as pirates would not carry their treasures into battle. Liu Shaokong produced a pouch of silver coins and, accompanied by Chanabayo and Gao Fei, made his way to the governor's palace of Portugal. Governor Menezes promptly welcomed the trio into the reception hall. Offering fruits and coffee, "Liu, I hear you have sustained an injury. I trust you are recovering well." Menezes was exceedingly courteous towards Liu Shaokong, for the Flying Shark Gang had become esteemed guests, especially in light of Portugal's recent defeat in Malacca. With fewer than 300 troops stationed in Colombo and only 10 warships at their disposal, the looming threat of the Dutch, who had established a foothold just over 200 kilometers away in Ceylon, weighed heavily on their minds. The prospect of seeking assistance from Spain was dim, as Portugal had only just gained independence, and relations were far from amicable. It was fortunate that they were not being further antagonized. Thus, despite the Flying Shark Gang's modest combat capabilities, their presence was of paramount importance. That it is but a minor injury. I have come today to request a favor from your excellency, Liu Shaokong replied, placing a small pouch of silver coins upon the table, that a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Liu Shaokong had spent his youth alongside Liu Xiang in trade, even serving as an apprentice sailor on Portuguese vessels, and was fluent in Portuguese, Spanish, and Dutch. Furthermore, his previous life had seen him surpass the 6th level of English proficiency, marking him as a member of the elite class. Menezes, noticing the substantial pouch, which contained nearly 100 coins, beamed with delight. "Ha, Liu, you are far too gracious. Please do not hesitate to express your needs. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Liu Shaokong stated, "A few days ago, we engaged in a skirmish with the Dutch, suffering considerable losses that we seek to replenish our fleet of warships. Funding is not an issue." However, Menezes' expression darkened in response. "Liu, I fear this matter may prove somewhat challenging. Not only can you not expect to procure ships, but I too am unable to provide any." Liu Shaokong was acutely aware of Portugal's rapidly declining power, which rendered them incapable of constructing new warships, forcing them to retrofit old carracks. A dire situation indeed. Even if they were willing to sell, it would be of no use. This was merely a test and a prelude to further discussion that in that case, we have resolved to depart Colombo and seek new strongholds in the east. We cannot afford to squander our strength here. Menezes grew anxious. "Liu, the Dutch may very well attack this place. You must not leave. How about this? Aside from warships, I will provide all other supplies to the best of my ability." Liu Shaokong feigned deliberation before conceding. "That is acceptable. We require gunpowder, firearms, artillery, shipwrights, and timber. If we are unable to purchase these, we shall have to produce them ourselves." Colombo had once been a significant colonial stronghold for both Spain and Portugal in the Indian Ocean, serving as a crucial supply station for the Pacific for over a century, complete with a small gunpowder factory, arms manufacturing facility, and shipyard. Though modest in scale, it was well equipped. Menezes eagerly agreed to retain Liu Shaokong's presence. "No problem, but it cannot be free. I can offer it at half price." The Western powers had inflated prices for firearms and artillery, so even at half price there would still be a profit. "Of course, I will cover the full wages for the shipwrights. The more, the merrier. Additionally, I need to visit the artillery workshop to commission some special cannons. Not an issue. Lu Xiaokong promptly signed a contract with Menezes, ordering 200 flintlock rifles, 100 handguns, 40 cannons, and sufficient timber to construct 5 large ships, expending a significant portion of the seized silver immediately. The rapid expenditure of silver felt akin to flowing water. It was unsustainable, and he needed to devise a means to generate income. Before the silver had even warmed in his hands, it was nearly spent, causing him a twinge of regret. Never mind, I shall first visit the artillery factory to resolve the cannon issue. Armed with Menezes' orders, he traveled to the outskirts where the cannon factory was located. Upon arrival, the supervisor carefully examined the handover document before guiding Lu Xiaokong and his companions into a workshop. As they approached the entrance, a wave of scorching air met them, momentarily halting their breath. "Zhang, this Captain Lu wishes to commission cannons. I leave the matter in your capable hands." The supervisor departed after casting a disdainful glance. "Damn it, what's with the attitude? I really want to punch him." Chinabayo fumed, ready to strike. Gao Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with anger, as he continuously twirled a throwing knife in his hand. Lu Xiaokong understood that these Westerners inherently held disdain for Easterners. Their attitude towards the Chinese was somewhat tempered, given the presence of a vast empire backing them. But those from other regions were undoubtedly treated as inferiors. There would be opportunities to teach them a lesson in the future, but for now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. The arrival of the trio piqued the interest of the craftsmen within the workshop, who regarded them with unexpected curiosity. A Ming person, Lu Xiaokong was equally surprised to encounter fellow compatriots here. "You are too?" Upon hearing their familiar language, the four broke into smiles. Nothing could be more delightful than encountering fellow countrymen in a foreign land. "Zhang Dali, may I ask your name?" "Young sir, Lu Xiaokong." Zhang Dali rubbed his hands together and poured Lu Xiaokong a bowl of water, apologizing for the simplicity of their accommodations. Lu Xiaokong waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that they were all compatriots and there was no need for formality. By the way, how did you four end up here?" Zhang Dali replied with a smile. "We are making a living in Macau, utilizing our ancestral cannon-making skills. The Florentine people are offering high prices for craftsmen, so we came along." Portuguese artillery was quite marketable in the East, especially during the great conflicts with pirates when demand far outstripped supply. The situation remained unchanged, with wars erupting in various locales. Thus, the Portuguese were actively recruiting cannon makers in the East to address labor shortages. Lu Xiaokong refrained from further inquiries and produced a drawing depicting a cannon design. Having a background in caricature, he was quite adept at illustration. "I would like to request that you craftsmen fabricate the cannon depicted here, preferably of cast iron and in a single mold." Zhang Dali stared at the drawing, momentarily taken aback. It was not that the design was particularly complex. Indeed, it was rather simplistic, but rather that its appearance was somewhat unappealing. The cannon Lu Xiaokong had sketched was a novel design not yet seen in this era, the carronade. The carronade did not boast any advanced craftsmanship that an ordinary caster could not replicate. Its significance lay in its divergence from the popular cannon designs of the time, with a short barrel and a wide caliber. It appeared stout and clumsy at first glance. However, Lu Xiaokong recognized that this cannon would become a crucial component of firepower for future sailing warships, as shipbuilding techniques for sailing vessels matured. Particularly for larger ships, their structures became increasingly robust, allowing them to endure multiple cannon strikes and remain operational. Prior to the advent of rifled cannons, the range of artillery across nations was relatively similar, with limited long-range capabilities and poor accuracy. Consequently, naval engagements typically occurred within 500 meters. As battles progressed, the distances between opposing ships would diminish, occasionally resulting in face-to-face confrontations. In such circumstances, the advantage would go to whichever side had the faster rate of fire and larger caliber. The carronade was specifically designed for this purpose. It did not prioritize range. At most, it reached 600 to 700 meters, but relied on its caliber to dominate the battlefield. Moreover, due to its short barrel and cast iron construction, the carronade was significantly lighter than similarly sized cannons. With a corresponding reduction in recoil, its compact form allowed it to occupy less space, making it one of the primary artillery pieces aboard ships before the introduction of rifled cannons. Chapter 4. The imitation of new ships. Zhang Dali was not particularly surprised by Liu Shaokong's cannon order. Having spent many years in Macau, he could easily discern the identities of the three young men. Their fierce demeanor, robust physiques, sun-baked skin from years at sea, and firearms at their waists spoke volumes. Master Liu, to be blunt, this type of cannon may not even measure up to Florentine standards. I wonder what purpose it serves. Liu Shaokong smiled slightly. You need not concern yourselves with that. Rest assured it will be of USA. In terms of Western classification, they are all 24-pounders. I require at least 30 of them, and additionally, please add a layer of cannon hoops to the breech. With that, he produced 20 Spanish silver coins and handed them to Zhang Dali. This is unnecessary. We have already received payment from the Florentines. Master Liu, please keep it. Liu Shaokong insisted, pressing the coins into Zhang Dali's hands. We have all left our homes. It is not easy for any of us. Please accept it. The amount is not substantial. Zhang Dali hesitated to refuse, only to be met with Chen Abayo's irate interjection. Just take it. We only need our cannons made well. Ultimately, it was Abayo's words that carried weight, and Zhang Dali accepted the coins with caution. Rest assured, Master Liu, within a year, these cannons will be completed to your satisfaction, and I guarantee they will be of the highest quality. Liu Shaokong exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhang Dali before taking his leave. At that moment, the iron cannons were cast using the mud mold method, which was exceedingly time-consuming. It would be considered swift if Zhang Dali and his companions managed to complete the entire casting within a year. Liu Shaokong possessed the knowledge of the finest cannon casting techniques, yet without a stable base or raw materials, he had no choice but to painfully spend money to procure them. Menezes was remarkably efficient. Upon his return to the camp, he witnessed wagon after wagon arriving. The first batch consisted of gunpowder and flintlock rifles, along with a shipwright. Apologies, Captain Liu, most shipwrights in the city are preoccupied with their current projects. And only this one remains. The Portuguese officer, noticing Liu Shaokong's darkening expression, hurriedly explained. Liu Shaokong was well aware that the Portuguese shipwrights were utterly unwilling to construct ships for them. As for the individual before him, he appeared to be a drunken mess, reeking of alcohol and clad in disheveled attire. Hardly the image of a shipwright. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Can this drunkard truly construct a vessel? Even if he could, it would likely capsize at that moment. The disheveled drunkard glared, his breath heavy with liquor. Who do you think you are looking down on? This shipwright is named Peter, and the King's ship was crafted by my hands. Enough of this nonsense, you old fool. Believe it or not, I'll give you a beating. Chinabayo was about to take action, but the drunken man loudly berated his leader, though the words were incomprehensible. Their tone was undoubtedly unfriendly. Abayo, stand down. Liu Shaokong understood the man was speaking English, and he also recognized the surname Peter. The Peter family was a renowned shipbuilding dynasty from England, responsible for many of the principal warships of the 17th century. How is Peter related to you? The drunkard was taken aback, astonished that this Eastern man not only spoke English but also recognized their lineage. He is my cousin. Liu Shaokong's eyes lit up. If the drunkard spoke truthfully, they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. I will take you under my wing, but the timber must be delivered promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. The Portuguese officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He realized these Easterners were not to be trifled with. Rest assured, Captain Liu, I will personally procure the timber for you. After sending the man away, Liu Shaokong instructed Meng Haijiao to take care of the supplies. And then he asked Gao Fei to take Peter to the sea for a bath and to sober up. He then retreated to his tent to sketch on a blank sheet of paper. An hour later, Gao Fei returned with Peter, who had now cleaned himself up, in his 40s. The sobered man looked at Liu Shaokong with trepidation, having grasped the identities of these individuals. Captain, I overindulged and spoke nonsense. I cannot construct ships. Please allow me to leave. Liu Shaokong scoffed coldly. It is too late. You will either build the ship or be thrown overboard to feed the sharks. Peter, terrified, collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Liu Shaokong glanced at him, then produced a small pouch of silver coins, spilling it onto the table, along with a bottle of rum. Rest assured, you will be compensated for your labor. And if you maintain the shipbuilding pace, I can provide you with rum as well. If the ship is exceptionally constructed, your wage will be doubled. Peter's eyes gleamed at the sight of the coins in Rome. Yet he voiced his concern. You won't kill me once the ship is completed, will you? A mere drunkard is not worth our effort to kill. You have 1 minute to decide. Peter quickly stood up. He had no choice. I will build the ship. Lu Shaokong gestured for Peter to sit across from him and handed him the sketch of a warship. Your task is to bring this design to life. Compared to the king's ship, it should be quite simple. Peter picked up the drawing, immediately captivated by the warship's unique design, which included both a three-dimensional view and cross-sections, detailing its structure clearly. Is this a frigate? Or does it resemble a battleship? Yet, isn't the hull somewhat elongated? Lu Shaokong recognized that Peter was knowledgeable. You need not concern yourself with those details. Can you construct it or not? After a long examination, Peter glanced at the coins and rum on the table. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, I can build it, as long as the timber is sufficient. The ship depicted in the drawing was reminiscent of vessels from the 18th century during the American War of Independence. A classic fast-sailing destroyer known as the Constitution. Serving in the late 18th century, it had participated in over 40 battles, rarely losing one-on-one encounters and often evading larger warships. This was attributed to its precise targeting. Designed to hunt down frigates with fewer than 60 cannons. Its innovative design amalgamated the strengths of contemporary warships, enabling it to outrun lighter frigates, escape from battleships using its speed, and even accommodate 60 cannons to function as a miniature battleship. The United States retained it into modern times as a symbol of its resistance against British rule and its victorious independence. With a length of 62 meters, a width of 13.5 meters, and a draft of 7 meters, these measurements would be exceedingly straightforward for you. Peter was astonished, taking up a ruler and graphite pencil to begin calculations, muttering, the displacement is too great. Will it be able to move quickly? What? Is there a problem? Peter responded, according to my calculations, this ship's displacement is excessive, larger than the Sovereign we constructed, and it likely won't be fast. Speed can only be determined through testing. You will reside here from now on, determining the necessary timber and dimensions for each part before commencing construction. Peter had no counter-argument. Were he in England, he would scoff at this warship's design. Beautiful, but impractical. Though you are the designer. I must say, with the timber for this warship, one could easily construct a 70-gun, 3-deck battleship. I have the plans in my mind. Lu Shaokong noted that Peter was indeed principled. A 70-gun ship was already considered a principal warship in this era, classified among second-rate battleships. However, such a vessel did not align with the current objectives of the Flying Shark Gang, whose foes were swift, small vessels. Although battleships exerted significant intimidation, the enemies were not foolish. Upon seeing such a vessel, they would undoubtedly flee, and a battleship's speed would not suffice to pursue them, rendering it a mere ornament. Any construction of such a ship would have to wait until a solid base was established. Chapter 5. A bet, Peter. How about a wager? This warship will surpass the speed of 4th or 5th-rate frigate. Lu Shaokong's eyes gleamed as he spoke to Peter. Peter almost burst into laughter, but quickly realized he was on someone else's turf. How could that be possible? With my 20-plus years of shipbuilding experience, I can assure you this vessel will not achieve high speeds. I wager 100 gold coins. Peter's eyes widened. Then he shook his head. I have no money and own need for money. If you win, you can leave with your earnings after the ship is completed. If you lose, Lu Shaokong said meaningfully, you will work for me for 5 years, at a salary 5 times what you would earn in England. Lu Shaokong was in dire need of various talents. Based on his predecessor's memories, Shun Ling could manage the construction of simple vessels, but complex large warships would likely be beyond his abilities. Although Peter's true skill level was yet unknown, his confident demeanor suggested he was a valuable asset, so Lu Shaokong decided to recruit him to fill this gap. Is that truly the case? Peter found it difficult to resist the allure of wealth. I can draft a formal wager. Without further hesitation, Peter agreed. He was in dire need of money after his alcoholism had led to the destruction of a half-finished warship, resulting in his imprisonment by the military. Fortunately, his family's influence rescued him, but the price was his expulsion from the family. After being cast out, he wandered aimlessly, even working as a carpenter, until a friend introduced him to the Portuguese for ship modification. However, his drinking problem persisted, leading to his dismissal by patrons, making his current situation dire. Before him lay a golden opportunity. Confident in his experience, he could not let this chance slip away. Lu Xiaokong produced 2 sheets of paper and drafted the wager in English, creating 2 identical copies for both parties to sign and imprint their seals. Remember, you may drink, but only after work is done. There will be no delays. The governor here will not protect a drunkard. Rest assured, I will be cautious, and if you dare to employ any tricks on my ship, you will regret having come into this world. Peter shuddered. I swear before God, I will construct a vessel even better than the plans. Excellent. Then we shall eagerly anticipate the moment this warship is launched. The 2 discussed further details before Peter departed to calculate the dimensions and materials required for the warship. After bidding farewell to Peter, Lu Xiaokong sought out Meng Haijiao to discuss the training regimen for their subordinates. According to the memories of his predecessor, the pirates displayed a rather lax discipline. Their naval combat skills were adequate for survival, yet their land combat abilities were severely lacking. While they fought fiercely and fearlessly, they lacked any semblance of strategy, rendering them no match for a properly organized military. Old Meng, we must prepare to retaliate. Facing numerous formidable foes ahead, these brothers are as unruly as sheep. Their combat prowess cannot compete with regular troops that I have decided to initiate training starting tomorrow, particularly for land combat, to ensure they can operate ships and fire cannons at sea, and fight against armies on land, even capable of sieging cities. Meng Haijiao nodded. You speak true, our land combat skills are indeed lacking. But how shall we train? Let us begin with the most fundamental formations. Gather the leaders of each squad, and I will instruct you on how to train. The drill training can significantly enhance soldiers' obedience and discipline, particularly in this era of firearms, where a well-ordered formation is pivotal to victory. Upon the arrival of the minor leaders, Lu Xiaokong commenced imparting the methods and commands of drill training that would benefit future armies, even preparing a selection of whistles for them to utilize in their commands. 3 days later, on a desolate beach, 800 followers were divided into 8 groups, diligently engaged in drill training under the commands, while Lu Xiaokong, accompanied by Chanabayo and Gao Fei, patrolled the ranks with a wooden stick in hand. Any individual whose movements were not up to standard would receive a sharp strike. From the initial chaotic and laughter-filled disorder, they gradually managed to execute coordinated movements, albeit still far from the proficiency of later military formations. Yet the observable progress was undeniable. Zhao Xiaohu, tuck in your rear a bit. Lu Xiaokong struck the wooden stick down hard. This individual was the commander of infantry combat, destined to bear significant responsibilities in the future, thus receiving special attention. Zhao Xiaohu almost cried out, hastily straightening his posture with a look of grievance. The onlookers could hardly contain their amusement, and a few whose movements were misaligned caught the eye of Gao Fei, resulting in another round of chaotic emotion. At noon, Lu Bao arrived with several cooks bearing a meal. Rice balls, a fish for each person, a piece of pork, and a large bucket of seaweed soup. After a full morning of training, the once complaining pirates now felt discontented, believing these efforts to be futile, merely afraid to oppose Lu Xiaokong's authority. However, upon witnessing the delectable spread before them, all grievances vanished, and they felt immense gratitude. Their leader was exceedingly generous to them that in this era, a morsel of meat was a rarity, reserved for festivals. Conditions within the army were even more deplorable, where merely securing plain rice was a challenge, with a few boiled vegetables deemed fortunate. Xiaokong, I have no objections to your rigorous training, but our resources are dwindling. Lu Bao expressed his dissatisfaction with Lu Xiaokong's extravagant expenditures that he had intended to hoard several chests of gleaming silver, only to find them depleted before he could even warm them. Thankfully, the plundered goods were not difficult to sell, generating some cash. Uncle Bao, wealth is but a material possession. Our priority must be to strengthen our capabilities. Otherwise, should we encounter formidable foes, even a fortune of 1 million would be worthless. Despite his words, he was acutely aware that routine expenses were substantial, with daily food consumption exceeding 1,000 pounds. While they could fish for their own supplies, the consumption of pork could not be sustained for long. Lu Xiaokong had also been contemplating ways to generate income. The most immediate solution appeared to be piracy. However, They were entirely unfamiliar with the local waters and powers, and the merchants in the vicinity operated under Portuguese flags, making them untouchable. The Dutch returned home only once every few months, which was not an option to wait for. Uncle Bao, endure for a few days. I will devise a solution shortly. Lu Xiaokong dismissed Lu Bao, his mind racing in search of quick financial gain, as an illustrious traveler, a member of the cross-dimensional community. How could he be stumped by money? What essential skills did a traveler possess? Lu Xiaokong began mentally sifting through possibilities. Sugar. The West had already started large-scale production of granulated sugar, with colonizers developing plantations for sugarcane and beets in the Americas and flooding the market. Salt. The sun-drying method emerged in the Ming Dynasty, which could be explored but would rely on quantity for low-cost sales, yet the means for large-scale salt production were currently lacking. Glass. The Western world had also invented this, with widespread application only to follow the Industrial Revolution. Cement. This could be produced, but it would become a strategic resource that could not be sold, and even gunpowder had been developed by the West. Alongside soap. The thought of soap sparked a light in Lu Xiaokong's mind. While soap had indeed been established in this era, Western soap had a rather pungent aroma. China also had pig pancreas and medicinal soap. But these were either difficult to produce or prohibitively expensive, suffering from significant drawbacks. Lu Xiaokong tapped his head, searching for methods and materials to create high-quality soap, yet found himself at a standstill. Could it be that I am to bring shame upon the cross-dimensional community? Suddenly, he noticed a bio approaching with a coconut, presumably for himself, that in an age with few beverage options, a coconut, chilled with cool water, proved delightful as a drink. Coconut. Lu Xiaokong seemed to grasp a revelation. This is it. Chapter 6. The craft of soap making in this era. Soap lacked a standardized method of production. Each household had its own formula, and the process was still in the experimental stages. The Western world utilized olive oil, palm oil, rapeseed oil, and even peanut oil, and some incorporated animal fats such as beef tallow and lard, primarily produced in small workshops. The methods were straightforward, yet even so, the products were in high demand and considered luxury items in ordinary households. Lu Xiaokong and his companions frequently interacted with Westerners and had encountered various soaps of diverse colors and shapes, most of which bore the scent of their raw materials. Some soaps were infused with fragrances, but in this era, such fragrances were costly luxuries, affordable primarily to royalty or affluent individuals. However, certain raw materials possessed inherent fragrances, such as coconut oil. In modern times, coconut oil is highly valued, rich in vitamins with antioxidant properties, capable of enhancing beauty, delaying skin aging, nourishing hair, aiding weight loss, promoting tranquility, and alleviating fatigue, greatly favored by women. Moreover, coconut oil has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, making it effective for treating minor wounds and inflammation. Most importantly, coconut oil could be used to produce soap. If crafted correctly, it could retain the delightful aroma of coconut, ensuring its popularity. Although this era was backward, the purchasing power of women, especially among the royal elite and noble young ladies, remained substantial. Currently, Westerners had yet to recognize the utility of coconut oil. In this region, the palm tree attracted the most attention due to its fruit, which could be pressed for oil with a high yield, serving as cooking oil. Each year, vast quantities of palm oil were shipped back to Europe or sold to Japan. Abayo, gather Gao Fei, and 50 others. I require you to collect coconuts. I have grand plans. Chinabayo, though perplexed, complied with the order and, alongside Gao Fei, set out to gather coconuts. Lu Xiaokong entrusted the training to Meng Haijiao while summoning his other clansmen. Lu Fa. This uncle was a jack of all trades, possessing various skills useful for the lower classes and demonstrating exceptional manual dexterity. Uncle Fa, do you know how to press oil? Lu Fa, a spry 50-year-old with graying hair, seemed intrigued. Press oil? That's quite simple. What oil does the master wish to extract? Lu Xiaokong handed Lu Fa the freshly removed coconut meat. This, grind it, dry it, and then extract the oil. Coconut oil? Lu Fa expressed surprise. I haven't done this before, but I know some local healers who dry coconut meat for medicinal purposes. Extracting oil shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Xiaokong replied, I aim to create something fine with coconut oil. If successful, we'll have an additional source of income. Uncle F.A., please arrange for a carpenter to create the oil extraction equipment and select a few reliable assistants. Once everything is prepared, we'll convene to discuss further. Lu F.A. asked no more questions, simply following the master's instructions. Lu Shaokong then dispatched others to gather shells and seek various tools. 3 days later, the first batch of shredded coconut meat had dried. Lu Shaokong and Lu Fa immediately utilized the crafted small wooden press to extract the oil, employing the ancient Chinese method of oil extraction, where heavy weights gradually pressed the shredded coconut until fully extracted. The resulting coconut oil was filtered through multiple layers of gauze to remove impurities, yielding a transparent oil akin to water. This method, known as cold pressing, required no chemical additives or heating, thus preserving the natural essence of the coconut oil. As Lu Shaokong gazed at the copper basin filled with coconut oil, the faint aroma of coconut wafted up, filling him with satisfaction. This initial step had been accomplished. Subsequently, Lu Fa constructed a simple earthen kiln, placing the collected shells inside for calcination, which aimed to yield quicklime. This process would take approximately 2 hours, during which Lu Shaokong and Lu Bao began preparing the alkaline solution. The preparation was straightforward, involving the burning of potassium-rich wheat straw to produce ash, which was then mixed with water in a ratio of about 1:2 to create a slurry to ensure the color of the coconut soap. The slurry underwent repeated filtration, ultimately yielding a clear liquid devoid of impurities. Once the shells were fully calcined, they were crushed in a mortar to obtain a sufficient quantity of quicklime powder, which was then mixed with fresh water to transform it into slaked lime water, which was allowed to settle. The clear slaked lime water was combined with the ash liquid, resulting in a potassium hydroxide solution. Due to varying environments and materials, the proportions differed. Thus, Lu Shaokong prepared 10 variants of the potassium hydroxide solution. Coconut oil was treated similarly, placed into 10 identical containers, each receiving a portion of the potassium hydroxide solution, followed by saturated brine, and stirred until a thick consistency was achieved before being poured into molds and left to dry for 3 days. Master, is this what the Westerners call soap? Lu Fa finally understood what Lu Shaokong was crafting. Indeed, it was soap, and of superior quality at that. Lu Shaokong confidently asserted the Westerners of this era must have overlooked a crucial step, resulting in their flawed soap. This is splendid. In the future, we can use this for bathing. Lu Fa was exceedingly agitated. As a frequent trader, he was acutely aware that soap was a luxury item, unaffordable for the average person. Lu Shaokong chuckled. This is the finest soap, intended for the nobility. However, we might consider crafting other varieties. After the soap underwent air drying, it required an additional month for saponification. Observing that the process of soap making was not overly complicated, Lu Shaokong resolved to move towards mass production. One variety would be premium coconut soap, while another, easily sourced, could be procured directly from the Portuguese palm oil factory in Colombo. Thus, Lu Shaokong established a soap workshop within the camp, selecting 20 trustworthy subordinates. Ensuring that the formula remained confidential. 2 months later, the finished soap emerged successfully, created with the optimal ratio for potassium soap. The coconut soap, pristine as jade, bore simple floral imprints on both sides and exuded a subtle coconut fragrance. Elegantly housed in boxes crafted from fragrant teak, elevating its status significantly. The palm oil soap was also of excellent quality, rivaling Western artisanal soaps, and would undoubtedly be a bestseller upon market release. The initial batch comprised 500 coconut soaps and 2,000 palm oil soaps, entrusted to Lu Bao and Li Mingzhi, both adept in commerce, to determine the pricing. Colombo, a bustling trade hub in the Indian Ocean, faced the Mughal Empire across the waters, along with various Arab nations, ensuring a ready market. Merely 3 days later, all the soaps were sold out, particularly the coconut oil soap, which was marketed under the auspices of the Ming Dynasty, promising beauty enhancement and anti-aging benefits. While some may have exaggerated its claims, the merchants were astute enough to appreciate its quality after trial, resulting in a flurry of repeat orders, including eager purchases from Western traders such as the Portuguese. This initial batch brought Lu Shaokong a profit exceeding 500 silver coins, akin to a successful heist. Lu Shaokong promptly expanded production, capitalizing on the abundance of coconuts and palm trees in the tropical region. while Liu Fa and his associates busied themselves with the operations. Chapter 7. Medicinal remedies with soap production now scaled up, quickly monopolizing the Colombo market. The Fascia gang established a stable source of income, prompting Liu Shaokong to refocus on training and shipbuilding. Peter had already prepared the blueprints and requested 20 carpenters and 50 laborers from Liu Shaokong to commence laying the keel. The keel was to be crafted from Indian ironwood, a remarkably durable material, ideal for shipbuilding. Meanwhile, Shunling had been diligently replicating the Galen warships, making swift progress. The Portuguese had stockpiled ample shipbuilding timber in Colombo, and should it prove insufficient, Liu Shaokong could easily procure additional supplies from other merchants. One day, upon returning from a fishing excursion, the seasoned physician Qin Zhong approached him. "Leader, we are running low on medicinal herbs, given that we will inevitably clash with the Zheng family and foreign adversaries. We must stockpile supplies." Liu Shaokong was taken aback, realizing the oversight. He tapped his forehead, acknowledging his inadequacy as a leader for neglecting such a critical matter. Qin Zhong was indeed correct, as he pursued a path of dominance. The likelihood of injuries among his men would be commonplace, necessitating an adequate supply of medicinal remedies to save countless soldiers' lives, allowing the wounded to return to battle as seasoned fighters in ancient times. The lack of effective sterilization methods and specific medications often led to infections in soldiers' wounds. Even a minor injury could be fatal, resulting in a high mortality rate. Fortunately, in Huaxia, there existed thousands of years of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, allowing for the application of hemostatic powders, although the preparation of such remedies was complex and costly. The Fascia gang resorted to using herbal powders as substitutes. "Qin Lao, what herbs do you require?" "I can arrange for procurement," Liu Shaokong inquired. Qin Zhong shook his head. "There are none here. We acquire our supplies from home." Liu Shaokong was momentarily dumbfounded. Traditional Chinese medicine was unique to Huaxia, while other nations possessed their own herbal remedies, none of which were systematically studied. Particularly in Ceylon, a civilization with a lower level of advancement, and in a hostile relationship with the Portuguese, where could he find such resources? As for the Portuguese, their medical practices were even more primitive, still tainted by medieval influences. They resorted to boiling hot oil for disinfecting wounds, followed by cauterizing with red-hot irons. Certainly, there were other methods, such as using strong spirits for cleaning wounds and administering as anesthetics. But such spirits were prohibitively expensive for common soldiers. There were also topical remedies like ointments made from pine resin and egg whites. Sutures and hemostatic clamps had appeared, but were not widely adopted, leaving treatment methods still quite rudimentary. Liu Shaokong rapidly sifted through his knowledge from previous lives, ultimately identifying some alternative solutions. "Qin Lao, we currently lack herbal remedies. However, we could use cuttlefish bones as a temporary substitute. They are also effective for healing." Qin Zhong smiled. "You are quite knowledgeable. Leader, I came to discuss catching more cuttlefish during our sea expeditions to obtain their bones for medicinal purposes. Cuttlefish bones, also known as hai piao xie, are excellent hemostatic agents. When dried and ground into powder, they possess antibacterial properties, promote healing, and can even be ingested for internal bleeding. These can be readily found in the surrounding waters, and I will instruct our seafaring brothers to collect them, while also offering bounties to local merchants for procurement." Qin Zhong nodded. In addition to hemostatic powder, they required remedies for burns and scalds. Previously, badger oil was commonly used, and it was said that the people of India had access to badgers, which could be sourced from their merchants. The Fascia gang relied heavily on firearms and artillery in battle, leading to numerous burn injuries, and badger oil was a unique remedy in Huaxia, even in modern times. It remains effective for treating burns. No problem. I will arrange it immediately. This was crucial for the combat effectiveness of the Fascia gang, and with the potential for immediate conflict, Liu Shaokong took it very seriously. Promptly seeking merchants from the Mughal Empire, which currently held dominion over India. Due to its proximity to Ceylon, many traders frequented the area. Accompanied by a Portuguese translator, he soon found a prominent merchant, who readily agreed to Liu Shaokong's requests upon hearing his intentions, having previously profited handsomely from purchasing soap from the Fascia gang. Furthermore, this individual recommended various herbs from India, including neem oil, small red garlic root powder, and dachira powder. Neem oil, derived from Indian trees, is recognized today as a skincare and hair care product. In this era, it served as an anti-inflammatory and anti-swelling remedy, and also functioned as a fixative, preserving the fragrance of spices. Lu Shaokong instantly recognized the value of this substance. If incorporated into the coconut soap, it would enhance its longevity and add a shampooing function, further elevating its prestige. The small red garlic root, he recalled from his past life, was used by Indians for hemostatic purposes, similar in effect to cuttlefish bones, making it a commendable herbal remedy. As for Dachira, it was a well-known plant in both ancient and modern times. Known for inducing euphoric states when consumed with strong spirits, Lu Shaokong quickly discerned its additional value as an anesthetic in an era lacking anesthetics. Severe injuries, such as those requiring amputation after battle wounds, were often painfully endured, leading many soldiers to succumb not to blood loss, but to excruciating pain. Lu Shaokong swiftly established a partnership with a merchant, trading soap for these valuable herbs. Additionally, he ordered a supply of graphite, sulfur, and antimony, intending to manufacture pencils. While graphite pens had already been developed, they were still made from natural graphite, which was often impure and prone to breakage. Drawing upon his knowledge, Lu Shaokong recognized that crafting primitive pencils would not pose a challenge. Sulfur was widely available due to the burgeoning gunpowder industry, and antimony had been recognized for millennia, utilized in crafting decorative items. The Mughal Empire, with its advanced culture, would pose no difficulty in locating these materials. As for graphite, sources were readily available in Ceylon. Next, he sought out a watchmaker, commissioning surgical suture tools. This choice was strategic, as watchmakers were highly skilled artisans capable of creating precise instruments. Although suturing tools had emerged during this period, they remained rudimentary and lacked standardized designs, relying heavily on the personal preferences of physicians. Lu Shaokong aimed to introduce modern surgical instruments, particularly suturing needles and hemostatic clamps, which are not complex in structure and could certainly be fabricated here. With surgical tools in hand, he also required suturing thread, which was readily available. For instance, local instrument merchants utilized sheep gut to craft strings for musical instruments, which could double as surgical sutures. After completing these arrangements, while traversing the streets of Colombo, he stumbled upon a barber shop. Glancing at his unkempt hair, he felt a sudden urge. Having spent nearly 3 months in this world, he had grown increasingly weary of his long locks. In modern times, a variety of shampoos made maintaining long hair feasible. But in the ancient world, ordinary individuals lacked the time for meticulous grooming, often tying their hair back in a haphazard manner. Especially in this tropical climate, hair quickly became greasy, collecting dust and bacteria, leading to unpleasant odors and the risk of lice infestation. During training, a moment's inattention could result in his hair becoming disheveled, resembling a ghostly figure, causing considerable frustration. Even with Lu Shaokong distributing soap to his subordinates, they hesitated to use it for their hair. Influenced by Confucian culture, the ancient Huaxia people held a strong belief that one's body, including hair, was a gift from their parents and should not be casually altered. However, in Lu Shaokong's perspective, this notion appears exceedingly pedantic and hypocritical. Beards count. What about fingernails? Even hair is often meticulously trimmed and styled. Otherwise, one might end up with lengths that sweep the floor throughout their lifetime. Of course, some argue that this is a symbol of cultural heritage, yet just a few years after the Qing dynasty's conquest. Those so-called Confucian scholars and aristocrats, even the descendants of Confucius, complied obediently with the edict to shave their heads and change their attire, some even pleading for permission. Thus, this cultural identity can be readily discarded when confronted with the primal instincts of survival. Chapter 8. The shaving of hair as a declaration of intent. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shaokong resolutely stepped into the barber shop, which merely served as a waiting area for patrons. The actual haircuts took place outside. The barber, taken aback by the sight of an Eastern face, greeted him with a broad smile. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to have your hair cut?" Lu Shaokong nodded, then used a twig to sketch a modern short hairstyle in the dirt. "Cut it like this." Just as the barber was about to agree, Gao Fei interjected hastily, "Boss, what on earth are you doing?" Chinabayo chimed in, "Boss, please don't become a monk. If you do, what shall we do?" "Begone." This is a vow of severing my hair as a declaration of intent. Soon, you both shall follow suit. What? Chinabayo and Gao Fei stared in shock, completely astounded. Despite their fearless demeanor, the prospect of a haircut filled them with an inexplicable dread. Lu Xiaokong ignored their protests and took a seat on a wooden stool, while the barber quickly draped a stained burlap cloth around him and began snipping away. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaokong emerged transformed. The foreign barber's skills were commendable, and he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his head, leaving him invigorated both physically and mentally. You two? Aren't you coming over? Chunabao and Gao Fei exchanged glances, feeling as though they were about to face execution. But if you don't come, I shall take matters into my own hands and shave your heads bald without remorse. Abayo, you go first, Lu Xiaokong threatened. Under Lu Xiaokong's authoritative gaze, the two had no choice but to relent. Chinabayo, adopting a demeanor of brave sacrifice, sat down, closed his eyes, and mumbled, "Forgive me, ancestors, this is the boss's command." Abayo is unwilling, so punish him instead. Chinabayo was swiftly done, and next came Gao Fei, who remained silent but trembled with each snip of the scissors, as if his very flesh were being severed. Lu Xiaokong found it amusing but was unperturbed, confident that they would soon recognize the merits of short hair. Since he had resolved to defy convention, he decided to go all the way. Accompanied by his two reluctant subordinates, he ventured to a general store that sold a variety of items and could also tailor clothing. Lu Xiaokong was there to commission new garments, as they were currently clad in the cumbersome short robes of the Ming Dynasty, which clashed with his newly cropped hair. The Facia gang lacked a standardized uniform, using blue scarves to differentiate between friend and foe in battle, which was quite impractical. In a few years, Han cultural customs would face significant upheaval, prompting him to initiate change at this very moment. Their years of piracy had already strayed far from the norm, having interacted with numerous foreigners and indigenous peoples, showcasing a strong capacity for adaptation. He aimed to design a military uniform based on modern field training attire, making adjustments to suit the current realities. Can you produce the garments according to this design? The tailor shop owner gazed at the proposal with astonishment. The outfit was simple yet uniquely innovative, markedly different from contemporary attire. This is a complete set, including a shirt, undergarments, and a flat-top cap. The outer garment should be made of gray linen, while the inner pieces are to be cotton. Please provide sizes in large, medium, and small, along with these leather belts and a hat as well. Such garments can be made. How many sets do you require, sir? Let us start with 1,000 sets. 1,000 sets. The owner gasped, realizing the enormity of the order. Lu Xiaokong perceived the owner's predicament. There's no rush. Is 6 months sufficient? The owner silently calculated, knowing he had only 3 workers, and even with temporary hires, the total would not exceed 10. However, 6 months should suffice. Very well, but I will need a deposit up front. Lu Xiaokong understood and agreed. I'll pay for 100 sets at a time, with an initial deposit of 10 silver coins. The owner's face lit up with a smile, and he promptly offered Lu Xiaokong coffee as they began to negotiate the unit price, ultimately settling on a total amount. Subsequently, Lu Xiaokong and his companions ordered a large batch of leather belts from a workshop specializing in leather shoes before returning to their camp. Chinabayo and Gao Fei, lacking their previous spirited demeanor, paid no heed to their newly commissioned military uniforms, walking with their heads bowed, evidently uncomfortable with their short hair, feeling the weight of others' gazes upon them. Upon returning to the camp, their appearance caused quite a stir. Soon, many gathered in Lu Xiaokong's room. "Boss, why have you cut your hair? This is an act of great filial disrespect." Lu Bao lamented, his fists clenched in frustration. If Lu Xiaokong were not the boss, he might have resorted to violence. Mingzhi waved his fan. "Anxious, my dear boss. How could you be so foolish? This is a grave taboo. How will you command the respect of the brothers in the future?" Lu Fa did not address Lu Xiaokong directly. Instead, he approached Chinabayo and Gao Fei, delivering a kick to each. "You two worthless fools, why did you not dissuade the boss? Why follow him in this folly? Do you wish to become monks?" The two dared not raise their heads or retort, feeling genuine regret at their leader's actions. Although Lu Xiaokong had anticipated some reaction, he had underestimated the fervor of their response. Fortunately, he had prepared a speech. "Everyone, I have my reasons, and I assure you that you will support me. Lao Ming, gather the brothers. I have something to say. Ming Haijiao sighed in relief, realizing that their leader had not lost his sanity. For he would have been at a loss for how to proceed otherwise. The members of the Facia gang soon convened, witnessing Lu Xiaokong's peculiar hairstyle, which sparked a flurry of discussions, with some casting scornful glances. To the ancients, filial piety was paramount. Even though Lu Xiang had passed, Lu Xiaokong's actions were deemed profoundly disrespectful, eliciting disdain from many. Standing atop the beach, Lu Xiaokong proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, you must be curious whether I have gone mad for shaving my head, or if I have forgotten the kindness of our former leader. I assure you, it is neither. Rather, I am committed to avenging our former leader. This act of severing my hair is a solemn vow to etch this deep-seated hatred into my memory, never to forget. Here and now, I, Lu Xiaokong, swear before heaven that if I do not avenge my adoptive father and cannot lead you back to our homeland of Huaxia to live well, I shall never grow my hair again." Lu Xiaokong's vow resonated with the gang members, some visibly moved, others shedding tears, who among them would willingly risk their lives to become pirates if not driven by circumstance? Who would forsake their homeland and venture across the seas? Indeed, our boss harbors noble intentions. I, Zhao Xiaohu, also vow to follow the boss and return to Huaxia. With Zhao Xiaohu leading the charge, several impassioned gang members followed suit, pledging their oaths. Although some hesitated, the atmosphere compelled them to express their solidarity, resulting in a unanimous declaration of intent. No one could have anticipated Lu Xiaokong's remarkable resolve. It seemed they had misjudged him. Lu Bao wiped away his tears. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, his soul wished being to be buried in his homeland rather than adrift at sea after death. Lu Fei felt similarly. Lu Xiaokong had indeed matured, and his recent actions inspired hope. That moment, Chinabayo and Gao Fei could finally lift their heads, their previous gloom and discontent dissipating, realizing that their boss had not betrayed them, but was genuinely striving for a grander purpose. Lu Xiaokong felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not intended for this to become a collective movement, yet it had sparked a unified resolve among his followers, symbolizing the dawn of a new era. Chapter 9. Tea leaves 6 months later. The scenery in Colombo remained breathtaking, with the Dutch refraining from military action, granting the Facia gang ample time for training and preparation. First row, prepare, fire. The once tranquil beach erupted with commands and gunfire. A regiment of soldiers clad in gray uniforms was firing at scarecrow targets 100 meters away, the air filled with smoke, creating a spectacular scene. Second row, prepare, fire. Dong Fong Yu shouted commands while wielding a long knife. After months of training, the pirates of the Facia gang had transformed into elite soldiers, capable of executing orders with precision. Furthermore, 70% of the soldiers could reload their firearms at a rate of 3 rounds per minute, rivaling some Western nations' best troops. This success was attributed to Lu Xiaokong's modern training methods, which emphasized repetitive loading drills and occasionally detonating explosives or firing blank rounds nearby during practice to enhance the soldiers' psychological resilience in combat situations. In the distance, 2 Westerners observed the Facia gang's training. "Captain Francis, what do you think of the combat prowess of these Easterners?" Menezes inquired of the officer beside him, who was in his 30s. Tall, with a curled mustache and eyes filled with astonishment that M.Y. Lord Governor, "Are these Easterners truly pirates?" He had dealings with pirates. Filth, chaos, greed, and disorder were their hallmarks. Yet the individuals before him appeared almost as a singular entity. Their military uniforms both succinct and imposing, far cleaner and more orderly than his own troops, and exuding a palpable morale. Indeed, they were the pirates from the East. Francis lowered his telescope, marveling, "It is difficult to fathom that we have established a stronghold right beneath the gaze of that vast empire in the East. If their armies are all like this, the entire West would tremble." Menezes replied, "Colonel, you are overly concerned. The Emperor of the East harbors no fondness for the sea and has prohibited his officials and citizens from mingling with outsiders. Furthermore, although their military numbers are substantial, their weaponry is not advanced, and they possess no interest in overseas territories. Otherwise, how could the Dutch have possibly occupied the vast island of Taiwan? Alas, our forces are insufficient. Merely holding on to our current stronghold is already a formidable challenge. The Spaniards are cowardly and timid, reluctant to take the initiative, allowing the Dutch to flourish in the east. Truly, they are a pack of fools. Menezes seethed. Sigh. The Battle of Downs inflicted heavy losses on both sides. Otherwise, we would not have descended into our current state of decline. Indeed, the Spaniards are a band of simpletons. The Battle of Downs, which Menezes referred to, had erupted 2 years prior, pitting the Spanish and Portuguese allied forces against the Dutch navy. This marked the twilight of the Dutch War of Independence and was a decisive engagement. Since declaring independence in 1581, the Dutch had begun their 80-year struggle against Spain to end this battle. The Spanish and Portuguese alliance amassed 77 vessels of varying sizes, with a total of 25,000 troops, while the Dutch fielded 100 ships and over 20,000 soldiers. Although the Dutch had a numerical advantage, most of their vessels were smaller and less formidable compared to the large Spanish warships. Ultimately, the result was a catastrophic defeat for the Spanish and Portuguese forces, suffering the loss of half their ships and over 6,000 soldiers, while the Dutch lost merely 10 fire ships and a handful of warships. With casualties exceeding 1,000 following this battle, the Dutch navy astonished Europe, solidifying their status as maritime hegemons, while Spain's backbone was shattered, relegating them to a second or third-rate power, never to rise again. Furthermore, their subordinate Portugal suffered devastating losses. Though they later broke free from Spanish rule, their national strength was severely diminished, lacking funds, manpower, and ships, leading to the collapse of their overseas colonies. The Dutch seized this opportunity to aggressively contest Spanish and Portuguese territories. Notably, the Battle of Downs occurred within British waters, and due to their own naval inadequacies, the British could not intervene, leaving them with a deep sense of humiliation. Henceforth, Britain began to vigorously develop its navy, laying the groundwork for future Anglo-Dutch conflicts. Menezes and Francis gritted their teeth at the Spaniards. Had they not been coerced into participating in the Battle of Downs, Portugal would not have fallen into such decline. Leader, the governor from the Franks has come to pay a visit, reported Li Mingzhi during training break. Liu Shaokong suppressed a chuckle at Li Mingzhi's appearance, as a stylistic choice bore an uncanny resemblance to the later figure Guyu. With untrimmed hair styled like a pot lid, complemented by 2 wispy mustaches and a folding fan in hand, presenting an exceedingly flamboyant demeanor. Please, show him ein. As Menezes and Francis entered the tent, Liu Shaokong immediately noticed the unfamiliar soldier accompanying them. Liu, allow me to introduce. This is Major Francis, the newly appointed commander in Colombo. So you're Colonel Francis. It is a pleasure to meet you. Francis offered a gentlemanly bow. The pleasure is mine. I'm honored to meet you, Captain. The interior was humble. Liu Shaokong extended his apologies. Please forgive the simplicity of this abode. Gao Fei, hurry and serve tea to our esteemed guests. Liu Shaokong had little tea left, typically reluctant to use it, but he had other intentions in mind, for during the Ming Dynasty, tea had yet to flood the Western markets. It was known that during the Qing Dynasty, nearly 10,000 tons of tea were exported annually, bringing substantial silver and foreign exchange to the Qing government. His objective was to gradually penetrate the Western market, establishing tea as a new trade commodity. Before long, a pot of exquisite by Luo Chun tea was presented, and as Liu Shaokong poured it into 2 or 3 fine ceramic cups, the leaves floated and unfurled gracefully within, the liquid shimmering a silvery green, exuding an enticing aroma. Gentlemen, please indulge in this brew. The 2 Portuguese had tasted tea before, but not of this caliber. The mere sight of it was enough to whet their appetites. Menezes lifted his cup, took a sip, and his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. What a splendid tea! Its flavor is rich and lingering. Francis, too, curiously tasted it and promptly gave a thumbs up. Good heavens! The tea I had previously was akin to dishwater. This is far more refreshing and palate-pleasing than coffee. How can something so delectable exist in this world? In this era, both coffee and tea had emerged, each with its merits. While coffee had made its way to the West, its production was limited due to geographical and agricultural constraints, rendering it a luxury primarily enjoyed by the upper classes. Conversely, tea, originating from the East, faced long travels, and with Westerners lacking the ability to discern the quality of tea, it remained a luxury item rather than a staple of trade. Lu, how much tea do you possess? I wish to purchase it all. The distinct flavor of tea lingered on the palate, leaving a lasting impression, and Menezes swiftly recognized its rarity and potential for trade. Lu Xiaokong sighed. I have only 2 bags left. To acquire more, I must return to the east, to the Ming Dynasty, and currently, it is impossible to procure. That scoundrel Paolo, the governor of Macau, failed to recognize such exquisite tea. I must teach him a lesson. Lu Xiaokong jested. And no need for such severity, governor. I shall gift you these 2 bags of tea. Once we establish the trade route to the east, won't this venture belong to us? Upon hearing this, Menezes appeared troubled and hesitant. Not to mention the Dutch, a formidable obstacle. They could not afford to provoke the Zheng family, as their occupation of Macau was contingent upon paying annual rents to the Ming. Let us defer the matter of tea for now. Captain Lu, Major Francis and I have come with urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 10. The Portuguese appeal. Lu Xiaokong sensed the gravity in their expressions and quickly deduced the reason for their visit. Gentlemen, are you here concerning the Dutch? Menezes nodded. Indeed. Last year, we not only lost the small town of Negombo, but the Dutch have also allied with the Kingdom of Kandy to seize Galport. We have received news that they are reinforcing and expanding their fortress. Should they succeed, Colombo may not hold. The Kingdom of Kandy was the current ruler of Ceylon, having engaged in numerous conflicts with the Portuguese in an attempt to expel the colonizers. Unfortunately, their inferior weaponry rendered them no match for the Portuguese. Over 50 years prior, over 10,000 from Ceylon besieged Colombo for 8 months, but failed to breach the defenses held by a mere 300 soldiers. After much soul-searching, they sought to utilize the Dutch to oust the Portuguese, only to invite a wolf into their fold. The Dutch feigned willingness to engage in battle with the Portuguese, yet upon victory, swiftly occupied Galport and compelled the King of Kandy to sign an unequal treaty, one stipulating a garrison in Gal. Negombo was a small fishing port and another Portuguese stronghold in Ceylon. Located merely 40 to 50 kilometers from Colombo, Gal, being the capital of the Kingdom of Kandy, held significant strategic importance. 200 years prior, it had served as a crucial trade transit point in the Indian Ocean. Situated approximately 100 kilometers from Colombo, Francis remarked, the homeland desires us to reclaim the small town of Negombo and fortify Colombo's defenses. However, Gal is occupied by over 300 Dutch troops and 3 warships. If we vacate Colombo, it will be left vulnerable, hence we seek Captain Lu's assistance. You wish for us to assist in defending the city? Francis exchanged a glance with Menezes. No, we require your help to launch an offensive against Gal, to distract the Dutch, and, ideally, to destroy their fortress. Lu Xiaokong regarded the two with a measured gaze, inwardly acknowledging their clever calculations. The Dutch in Negombo numbered only a little over 100, while Gal was fortified with 300. Were they intending to use his men as mere pawns? Yet upon reflection, it posed no issue, as the Flying Shark Gang had previously served as mercenaries for the Portuguese. The Flying Shark Gang currently boasted 800 members, with over 600 combatants, each equipped with a flintlock and potentially 4 warships available for the assault, thereby maintaining a favorable troop ratio that M.Y. brothers have trained for nearly 6 months. It is time to stretch our legs. With this thought, Lu Xiaokong declared, we can deploy troops, but it will cost 3,000 silver coins. Menezes readily comprehended Lu Xiaokong's intentions. Captain Lu, the fighting prowess of the Dutch is well known to you. They possess the advantage of terrain, and we anticipate significant losses. 3,000 silver coins is insufficient. Colonel, our nation has only recently liberated itself from Spanish control. Our treasury is bare, and 3,000 is already our limit. Lu Xiaokong silently scoffed, recognizing the folly of lamenting poverty in his domain. Governor, we are risking our lives here. Should we falter, we might suffer catastrophic losses and still need to procure weapons and ammunition. 10,000 silver coins, or we shall not proceed with the discussion. Menezes' expression revealed his dismay. 10,000 silver coins constituted a substantial sum. Francis interjected, having come with a mission that if they could reclaim Negombo, it would be a significant achievement for him, while monetary concerns could be addressed later. Agreed, but we do not possess such funds. Could we perhaps settle the matter with military supplies? Lu Xiaokong nodded. Of course, after a round of haggling, the three parties finally settled on a price. Menezes paid 4,000 silver coins, while the remainder would be compensated with military supplies, which would be paid in advance as a deposit, with the stipulation that Lu Xiaokong would launch an attack on Galport within a month. After sending off the two men, Lu Xiaokong immediately summoned the leaders for a meeting. Esteemed colleagues, he began, the forces of the red-haired men have already pushed into the vicinity, and if we allow their fleet to fully assemble, it may mirror the situation we faced in Malacca. Back then, we had 2,000 men. Now, we are reduced to merely 800. Escape is not an option. The vastness of the ocean has no refuge left for us. Therefore, I have resolved to take the initiative and eliminate them. Boss, Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed with fervor, the brothers have been training to the point of madness these past few days. It is time to unleash them and see bloodshed. These red-haired invaders have repeatedly crossed us, and many brothers have fallen to their guns. It is only fitting that we avenge them. Chenabayo echoed, these Dutch scoundrels deserve to die. I shall be the first to charge this moment. The scribely Mingzhi interjected, Boss, the red-haired men are not to be trifled with. Must we engage them in battle? Lu Xiaokong nodded. The brothers have trained for half a year. This is not only a test of our combat effectiveness, but also a response to the relentless pressure from the red-haired men. If we continue to hesitate, we will truly have nowhere left to go. Moreover, the Franks have offered a favorable price, and we will need to collaborate with them on future endeavors. It would be unwise to decline. However, a direct confrontation is certainly not advisable. We have suffered losses in that regard before. This time, we must prepare differently. Meng Haijiao said, Boss, since a decision has been made, issue the command that a mere 300 red-haired men should be within our capabilities to defeat. Dongfang Yu unfurled a rudimentary map, stating, Gal is a natural harbor. Our warships are limited, and without overwhelming advantage, we cannot assault them from the sea, especially with the enemy holding the port and supported by coastal artillery. Therefore, I propose we attack the fortress from the land, seizing it to gain a vantage point over the entire harbor. Given that it is the rainy season, it would be best to approach during the rain. Catching them off guard, Mingzhi fanned himself and remarked, Boss, this plan is indeed feasible. Stealth attacks are our forte. If we can indeed take advantage of the rain, their firearms may malfunction, and close combat is our specialty. 300 red-haired men will be as fish on the chopping block in this era. The Western world had grown excessively reliant on firearms, rendering close combat their weak point, something they sought to avoid at all costs. The others nodded in agreement. Previously, they had not possessed such a plethora of firearms, with most relying on large blades and spears. Hand-to-hand combat had become second nature to them. Seeing the unanimous approval, Lu Xiaokong pointed to two cities on the map. Here lies the capital of the Kandian Kingdom, and here is the fortress seized by the red-haired men. Our objective. The fortress is currently undergoing expansion, and this area serves as their naval port. After Lu Xiaokong outlined his tactical plan, everyone nodded in concurrence. Should the weather favor them, victory in this battle seemed assured. Boss, since Gal is the capital of the indigenous people, will they not send reinforcements once the battle commences? Li Mingzhi pondered, considering the potential alliance between the Dutch and the Kandian Kingdom. Lu Xiaokong shook his head. The locals, both the Dutch and the Portuguese, are mere brigands. They would relish the opportunity to see both sides clash, undoubtedly preferring to watch from a distance as we fight. Mingzhi ceased his inquiries. Lu Xiaokong's reasoning was sound that if roles were reversed, they might also take pleasure in complicating matters for their foes. Next, preparations were made for the necessary equipment. Uncle Lu, I leave these matters in your hands. Gao Fei, take some silver coins and rent a ship from the Moguls. Selecting 10 skilled hands to scout along the coastline for a landing point as close to Gal as possible. Uncle Chunin, produce more thunder bombs. The more, the better. Thunder bombs, or spherical grenades, though requiring ignition with fire, remain deadly weapons. The creation of these grenades was not overly complicated. A blacksmith with 2 or 3 assistants could produce 50 in a single day. Once Lu Xiaokong had finalized the arrangements, he sought out an open area to practice his skills. His martial prowess was commendable, wielding a willow leaf blade with great expertise. He was also skilled with throwing darts. hitting his mark with unwavering accuracy within 20 paces, swift and lethal, excelling in close combat over short firearms. Chapter 11. The occupation of Port Ceylon experiences a tropical monsoon climate, with the rainy season spanning from May to September. The rain falls not like the continuous drizzle of southern China, but rather arrives swiftly and heavily, ceasing for a spell before returning in force. At times, it can be relentless, making one wary of potential flooding at a tremendous bolt of lightning sliced through the dark sky, illuminating the earth in a ghostly white. Within a dense thicket of trees, hundreds of dark figures became visible amid the electric flash. Clad in conical hats and raincoats, they remained motionless against the torrents of rain and the booming thunder. Appearing as statues, these individuals were none other than Lu Shaokong's flying shark gang, seasoned by years of life at sea, having weathered storms far worse than this. Each was a hard-working, impoverished soul, and this slight discomfort was hardly worth noting. They understood that in such weather, their enemies would likely lower their guard, presenting a prime opportunity for a surprise attack, a chance at survival for themselves. After a considerable duration, as the rain began to lessen, Lu Shaokong signaled with a wave of his hand, and the group set forth across the muddy terrain. At last, they reached the edge of the forest just as the rain threatened to intensify once more. Lu Shaokong stood elevated, gazing into the distance, where upon a rocky peninsula by the shore, he discerned a modest fortress, its light flickering faintly. "Boss, we have arrived," Gao Fei whispered, relieved that the path he had chosen had not been thwarted by the downpour, which could have triggered mudslides or flash floods. The flickering light was the beacon from the fortress that we must utilize the rain for cover to approach the northern slope, where trees will provide concealment, allowing us to reach the base of the walls. The Gao fortress had been constructed by the Portuguese, and Lu Shaokong possessed detailed blueprints of its layout. The stronghold was flanked by the sea on 3 sides, with only a single road leading in and out from the north. At the angle of the northern slope lay a grove of trees that could offer shelter. They were now merely 2 kilometers from the fortress and about 5 kilometers from the capital of the Kandian kingdom. This situation underscored the precarious status of the Kandian people, with a foreign fortress looming beside their capital, a stark reminder that even the port was not under their jurisdiction. That a sudden rain shower arrived, and Lu Shaokong led the Flying Shark gang swiftly under the cover of the downpour, finally reaching the grove of the northern slope. The trees were not overly dense, and during daylight, they would have provided little concealment. Moreover, the low terrain necessitated looking up to the walls. Though the walls stood only 4 meters high, the elevation made it appear as if they were 9 meters tall. The surface was polished smooth, rendering any attempt to scale it by hand impossible. After some time, the rain subsided to a light drizzle, and following a period of observation with no sentries or patrolling soldiers atop the walls, he wiped the rain from his face. A climbing ladder. This was a simple, foldable ladder consisting of central beam, reminiscent of the legendary hanging ladders that a few of them set up the ladder, pulling on the ropes to raise the folded section high, which then rested securely against the battlements, with the 2 iron hooks firmly fastened. After testing its stability, it proved to be quite secure. Gao Fei, small and agile, excelled at such tasks. With a throwing knife held in his mouth, he ascended the ladder with the swiftness of a monkey, scaling the walls in no time. Shortly thereafter, a rope ladder was lowered from above. In pairs, they utilized the climbing ladder and rope ladder to ascend the walls. Lu Shaokong instructed Zhao Xiaohu, who stood by his side, "Tiger, take 200 men and lie in ambush in the eastern encampment." Upon hearing the explosion spring into action, the Dutch did not reside entirely within the fortress. A substantial contingent was stationed outside, primarily to oversee the slaves constructing the stronghold. "Understood," Zhao Xiaohu replied softly, stealthily leading his men away. "Abayo, take 200 men to the port. Upon hearing the explosion, seize the ships." "Yes," with all arrangements in place, Lu Shaokong followed suit. Before him lay the fortress, which resembled a sizable square, or, more accurately, a battery. Encircling it was a half-height wall, and in the darkness he could discern 6 cannons positioned atop. In the center stood a lighthouse over 3 meters tall, with 4 barracks nearby, and at the heart of it all was a 2-story building, the commander's residence. Lu Shaokong wiped the rain from his face, secretly relieved that these foreign men were lax in their vigilance. Truly foolish. There were no sentries, and even if there were, they had likely retreated to evade the rain. Rendering their presence meaningless, he recalled how, in Malacca, the Portuguese had been caught off guard by a nocturnal Dutch raid, with their warships reaching their doorstep before they realized it. These Dutchmen were equally careless. As if they had no defenses whatsoever, in truth, their complacency was not entirely unwarranted. These individuals had triumphed repeatedly in both Europe and Asia, reigning supreme as the dominant power of the era. Who would dare to initiate an attack against them? Especially against the Portuguese. It was akin to an adult bullying a child. The Candian kingdom, being a backward indigenous realm, was regarded even more dismissively. In the Indian Ocean, they faced no opponents, leading to their arrogance and disdain for all. Coupled with the weather, they would never conceive that a band of eastern pirates might stealthily approach under the cover of rain. "Boss, there are red-haired men atop the lighthouse, likely asleep. I shall take 2 brothers to deal with them," Gao Fei whispered into Lu Shaokong's ear. Lu Shaokong glanced up at the lighthouse and nodded slightly. Gao Fei immediately led 2 gang members to ascend quietly. In less than 5 minutes, they returned. "Boss, we dispatched 2 red-haired men who were sleeping like dead pigs. Well done. Go assist the brothers. Once we have sufficient numbers, we will eradicate them all." Lu Shaokong, fearing the potential for a loud noise, refrained from daring to open the door. He approached the city wall and sat down heavily, the arduous journey through the rain having drained his energy significantly. Fortunately, his body, honed through years of rigorous training, was far more resilient than the frail form he had possessed in his previous life. Otherwise, he would have likely collapsed by now. Approximately half an hour later, all but those stationed below had ascended the castle. The rain ceased, as if the heavens themselves were aiding their cause. The timing of the rainfall's cessation was fortuitous. Lu Shaokong divided his followers into 4 groups. Encircling the 4 barracks, and accompanied by Gao Fei, made his way to the front of a 2-story building. Over 20 of his followers unfastened baskets from their backs, unveiling layers of oilcloth, which revealed an array of gleaming round-hand grenades. Some among them produced fire sticks, igniting the fuses, and lit specially crafted torches soaked in oil, which would burn even in the light drizzle. Seeing that everything was in readiness, Lu Shaokong immediately waved his hand to signal. Several tall and robust members of the gang approached the barrack door and forcefully slammed it open, eliciting cries of alarm from within. Before the occupants could react, the bombers from the Flying Shark gang ignited the grenades and hurled them into the barracks en masse. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, mingled with screams, shouts, and curses that echoed throughout the entire Gao castle. Immediately thereafter, explosions and cries of battle erupted from the port and the eastern barracks. "Do not halt. Drive out the Dutch devils," Lu Shaokong commanded loudly, as the bombers of the Flying Shark gang swiftly ignited grenade after grenade, throwing them incessantly. Some even tossed torches inside, igniting the clothing and bedding, causing chaos as figures scrambled in a frenzy to evade the flames. Those who dared to bolt from the barracks were promptly brought down by the soldiers of the Flying Shark gang stationed outside. Amidst the ensuing confusion, a few Dutch soldiers, after regaining their composure, retrieved short firearms to retaliate. However, in the darkness, their aim was poor, and reloading a shot in the night proved to be a daunting task. "Fuel the fire," a minor leader commanded, directing the gang members to throw in clay pots filled with incendiary oil, which ignited fiercely upon contact with flames. "Help! Run! Charge out!" At this moment, the castle was illuminated by the raging flames, and nearly 200 warriors of the Flying Shark gang stood in the square, weapons in hand, slaughtering the panicked Dutch soldiers fleeing from the barracks. Only a handful of Dutch soldiers emerged, and some, paralyzed by the sudden onslaught, surrendered without a fight upon realizing they were surrounded. Observing that the Dutch soldiers were few in number and unable to mount an effective counterattack, Lu Shaokong commanded his guards to force open the door of the 2-story building. As the door swung open, 4 grenades were tossed inside, followed by the sounds of anguished cries. Gao Fei and his men swiftly ducked inside, quickly lighting torches. "Leader, these fellows are unfortunate. They've all been blasted down." Liu Shaokong strode in, finding himself in a typical European medieval-style office and residence that on the marble floor lay 3 Dutchmen, 2 clad in military uniforms, writhing in agony as they clutched their wounds, likely the guards, and another bare-chested, covering his wrist with an unfired firearm at his feet, gazing at Liu Shaokong and his men in terror. "Who are you?" the Dutchman stammered. Liu Shaokong waved the torch and sneered, "Those who seek your life. I'm the governor of the Dutch East India Company in Gal. You are waging war against my country. Do you not fear retribution? Ha! Red-haired devil, just lie down and spare us your prattle." Gao Fei stepped forward and kicked the Dutch officer to the ground. Do not kill him. He may still be of use. "Bind him first," Liu Shaokong ordered. Just as he finished speaking, the door on the second floor swung open, revealing a middle-aged Dutchman carrying an oil lamp, followed closely by a woman. Upon seeing the chaos below, the woman screamed in terror and collapsed. The middle-aged Dutchman was equally alarmed. You are Eastern pirates." Surprised that he could discern their identity, Liu Shaokong instructed, "A Fei, apprehend him and keep him alive." The cacophony of battle outside gradually subsided, signaling that the Flying Shark Gang had successfully seized Gao Castle. Chapter 12. The castle for warships. As dawn broke, the sun rose from the sea, painting the sky in hues of red. Remnants of embers still smoldered atop Gao Castle, releasing wisps of smoke. Liu Shaokong stood at the city wall, gazing out at the port, where the horizon met the sea in a breathtaking spectacle. But a gentle, warm sea breeze invigorated his weary spirit. The battle the previous night had gone remarkably well, achieving overwhelming victories on 3 fronts, resulting in the casualties of 160 Dutchmen, while the rest were captured. The losses on his side totaled 27, with 10 fatalities, all occurring in close combat under gunfire. Arrangements had already been made for the deceased to be cremated and their ashes returned to the east. Such is the nature of war. Even when one holds the advantage of time and numbers, casualties are unavoidable. "Leader, we have accounted for everything. This haul is quite substantial." Gao Fei chuckled with delight. "We truly hit the jackpot this time." Liu Shaokong, holding a list, felt elated. They had stumbled upon an extraordinary windfall. During the preparations for the attack, a fleet of returning ships from the Dutch East India Company had fortuitously docked in Gal for supplies. The fleet was modest, yet it carried invaluable cargo, a 60-gun warship and 2 large vessels laden with treasures. This 60-gun warship was a mainstay of the Dutch fleet, having participated in the assault on Malacca, yet had been captured en route home. At the time of capture, 2/3 of the crew were ashore resting. Biao had immediately set his sights on the formidable vessel, personally leading the charge, while the other 2 cargo ships, each armed with only 20 cannons and manned by few crew members, had been easily seized. Additionally, 3 ordinary galleons, each with 30 to 40 cannons, were docked at the port, their defenses as lax as those of Gao Castle, and they too fell into their hands without resistance. Over 400 captured flintlock rifles and 100 pistols have been amassed, alongside an unquantifiable number of cold weapons. Gao Castle housed a powder magazine, a granary, and a storage facility for the various treasures looted by the Dutch from Ceylon. The most notable being cinnamon, alongside a considerable quantity of gems, pearls, and gold and silver coins obtained through trade with the Arabs and Moguls. Cinnamon, while deemed a medicinal herb in China, was regarded as a highly valued spice by Westerners. Essential for baking, dessert making, and meat preservation. One of the significant reasons the Dutch contested Portuguese control over Ceylon was to break the latter's monopoly on cinnamon. Meng Haijiao, having brought the fleet to shore at midnight, was met by Liu Bao and Li Mingzhi, who promptly boarded the 2 returning Dutch vessels to inventory their treasures. The list Liu Shaokong held detailed the most valuable items, including a staggering 1 million taels of silver from Japan and approximately 10,000 taels of gold. There were exquisite porcelain from China, luxurious silk, deer hides, and sugar from Taiwan, and an array of gems and spices from Southeast Asia. Even without resorting to the Flying Shark Gang's final treasure, these riches would suffice to cover Liu Shaokong's expenses for the next phase. "Leader, what shall we do with the slaves?" Zhao Xiaohu inquired, idly toying with a beautifully designed Western sword, after seizing the Dutch barracks. He had discovered over 300 captives, among them more than 100 Portuguese prisoners of war, with the remainder being black slaves. The Franks have been released, but as for the rest, keep an eye on them. They still hold some value. The slave trade has begun in this era, and they might fetch some money, Lu Shaokong replied. Zhao Xiao nodded and made arrangements. Lu Shaokong then addressed Meng Haijiao. Old Meng. After breakfast, send a ship back to inform the governor of the Franks. I believe they will be quite interested in this castle. His employment terms did not include the reclamation of the castle. Thus, the Portuguese would need to pay extra if they wish to take it back. Leader, the native army is scouting the castle. How should we handle this? Meng Haijiao inquired. Lu Shaokong pondered briefly before responding. Fire warning shots to drive them away. Avoid conflict as much as possible. Ceylon holds a strategically significant position in the Indian Ocean. If I am to achieve success in the future, this will be an essential pawn. So we should strive to avoid clashes with the Kingdom of Kandy. Cooperation may yet be possible. Around 8 in the morning, the cook of the Flying Shark Gang prepared a lavish breakfast using provisions seized from the granary. Large flatbreads made from flour, smoked sausages, and steaming fish soup, which delighted the brothers who had endured the cold of the night. 3 days later, Francois and Menezes arrived at Galport with a fleet, astonished to witness Lu Shaokong and his men. According to their battle plans, capturing this fortress would have been impossible without 1,000 men and at least 10 warships. Captain Lu, you are truly remarkable. To have seized the castle and captured so many Dutch soldiers is nothing short of incredible. Francois exclaimed, shaking Lu Shaokong's hand with fervor. Menezes shared his excitement. Captain Lu, you have helped us reclaim Gal, and with Negombo also secured, Colombo is now entirely safe. Additionally, rescuing over 100 prisoners of war is a monumental feat that will surely earn you promotions and accolades. Rubbing his hands together, Menezes continued, Captain Lu, I just saw the Dutch returning fleet at the port, and with the entirety of this castle, you must have seized a vast amount of treasure. The castle holds no value for your side. I hope you will allow us to manage it. Lu Shaokong inwardly scoffed at the notion of allowing them to make off with his spoils without compensation. In no way. Gentlemen, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This castle was not part of our original plans, and we have incurred significant losses in our endeavor to seize it. That a fortress as formidable as this is perfectly suited for our respite. Lu Shaokong's words immediately pulled the two back to reality. The Easterners before them were not easily deceived. Their soldiers were exceptionally fierce, equipped with firearms, ships, and cannons, their power surpassing that of their own. To expect to acquire Gal without cost seemed implausible. Captain Lu, Gal still belongs to the Kingdom of Kandy, and they will undoubtedly launch an offensive. Your forces are already dwindling. Can they withstand such attrition? Menezes nearly lost his temper. It was clear that after their recent battle, they could not defeat Lu Shaokong. He began to analyze the pros and cons for Lu. Very well, let us cease our mutual probing. I am not your subordinate, and returning over 100 war prisoners without compensation is already a considerable concession. If you desire the castle, you must present a reasonable price. I believe that the glory of reclaiming Gal and capturing a substantial number of Dutchmen, alongside a general who has fought in both the Battle of Downs and the Battle of Malacca, would suffice for both of you to achieve great renown. The stakes in this matter need not be elaborated upon. Lu Shaokong made his intentions clear, striking at the core of the issue. Francis and Menezes exchanged glances, realizing that they would have to concede. Captain Lu, how much would it cost to relinquish the castle? Lu Shaokong had already contemplated this. You need only cover the expenses for those Dutchmen and slaves. As for this castle, I wish to exchange it for something of value. Menezes, taken aback, inquired, What is it that you desire? Warships that we have resolved to return to the east in a few months. Thus we require formidable vessels. Menezes was initially astonished, but soon exhaled in relief that if Lu Shaokong were to demand a large sum of money, they would indeed face difficulties. However, requesting warships was reasonable. Although Portugal had been severely crippled, they still possessed some resources. Exchanging a warship for a strategic stronghold was undoubtedly worthwhile. Captain Lu, what kind of warship do you need? And how many? My request is modest. The ship commanded by the colonel will suffice. That is impossible. Menezes gasped, taken aback that he had not anticipated Lu Shaokong's audacity. His vessel was one of the few remaining principal warships of Portugal, armed with over 60 cannons. How could he possibly part with it? Before Liu Shaokong could respond, Francis pulled Menezes aside and whispered, "Colonel, ships can be rebuilt, but these Easterners are cunning and fierce. Allowing them to experience the spoils of occupying Gal for trade will likely make it exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Moreover, both of us find ourselves in a pivotal moment. With this achievement, you could be promoted to brigadier, and my title could elevate as well. Furthermore, recapturing Gal brings with it significant trade benefits, which far outweigh the value of a single warship." After careful consideration, Menezes realized that Francis's argument held merit. Reclaiming Gal, capturing a multitude of Dutchmen, and rescuing compatriots would certainly elevate his standing. Additionally, the newly independent Portuguese kingdom was in dire need of funds, and officials like him received meager salaries, often relying on their own means to generate income. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive. The Albuquerque was personally commissioned by the king and manned by numerous crew members. How could he possibly relinquish it to these Easterners? Francis blinked and replied, "This is simple. I will provide the funds to offer the crew a compensation fee, claiming that the Albuquerque was severely damaged during its assault on Gal and is beyond repair. We shall request the homeland to send a new flagship and additional soldiers to guard against a Dutch counterattack." Will the king consent to this? Of course. With Malacca under Dutch occupation, His Majesty has faced considerable criticism. Now, if we can reclaim a city, even if he learns that we traded a warship for a castle, he will ardently support and promote our efforts, for the newly crowned monarch requires prestige. He knows full well the value of a strategic fortress compared to a warship. Ultimately, Menezes was persuaded by Francis and agreed to exchange a warship for the castle. Chapter 13. The Flying Fish in the 17th Century. Maritime and naval technology was still rudimentary, with the age of exploration just beginning. Shipping routes were not frequented, especially between Europe and Asia, where information exchange could take 3 to 6 months. The Dutch learned of Gal's recapture by the Portuguese only 3 months later, followed by further reporting and preparations for counterattack, requiring at least 6 months for fleet assembly. On the Portuguese side, over 100 war prisoners from Malacca had been received, and with domestic support, the total military strength stationed in Ceylon had reached 800. Unfortunately, as a small European nation, Portugal faced significant limitations in manpower, especially given the distances involved in troop deployment. Even for the Dutch, assembling over 1,000 troops in the east was a considerable challenge. During this period, Francis and Menezes accelerated construction using Dutch prisoners and slaves. Fortunately, the Dutch had already laid the groundwork, allowing them to take advantage of it. Now, Gal's defenses were nearly on par with Colombo's. Francis learned from the mistakes of his predecessors and refrained from further conflict with the Kingdom of Kandy, achieving a preliminary agreement instead. The King of Kandy had also lost faith in the Dutch, realizing that these Westerners were all cut from the same cloth. If resistance was futile, a temporary compromise was the only option. One day, on the waters off Colombo, a sleek 3-masted warship was unfurling its sails. Cutting through the waves. On the deck, Peter was measuring speed with tools, his face a mask of disbelief. 13 knots. Impossible. How can this escort vessel be so swift? This ship was a replica of the Constitution, taking nearly a year to construct and now undergoing trials with highly satisfactory results. However, Peter wore a frown. While this vessel proved his craftsmanship, the blueprints had been provided by Liu Shaokong, signifying his defeat in the wager. At this moment, Liu Shaokong, confidently steering the ship, was in high spirits. This was the first new-style warship built by the Flying Shark Gang, and he was thrilled. "Peter, do not sulk. From now on, you can focus on building ships for me." "Ha ha ha." Peter realized he had boarded a pirate ship and nearly cried out, lamenting the fate that awaited him. "Boss, can I take the helm for a moment?" At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed man approached Liu Shaokong, attempting to speak in rudimentary Chinese. This man was named Dias, 39 years old, formerly the deputy commander of the Portuguese fleet in Malacca, captured by the Dutch during battle and blamed for the defeat. He sought refuge with Liu Shaokong upon his rescue, taking on the role of an external instructor and captain. Having been a sailor since the age of 14 and a seaman by 18, Dias possessed extensive experience in navigation and combat. Though the Flying Shark Gang also made their living at sea, their navigational skills paled in comparison to the Western world, making someone of Dias's caliber a rare asset. Liu Shaokong promptly appointed Diaz as an instructor, providing him with a translator to assist in imparting nautical knowledge and combat tactics to the members of the Flying Shark Gang, compiling this knowledge into manuals for future generations. Once Diaz took the helm, he immediately appreciated the ship's speed and stability, noting how agilely it maneuvered. My God, this vessel is simply magnificent. None of the ships I have ever commanded can compare. At that moment, Meng Haijiao interjected, "Boss, we must give it a name. This is our fastest warship." He was incredibly excited, never having imagined his gang could construct such a beautiful and powerful vessel. Liu Shaokong had already decided. It would be called the Flying Fish. In the future, similar swift warships would be constructed in abundance, all bearing the name Flying. Although the Flying Fish had a significant displacement and size, it only boasted 40 cannons, which in this era did not classify it as a battleship, but rather as a frigate. This time, the development of sailing battleships was just beginning, and there were no standardized classifications. Even the criteria varied among nations. For instance, a Dutch ship with 60 cannons was considered first-rate. Other maritime powers generally categorized their ships into 3 classes. First-rate battleships had 80 to over 100 cannons. Second-rate ships had 60 to 80, and third-rate ships had 50 to others were deemed inferior, lacking even the qualifications to form a battle line. Small vessels with 30 to 40 cannons were typically used as patrol or reconnaissance ships, or as privateers. Liu Shaokong did not place much emphasis on such ships, as they would not hold a significant position in his future plans. Consequently, he was too indifferent to even name them, merely designating them by Patrol 1, Patrol 2, and so forth. Due to the seizure of several warships at Gao, personnel within the Flying Shark Gang became strained, necessitating the sale of the larger vessels they had brought along. Even then, the crew on each ship was not fully staffed. It was time to depart. Now in early 1642, it was time to head to Taiwan. However, before landing on Taiwan, some preparations were required. Diaz set sail for home. Upon returning to the base, Liu Shaokong promptly convened a meeting with the leaders. Upon learning of their impending departure from Ceylon back to the Ming Dynasty, they were each filled with an exuberant excitement. Although the current environment offered a semblance of safety, a glance around revealed a sea of foreign faces and not a single substantial stronghold in sight, akin to a rootless duckweed destined to be uprooted. Uncle Bao, Master Sure, you must immediately procure provisions, prioritizing flour and soybeans, and acquire ample amounts of sugar, fruits, vegetables, and liquor. Let's not skimp at this juncture. The living conditions for sailors in this era were notably harsh, particularly for those engaged in long-distance voyages. Initially, they might enjoy relatively fresh fruits and food, but as time wore on, such provisions would inevitably spoil, leading to a dire situation where they might subsist on contaminated water and moldy rations. With the threat of scurvy looming large, the sailors of Huaxia did not fare any better than their Western counterparts. Yet their dietary customs helped them avoid scurvy. They favored taking soybeans aboard. Rich in nutrients, protein, carbohydrates, and various essential trace elements, sprouting them into bean sprouts further enhanced their vitamin C, carotene, B vitamins, folic acid, and niacin content. Additionally, the presence of various pickled vegetables on Huaxia vessels greatly mitigated the risk of scurvy. Aware of this, Liu Shaokong was not stingy with his resources, preparing to purchase a sufficient quantity of fruits and vegetables. As for meat, they had already stockpiled a considerable amount of salted fish and cured meats. Next, he ordered the tilers in the gang to replicate a Western-style oven, not for baking bread, but for crafting biscuits. Though Huaxia's array of wheat-based foods was diverse, they could not be stored for long durations. Flour often succumbed to moisture and mold at sea, rendering it inedible. Hence, he turned his thoughts to biscuits. Originally invented by ancient Persians and later introduced to Europe, biscuits had gradually faded from prominence, overshadowed by bread. The modern conception of biscuits emerged from a maritime mishap in the 19th century when a merchant vessel capsized. The crew, stranded on a small island, found their flour soaked, leading to the inventive idea of mixing the wet flour with waterlogged sugar and cream, then baking it on heated stones, resulting in a delightful, crispy biscuit. Due to their long shelf life, biscuits swiftly became a staple for sailors and military personnel alike. Liu Shaokong, alongside 2 chefs, diligently experimented with the biscuit recipe, incorporating eggs while substituting the costly cream with palm oil. After numerous trials, they successfully crafted a batch of biscuits that were quite palatable. These biscuits were then wrapped in oiled paper and placed in sealed boxes to extend their storage life. In addition to food, fresh water was also a pressing concern, with no effective storage solutions. Lu Shaokong could only boil the water to eliminate some bacteria before stowing it on board to ensure ample hydration and the well-being of his crew. He procured a significant quantity of beer, which was reasonably priced among Western brews and could be preserved on the ship for a month. Consuming a modest amount daily would effectively alleviate the psychological burdens faced by the crew at sea, and at critical moments, it could serve as a substitute for water. Chapter 14. Arrival in Cambodia half a month later, the Flying Shark gang set sail, departing from Ceylon. The Portuguese bid them farewell with open arms. For the Flying Shark gang had undergone a transformative rebirth, no longer the destitute mercenaries reliant upon them, but a burgeoning threat to their dominance. Lu Shaokong regarded the Portuguese with a cold smile, knowing that the Dutch, having prepared for nearly a year, would soon send the Portuguese reeling. This aligned perfectly with his interests, as the Dutch concentrated their forces against the Portuguese, leaving Southeast Asia vulnerable. Upon departing, he also managed to entice Zhang Dali and 3 other artillery craftsmen to join him. These 4 individuals were well-versed in both Eastern and Western artillery techniques, a rare find. Additionally, he brought along 2 Dutch clockmakers, captured in Gal, who, while ostensibly clockmakers, were also employed to repair firearms. The Flying Shark gang aimed to manufacture their own muskets, and certain components, particularly the spring steel plates for the firing mechanisms, could not yet be produced in Huaxia, thus necessitating their inclusion. Within the captain's quarters of the Tiger Shark, Diaz was poring over a nautical chart, or rather, a world map. This map had been meticulously crafted by Lu Shaokong, based on future world maps, boasting greater precision than the contemporary Western charts, although he deliberately concealed the continent of Australia. Even so, Diaz perceived it as a treasure, for its accuracy was astounding, complete with latitude and longitude, enabling him to determine his position with ease and without concern for deviation. Thus, 10 days later, the fleet of the Flying Shark gang navigated successfully through the Strait of Malacca. At this juncture, the Dutch East India Company could not exert full control over the strait. Even should they detect this fleet, they would hesitate to intervene, for 2 60-gun ships were no trifling matter, especially with numerous smaller escort vessels accompanying them. Unless they assembled their main fleet, it would be impossible to mount a successful blockade. 2 days later, the fleet arrived in Cambodia, Lu Shaokong's first chosen destination. This choice was influenced by the fact that, during this era, the Kingdom of Cambodia was exceedingly weak, sandwiched between Siam and Annam, modern-day Vietnam. With its governance fragmented and dominated by these 2 nations, the current king, Panhia Chan, was allied through marriage to the Nguyen regime of Annam, which heavily influenced Cambodia's internal affairs. Meanwhile, several lords and nobles had allied themselves with Siam, rendering the nation largely devoid of centralized control. Such a puppet state lacked a formidable military, let alone a navy capable of engaging in costly warfare, thus presenting numerous opportunities for exploitation. The former Lusiang pirate gang had previously occupied Kuen Island in Cambodia without fear of reprisals. Furthermore, the region was relatively tranquil, as the nation had resigned itself to passivity, and its populace exhibited a certain feebleness, resulting in infrequent conflicts. This environment had attracted many Huaxia expatriates, including families of the Lu Xiang pirate gang. Another factor influencing Lu Shaokong's decision was Cambodia's poverty. Maritime trade was underdeveloped, and the Zheng family fleet rarely docked here, leading to an absence of foreign presence and making it a safe haven. Lu Shaokong directed the fleet straight towards the current capital of Cambodia, Saigon. Indeed, at this time, Cambodia still controlled the estuary of the Mekong River, and Vietnam had yet to encroach upon it. However, due to the ongoing civil war between the Zheng and Nguyen factions in Vietnam, a substantial influx of refugees had sought refuge in Cambodia, and the name Saigon was a result of Nguyen manipulation over the Cambodian king. That it is a poignant reflection that a nation's capital could be named by outsiders. As the fleet of the Flying Shark gang entered the harbor of Saigon, it immediately incited a commotion. The imposing figures of the star shark and blue shark, alongside their ominous cannon muzzles, elicited fear among the onlookers. Many fled inland in panic, while others stood by in apprehension. The patrolling Cambodian soldiers swiftly reported the occurrence to their superiors, and soon, waves of soldiers arrived at the port to maintain vigilance. These soldiers were predominantly slender and short, armed with spears and curved scimitars, accompanied by a unit of archers. With a few wielding fowling pieces, they regarded the warships of the Flying Shark Gang with trepidation, their eyes betraying their fear. Had it not been for the commanding officer's incessant shouts, they might have already fled. After a brief interval, a man resembling an official, accompanied by guards and attendants in a small boat, approached the warship. Leader, I am Ma Fong, a junior officer stationed in Cambodia, here at the behest of the local governor to act as a translator for negotiations. The man known as Ma Fong appeared to be around 40. Dressed in trousers and a headscarf, embodying the attire of a Cambodian, he greeted the crew with a sense of familiarity. Liu Shaokong, recognizing him from his predecessor's memories, promptly instructed his men to lower the rope ladder to bring him aboard. Old Ma, let's proceed with the matters at hand. Inform them that we come not for conflict, but to engage in amicable trade, and we have gifts for the king that require discussion with those in charge. Ma Fong translated a few sentences, visibly alleviating the tension among the Cambodian officials, who then permitted him to exchange some pleasantries before descending from the ship. However, his rank was evidently insufficient to make decisions, and he returned to report back. Liu Shaokong's audacity stemmed from his keen understanding of Cambodia's vulnerability as Siam and Vietnam imposed restrictions on its military capabilities. Meanwhile, the Vietnamese regime controlling Cambodia was embroiled in a civil war, and the garrison stationed in Saigon could not muster significant forces. Furthermore, flying the banner of the Han characters, the Ming Dynasty's influence in Southeast Asia remained substantial. Moreover, the Liu Xiong pirate gang had long dominated the seas. Regarding these Southeast Asian nations with disdain, on land, it was one matter, but at sea, their naval power was unparalleled in years past. The Dutch and Portuguese had dared to knock on the Ming Dynasty's maritime doors with merely a handful of warships. Now, Liu Shaokong felt no need to grovel before a puppet state like Cambodia. It was imperative to display strength, which would undoubtedly facilitate subsequent negotiations. 2 hours later, the main delegation finally arrived, led by a contingent of 100 cavalry, followed by 300 infantry. That can be observed that the attire of these soldiers significantly differs from that of the Cambodian military. Furthermore, to everyone's surprise, there are musketeers among this infantry. These musketeers are escorting a sedan chair, which slowly approaches the port dock, where the officials on the shore immediately gather around the chair and bow. In reverence, a figure emerges from within the sedan chair, donned in white official robes and wearing a cap, resembling an official from the Ming Dynasty. However, Liu Shaokong knows that this individual is Vietnamese, as Vietnam venerates the Confucian culture of Huaxia, particularly among the royal family and nobility, who emulate it quite adeptly. The newcomer converses with the Cambodian officials nearby, before casting a gaze towards the warships of the Flying Shark Gang. Soon, a boat arrives with a representative from the Malayan side to meet Liu Shaokong. Leader, the individual is General Nguyen Phuc Van, the commander stationed in Cambodia from Annam. He hails from the Nguyen family and is reportedly the nephew of the current family head. He wields significant power in Cambodia, such that even the king must heed his commands. That he has come to oversee negotiations with us, insisting that we must go ashore and that our party cannot exceed 10 individuals. Upon hearing this, Chen Abi immediately voiced his opposition. The shore is their territory. What if it is a trap? Gao Fei also urged caution, expressing concern for their leader's safety. Leader, I shall accompany the vice leader to meet this general, suggested the strategist Li Mingzhi. Liu Shaokong glanced at the group, exuding confidence as he replied, Do not worry. These individuals lack the courage to initiate conflict, and we are not without our own means. After all, we seek something from them, so going ashore is not an issue. He then instructed Chen Abi and Gao Fei to bring 10 personal guards ashore. The general, being somewhat self-aware, did not prohibit the carrying of weapons, thus including Liu Shaokong. They all brought 2 muskets, with Chen Abi even flamboyantly carrying 4. Chapter 15. Negotiation on the shore, the Cambodians had set up a simple sunshade with a low table and 2 bamboo chairs. Though there was no tea or refreshments, Lu Xiaokong faced Nguyen Phuc Van, both sizing each other up. Nguyen Phuc Van was a short stature, rather diminutive by modern standards, standing at less than 1.60 meters. Clad in official robes and wielding a gold-handled curved saber, he did possess a certain presence. Nguyen Phuc Van regarded Lu Xiaokong with a wary gaze. At first, he assumed he was dealing with pirates from the Ming Dynasty, having been harassed by them in the past. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Uniformly attired, each soldier stood tall and straight, marching with purpose, each armed with 2 muskets, their bearing exuding a disciplined valor. The fierce glint in their eyes quickly made him realize that these individuals were a trained military force, a Ming army. It seems unlikely. They bear no long hair and their attire is different, somewhat unconventional. Where could they be from? Nguyen Phuc Van pondered internally. I am Lu Xiaokong, hailing from the Ming Dynasty. It is a pleasure to meet General Nguyen. Lu introduced himself. Nguyen Phuc Van, coming from the prominent Nguyen family in Vietnam, had even visited the Ming Dynasty before. Thus he was skeptical of Lu Xiaokong's claims. The Ming? Your attire hardly resembles that of a Ming person, he remarked. I have been trading in the South Seas with my kin for many years and have not returned to the Ming nation. Nguyen Phuc Van refrained from further probing Lu Xiaokong's identity and directly inquired, May I ask what brings you to this land? Docking your warships in a foreign port could easily cause misunderstandings. Lu Xiaokong, unperturbed by Nguyen Phuc Van's tone, calmly replied, We bear no ill intentions. We wish to discuss trade with General Nguyen. Trade, you say? Indeed, from grains and copper to fruits, vegetables, and timber. Initially, I intended to go through the king. But having heard of your esteemed power, I thought we might trade directly. Despite harboring doubts about Lu Xiaokong's intentions, Nguyen Phuc Van felt tempted. The prospect of bypassing Cambodian royal channels to engage in commerce was indeed alluring. How much do you require? Lu Xiaokong replied grandly. As much as you can provide. They were preparing to conquer Taiwan, and the amount of supplies needed would be staggering, particularly grains, as Taiwan had not yet been extensively developed, and its production was insufficient to sustain an army. Meanwhile, the Ming Dynasty's maritime restrictions would soon lead to turmoil. Although Cambodia was impoverished, its main crop, rice, could yield 3 harvests a year, ensuring ample supply. Nguyen Phuc Van did not view Lu Xiaokong's bold claims as overreaching. Rather, he believed that these individuals possessed formidable strength, as evidenced by their warships, which were entirely comparable to those of Western nations. At that moment, Vietnam was embroiled in a power struggle between the Trinh and Nguyen families, both of which controlled the major political forces in Vietnam. The Trinh family dominated the later Le dynasty, while the Nguyen family held sway in the south, with both sides frequently at odds in pursuit of powerful weaponry. The Trinh family collaborated with the Dutch, while the Nguyen family allied with the Portuguese to manufacture guns and cannons. Thus, Nguyen Phuc Van was not unfamiliar with Western goods. While other commodities could be negotiated, the matter of copper and iron was critical, as both the Trinh and Nguyen families required vast quantities for warfare. With at least half sourced from Cambodia, Lu Xiaokong chuckled lightly and then took a wooden box from Gao Fei, pushing it towards Nguyen Phuc Van. Upon my arrival, I bring a small gift. I hope General will accept it. Inside the box was gold, impressively weighted. Nguyen Phuc Van's eyes gleamed at the sight of the gold. A general station in Cambodia, he held a high position and amassed considerable wealth each year. Yet much of it went to his overlord, leaving him with little. The lavishness of the Ming individual before him hinted at a lucrative partnership, and as for copper and iron, he could dictate the terms as he saw fit. Having endured hardships in this foreign land while being exploited by his own family, he naturally felt resentment. Thus, the opportunity to profit could not be overlooked. Captain Lu, your generosity is commendable. This trade is certainly feasible. Lu Xiaokong inwardly mocked, realizing that money is indeed the best key to unlock doors. With financial incentives paving the way, their conversation flowed smoothly, and various trade agreements were quickly finalized. The initial trade list included rice, copper, iron, salt, and vegetables and fruits. Lu Xiaokong did not haggle excessively over prices, as this was their first collaboration, and he needed to provide Nguyen Phuc Van with some incentive to motivate him further. Moreover, the largest order pertained to timber. Cambodia was rich in teak, and Taiwan lacked suitable materials for constructing large warships, necessitating purchases from Southeast Asian countries. Fortunately, at that time, Southeast Asian nations did not prioritize maritime ventures, resulting in low demand for large vessels and thus reasonable prices. Nguyen Phuc Van beamed at the timber order, knowing that the deep forest contained abundant century-old teak, representing a no-risk venture with only minimal labor costs required. This cooperation would save Liu Shaokong considerable trouble compared to self-exploitation, as they would only need to load the ships in about 6 months. Both parties found mutual benefit, making the negotiations exceedingly smooth. General Nguyen, I have one more request. Nguyen Phuc Van, already dazzled by the orders at hand, promptly replied, Captain Liu, please proceed. The matter is this. My kin and I have traveled from Ceylon across the seas, and we currently lack a base of operations. Therefore, we wish to rent an island in your territory as a docking site. Price is not an issue. I kindly ask for your consideration, General. Had Liu Shaokong chosen to anchor at a Cambodian port, Nguyen Phuc Van would have certainly declined, as he would never allow a potential threat in his vicinity, especially since the terms of their trade explicitly forbade the Flying Shark Gang's warships from entering the port. However, an island was a different matter. Vietnam, heavily influenced by Huaxia culture, harbored no maritime ambitions, and given the frequent pirate raids, they had little concept of islands. Thus, he readily consented. Of course. May I inquire as to which island you have in mind? Pearl Island. Pearl Island, known in later times as Phu Quoc, belongs to Vietnam, but at present is considered part of Cambodia. It is also Cambodia's largest island, measuring 48 kilometers north to south and 27 kilometers at its widest point. It covers over 500 square kilometers, roughly the size of Singapore. Liu Shaokong was somewhat familiar with this island, having visited it during a previous life for a 3-day stay. Nguyen Phuc Van, who held sway over Cambodian politics, was well aware of Pearl Island and its significance, especially since it was plagued by a band of pirates who occasionally raided the shore. He had previously dispatched naval forces to quell them. But regrettably, the Cambodian Navy was too weak to confront the pirates it is this place. However, the island is occupied by a band of pirates. If Captain Liu can drive them away or eliminate them, the island can be rented to you. Although Pearl Island was labeled as such, it was a desolate and barren land, with limited arable land and previously only a small fishing village residing there. If Liu Shaokong could defeat the pirates occupying the island, it would resolve a troublesome issue for Nguyen Phuc Van, and perhaps it could even charge rent, effectively achieving 2 objectives at once. Ultimately, Liu Shaokong secured the right to reside on Pearl Island for an annual payment of 500 taels of silver. Chapter 16. Occupying Pearl Island. Pearl Island is not far from the Mekong River Delta. One merely needs to navigate around Cape Kianjong and sail less than 100 miles to reach it. Cape Kianjong is akin to Africa's Cape of Good Hope, situated at the southernmost point of Vietnam, serving as an essential landmark and one of the key nodes in the early maritime Silk Road established by the Ming Dynasty. The reason for acquiring Pearl Island is that the Flying Shark Gang requires a forward base. The expedition to Taiwan entails risks, and in the event of failure, a fallback option must be available. Simultaneously, it also serves as a strategic stronghold for future operations in this region, in its former glory. Pearl Island was home to 100,000 inhabitants. Under current conditions, sustaining 20 to 30,000 people poses no insurmountable challenge. As for the island's barrenness, let us not forget that the Chinese nation is renowned for its industriousness and resilience. I'm confident that it will not be long before arable land for cultivating crops is reclaimed. Chief, the leader of the pirates on the island, is named Uday, commanding a crew of over 300 men. They possess fewer than 10 sailing vessels, with only 2 being warships, and their artillery consists of fewer than 10 cannons. In the conference room of the Flying Shark, Meng Haijiao reports, Do not underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the Flying Shark Gang. In the past, Liu Xiang's pirate crew interacted with the vast majority of pirates in Southeast Asia. Pearl Island was once considered a reserve base by Liu Xiang, yet at that time, no one wished to stray too far from home, leading to its abandonment. What a perfect opportunity to hone our skills. Chinabayo rubbed his hands together. This fellow was inherently a violent character. Indeed, it has been a while since we have had the chance to stretch our limbs. The others were equally eager, for the Nanyang region felt like a second homeland to them. Capturing Pearl Island would be akin to acquiring a new home, free from the fears that plagued them during their time in Ceylon. Liu Shaokong, sensing the morale of his troops was high, promptly issued orders. Old Ming, you and Diaz will remain here. The rest shall engage in battle aboard the patrol warships. Remember, adhere strictly to the rehearsed tactics. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall face the whip. Understood, Chief. Half an hour later, Liu Shaokong led the members of the Flying Shark Gang into the waters surrounding Pearl Island, locating the pirates' base and immediately commanding 5 patrol warships to attack. The absence of a deep-water port on Pearl Island rendered vessels exceeding 500 tons incapable of passage. Leaving the 3 main warships helplessly watching, Yude's band of pirates had constructed a stronghold on the western edge of the island, complete with 2 bridge-like docks. As evening fell, wisps of smoke rose lazily into the air, marking an ideal target. The pirates quickly detected the intruders, and the sounds of conch horns and panic shouts echoed, throwing the entire stronghold into chaos. Gisapana, quickly board the ship and prepare to retaliate, shouted a middle-aged man wielding a musket. He was none other than Yude, the leader of the pirates. Faced with the sudden assault, he refused to remain passive and immediately organized his men to resist. Under his command, a team rushed to the docks, boarding their vessels in readiness for battle. The ships at the docks bore distinctly ancient Khmer style, but were, in fact, quite antiquated, inferior even to the warships of the Ming Dynasty. The 2 warships were armed with only 5 or 6 small-caliber flintlock cannons, their only advantage being their compactness and agility. That on the water, the warships of the Flying Shark Gang swiftly approached, aligning in formation when 600 meters from the enemy. Fire, with the signal flag raised. The 5 warships unleashed a volley of nearly 80 cannons, solid iron balls whistling through the air and splashing the sea with towering columns of water. Liu Shaokong observed through his binoculars, shaking his head in disappointment. The results were lackluster, having struck only 1 vessel. The naval gunnery tactics of this era mirrored the scenes depicted in films about the Caribbean pirates, where long-range firing relied heavily on luck. Continue advancing. The Flying Shark Gang's initial volley had only hit a single ship, yet the dense barrage had sufficiently intimidated the pirates. The enemy's warships appeared ferocious, and the crew sensed that further proximity would surely lead to their annihilation. Thus, without awaiting orders, they turned and scattered. Yude on shore cursed vehemently. He had intended to delay the enemy's advance to afford himself ample time to prepare. Damn it, how could this island attract the attention of foreigners? Yude refused to concede, having thrived in this maritime domain, living a comfortable life, only to hope that the invading foreigners were few in number. However, reality proved harsh. The 5 patrol vessels reached the docks, bombarding the stronghold. Yude was left in despair as his fortress lay within the range of the cannons. Under the relentless assault of iron projectiles, it crumbled into ruins. The pirates fled in every direction, and Yude, unable to restrain his men, ultimately retreated into the island's dense foliage with a few loyal followers. Having just landed, Liu Shaokong, Chunabayo, and Zhao Xiaohu witnessed the pirates' flight, and, disregarding any need for formation, immediately ordered a pursuit. They are too weak. Had we known, we wouldn't have followed the flintlock men to Ceylon, Chunabayo grumbled. Nearby, Gao Fei scoffed. That's hindsight for you. When we left, we had none of these firearms and cannons. If we had truly attacked this island, we would have lost countless brothers. We owe it all to the chief's foresight. Indeed, in previous battles, we suffered casualties each time. Now we have experienced the transformation. Even if we encounter the Zheng family or the imperial troops, we will still prevail. Although this skirmish was modest in scale, it revitalized the morale of the Flying Shark Gang. This is what we call a dimensional strike. The effortless capture of Pearl Island did not elicit excessive joy from Liu Shaokong. Instead, he felt a twinge of melancholy, reflecting on how, 300 years hence, the Chinese would be similarly subdued by the Western world. Subjected to territorial concessions and reparations, the pirates fled swiftly, and unfamiliar with the island geography, the Flying Shark Gang was ordered to cease pursuit to avoid unnecessary casualties. Lu Shaokong dispatched personnel to notify Meng Haijiao and others to patrol the waters surrounding the island, preventing the pirates' escape. After all, they were free laborers essential to the island's development. Master, the second phase of the plan can be implemented. Li Mingzhi stroked his goatee, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Rest assured, Chief, I shall mobilize our men immediately. With a base established, their next task was to bring the scattered families of the gang members to the island, while simultaneously offering financial incentives to recruit soldiers. During this era, the lives of overseas Chinese in Nanyang were fraught with hardship. In addition to a lack of productive capacity, they faced discrimination and oppression from the local populace, even massacres. For instance, the Spanish in the Philippines had launched 2 mass slaughters against the local Chinese community. Thus, sometimes even providing a meal could compel individuals to risk their lives, particularly those struggling to support families. With sufficient relocation funds, recruiting manpower would pose no issue. Chief, we have completed the inventory. This band of pirates is not wealthy. We captured 45 individuals, and their amassed wealth amounts to less than 5 chests, mostly copper coins and a small chest of jewelry and precious metals. They had a considerable amount of food, around 10,000 caddies, while their weaponry consisted primarily of spears and curved sabers, a few muskets, 5 barrels of gunpowder, 2 small flintlock cannons, and some poultry and livestock. Additionally, the pirates had cultivated approximately 100 acres of rice fields. Gao Fei reported methodically, his mind sharp. Lu Shaokong nodded. A Fei, you and Xiaohu split into 2 teams. Take some captives to secure the water supply, and strive to compel the remaining pirates to surrender. The island's resources are limited. Controlling the water source will hasten the pirates' capitulation. That night, all members of the Flying Shark Gang, except for those stationed on guard aboard their ships, disembarked and set up camp. Chapter 17. Fiery Copper Spears 2 months later. Pearl Island had transformed into a hive of activity, bustling with laborers. The pirates who once ruled this territory, having been cut off from retreat, surrendered en masse and began constructing the stronghold. Moreover, the island was now populated with numerous women, children, and elderly individuals. Through Li Mingzhi's efforts, the families of the Flying Shark Gang scattered across Nanyang were brought together. Even the widows and orphans of fallen members were not forsaken. This was a tradition upheld from times past. Lu Xiang had effectively employed this method to continuously amass manpower. Even in opposition to the Zheng family and the Ming Dynasty, he managed to garner a loyal following. Lu Shaokong preserved this tradition, winning hearts and minds. Although this added considerable burdens, the results were remarkable. In merely 2 months, over 2,000 individuals have been recruited, most of whom came with their families. Chief, all residents of the island have been registered, and the total population has reached 15,620. The stronghold is nearing completion, with housing constructed, and the brothers are highly motivated. Li Mingzhi reported with a smile to Lu Shaokong. Lu Shaokong gazed at the members training in the distance, feeling a sense of accomplishment, as if he were living out a tale of agricultural triumph. I owe much to your tireless efforts during these days. Chief, you are too kind. This is merely my duty, Li Mingzhi replied. Lu Shaokong continued. In 2 months, I have decided to depart for Taiwan. Leaving this place in your capable hand, I will retain 300 men to assist you, while your primary task will be to cultivate the land. Mobilize the women to sew military uniforms, shoes, and hats, and do not neglect the collection and procurement of coconuts. Palm oil and soap production must also be maintained. Rest assured, Chief, I may not excel in warfare, but I am confident in my ability to manage the island's operations, Li Mingzhi assured him. After more than a year of collaboration, Lu Shaokong had come to understand this seemingly cunning advisor well. He was indeed skilled in domestic governance. After further discussions, he made his way to the island's rudimentary armory to conduct inspections and offer encouragement. In ancient China, craftsmanship was not highly valued, particularly during the Ming Dynasty, where artisans held a low status and received meager treatment, resulting in subpar weapon quality. In contrast, the Qing Dynasty under Hong Taiji placed significant emphasis on craftsmen who surrendered, enhancing their remuneration, leading to the Qing army's firearms surpassing those of the Ming in quality, an irony not lost on anyone. Although the armory was rudimentary, it boasted a considerable number of artisans, primarily blacksmiths, diligently hammering iron materials to forge weapons. These weapons were not swords or sabers, but bayonets, although firearms had begun to dominate the battlefield. The operational concept had yet to fully adapt. For instance, the presence of pikemen on the battlefield was essential to shield musketeers from cavalry charges. Moreover, the musketeers typically donned cold weapons, such as swords and daggers, to contend with close combat. The specialized bayonet for muskets has also emerged. This bayonet features a wooden handle and must be inserted into the muzzle, meaning that once affixed, the musket cannot be fired at. In fact, the prototype of the bayonet appeared during the Ming Dynasty, where the army was equipped with a type of quick-firing gun that had a spearhead attached to the front of the firearm, also requiring insertion. The inserted bayonet, while affecting the musket's ability to fire, had a tenuous connection to the muzzle, making it prone to detachment during clashes, and thus it did not achieve widespread adoption. Liu Shaokong ordered the creation of a second-generation sleeve-type bayonet, which included a sleeve at the base of the bayonet that could be fitted onto the gun barrel. This design, while simple, had the drawback of preventing the installation of a front sight on the musket. However, at this juncture, the accuracy of the musket was already lacking, regardless of the presence of sight. The bayonet adopted a triangular structure, not only serving the purpose of bloodletting, but also possessing armor-piercing capabilities, considering that most future adversaries would be clad in armor. Liu Shaokong approached the weapons rack, where several completed bayonets were displayed. The bayonets measured 0.5 meters in length. Due to the rudimentary state of metalworking at this time, the quest for strength had resulted in a heavier design, which, while imposing, also appeared more formidable and sharp. Once affixed to the gun barrel, their length approached 2 meters, making them suitable for use as spears. "Boss, our supply of iron is running low. We can forge at most 200 bayonets," remarked Zhang Dali, who, along with 3 other comrades, were not only proficient in cannon making, but were also blacksmiths. Given the constraints of their environment, they had to revert to their original craft for the time being. Liu Shaokong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. The Flying Shark Gang now required the purchase of nearly all its supplies, particularly strategic materials like copper and iron, which were scarce in production and could not keep pace with their own transportation. Consequently, the large-scale forging of weapons was immensely resource-intensive, and it was not only the bayonets that demanded iron. Currently, they had already forged 1,000 bayonets, which was sufficient for their needs. Once the remaining iron was utilized, they would take a respite until the next shipment of iron arrived. After conversing with Zhang Dali for a while longer, Liu Shaokong proceeded to another workshop, where the gang's veteran blacksmith, Chunin, was accompanied by 2 apprentices diligently crafting grenades. These grenades were of the ancient spherical type, equipped with fuses. Although primitive, they were indispensable tools on the battlefield. They had initially contemplated creating a blossom bomb, but based on past experiences and current experiments, blossom bombs at this time were exceedingly unstable. The primary issue lay with the fuse. There were currently 2 types in existence. One was the primitive gunpowder fuse from the West, essentially a large grenade ignited before being thrown into the cannon's chamber, with the caveat that the fuse must not ignite the powder within the chamber, lest catastrophe ensue. Additionally, the hollow structure of the grenade could not withstand high chamber pressures and could only be fired from mortars or low-pressure cannons. The other type was the spiral wooden fuse from the Ming Dynasty, which was embedded within a spiral wooden pattern. While it was ahead of its time, the fuse's direct contact with the gunpowder did not significantly enhance safety, limiting its use to small-caliber artillery, thereby resulting in relatively low explosive power, akin to that of a grenade. But a resolution to this dilemma would not arrive for another century. The structure was not overly complex. It involved affixing a circular wooden base to the projectile, with the fuse designed as a conical wooden tube, sealed at both ends and containing a powder wick. The tube would also feature markings to create small holes at designated distances. When the propellant burned, flames would ignite the fuse at the tube's head, which would then burn along the wick, igniting the powder within the blossom bomb at the small hole, causing an explosion. It is worth noting that the casing of the projectile could not be excessively thick. Otherwise, its explosive power would diminish. Nonetheless, this process was quite intricate and necessitated meticulous experimentation for success. Thus, for the time being, solid projectiles and shotguns dominated the scene. The new Blossom bomb could only await a time when a stable base and sufficient manpower and financial resources became available for experimentation. However, alternatives were not entirely absent. He then ventured to a distant workshop, where he could see figures in the distance launching fireworks. Indeed, it was fireworks, the sound of which was quite familiar. With a pop, the Siyuan Tianhou, a traditional Chinese firework, was being studied by Liu Shaokong in a larger variant. During the Jiajing era, the Ming army had prepared a concentrated rocket system capable of launching hundreds of rockets simultaneously to strike enemies. Colloquially referred to as a swarm of bees due to its sound. This equipment later found its way into the hands of South Asian Indians, who, through modifications, inflicted significant losses on British invaders with their improved version of the Swarm of Bees rocket launcher. After the war, the British improved the Indian rocket launcher into a more powerful and far-reaching artillery piece, named after its inventor, Congreve, thus becoming known as the Congreve rocket. The British military excelled in the use of rocket artillery, employing it in both naval and land battles. It was said that in one naval engagement, they expended as many as 25,000 rounds. Additionally, during the Opium Wars, this rocket artillery was extensively utilized, inflicting substantial casualties on the Qing forces. For instance, in the pivotal Battle of Bali Bridge, the British Army launched hundreds of rockets, resulting in heavy losses for General Sengolinken's cavalry and causing significant disarray in their formations, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. This type of rocket artillery underwent extensive imitation during the Qing Dynasty's self-strengthening movement, being referred to as the flying fire copper gun. Liu Shaokong, lacking artillery for land combat and pressed for time and casting, ultimately turned his attention to the Congreve rocket. Its lightweight design, ease of firing, and straightforward manufacturing made it a formidable weapon adaptable for both land and sea. The principle was simple. It was a scaled-up version of the Siyuan Tianhou. Liu Shaokong ordered the production of the final version of the flying fire copper gun, utilizing iron and copper for the propellant chamber and installing 3 spiral wooden fins at the rear to enhance stability during flight. Akin to the rifling found in bullets and shells, significantly improving accuracy. The craftsmen tasked with creating the flying fire copper gun were 10 artisans recruited from Nanyang, skilled in the art of fireworks, who collaborated with 5 blacksmiths in the development process. Fortunately, Liu Shaokong had previously encountered the design and structure of such rocket artillery in forums, and after several trials, the artisans successfully replicated it. To be honest, this large-scale version of Siyuan Tianhou posed no challenge to the skilled craftsmen of China. However, due to material shortages, only small rocket artillery could be produced, with a range barely reaching 1,000 meters. Chapter 18. Arrival in Taiwan at last. Liu Shaokong arrived at a site where wisps of thick smoke billowed in the distance. Upon approaching, he found around 20 individuals using firewood to heat hollow iron barrels. These barrels bore a striking resemblance to the distillation apparatus of the era, emitting a pungent odor from within. Not far from the site, several workers were transporting wooden barrels, pouring out a viscous black liquid. In the future, one might recognize this as the industrial lifeblood known as black gold, petroleum. Although oil had been discovered long ago, few had grasped its potential, with large-scale applications only emerging in the 19th century. Records of oil exist across various nations, including China, where it was regarded as an ominous substance to be avoided. Notably, the nation of Java has detailed legends surrounding its discovery. Locals unearthed oil while excavating a beach, dubbing it ghost oil due to its color and scent. Liu Shaokong, having heard tales of ghost oil during his years of trading in Southeast Asia, quickly recognized its significance in his current endeavors. Unsurprisingly, this was a shallow oil deposit, and the people of the time were yet to comprehend its value. Given his own lack of offensive capabilities and the expensive and secretive nature of the mighty fire oil produced in Ming, which was also known for its effectiveness in fire attacks, he leveraged his advanced knowledge to discreetly have Li Mingzhi procure oil from the locals, since Java was currently under Dutch control. Large-scale purchases were unfeasible, and they could only smuggle oil using small boats operated by local Chinese, having thus far acquired 300 barrels. They were presently utilizing rudimentary methods to distill and separate gasoline and kerosene. Gasoline could be fashioned into incendiary devices, while kerosene served as a practical illumination fuel before the advent of electric lamps. Monopolizing kerosene in the future would likely yield even greater value than gasoline. Historical records indicate that during the Qing Dynasty, over 1 million gallons of kerosene were imported annually from foreign traders, a staggering figure for ancient times. As for diesel, the advent of internal combustion engines was likely still far off, so it was not a pressing concern. Even so, nearly 10 days were spent discerning gasoline and kerosene based on their scent and color. The remaining byproducts were rebarreled for future U.S. It is important to note that the residual crude oil could be refined into various lubricants, paraffin, asphalt, and more. However, given the current lack of time and resources, these byproducts could only be stored for later. After inspecting the oil refinery, Liu Shaokong directed his attention to the training of soldiers. In June, following a summer rain, flat-bottomed boats traversed the docks of Pearl Island, continuously ferrying supplies to the larger vessels. As the summer monsoon approached, Liu Shaokong could no longer bide his time and resolved to set sail. Accompanied by 3 grand vessels, 2 armed transport ships, 2 patrol boats, and a contingent of 2,600 soldiers, he embarked on this expedition to Taiwan. Though the numbers were not overwhelming, he brimmed with confidence. For at that moment, the colonizers on Taiwan numbered merely over 1,000, a combined force of Dutch and Spanish. His subordinates, seasoned veterans forged in the crucible of battle, were well-trained and equipped with flintlock rifles. Their combat efficacy vastly superior to the past. With careful planning, failure was not an option. A day later, with supplies fully loaded onto the ships, Liu Shaokong bid farewell to Li Mingzhi and Liu Bao, who remained behind, and set sail. Life at sea proved monotonous. The daily ritual of deck cleaning was indispensable for the crew. Liu Shaokong, ensconced in the captain's quarters, diligently studied the navigation techniques of his era, meticulously calculating their position. In this age devoid of satellite positioning and communication, sailing across the vast ocean required utmost caution. Fortunately, the waters of Nanyang had once been the backyard of the Flying Shark Gang, and the maritime charts and various sea landmarks were etched in his memory. Provided they avoided extreme weather, the voyage held little risk. 3 days later, they passed their first landmark, the Shisha Islands, comprising over 20 islands. This area was sparsely populated at the time. Although nominally part of the Ming Dynasty, the Ming Navy rarely ventured here, and fishermen would not travel such distances for their catch. It was predominantly a temporary haven for maritime merchants and pirates. This location had once served as a resupply point for Liu Xiang's pirate crew during their plundering of Nanyang, due to the presence of freshwater springs on one of the islands. Liu Shaokong, well versed in the details of these islands, quickly located the spring, replenished their freshwater supplies, and after a brief respite, continued their journey. 3 days later, they arrived at the Dongsha Islands, the smallest of the 4 major archipelagos in the South China Sea. Lacking freshwater resources, Liu Shaokong chose not to linger, but he charted their course based on the positions of Dongsha and Taiwan, opting to bypass the Taiwan Strait to evade the Zheng family and the Dutch, instead heading directly south to traverse the Bashi Channel, thereafter seeking a landing site along the eastern coast of Taiwan. Having comprehensive nautical charts of the island, including natural harbors along the Taitung coastline, Liu Shaokong felt assured. 10 days later, they finally arrived at a locale known as Crab Claw. Liu Shaokong surveyed the pristine bay, devoid of human intervention. Its geographical position was exceptional, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the harbor opening to the southeast, embraced by 2 crescent-shaped peninsulas resembling the pincers of a crab, hence its name. The terrain was strategic and rarely visited, having once been a stronghold for pirates. To his astonishment, this place was none other than Sueo Port, one of the naval bases of the Taiwanese military. Liu Shaokong, a military enthusiast in his previous life, had previously researched Taiwanese naval bases. And Sueo was one of the 3 major ports, serving as a military, commercial, and fishing harbor. Nestled in the fertile Ilan Plain, with ample rainfall, it represented the largest plain in Taitung. The pirates' discernment in locating such a strategic site was remarkable. Moreover, this location was only 50 nautical miles from Keelung, making it ideal for lurking and waiting for the opportune moment. Furthermore, it held potential for future settlement and development, a rare gem indeed. The veteran members of the Flying Shark Gang reflected on the past. After their leader Liu Xiang's defeat in his rivalry with the Zheng family, He had sought refuge here for a time, and now they returned once more. Lu Shaokong observed the area for a while before dispatching 2 small teams to scout the land. Noticing the absence of rival factions, he then ordered the fleet to approach the shore, establish a camp, and unload their supplies. By evening, on the sandy beach of the camp, the members of the Flying Shark Gang celebrated with a bonfire, sharing their treasured liquor while cooking freshly caught seafood, laughter echoing in the air. After spending half a month aboard the ships, the crew was mentally fatigued, and Lu Shaokong permitted them a moment of relaxation. At the highest point, he held a small flask of liquor, gazing out at the picturesque Sao landscape, bordered by the Pacific Ocean, with mountains meeting the sea. The scenery was breathtaking, resembling a painting. Even having witnessed numerous beautiful sights in his past life, he couldn't help but marvel. The following day, Lu Shaokong rallied the Flying Shark Gang. Some began cutting timber to construct shelters, others ventured into the sea for fishing, some hunted in the mountains for wild vegetables, and others fortified the high ground of the bay with rudimentary defensive positions. This would serve as their forward base and one of the future residential sites, necessitating their utmost vigilance, for they were not the only force in these waters. And caution was paramount. "Boss, we have captured 2 indigenous scouts. What should we do with them?" Chinabayo presented 2 emaciated mountain dwellers clad in hemp garments before Lu Shaokong. Lu Shaokong was not surprised. The Yilan region was indeed suitable for habitation, naturally attracting the indigenous peoples of Taiwan. "The Gamalan people have cooperated with us in the past. Send them to Uncle Lu Fa and discuss matters with their chieftain." Aiming to avoid escalating tensions, Lu instructed. During this era, Taiwan's indigenous population numbered around 300,000, scattered across various regions, with most exhibiting a strong aversion to outsiders, particularly Han immigrants. However, Lu Shaokong understood that to establish a foothold in Taiwan, sheer force would not suffice. It was imperative to cultivate alliances. Soon, Lu Fa returned to the camp after discussions, accompanied by a team and 2 Gamalan individuals. "Boss, the elder chieftain of the Gamalan is still alive, and we are old acquaintances. That I offered him some cloth, salt, and ironware, and in return, he provided us with 5,000 caddies of rice, along with agreements for further cooperation. Additionally, I discovered that their entire tribe numbers fewer than 3,000. Lacking firearms, posing no threat to us," Lu Fa reported with a smile. Lu Shaokong regarded the Gamalan people with indifference. This small, gentle tribe was not prone to conflict, and securing their loyalty through mutual benefit would render them an asset rather than a threat. Presently, they had limited supplies, making the exchange of goods particularly advantageous. It was worth noting that rice cultivation in Taiwan allowed for 2 harvests a year, with some areas even achieving 3. The abundant rainfall and numerous streams ensured that, as long as one was willing to labor, sustenance would not be an issue, provided there was no exploitation. Chapter 19. Batavia. While commanding his subordinates in Yilan to construct a fortification, Lu Shaokong dispatched Gao Fei with a team disguised as indigenous people to scout the location of the Spanish fortress in Jilong and gather other intelligence. Currently, 2 foreign powers operated in Taiwan: the Dutch in the south and the Spanish in the Jilong region of Taipei. In truth, Spain's focus lay primarily in the Americas, concentrating on its colonial endeavors in the Philippines. But after suffering defeats at the hands of the Dutch in Europe, their power waned considerably. This decline emboldened the Dutch East India Company, particularly after their victory in the Battle of Malacca, which expelled the Portuguese and strategically encircled the Philippines, leaving their trade routes perilously vulnerable and the situation increasingly dire. Spanish authorities recognized this predicament and sought to break free, one avenue being the establishment of a foothold in Taiwan, aiming to forge trade relations with neighboring nations, especially the Ming Dynasty, to ultimately weaken and drive out the Dutch. However, the reality proved harsh and unyielding. Firstly, the Ming Dynasty harbored no goodwill towards foreigners and ignored their envoys. Subsequently, the Spanish sought to engage the Zheng family, but the maritime merchants and pirates represented by Zheng maintained cooperative ties with the Dutch and harbored distrust for the Spaniards, unwilling to instigate conflict with the Dutch. Similarly, the Koreans and Japanese shared this sentiment, leaving the Spanish to face repeated setbacks with no tangible results. Undeterred, they concentrated on fortifying their presence in Taiwan, constructing the fortress of Santo Domingo in Tamsui and San Salvador in Geelong, while also searching for gold, gems, and silver, seeking to win over the local indigenous population. Yet they found no valuable mineral deposits and were outmatched by the Dutch in their methods, with profits insufficient to cover military expenditures. Consequently, the Manila authorities decided to reduce their garrison, even relinquishing the Santo Domingo fortress in Tamsui. The Dutch were vigilant, monitoring the movements of the Spanish in Taipei. They obtained intelligence regarding the Spanish troop reductions through the indigenous workers employed by the Spanish, prompting them to launch an offensive on Geelong to eradicate Spanish influence. Liu Shaokong, however, recognized that his resources were still limited. Recklessly attacking any fortified stronghold was not prudent. Moreover, given their current strength and reputation, convincing the Han populace on the island to join their cause seemed unlikely. Thus, he planned to leverage the upcoming conflict in Geelong, hoping that the mutual strife between the two powers would allow him to emerge as the opportunistic victor. In mid-July, at the headquarters of the Dutch East India Company in Batavia, the fabled Coconut City, it had been over 20 years since the Dutch seized control, establishing this as their center for expansion in Asia. They invested heavily in constructing cities, squares, ports, and fortifications, and the relentless efforts of the East India Company had yielded significant development. Especially in trade, one can discern the bustling activity of numerous vessels densely packed in the port. In a corner of the harbor, various ships of the Dutch East India Company are docked, including 30 warships of varying sizes and over 100 armed merchant vessels. Onshore stands a massive military encampment, showcasing numerous fortifications erected at strategic points with stringent defenses. The entire city of Batavia is garrisoned by 4,000 soldiers, and when accounting for nearby outposts, the number swells to 7,000. At the heart of the encampment lies a fortress-like 3-story building, constructed of red bricks with glass windows. Within a lavishly decorated office, 2 individuals engage in conversation. Colonel Ramodi, the board has decided to send you to reinforce Tredenius, with the aim of completely eradicating the Spanish presence in Taiwan. The speaker, clad in a Dutch military uniform, appears to be in his 50s, with graying hair. From the insignia, it is evident that he holds the rank of general, the only one in Batavia, namely the current governor of the Dutch East India Company, Anthony van Diemen. Opposite Anthony sits an officer under 40, his brow furrowed with confusion and a hint of anger. Governor, the board promised me command of a fleet to assault Gal. How could they suddenly change their plans? Anthony, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies, the change of plans stems from intelligence we have received indicating that the Spanish have been steadily reducing their forces in Taiwan, even abandoning the city of Santo Domingo. It is estimated that their stronghold in San Salvador currently harbors only around 200 MENAS for Colombo. A powerful fleet has already been dispatched from the homeland and will soon arrive in India. This mission aims not only to reclaim Gal, but also to decisively crush the Portuguese. Ramodi is deeply dissatisfied, as the difference between attacking Gal and Taiwan is stark. The board had promised him a fleet of 40 ships for the recovery of Gal, and achieving such a feat would bring him immense glory, possibly leading to a promotion to rear admiral or even the governorship of Ceylon. Yet Taiwan, with its scant 200 defenders and dilapidated fortress, in cooperation with the Taiwanese fleet, would diminish the credit for his accomplishments. Noticing Ramodi's discontent, Anthony reassures him. There is more to this matter than meets the EYE.IT is not that the board does not support you, but rather that the losses at Gal and the returning fleet have incited outrage back home. The company has been held accountable, and the board is under considerable pressure, necessitating this concession. Though the Dutch East India Company has only existed for 40 years, its rapid development, especially after achieving victory in the Battle of Malacca against the Portuguese, has solidified its maritime dominance in Asia. This has, in turn, sparked trepidation within the Netherlands, as the further the company strays from the homeland, the weaker the domestic influence and control becomes. Thus, the Dutch authorities are using the Gal incident to undermine the East India Company, opting to send forces from the homeland to reclaim Gal and subsequently expel the Portuguese from Colombo, effectively tightening their grip on Ceylon. Ceylon is a crucial stronghold for the Dutch in the Indian Ocean and a vital supply point for the returning fleet from Asia, akin to grasping the company's throat. Ensuring that the East India Company poses no threat. Ramoti is taken aback by Anthony's explanation. It is clear now that the homeland is intervening, and he realizes that the power struggle between the state and the company is beyond the influence of a mere colonel. I can engage the Spanish, but I request to remain stationed. Ramoti is no fool. His relentless efforts in Asia are driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune, while immediate renown may be challenging. Establishing a base in Taiwan would allow him to oversee trade in the region, knowing full well that Taiwan serves as a trade hub for all of Northeast Asia. Even governing a single city would yield significant rewards. If the Spanish are defeated, the Taipei area will inevitably require someone to take command, prompting Anthony to readily agree. No problem. I will draft an appointment letter for you to present to Trudenius upon your arrival in Taiwan. Remember, although the Spanish are in decline, their fortifications are formidable. Do not underestimate them. Rest assured, Governor, should I fail to capture San Salvador, I shall immediately tender my resignation. Anthony nods in agreement. This time, the East India Company is committing 800 men and 8 or 9 warships. If they cannot secure victory, it would indeed be foolish. I have already coordinated with the logistics department. Supplies in the warehouse can be replenished as needed, but we will depart in 5 days. Yes, Governor. Chapter 20. Fort Zeelandia. Fort Zeelandia, a grand fortress constructed by the Dutch in Taiwan, serves as the trade hub of the East India Company throughout East Asia. The fortress comprises 2 layers, with the inner city being square-shaped and 3 stories high. The ground level connects to the outer city, whose walls rise to 10 meters, composed of a mixture of glutinous rice juice, sugar water, and oyster shell ash blended with soil. Bastions are constructed around the city walls, each equipped with 12 cannons. Including the walls and inner city, there are a total of 80 cannons, making it a formidable stronghold. The highest point of the inner city, stand 4 2-story red brick buildings, one of which houses the office of Governor Trudenius. A young Dutch officer speaks loudly. Governor, it is now late July, and the reinforcement from Batavia have yet to arrive. If this continues, the monsoon will cease, and our northward movement will be severely hampered. Moreover, if news leaks out, once the Spanish are alerted, we will pay a hefty price. Trudenius, in his 40s with a long beard, shares in the concern, but he has been instructed to await reinforcements before advancing northward. Harris, do not be hasty. The reinforcements may have encountered a storm. They could arrive any day now. Humph. I hope they don't come. They are merely here to claim the credit. Harris retorts angrily. Trudenius furrows his brow. Admonishing, Colonel Harris, we are colleagues. Do not speak ill of them. Harris, slightly chastened, responds, Governor, I have heard that Governor Anthony's health has deteriorated, and personnel changes are underway within the company. Consider this. Our annual trade with the Ming Dynasty. Korea, Japan, and the local Taiwanese produces resources that account for at least 30% of the company's total trade. The company claims to be sending reinforcement for the battle, but I fear that once they arrive, they may not leave and instead directly seize the Spanish territory. Upon hearing his subordinate's analysis, Trudenius falls silent, quickly realizing that, setting aside his own ambitions for the governorship, the Batavia authorities likely do not wish for him to gain power, seeking to divide his rights and trade in Taiwan. This is tantamount to robbing him. These scoundrels, defeating the Spanish should be a trivial matter for us. Why must they insist on sending reinforcements? It seems they are indeed targeting us. Harris, I concur with your assessment. Do not wait for the reinforcements. Prepare immediately. I will allocate 4 warships, 2 armed transports, and 400 soldiers. Furthermore, to ensure we successfully take down the Spanish, contact the local chieftains in Tam Sui and promise them some treasures to secure their support. Trudenius, fueled by determination, promptly dispatches a significant portion of the soldiers and warships stationed at Fort Zeelandia. Harris is elated, realizing that his persuasion has borne fruit. If they achieve victory, with the backing of his associates, he believes he can quickly ascend to become one of the important commanders in Batavia. He bows deeply, assuring, Governor, we will surely defeat the Spanish. Eager for achievement, Harris sets out the next day, bringing together his troops and supplies, and takes advantage of the monsoon to swiftly reach Tam Sui, establishing contact with the local indigenous people. They have a history of trade and are well acquainted, for it was the Dutch who, through various means, had incited trouble for the Spanish, ultimately driving them out of the Tamsui area when the Spanish established a fortress there. The Taiwanese indigenous people lack the advanced civilization of the Han Chinese and remain largely in a primitive state, dependent on the Dutch for cloth, ironware, and even salt. Tempted by these goods, the tribal chieftains agreed to the Dutch request for military support. Two forces advanced by land and sea, agreeing to rendezvous 5 days later at the seaside near Geelong, in mid-August, in the vicinity of Geelong, 10 miles from the island of Peace where San Salvador is located. Liu Shaokong and the members of the Flying Shark Gang lie in ambush in the dense forest. Liu Shaokong, aware only that the Battle of Geelong would erupt in August but not knowing the specific date, has had his men lying in wait for 14 days. Boss, I say we should just charge in and eliminate the Spanish. A mere fortress with just over 100 men should fall with a single assault. Chunabayo expresses his impatience. The term Spanish was coined by Liu Shaokong to distinguish them from the Franks, as both the Portuguese and Spanish were once collectively referred to as Franks, albeit with distinguishing modifiers. Before Liu Shaokong can respond, Gao Fei scoffs from the side. Fatty, you may be all muscle and no brain. Do not underestimate the Spanish. Most of them are holed up in the fortress with 30 or 40 cannons, commanding the high ground. Our ships are precious. We cannot afford to lose them here. We have over 2,000 men. What is there to fear? We've been cooped up here for over 10 days, getting bitten by mosquitoes, and if this goes on, we'll all turn into wild men. Chonabayo's words echo the sentiments of many in the Flying Shark Gang, who have grown weary of hiding in the woods, plagued by insect bites and subsisting on stale biscuits, often interrupted by rain, leading to illness among their ranks. Had they not been trained by Liu Shaokong to exhibit high levels of obedience, their former rebellious nature would have certainly resurfaced by now. Liu Shaokong, too, is feeling the weight of impatience. However, the lives of thousands of his gang rest on his shoulders, compelling him to act with caution. Just now, Gao Fei made a valid point. After investigation, although San Salvador is not large, it is indeed a formidable stronghold, characterized by its quadrilateral architecture, standing over 6 meters tall, with a small bastion constructed at each corner. Each bastion is armed with 6 cannons, and when accounting for other positions, there are more than 30 cannons of various sizes in total. Moreover, there are 3 additional artillery forts at elevated positions outside the city. Although only one remains, it is far from insignificant. Liu Shaokong and his subordinates lack experience in assaulting such robust fortifications, especially considering their limited resources. They truly wish to avoid a direct confrontation. Furthermore, although there are over 200 fire copper spears available, they are of a smaller caliber, lacking sufficient power to significantly aid in the siege, even if they were to leverage their numerical advantage to capture San Salvador. The cost would be exorbitant, not to mention the impending confrontation with the Dutch, let alone the presence of the fortress at Terenza. With their current manpower, they cannot afford substantial losses. Fei, go inform the brothers to wait for 3 more days. After that, we shall launch an attack on the Spaniards. Gao Fei did not speak further, but nodded and set off to relay the order. This was Liu Shaokong's strategy to buy time, at worst. After 3 days, he would lead a larger force to make a move and then relocate. Indeed, with a clear timeline and objective established, the followers ceased their complaints and remained in the old forest. Awaiting further instructions, 2 days later, Liu Shaokong finally received urgent news from the outer scouts, reporting a large number of natives gathering along the coastline, heading towards the chicken cage area. Boss, there are about 1,000 of these natives. Clearly heading for the Spaniards, Gao Fei exclaimed with excitement. Liu Shaokong felt invigorated. The hardships endured in recent days had not been in vain. An opportunity had finally presented itself. Fei, send word to the vice leader to immediately set sail for the designated sea area. Biaozi, relay the order for everyone to gather their weapons and equipment. We depart at once. Yes, the Flying Shark Gang had not tasted blood for quite some time, and upon hearing that the awaited opportunity had arrived, each member eagerly prepared, their morale soaring in their eyes. Foreigners were quite wealthy, especially in possession of a sizable fortress. They simply could not resist, for they were, at their core, sea bandits. Chapter 21. The Battle of San Salvador within San Salvador. 4 rows of barracks were constructed against the city wall, with a solitary small building at the easternmost point serving as the residence and office of the Spanish governor, Petiro, stationed in Taiwan. The Spaniards' operational methods were inferior to those of the Portuguese and Dutch, compounded by insufficient funding from the Philippine headquarters, resulting in difficult conditions for the officials and soldiers in San Salvador. For instance, Petiro's office was sparsely furnished, hardly reflecting that of a colonial military officer. Haha, from this day forth, we shall no longer need to cater to Manila's whims. Petiro laughed boisterously as he gazed at the 2 boxes on the table, one containing yellow powder and the other white. "Major, we have finally succeeded," exclaimed a scruffy officer. "Yamal, you have made a significant contribution this time. Once the market opens up, I shall grant you a 10% share." "Thank you, Major, but we must maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, if Manila learns of this, the consequences." Petiro rubbed the powder between his fingers and snorted. "Every time I think of this, I am tempted to bombard them." Each year, they reduce the station troops while adding more tasks. This aside, the supplies and wages are never delivered on time, though we have done well enough to provide the requisite sulfur each month. It turned out that the Spaniards had been searching for valuable minerals in Taiwan. Failing to discover gold or silver mines, they turned their attention to other resources. Their efforts bore fruit when they found sulfur deposits in the chicken cage area. Sulfur could be used to produce gunpowder, ensuring a steady market for both personal use and trade. However, the output from San Salvador was limited, and the Manila authorities did not afford adequate attention. Continuing instead to reduce the station troops, discontented, Petiro decided to pursue his own venture, the production of gunpowder. That he secretly hired a missionary from Spain, skilled in gunpowder production, and utilized the local natives to extract sulfur. He then gathered bird droppings from nearby islands to refine into nitrate powder, and with the addition of charcoal, gunpowder could be produced. He had already contacted buyers, namely the Portuguese, and based on projected output, they could expect to earn at least 20,000 silver coins annually, a substantial windfall. "Indeed, it feels as though we are exiles," Yamal concurred, "but I still suggest providing ample benefits to each soldier to prevent them from leaking information." "Naturally," Petiro replied with a smile, "that I will ensure that everyone is involved, binding them together. Once we have amassed sufficient wealth, we can strengthen our connections, expand our garrison, defeat the Dutch, and perhaps even sever ties with Manila." Just as Petiro boldly articulated his ambitions, an urgent bell began to toll from a distance. It's an alarm. The 2 paused momentarily before arming themselves and rushing out of the small 2-story building to the city wall. What is happening? Though the Spanish forces in the chicken cage area were few, apart from the Dutch, no one dared to attack their outpost, and the alarm had not sounded for quite some time. "Report, Major. The retreating fort has detected enemies. On the island where San Salvador is located, there were 3 additional artillery forts: the Watchtower Fort, the retreating fort, and the barrel fort. Due to personnel issues, the Watchtower and barrel forts have been dismantled, leaving only the retreating fort, a result of Petiro's persistent efforts. The retreating fort was situated at the highest point on the island, serving as an observatory, lighthouse, and artillery fort simultaneously. Before long, several warships appeared in the adjacent waters. "Major, it's the Dutch fleet. There are 6 ships, and onshore, nearly 1,000 natives, identifiable by their attire as coming from the Dancho area." Petiro observed carefully through his telescope, remaining relatively calm that a year prior. The Dutch had attempted to assault San Salvador, but returned empty-handed. Although this time they had added a few more ships, in his view, it was still insufficient as for the natives wielding machetes, spears, and bows. He merely cast them a disdainful glance. Their presence posed no threat. "Yamal, take 50 men to the retreating fort and bring along 2 small cannons. Remember, ensure ample ammunition is prepared." "Understood, Major." The retreating fort controlled the island's high ground. As long as it was firmly held, they would not fear any Dutch landings from other directions in the chicken cage waters. Harus led the fleet, well acquainted with the area, having commanded the previous year's test assault. However, at that time, he had observed the island's defenses were formidable and had not engaged further, merely firing a few symbolic shots before retreating. This time was different, as he had discovered a vulnerability in the Spanish defenses. "Relay the order. Fire all cannons at maximum range." The 4 warships lined up in formation, and immediately the booming of cannons echoed as the large-caliber artillery on board fired in unison, sending dozens of shells crashing into the sea before San Salvador, creating towering columns of water. The city walls were built facing the sea, with 2 Spanish warships anchored in the bay, ordered not to engage, relying solely on the city wall's artillery for passive defense. Fortunately, the artillery technology of this era was still relatively primitive. After 2 hours, the Dutch fired over 100 shells, with only 3 hitting the city walls, inflicting no damage to the Spanish vessels. With the advantage of the city walls, the Spaniards suffered minimal losses. 2 cannonballs struck a Dutch warship, bringing the artillery duel to a close. Fantastic! The Dutch have retreated. Spanish soldiers cheered loudly, venting their frustrations. It is worth noting that during the Battle of Downs in Europe, the Spanish fleet had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Dutch, severely wounding their naval strength and leaving them unable to instigate further conflict. The Dutch Navy had risen to prominence, becoming the dominant maritime power of the time. Petero clenched his fist in triumph, adding another achievement to his record. If only I had more than 2 warships. I would surely teach those Dutch pigs a lesson. As the Dutch fleet withdrew from the chicken cage waters, the Spanish army erupted in jubilation. Petero immediately ordered a bonfire banquet to celebrate that night, reveling until midnight. The following morning, still nursing a hangover, Petero once again heard the urgent alarm. "Major, something is amiss. Captain Yamal has sent word that the Dutch have landed on the west coast, and he is dispatching men to intercept." No sooner had the messenger reported than the distant sounds of gunfire echoed from the island's western flank. Petero awoke abruptly, realizing the Dutch had seized the opportunity to strike back while they relax. "Quickly, notify everyone to prepare for battle." On the western coast of the island, Haruz led the Dutch soldiers in a rapid landing. Though their warships could not approach the shore, they had brought 8 small cannon boats, each capable of carrying 10 men, rowing in unison to reach the land swiftly. On shore, Deputy Yalima reacted promptly, leading 20 men armed with firearms into formation, ready for combat. "Oh, not panic. Steady yourselves and fire." The Spanish soldiers pulled their triggers, armed with matchlocks. It is worth noting that San Salvador was not favored by the Spanish authorities in Manila, resulting in the absence of more advanced flintlock rifles. But fortunately, the difference between the 2 types of firearms was not significant. Upon witnessing the Spanish soldiers open fire, the Dutch soldiers bent low to evade, though some were injured and fell into the water. "Quickly reload your ammunition," Yarma commanded loudly, casting his gaze towards the direction of San Salvador City, fervently praying for the timely arrival of reinforcements. Otherwise, this battle would truly be in jeopardy. Chapter 22, The Battle of San Salvador City 2. In this era, the loading speed of firearms was notably slow. Even the most elite soldiers could manage no more than 3 shots per minute. Evidently, the Spanish soldiers before him were incapable of such a feat, achieving only 2 shots per minute. After 2 rounds, the Dutch, having suffered a few casualties, finally made it ashore, this time. Europe was deeply influenced by firearms, and both sides were reluctant to engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary. Thus they formed lines to exchange fire. With neither side boasting significant numbers, the accuracy of their firearms left much to be desired. After 3 rounds of fire, there were fewer than 5 casualties on either side. However, the Spanish ranks dwindled while the Dutch forces swelled. This juncture, the Dutch unloaded 2 small-caliber mortars from their ships. A mortar is a type of short-barreled, highly mobile, low-velocity, smoothbore gun capable of firing at high angles. Akin to the mortars of later times, in Europe, the Dutch favored the use of mortars, while the Portuguese and Spaniards preferred falconet cannons. Yarma, having emerged in haste, had not brought any falconet cannons, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing the Dutch mortars. Scatter! Boom! Boom! The 2 mortars fired 2 shells that exploded around the Spanish soldiers. Regrettably, their power and accuracy were insufficient, resulting in only 1 injury. Retreat immediately. Yarma, upon seeing that nearly 100 Dutch soldiers had landed and with artillery support, realized that continuing the fight would lead to total annihilation. Thus, he ordered the surviving soldiers to withdraw to the fortress. Observing the Spanish retreat, the Dutch soldiers did not pursue, but instead organized a defensive position on the beach to cover the landing of more troops. 10 minutes later, Petero arrived with reinforcements, but it was too late. Noticing the Dutch firmly entrenched, he recognized that his side was at a disadvantage in both numbers and weaponry and could only return to the city. Begrudgingly organizing a defense point 2 hours later, Haruz led 300 soldiers ashore, leaving 100 aboard the ships to guard against any surprise attacks from Spanish warships. Haruz ascended to a high vantage point to carefully survey the island's terrain, finding it aligned perfectly with his deductions. These Spaniards are truly foolish to abandon the fortifications they constructed. It is utterly laughable. Originally, the Spanish had built 4 fortresses around the island for comprehensive protection. But they had dismantled 2, creating vulnerabilities in their defenses. For instance, the landing site chosen by Haruz had once been fortified with a cannon bastion. Had it remained intact, the Dutch would have incurred significant losses to establish a foothold. Furthermore, the bastion had not been entirely demolished. Its substantial base remained, and if artillery were positioned atop it, they could bombard the retreating fortress defended by Yarma. Realizing this, Haruz immediately commanded his soldiers to construct a cannon platform and set up 3 18-pound cannons. These cannons were considered large caliber for the time, while the retreating fortress was armed with only 1 antiquated 18-pound cannon. The artillery duel commenced swiftly. The Dutch fired all 3 cannons simultaneously, sending heavy projectiles crashing into the retreating fortress, causing debris to scatter and the walls to tremble incessantly. Although the retreating fortress occupied a high position, it could only retaliate with a single old cannon, while the other smaller caliber guns could not reach the Dutch. Curse those bastards in Manila. What have they done? Yarma muttered curses under his breath. They had previously requested larger caliber cannons, but the authorities in Manila had denied their request and even ordered the dismantling of 2 bastions. Today, the bitter consequences had finally arrived. In San Salvador City, Petiro was filled with anxiety, as the cannons on their side could not reach the Dutch, and they dared not venture outside the city to fight. Helplessly watching as the retreating fortress was gradually battered on the second day of battle, the fortress's cannon managed to destroy one of the Dutch 18-pound cannons. However, they quickly paid the price as their own cannon burst from the strain of continuous fire. Fortunately, the retreating fortress held firm enough to withstand the bombardment, but by the 3rd day, the retreating fortress could no longer endure. The entire breastwork collapsed, the main gate swung wide open, and any semblance of defense was rendered unnecessary. Yarma received the signal from Petiro to retreat and chose to return to San Salvador City while the Dutch had not yet encircled them. Haruz promptly took possession of the retreating fortress and immediately ordered it to be fortified, while also unloading 2 24-pound cannons from the warships that on the 4th day, Haruz commanded the 4 cannons to bombard San Salvador City from a commanding height. What a delight this is, foolish Spaniards. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Haruz laughed unabashedly. The battle had been remarkably easy, and to this point, they had suffered fewer than 20 casualties, far beyond his expectations, within the city. The Spanish soldiers trembled in fear at the base of the walls. They were not cowardly, but the hopelessness of a battle in which they could not retaliate left them in despair. Cursed Dutchmen, if you have the gall, send your troops to storm the city. Petiro felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as their meticulously constructed fortress proved utterly ineffective, cursing the Manila authorities 1,000 times. Much like his aide, Major, the enemy is cunning. They intend to torment us. Moreover, having occupied the retreating fortress, they will surely cut off the only creek, and transporting water from the land will also be intercepted. Without them needing to attack in a few days, our soldiers will surely collapse. Yarma's eyes were bloodshot. In such an environment, he found it impossible to rest peacefully, even when hiding in the underground storage room. Just wait a little longer. Perhaps the Dutch will run out of ammunition before they can breach San Salvador City. In truth, Petiro was acutely aware that since the Dutch occupied the retreating fortress, they not only had the advantage of height to bombard and sever San Salvador City's defenses, but had also cut off their water supply, rendering this battle a failure. Yet he was unwilling to accept that their sturdy fortress would hold for only a few days. It was a profound humiliation, and he found himself praying for the emergence of a miracle, however improbable that on the 5th day of battle, the miracle did not materialize. The bastion at the northwest corner of San Salvador City was destroyed. Though it did not entirely collapse, it was precariously close to doing so that moment. Haruz ordered the bombardment to cease and sent an envoy to persuade Petiro and the others to surrender. Within San Salvador City, the morale of the Spanish soldiers plummeted to its nadir. Every soldier appeared disheveled, their eyes bloodshot. With limited space in the storage room, most were forced to remain outside, ever vigilant against falling shells. After days of anxiety, compounded by the lack of water, these soldiers had reached a breaking point. Petiro surveyed the faces of his desperate soldiers, and despite his profound reluctance, he recognized that the battle was over. Bujii, I deeply regret not being able to bring you along to prosper. Unforeseen circumstances have arisen that I will strive to negotiate favorable terms with the Dutch. Bujii was a missionary invited by Petiro, and individuals from the papacy held significant status. Approaching 50, Bujii had intended to come to the east to seek wealth, but found himself entangled in such unfortunate events, internally cursing Petiro's incompetence while maintaining the decorum expected of him. Major, let me accompany you to negotiate. The Dutch will likely show some deference to the papacy. Petiro's spirits lifted at once. The papacy's influence surely outweighed his own, and he readily agreed. Thank you. On the sixth day of battle, Haruz and Petiro reached an accord. The Spanish would abandon San Salvador City, exit while surrendering their weapons, and the Dutch would guarantee their safety, releasing prisoners within 2 months. Chapter 23. The Battle of San Salvador City 3. With the Spanish surrender, this skirmish, dubbed the Chicken Coop Battle, concluded with a resounding victory for the Dutch, who had achieved this triumph at the cost of fewer than 30 men, thereby effectively extinguishing Spanish footholds in Taiwan. Heavens, I never anticipated these Spaniards had discovered such an abundance of minerals, and even gemstones. Truly, God is with us. Haruz sat in Petiro's office, perusing various documents, including a map detailing mineral deposits, while there were no gold or silver mines. Iron, coal, and gemstone veins were plentiful, alongside some other minerals, and notably, a sulfur mine was currently in operation that I just interrogated them. These Spaniards were in the process of making gunpowder. Thankfully, they never developed it further. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble. Haruz's aide expressed relief. Haruz nodded in agreement, smiling. It can only be said that God is on our side. These treasures are our spoils of war. Subsequently, the two continued to gather and inventory the spoils. That night, outside San Salvador City, bonfires flickered everywhere as Dutch soldiers brought forth all the alcohol from their ships, gathering in groups to celebrate their great victory. Gentlemen, let us toast to our triumph. Inside the city, Haruz and his officers raised their glasses in joyous revelry, and may the colonel rise to greater heights in the future. The officers flattered him, for such minimal losses in defeating the Spanish would surely earn Haruz renown in Batavia, with promotion an inevitable outcome. Haruz also believed this, gradually losing himself in the flattery of his subordinates. Around 5 in the morning, the darkest hour before dawn arrived, a time when people felt most weary and fatigued. The embers of bonfires still burned on the beaches of San Salvador City, sending wisps of smoke into the air, while Dutch soldiers lay sprawled in disarray around them, having indulged heartily the previous day without even pitching tents. A few sentries dozed against the city walls, while 8 ships were anchored in the bay, appearing quite crowded due to the small harbor to the west of the island. The retreating fortress, once the site of fierce battles, now lay eerily quiet, with the cannons still unmoved. A dozen Dutch soldiers were fast asleep at their artillery positions, their snores accompanying the scattered bottles and remnants of their feast strewn across the ground. Yesterday, they achieved remarkable feats, thus their rewards were doubled, leading to a state of inebriation. Suddenly, several figures darted through the breach in the fortress wall. Cursed be it, they slept like dead pigs, oblivious to leaving anything for the young lord. A rotund figure kicked a wine bottle on the ground, hoping to ascertain if any remnants remained, only to be met with disappointment. There was not a single drop left. Upon witnessing this, he was about to lay hands on the Dutchman sprawled on the ground. Fatty, don't act rashly. These fellows are the future free labor force, and they might even be worth something, cautioned Gao Fei. With the portly one being Chana Biao, it turned out that the entire skirmish was under Liu Shaoqan's surveillance. Just as the Dutch had ambushed during the Spanish festivities, he too seized the opportunity after the Dutch revelry. Gao Fei and Chana Biao led 20 elite guards to scout the island first. Unexpectedly managing to infiltrate the abandoned fortress without hindrance, Chinabayo had to relent, begrudgingly rubbing his hands, thinking it was a pity for these rascals. Had it been in the past, they would have surely sunk to feed the sharks. Gao Fei paid no further heed to Chinabayo. In the past, they were mere pirates, typically annihilating enemies physically, but times had changed. Lu Xiaokong had provided them with lessons, outlining a vision and goals for the future, urging them to abandon the pirates' vicious habits, thereby altering their methods significantly. Bind them tightly. Should anyone resist, knock them out immediately. Soon, the reconnaissance unit relayed the successful capture of the abandoned fortress back to Lu Xiaokong aboard the Feiyu ship. These rascals truly showed no improvement, remaining as lethargic as ever. While Lu Xiaokong felt fortunate, he was also somewhat speechless. Did these Dutch not learn from past lessons? Their previous successful ambush on Gali was due to luck and the Dutch's lax defenses. And now, upon arriving in Taiwan, they were still so careless that, in truth, it was not entirely the Dutch's fault. Lu Xiaokong viewed this era through modern eyes. One could easily imagine that the Ming Dynasty did not even want Taiwan. And as for the Zheng family, after aligning with the Ming, they ceased to operate in the vicinity of Taiwan. Pirates fled upon sighting Western warships. Without Western vessels, this sea area would remain shipless for months, even up to a year and a half. The majority of Taiwan's population comprised indigenous people, living in primitive conditions, unable to construct any semblance of a proper ship, thus posing no threat. Therefore, after the Dutch vanquished the Spaniards, they subconsciously believed there were no enemies nearby, rendering strict vigilance unnecessary, with even patrol boats absent for the abandoned fortress. Although there were sentries, they could not see the western beach, and the garrison was collectively intoxicated. Thus no one detected the landing troops. Wang Dehai lead the artillery team ahead. Zhao Xiaohu deploy the infantry to establish defensive positions upon disembarking. Lao Mang Dias, it falls upon you to blockade the bay. Understood, boss, after arranging the combat plan. Lu Xiaokong followed the landing troops ashore, as this marked their first genuine implementation of gun tactics. Unable to rest easy, he chose to command personally. As time gradually passed and dawn broke on the walls of St. Salvador, the sentinels stifled yawns, finally approaching the time for shift change. One soldier stretched lazily, gazing at the boundless sea, when suddenly 2 large sailing ships entered his line of sight. "Look, warships!" the soldier shouted, drawing the attention of his comrades. "They seem to be our warships. Could they be reinforcements from Batavia? They should have arrived by now." Every nation's warships bore distinct characteristics, and the 2 vessels before them were indeed the Xingsha and Husha. Originally seized from the Dutch, hence the soldiers did not raise the alarm. Those scoundrels sure know how to time their arrival. Just as we seized the fortress, several sentinels expressed their dissatisfaction. What was meant to be a joint operation had devolved into a solo attack. But thankfully, the personnel losses were minimal as the 2 warships approached, crossing their hulls and assuming an aggressive stance. One sentinel finally discerned an anomaly. "Wait, that is not our flag." The Dutch East India Company's flag was red, white, and blue, adorned with a VOCA emblem. Yet what lay before them was a blue background with a pair of wings depicting a shark. Oh God, it's the Flying Shark Gang. These soldiers, stationed in Taiwan for an extended period, were well acquainted with the Flying Shark Gang and recognized them immediately. With no time to ponder how these eastern pirates had acquired their warships, they swiftly sounded the alarm. On the water, Meng Haijiao's single eye radiated fierce intent. Red-haired devils die. With a wave of his arm, he commanded, "Fire the fire copper guns." Why not use cannons? This was Lu Xiaokong's directive. Due to their limited vessels, they aimed to capture the ships before them. The fire copper guns, having been modified, featured barbed projectiles capable of ensnaring ropes or canvas. With a piercing whistle, the first batch of over 10 fire copper guns soared towards the vessels anchored in the bay. This was merely a test shot, and the results were not promising, with only 2 hitting their target. Subsequently, a second batch was approved, comprising a significantly larger number. Finally, the third batch, nearly 100 fire copper guns, rained down on the bay like rockets. Although many fell into the sea or struck the fortress walls, at least half landed on the ships, with several snagged on ropes or canvas. The sound of explosions erupted in quick succession. While not particularly powerful, they were tied to bamboo tubes filled with gasoline. As the gunpowder detonated the bamboo tubes, they ignited the gasoline, instantly sending flames soaring, igniting the ropes and canvas atop the masts. God, put out the fire! The sudden onslaught jolted the Dutch soldiers awake. Some sailors rushed from the hold, wielding buckets and sandbags to extinguish the flames on deck, but there was nothing they could do about the sails. Made of linen, which ignited immediately in dry conditions, the ropes, soaked in oil, burned even faster. Chapter 24. The Battle of St. Salvador City. What on earth is happening? In the former commander's chamber of St. Salvador, Haruz hastily donned his clothes and raced to the square, witnessing thick smoke billowing outside. He paid no mind to the officers emerging from other rooms and headed straight for the walls, only to see flames erupting from the masts of their 6 ships and 2 Spanish vessels. Reporting, "Colonel, we are under attack from the Flying Shark Gang. The sails and ropes on our ships are ablaze and immobilized." Upon hearing the soldiers' report, Haruz was taken aback. He was familiar with the name Flying Shark Gang, recalling leading a pursuit against them a few years prior. In his eyes, this band of pirates had nearly been eradicated, and it was rumored they had fled to Ceylon with the Portuguese. Impossible! How could these ruffians appear here? Could it be the Portuguese? "Colonel, these are our Holland's large warships." "That can't be," an officer exclaimed incredulously. Haruz quickly snatched the binoculars from his subordinate, gasping in disbelief as he confirmed the presence of Holland's main warships floating on the surface. Ships he himself was unqualified to command, with only one existing in the entire company. Could it be that those from Batavia are attempting to seize credit by masquerading as pirates? Haruz entertained this absurd thought. Meng Haijiao watched St. Salvador from a distance, ordering a retreat alongside the Husha. Their mission to blockade the bay had been accomplished, as the Dutch ships were rendered immobile due to their damaged sails. There was no need to engage in a cannon duel with the garrison. Just as Haruz and his men were at a loss, 2 cannon shots suddenly roared from the west, followed by the whistling of projectiles. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening blasts shook St. Salvador, sending debris flying da-da, with the walls manned by numerous soldiers. The hard fragments acted like shrapnel, injuring several. From the direction of the abandoned fortress, enemies are launching a surprise attack. At that moment, Haruz finally grasped the situation. The enemy had captured the abandoned fortress and were bombarding them with its artillery. He understood why the enemies on the sea had set their ships ablaze and departed, intending to prevent them from escaping by boat or engaging in combat. Damn it! Who was behind this ambush? Even now, Haruz was unwilling to acknowledge that the attackers were the Flying Shark Gang. But regardless of who they were, the battle had commenced. "Martin, you take 100 men to defend the fortress, ensuring the Spanish captives are watched closely. Anyone attempting to escape or create chaos will be executed on the spot. The rest of you, assemble the troops immediately and reclaim the abandoned fortress." Haruz was clever enough to realize that holding on to St. Salvador would only lead to doom. Half an hour later, nearly 300 Dutch soldiers, braving cannon fire, advanced toward the abandoned fortress to avoid heavy casualties. They dared not form a dense formation, opting instead for a dispersed march. Haruz and several officers urged them on from the rear, filled with regret as many soldiers still swayed, clearly not yet sober. These fools, they must never be allowed to drink like this again. "Colonel, look!" Just then, an officer exclaimed in alarm. Haruz glanced up to see outside the fortress 3 neatly arranged military formations, each comprising at least 500 soldiers. "They're Easterners. How is this possible?" Haruz stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at the formations, all clad in peculiar yet orderly uniforms, brandishing flintlock rifles, their discipline surpassing his own troops. But there was no time for contemplation. The opposing formations began to advance towards them from 3 directions, and simultaneously, cannon fire intensified as 10 small Falcon cannons joined the fray. This type of artillery had a range of only about 400 meters, yet remained quite functional in this era. "Form ranks." Haruz gritted his teeth, trapped with no avenue for retreat and resolutely determined not to be defeated by these Eastern barbarians. He commanded his soldiers to form a battle line, arranging themselves into 3 ranks. "Load your weapons." Several officers echoed the command, and though the Dutch soldiers' eyes betrayed their fear, they complied mechanically, loading their ammunition. Yet, whether due to fear or the effects of alcohol, their hands trembled, with some even spilling gunpowder onto the ground. Prepare. Seeing that most of his soldiers had loaded their weapons, Haruz issued the order to prepare for firing. However, it was unclear which soldier, either from nervousness or error, inadvertently pulled the trigger, triggering a chain reaction as soldiers around him began to fire. Fools. Haruz wished he could execute the soldier who had fired prematurely, knowing they were still 300 meters away from the enemy. Quickly reload. The Dutch soldiers' fire was not without effect, as several figures from the Flying Shark gang fell. Lu Xiaokong, witnessing this, shouted, "Steady! No one is to fire! Accelerate forward!" The training they had undergone came to fruition as the soldiers of the Flying Shark gang executed the command and quickened their pace. Haruz felt his scalp tingle as he observed the rapidly approaching formation. These oddly attired Eastern soldiers were undoubtedly elite, showing no signs of fear despite the gunfire. The effective range of firearms in this era was approximately 300 meters, and shooting at this distance was a waste, with bullets flying aimlessly. Tactical shooting typically occurred at 200 meters or less for the defending side, aiming to seize the initiative and demoralize the enemy. The attacking side would engage in mutual fire within 100 meters, colloquially known as lining up for execution, until one side showed signs of faltering, at which point they would charge with cold weapons to resolve the conflict. The Dutch soldiers fumbled as they loaded their bullets, increasingly nervous and terrified, pressured both by themselves and the looming threat of the Flying Shark gang, compounded by the occasional explosion of artillery shells nearby. Quick, prepare our mortars. Haruz had not forgotten that he still had 2 mortars at his disposal. Just as several artillerymen were fiddling with them, a booming sound erupted as a shell landed nearby. It was a fragmentation round, small in caliber but capable of toppling several men, leaving the injured soldiers wailing in agony. After a short while, the distance between both sides had closed to under 200 meters. Fire! Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Haruz ordered the first volley. With a resounding bang, several figures from the advancing Flying Shark gang fell. Not be afraid. They need at least 30 breaths to reload. Continue advancing, Lu Xiaokong roared again, with Zhao Xiaohu and other officers joining in the exhortation. The soldiers of the Flying Shark gang, once more under pressure, pressed forward resolutely. Lu Xiaokong counted silently behind the formation while observing the enemy's movements. Halt! Prepare to fire! The officers relayed commands to one another, and the soldiers of the Flying Shark gang immediately came to a halt, their muskets, already loaded, held at the ready. The first rank knelt, the second crouched. Prepare, fire! This was to ensure the density of fire through a 3-rank volley tactic, designed to confront a fixed formation. As the command was given, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted, enveloping the battlefield in a thick cloud of white smoke. The rain of bullets quickly descended, and a significant number of the Dutch soldiers fell. Approximately 40, the cries of anguish echoed, each sound striking terror into the hearts of the Dutch soldiers. "Colonel, our soldiers cannot hold out any longer." An officer rushed over to report, and the Dutch soldiers before him were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with fear. Had it not been for military discipline, they would have already fled. Chapter 25. The occupation of San Salvador. Haruz remained steadfast, unwilling to retreat, yet the Dutch soldiers were faltering. After the 3rd round of firing, the Flying Shark gang retaliated, causing another 30 or so to fall. And with the wounded from the artillery, their numbers dwindled by a 1/3. Such losses were sufficient to deliver a devastating blow to the morale of this army. Lu Xiaokong perceived this through his telescope and immediately ordered a charge. Leveraging their numerical superiority to encircle from both flanks while applying pressure from the front. "Colonel, we must retreat. If we delay, we will be surrounded," seeing the enemy closing in from 3 sides and his soldiers on the verge of collapse. Haruz understood the dire situation and reluctantly ordered a withdrawal to San Salvador. Lu Xiaokong, noticing the Dutch retreat, refrained from pursuing. An assault on the city was impossible. Securing the fort and bombarding San Salvador was the prudent course of action. Retreating to the fortress, Haruz felt his composure shatter. His predicament mirrored that of Petiro. While they had ample provisions and ammunition, they lacked water and their ships were immobilized, leaving them unable to break through by sea. To use an ancient Chinese metaphor, they were like fish in a barrel. Yet, Haruz held onto a shred of hope, which lay in the reinforcements from Batavia. If they arrived before his soldiers succumbed to despair, perhaps the tide of battle could be turned. With this thought, Haruz collected himself and personally rallied his soldiers, assuring them that reinforcements would arrive within days, thus quelling the panic within the fortress. However, Providence did not favor the Dutch. The continuous bombardment from the fort relentlessly battered San Salvador, collapsing the western wall and allowing more shells to penetrate the city, coupled with the lack of water and the absence of rain. Many Dutch soldiers, unable to endure the torment, fled outside the city in search of water, risking being shot, or even surrendered outright. By the fourth day, Haruz, unable to bear the torment any longer, finally dispatched a request for negotiations. Negotiations? What a farce! Go back and tell Haruz that he must either die of thirst or surrender unconditionally. There is no third option. Furthermore, inform him that he has only one day to consider. If he does not respond by tomorrow morning, we will launch an assault, leaving no one alive to feed the fish. Thus, another day passed, and the reinforcements Haruz had longed for remained elusive, his last hope extinguished. He watched as his utterly demoralized soldiers lowered their heads and surrendered to Liu Shaokong, bearing their swords. Liu Shaokong recognized this familiar figure. The previous owner of this body had once dealt with Haruz. During the honeymoon period between Liu Xiong and the Dutch, they had cooperated, only to fall out later, leading to several maritime skirmishes that ended in defeat for the Flying Shark Gang. Haruz, did you ever imagine that you would find yourself in this situation when you hunted us down back then? Haruz, still incredulous, had no choice but to accept reality. Liu, I never expected it would be you. Now that I am your captive, I have no words. I only ask that you spare my soldiers. Liu Shaokong was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Haruz would turn out to be a competent soldier. Rest assured, I will not indiscriminately kill until I have exhausted your utility. Now, you may go and gather your soldiers. He would not grant these invaders mercy. Having seized the treasure island, they had brutally exploited and oppressed the Han people on the island, even engaging in murder. Such a fate would be too lenient for these aggressors. Soon, under Haruz's guidance, the surviving Dutch soldiers stumbled out of San Salvador, surrendering their weapons and awaiting their fate. Liu Shaokong ordered fresh water to be brought, not out of kindness, but to quickly restore their strength before putting them to hard labor. First, they would be tasked with chopping down trees to construct a prison for themselves, followed by repairing the damaged city walls. There would be no time for rest. Liu Shaokong assigned Zhao Xiaohu to oversee the Dutch captives while he led a group into San Salvador to tally the spoils of war. They had captured 306 Dutch soldiers, seized 390 flintlock muskets, about 50 pistols for 30-gun warships, and 2 armed cargo ships with 10 cannons, containing various ammunition and provisions. The Spaniards, on the other hand, were considerably less fortunate. Their wealth consisted solely of the soldiers' accumulated wages and a few blue sapphires, a specialty of Taiwan. Other than that, they had over 30 cannons on the city walls, more than 100 matchlock guns, 20 flintlock pistols, and various ammunition and provisions. However, Liu Shaokong soon discovered something quite delightful: sulfur and saltpeter, materials with which they were very familiar, often buying or selling. Abayo, Bring and the Spanish leaders, before long, Petiro and a missionary named Buji were brought in, both looking haggard and glancing nervously at Liu Shaokong, the new master of San Salvador, uncertain of how he would treat them. I am Liu Shaokong, commander of the Flying Shark Army. You two may introduce yourselves. The two men were taken aback, surprised that this young Eastern man could speak Spanish. Petiro spoke first. I am Petiro, the commander of this fortress, holding the rank of major. I sincerely thank you for saving us, if possible. I hope you will return the fortress to us, of course, with a monetary compensation. He was wise enough not to demand an unconditional return or threaten with the name of the Spanish crown. For this man before him had proven capable of defeating the Dutch army, and it was likely he had no fear of them. Liu Shaokong, upon hearing the translation, could not help but laugh in anger. His gaze cold as he looked at the two men. If he remembered correctly, the Spanish had instigated 2 large-scale massacres against the Chinese in Luzon, employing methods even more brutal than the Dutch. Had it not been for their potential utility, he would have long since dismembered them and fed them to the fish. Major Petiro, I'm afraid I cannot grant your request, as I represent the Great Ming and intend to reclaim the entire island of Taiwan. Henceforth, this territory will belong to the Han people, and I shall not allow any foreign presence to remain." Upon hearing Liu Shaokong's response, Botiro was profoundly astonished. According to his intelligence, it seemed that the Ming Dynasty had not incorporated Taiwan into its territory. Otherwise, the Dutch would not have been able to seize it so easily. He cautiously inquired, "Was there not a garrison of the Ming on the island previously?" Liu Shaokong chuckled softly. "Now there is." Botiro understood that this individual sought to occupy Taiwan while ostensibly acting under the banner of the Ming. However, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, he lacked the power to counter such ambitions. The current situation was quite clear. Taiwan was destined to be a battleground between this young man and the Dutch, with the Spaniards having no opportunity to intervene unless the governor in Manila could muster full support, which, of course, was highly improbable. Ultimately, Botiro relinquished his unrealistic fantasies and accepted the harsh reality. The city of San Salvador no longer belonged to Spain. "Your Excellency, after reflecting on the events of these past few days, I have come to a conclusion that we must abandon San Salvador and request only to be permitted to depart." Liu Shaokong's gaze flickered, suppressing the urge to eliminate this group of Spaniards. "That I require your assistance with a particular task. Should you accomplish it, I pledge to return 2 warships along with weapons. Furthermore, I kindly ask you, upon your return to Manila, to convey a message to your governor, indicating our willingness to collaborate with the Kingdom of Spain in mutual trade. If possible, we could forge an alliance to confront the Dutch, as I trust their expansion has already posed a significant threat to your interests." Upon hearing this, Botiro was elated. His mission to Taiwan was to disrupt the Dutch monopoly on trade in Northeast Asia and to constrain their power on the island. If he could establish cooperation with this commander of the Flying Shark Gang, his responsibility for losing the fortress would be significantly alleviated, perhaps even resulting in merit. "If what you say is true, I am willing to act as this messenger." Botiro was eager not to let this opportunity slip away. "Ha ha ha. Splendid. Then we have a common language. Bring forth seeds for the 2 gentlemen, and fetch some water and provisions." The sweet words of Liu Shaokong proved most effective, and the ensuing conversation flowed smoothly. Botiro disclosed the locations of the sulfur mines and other mineral deposits, which Liu Shaokong had extracted from a map. Seizing the moment, Liu Shaokong promptly ordered the release of all Spaniards, returning their weapons while preparing food and water for them. He then privately consulted with Buji, discreetly offering him a pouch of silver coins. Grateful for the payment, Buji immediately imparted the methods of Western sulfur and nitrate extraction. Liu Shaokong assigned Cheng Lei, the gunpowder master, to learn throughout the process. To be honest, although gunpowder was invented in China, the current manufacturing techniques have been surpassed by the West, particularly in sulfur and nitrate refining processes. In modern industrial standards, gunpowder composition is fixed, but in ancient times, it was not standardized, heavily influenced by raw materials and purity. Ancient nitrate and charcoal were prone to impurities, and the formulas were only broadly meaningful, typically with ratios around 75 nitrate, 10 sulfur, and 15 charcoal. With slight variations, the West had yet to master this gunpowder formula, merely approaching it. Liu Shaokong also possessed a specific formula for cannons, comprising 78 nitrate, 8 sulfur, and 14 charcoal. These 2 formulas, discovered by 19th century Western chemists, established gunpowder reaction equations guided by science. The subtle differences in these proportions could significantly enhance the power of cannons and firearms. Finally, there was the granulation of gunpowder. Buji provided a method that involved first mixing willow charcoal with sulfur, then transferring to another container to incorporate nitrate powder, with water not exceeding 5%. The purpose of adding water was not only for granulation, but also to ensure the nitrate solution thoroughly penetrated the porous structure of the charcoal for optimal reaction. The mixture was then rolled with a wooden stick, wrapped in cotton cloth, and pressed with an iron plate to increase density. Finally, it was sieved to create the desired granules and allowed to dry slowly. This gunpowder would burn at twice the efficiency of conventional powder. Botiro prepared a complete set of gunpowder-making tools. Although not extensive, they were left with Liu Shaokong since he could not take them. Liu Shaokong had always intended to manufacture gunpowder and had sought to gather materials. So this arrangement was fortuitous, saving him the trouble of brainstorming. If the Flying Shark Gang could produce gunpowder independently, they would gain the confidence to conquer far and wide. Additionally, not far from a sulfur mine in the Geelong area lay associated iron-sulfur mines, and within 50 miles was a shallowly buried coal mine. These resources combined could allow for iron or even steel production, as if the heavens themselves were aiding them. Indeed, it was a treasure island, possessing nearly all the necessary elements for agricultural development. They now only needed to completely drive the Dutch away. The day after the Flying Shark Gang seized San Salvador, Liu Shaokong provided the Dutch with some food and water, demanding in return that they labor to repair the damaged walls and the partially destroyed fort. While some were sent ashore to mine sulfur, in the afternoon, Liu Shaokong inspected the progress and reorganized the island's defenses, constructing 4 makeshift gun emplacements based on the existing 3 fortifications that he could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the Spaniards and Dutch. Simultaneously, he began establishing the main base at Geelong Port, as it would serve as the center in the future. Just as he was returning to the fortress, Gao Fei approached him swiftly, reporting, "Boss, the news has been confirmed. The Dutch indeed have reinforcements coming from Batavia, approximately 400 men and 6 or 7 ships. However, the timing is uncertain. It was supposed to be a coordinated action, but the reinforcements missed their window." Liu Shaokong breathed a sigh of relief. His recollection of history at this juncture was somewhat hazy. He instructed Gao Fei to interrogate to gain intelligence, but Haruz was reluctant to divulge information. Thus, he turned his attention to Haruz's deputy, Martin. Martin, intimidated by the Eastern tortures, divulged everything, including the defensive weaknesses of Ternate. Armed with this accurate intelligence, Liu Shaokong began to devise a plan. 2 options lay before him. The first was to march south and attack Ternate. The second was to await the Batavian reinforcements and eliminate them in San Salvador before heading south. The first option risked encountering the reinforcements at sea, leading to unforeseen complications. The second option posed its challenges as well, given the local natives' amicable relations with the Dutch, who might alert Ternate. Should Ternate prepare adequately, capturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. Time was of the essence. He chose the first option. They would advance south tomorrow. With this thought, Liu Shaokong instructed Gao Fei, "Immediately summon Martin. I wish to question him personally." Martin, a 30-something officer, appeared haggard and filled with dread. He was well acquainted with these pirates, having dealt with them numerous times, and he was pessimistic about his future. "Captain Martin, long time no see." Martin trembled in fear, immediately kneeling. He had fought alongside Haruz against the Flying Shark Gang on many occasions. "Boss Liu, I am at your mercy. Please spare me." "Spare you?" Liu Shaokong pondered for a moment. He had initially contemplated a gruesome fate for these brigands. Yet at this juncture, he required their assistance. "I have a simple request for you." Liu Shaokong then called for Meng Haijiao and Cheng Lei to provide instructions. "Old Meng, the situation is somewhat urgent that I plan to set out tomorrow to attack Ternate. I leave this place in your hands. Remember, the fortifications on the island are not our priority for the future. We only need to ensure they are adequately repaired. The focus should be on the shore. The port here is vast with significant development potential and will serve as a crucial strategic base for us. We must make effective use of those Dutch prisoners." Meng Haijiao, known for his steadiness, understood Liu Shaokong's intent to have him secure the rear and promptly replied, "Rest assured, boss. I will keep a close watch on Geelong." Liu Shaokong then addressed Cheng Lei. "Old Cheng, have you mastered the production of the new-style gunpowder?" Cheng Lei responded, "Yes, boss. Although the new-style gunpowder is complex, it is not overly difficult. I can produce it without issue." "Excellent, that I will provide you with a new formula shortly. Remember, this formula must remain strictly confidential. I will designate specific individuals to participate, and you must keep a close eye on it. If it leaks, do not blame me for being ruthless." The new-style gunpowder was pivotal for future warfare, necessitating tight control. "Understood, boss. I am not foolish. The formula for the new-style gunpowder will absolutely not escape from me." Liu Shaokong nodded, adding, "Additionally, one more thing to convey. Gunpowder is fundamental to our existence, so the entire production process must be meticulously attended to. Quality is paramount. I do not seek quantity at this time. Rest assured, once we stabilize, I will ensure the best treatment for you all." Cheng Lei felt the weight of Liu Shaokong's importance on this matter. After all, in the Ming Dynasty, craftsmen held a lowly status, let alone any preferential treatment. Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost to ensure we produce gunpowder that surpasses that of the Westerners. At last, Lu Shaokong, along with Peter and Shen Ling, selected a site in the Chicken Cage Sea region for the establishment of a shipyard. They intended to construct the facility first, and, as soon as the timber arrived, they would promptly begin the crafting of vessels. The shipyard's construction was entrusted to Meng Haijiao, while Shen Ling and Peter had other assignments. Gentlemen, with the escalation of combat, I believe that ordinary landing craft will no longer suffice for our operational needs. Thus, I propose we utilize this time to construct some gunboats. The gunboat is a small vessel from the era of sailing warships, distinct from the rudimentary wooden flatboats of Huaxia. The European-designed gunboat is larger, structurally more complex, and correspondingly more robust. Measuring between 10 to 15 meters in length, it features a complete keel and rib structure, with flush deck planking, a layer of wooden sheathing on the hull, and small compartments that ensure it remains afloat even after sustaining certain damage. The hull is curved, lacking a deck, equipped with thwarts, and the bow is fitted with a mast step to accommodate a single mast. Additionally, it has oarlocks, allowing for the use of oars or sails as circumstances dictate. Due to its sturdy construction, it can carry artillery, even accommodating a 32-pound cannon, or 2 to 4 smaller guns. For instance, the Portuguese have utilized gunboats equipped with 4 9-pound falconet cannons, and even 1-pounders, agile and versatile, with protective firepower and a shallow draft. It is the preferred vessel for landing operations. Peter is well acquainted with this type of gunboat, finding no difficulty in its construction. Taiwan possesses suitable cedar timber for shipbuilding, allowing work to commence immediately. A day later, Lu Shaokong led the ships Fiyu and Husher, along with 4 patrol gunboats, 3 armed merchant vessels, and 2,000 men, departing from the city of San Salvador to the south. Vice Chief Meng Haijiao remained behind to guard the remaining personnel and oversee the construction of Chicken Cage Port. Chapter 27. The recapture of Tainan City in early September. The weather in Tainan turned slightly cooler. In the early hours, before dawn fully broke, a sentinel atop the watchtower of the city of Heilin diligently scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he discerned a fleet of ships gradually emerging from the misty sea. A fleet has appeared. Prepare to be vigilant. Atop the watchtower, 2 sentinels were present. Point 1, equipped with a telescope, scrutinized the sight, while the other awoke from slumber. What is happening? A fleet has appeared, but I cannot discern its flag. From its appearance, it seems to be our vessels. Damn it. Why are you shouting? You disturb this officer's sleep that we hold the same rank. A mere sergeant. What makes you think you're an officer? The 2 sentinels exchanged banter, entirely dismissing the approaching fleet, failing to sound the alarm, for the only ships that could appear in these waters were their own Dutch vessels. Such occurrences were common at this hour, and with the city gates firmly shut, even if enemies were to arrive, the artillery above would not be trifled with it. As the distance closed, the ship's insignia became clear. The ships Forward and Brave were part of Colonel Haru's fleet. Soon, the vessels signaled their flags, prompting the watchtower to quickly inform the Heilongjiang City artillery to fly the signal permitting entry. It must be said that the defenses of Heilongjiang City were exceptionally stringent. Not only ships, but even local natives and migrants from the Ming Dynasty were prohibited from approaching the fortress. As the ships entered the harbor, the Dutch officer responsible for patrolling outside the city came to conduct a routine inspection. Sander, good morning. Martin greeted cheerfully from the bow of the ship. I have encountered Captain Martin. The patrolling officer, a sergeant, immediately saluted upon seeing Martin. Sergeant Sander, by orders of Colonel Harus, I am escorting Spanish prisoners of war. Please notify the commander for their accommodation. The officer named Sander expressed no doubt, even inquiring with some surprise. Captain Martin, have you succeeded? God bless. We have defeated the Spaniards and captured San Salvador. Wonderful. May I inspect the Spanish prisoners? Of course. Martin gestured, and a ladder was lowered from the ship. As several Dutch soldiers drove a line of bound Spanish prisoners down. Curse those Spanish bastards. Sander ground his teeth. The Dutch War of Independence was not yet concluded, and the 2 nations continued to clash in Europe. prolonging the conflict, with nearly 2 generations of men participating in the war, resulting in countless casualties and a profound enmity between both sides. Enough, Sander. Save your venting for later. Quickly inform the commander. Sander complied, calling for the drawbridge to be lowered and the city gates to be opened. Before notifying do this was the defensive mechanism of Heelinge City. The main force resided within the city, while a portion of soldiers and ordinary employees lived outside, forming the first line of defense. Should enemies attempt an assault, a surprise attack would be exceedingly difficult. Martin saw Sander enter the city. He ordered the Spanish prisoners to be herded to the shore, commanding the patrolling soldiers to escort them near the city gates, then beckoning the crew to disembark. The soldiers on the city wall gazed down at the Spanish captives, pointing and whispering, entirely oblivious to the oddities among the disembarking soldiers. Most of these soldiers were of slight stature, appearing ill-fitted in their clothing, and they failed to notice that the firearms in their hands were equipped with bayonets. 20 minutes later, a group of soldiers escorted a middle-aged man to the city wall. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Martin quickly saluted. Commander, as hoped, San Salvador City has been occupied by our forces. Colonel Haruz remains at the fortress and has sent me to convey word, while also escorting a total of 89 prisoners, including Spanish Commander Batillo. Tredenius gazed down in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid! I'm proud of you all. Quickly open the city gates. I wish to welcome the victorious lads in the square." With the command given, the city gates swung wide open. Martin discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This was treason, yet in the face of life and death, choices had to be made. He then issued the order. Soldiers, form ranks, destination. The city square for inspection by the commander. Tredenius was immensely pleased, inwardly commending Martin for his competence. The drawbridge descended slowly, and the city gates opened wide. However, as the soldiers approached the gates, something felt amiss. The soldiers appeared somewhat peculiar, their figures slender, their features dissimilar, particularly one portly individual who raised his head and winked at him. "God, they are not." A patrolling soldier guarding the Spanish prisoners shouted in alarm. Recognizing the intruders were not comrades, suddenly, at that moment, several firearms emerged from the ranks, firing at the patrolmen as a voice commanded, "Brothers, kill!" With that command, over 200 individuals shouted in unison, tearing off their Dutch military uniforms and charging into the city. These soldiers were none other than Lou, silently shouted within himself, having finally taken an incredibly significant step in this era. Marking a new beginning, he gazed into the distance where the Ming Dynasty stood, the true homeland. Below the city, the soldiers of the Flying Sand Gang looked up to their leader, their hearts filled with genuine admiration. It was this young man who had led them to seize a castle they had once deemed unimaginable, all at a minimal cost. Our leader is undoubtedly a manifestation of the martial star, winning battles as effortlessly as one drinks water. Chinabayo wiped the blood from his blade with a cloth, gazing in adoration at the man enveloped in light. This time, Gao Fei did not refute him. Ever since their leader had narrowly escaped disaster, he had truly appeared as if possessed by a divine spirit, guiding them to consecutive victories. Each battle seemed to demand an exorbitant price, yet the results were astonishing, especially this time, as they effortlessly captured a formidable fortress, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Not only the members of the Flying Sand Gang, but also the Spaniards, who internally cried out to God, had witnessed a miracle today. How could this Easter man conceive such brilliant strategies? Truly, he is favored by the divine. After a long while, he composed himself, reminding himself not to become arrogant or complacent. Although they had achieved a significant victory, they were still to face the impending counterattack from the Dutch, which would be the true test. Just then, the cook struck the gong to announce mealtime, prompting Liu Shaokong to withdraw his thoughts and proceed to Du's office to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. Once the meal was finished, he promptly summoned the corps members for a meeting. Gao Fei began to report on the battle. "Leader, we lost 4 brothers, with 18 wounded, while we inflicted casualties of over 150 on the red-haired foes, capturing 246, along with over 500 civilians, 10 war horses, and 30 mules that we seized over 460 flintlock firearms, more than 30 pistols for 30 cannon ships, and 3 10-cannon merchant vessels." Within the city, there were one ammunition depot, one granary, one sugar warehouse, and one goods warehouse, filled with various commodities. Our Ming Dynasty silk, fine fabrics, porcelain, tea, along with iron and copper materials, a large box of silver from Japan, and 3 large boxes of copper coins from the Ming in the red-haired soldiers' camp. We discovered 2 boxes of silver coins, along with Du's private treasury, which our leader will need to inventory himself. Additionally, there are 85 cannons of various sizes on the city walls. Indeed, it was a vital Dutch stronghold, and the spoils within the city thrilled the entire Flying Sand Gang. To speak of the ammunition depot. Due to infrequent battles, aside from the batch taken by Harus, the remaining stock was more than sufficient for the Flying Sand Gang's lavish use, capable of sustaining them until the production of gunpowder in the chicken coop. The granary contained flour and rice, each accounting for approximately half, with the flour likely sourced from trade with the Ming, while the rice was produced in Taiwan, enough to feed 1,000 men for 4 months. Furthermore, the warehouse held a considerable amount of salt, sausages, hams, jerky, and alcohol. The sugar warehouse contained over 30,000 pounds of granulated sugar. The Dutch had established their largest sugar trade in Taiwan, encouraging natives and Han people to cultivate sugarcane, then purchasing it at low prices to produce sugar, which they traded throughout Southeast Asia and even back to their homeland at AS for the Ming. The sugar production technique had originally emerged from their realm, and earlier, Westerners had to import it. Unfortunately, due to the Ming's maritime trade prohibitions, the sugar trade had gradually fallen under Dutch monopoly. The goods warehouses were filled with trade items in vast quantities. Conservatively estimated to fill 3 large ships, the iron materials were intended for the Dutch to manufacture weapons, while copper and other metals were used to forge bronze cannons. The silver was acquired through trade with Japan, as were the Ming copper coins, while the silver coins found in the military camp were wages saved by the soldiers. Liu Shaokong held high expectations for Tredenius's private treasury, as the confiscated goods lacked cash and procurement funds, which he assumed were all together. The cannons on the city were mostly bronze, 90% new. They also cast iron cannons, but the majority were sold to other nations or powers, relying on the more reliable bronze cannons for their own use. Among them were 2 32-pound cannons, 10 24-pound cannons, 30 18-pound cannons, and other 12-pound cannons. After 2 intense battles, the brothers had worked hard, and with the substantial spoils, the gang's finances were flourishing. Therefore, I have decided to distribute wages to the brothers. Although there is currently no immediate need to spend the money, Taiwan will soon belong to us, and we will establish towns, providing for all necessities. Each team leader will receive 50 silver coins, while squad leaders will receive 20 coins, and every gang member will receive 3 cash coins, with compensation for the deceased and injured based on previous standards. Thank you, leader. In the past, everyone was preoccupied with survival, and being able to eat enough was already a blessing. Now, with a secure place to live, especially for the newly joined members, they were drawn by promises of money and provisions. The funds will be allocated to each team leader, and upon returning, you will report the numbers. Furthermore, let me make this clear. If you find yourself short on funds, you may approach me, but you must never squeeze money from the soldiers that I in the future. Every time we distribute money, it will be publicly announced to all members. Anyone who falsely reports for empty rations or embezzles will not be spared my wrath. They will face the gang's regulations, and a public trial will be held to expose them before all brothers. Before long, Liu Shaokong prepared to establish a new army, implementing various military rules and systems in alignment with modern military standards. The practice of embezzlement and corruption has long been a deeply ingrained tradition, and the combat effectiveness of the Ming army has suffered greatly because of its modern soul. He is vehemently opposed to such practices and aims to eradicate them from the roots. While he cannot entirely prevent corruption, he will establish a long-term oversight mechanism to prevent the army from being eroded from within. Do not consider me harsh. We will only grow stronger, and our wealth will increase correspondingly. You are all my Liu Shaokong's brothers in life and death. I will not be stingy in due time. There will be ample gold, beautiful women, and status. Do not covet the meager salaries of the ordinary soldiers. Anyone who dares to reach for it, I will truly have them executed. Hearing their leader's stern tone, Several team leaders were taken aback and quickly voiced their pledges not to dare. Very well. Afei, 2 days from now, you will lead 3 cannon ships and 2 transport vessels to Pearl Island to bring back the advisors. Do not leave too many behind, and be cautious on the way. Gao Fei, being cautious and quick-witted, was a reliable aide. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Little Tiger, arrange accommodation for the brothers, set up defenses. The Batavia reinforcements may arrive at any moment. Tonight, I will host a celebration banquet. And I will personally inspect the battle shifts and sentries. The lessons from the Spaniards and the red-haired foes are fresh in our minds. If there are any loopholes, you will be held responsible. Rest assured, leader, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged. If there are any gaps, I will willingly accept punishment. Zhao Xiaohu immediately patted his chest in assurance. Excellent. Additionally, construct a large prison on a nearby island to house the red-haired captives. Starting tomorrow, assign them arduous labor. Understood. Lu Xiaokong continued. Wang Dahai, lead the artillery team to familiarize themselves with the cannons on the city walls. Should any changes arise, they must be ready to fire at a moment's notice, delivering a severe blow to the invading enemy. Yes. All right, everyone, go rest now that we will meet in the square tonight. Dismissed. Abayo, summoned Botiro and Buji. Chapter 29. Pros and cons. Botiro and Buji came to see Lu Xiaokong. And at that moment, they were filled with immense admiration for the young man before them. Previously, they had been skeptical about their collaboration, but upon witnessing the Dutch's devastating defeat, they suddenly recognized the vast potential for cooperation. I am delighted that you all could assist in this operation, that I will uphold my promise to return your 2 warships, and I will also provide some food and fresh water to ensure your safe return to Manila. Thank you very much. We believe the governor will agree to your cooperation. Lu Xiaokong replied. I look forward to it, that I hope that on your next visit, you will bring us the supplies we need. Botiro, not wishing to arrive empty-handed, inquired, what exactly do you require? Iron materials, copper, lead, tin, and other metals, as well as food and Manila hemp. In return, we can supply silk, porcelain, and high-quality soap and tea. The Philippines is rich in mineral resources, and the Spanish colonizers have been plundering gold, silver, and jewels. Additionally, due to ongoing wars in Europe, Spain requires a vast quantity of weapons, compelling them to mine iron, copper, tin, zinc, and lead in the Philippines. Manila hemp, also known as banana hemp, derives its name from its exportation in Manila. It is a highly regarded natural fiber, known for its durability and lightweight nature, which does not easily rot when soaked in seawater. It is the preferred material for fishing nets, fishing lines, ropes, and sails, and it can also be made into burlap and paper, making it incredibly versatile. During Lu Xiong's time, Manila hemp was a significant trade item. Spain has long sought to penetrate the Ming market and forge alliances with forces opposed to the Dutch. Now that the opportunity is at hand, they cannot afford to miss it, and they immediately agreed. Although he had lost the city of San Salvador, this presented an opportunity for him to achieve merit, and he knew the governor of Manila would surely consent. The two discussed some details, and Botiro took his leave, leading the remaining Spanish forces back to Manila. Leader, are we just going to let them go? You must know that these small Flemish Spaniards are as despicable as the red-haired ones. They have killed many Han people in Luzon, Chonabayo remarked. Lu Xiaokong understood Chonabayo's straightforward nature. Had it not been for their lack of direct conflict with the Spaniards, he would have likely resorted to violence by now. Abayo, if only you could think like a face sometimes. I am well aware that these scoundrels have blood on their hands from our compatriots, and I too wish to eliminate them. Now is not the time for vengeance. We face formidable adversaries ahead. The Dutch will soon retaliate, and as for the Zheng family, their strength is well known. If we provoke the Spaniards at this juncture, the advantageous position we have only just secured will dissipate. Therefore, we must retract our clause, temporarily collaborate with the Spaniards to procure essential supplies. Once this alliance is established, we can restrain the Dutch in the South Seas, rendering them hesitant to launch a full-scale assault against us. As we gradually grow stronger and amass a fleet capable of dominating the oceans. Both the Dutch and Spaniards, along with any other foreign adversaries, will find themselves feeding the fishes in the sea. Upon hearing this, Chonabayo was struck with sudden clarity. The leader possesses foresight, and I am in awe. Lu Xiaokong, speechless, thought to himself how adept this fellow was at flattery. Enough of this. You need not ponder too deeply. After Fei departs, you must focus on training the personal guard. Yes, Lu Xiaokong then led Shonabayo and several guards to the residence of Trodonius, where a treasure chamber lay, filled with his private collection amassed over the years, as well as trade funds allocated by the Dutch East India Company. The chamber was modest, spanning only a dozen square meters. But upon inventory, it contained 2 large boxes of gold bars and coins, a substantial box of various jewels and silverware, and 2 large bags of silver coins. The collection was neither excessive nor scant. Compared to the warehouses within the city, it was a delightful addition. That night, in Helen City, or as it had been renamed by Lu Xiaokong, Taiwan City, the lights shone brightly apart from the guards on duty. Everyone else celebrated the victory with an abundance of food and drink. In ancient times, after a great victory, it was customary to reward the troops, and the Flying Shark Gang was no exception. Such rewards allowed the soldiers, who had recently experienced bloodshed, to relax and foster camaraderie and fighting spirit. After indulging in a few cups of wine, Lu Xiaokong returned to his quarters for rest. There were numerous matters to attend to, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, and he needed to impose some order. The following day, Lu Xiaokong stood atop a height, surveying the landscape and contemplating how to enhance defenses. This was of utmost importance. Only by securing this location could they discuss future endeavors. Taiwan City was a large, modern bastion popular in the Western world, designed with scientific precision. The IT boasted a multitude of cannons and, when adequately manned with musketeers, left no blind spots. Furthermore, it was 3 stories high, allowing for a 3-dimensional crossfire, making frontal assaults exceedingly difficult. The city had access to wells, and as long as sufficient provisions were stored, it could withstand a siege for months. Years prior, Zheng Chenggong had besieged this fortress with 25,000 men for 8 full months, surrendering only when the food supply within was exhausted. This demonstrated the futility of a direct assault on the fortress. However, one must not be overly confident. Zheng Chenggong's forces were not equipped with advanced artillery, relying instead on outdated black powder and primarily using matchlocks and even more primitive firearms, with limited numbers and lacking powerful warships and heavy cannons, which posed little threat to Taiwan City. The Dutch, however, were different. Intelligence obtained from Martin indicated that Batavia possessed a flagship equipped with 60 cannons and sufficient large-caliber artillery, should they choose to bombard Taiwan City at the cost of their own losses. The threat to its walls would be immense. Thus, one could not simply adopt a defensive posture. As Lu Xiaokong contemplated this, he turned his gaze towards the Yuen Island and its surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Taiwan City was merely one of several islands, surrounded by 6 others, which collectively resembled sandbars rather than true islands. Taiwan City was situated on the northernmost island, firmly controlling Dayuan Harbor. Here lay a lagoon known as Taijiang Inner Sea, commonly referred to as Taijiang or Dayuan Bay. The Taijiang Inner Sea was encircled by a cluster of offshore sandbars, the 2 largest being Baixianwei Island and Dayuan Island. The original name of Dayuan Island was De Kunshan, which translates to the fish's back emerging from the water. At that time, 7 islands were arranged at sea, and the Han people sequentially named them De Kunshan. Erkenshin, Sankanshin, Saikanshin, Wukanshin, Lukanshin, and Kikanshin. These 7 small islands would merge during low tide and separate during high tide. It was imperative to construct at least 1, if not 2, artillery platforms along the shore to control the Taijiang Inner Sea and prevent the Dutch from besieging Taiwan City. Moreover, Taiwan City felt isolated, with only a single artillery fort providing support. This needed to be increased. The fortifications were too simplistic, lacking terraced embankments, ditches, and auxiliary defenses. Should the Dutch breach the walls, they could easily establish artillery positions to damage the fortifications. Lu Xiaokong muttered to himself, his gaze fixed upon the structures outside the city, known as Diyuan Town, which served as a subordinate settlement to the Taiwan fortress. Within it lay a sugar factory, a church, a blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, a barber shop, and various other services, including a tavern. The inhabitants included slaves, skilled workers, and a small number of soldiers. Zheng Chenggong had first occupied Diyuan Town before engaging in artillery duels with Taiwan City. Should the Dutch send troops in the future, it was likely they would seize this location, making it suitable for the construction of an artillery platform and defensive positions. Chapter 30. Consolidating defenses subsequently. Liu Shaokong hurried back to his residence, sketching plans for the artillery platform, which he then entrusted to Zhao Xiao, instructing him to enlist the Dutch prisoners to construct the platform. The design featured a square base, towering 12 meters high, divided into 3 tiers that tapered upwards, thus forming a 3-dimensional artillery platform. Concurrently, a perimeter of makeshift walls made of burlap would be erected around the Yuan town. However, the Flying Shark Gang lacked sufficient burlap, so they would resort to weaving with vines, tree bark, and willow branches, filling them with sand to form walls up to chest height, allowing soldiers to fire from behind, making it difficult for opponents to hit them. Leader, manpower is not an issue, but we lack materials for constructing the artillery platforms. We have no lime. Zhao Xiaohu expressed his concerns. Such fortifications typically require rammed earth, which necessitates lime. Liu Shaokong lamented, rubbing his temples. Taiwan possesses limestone, but finding it would require time, which was in short supply. Then we must gather shells, burn them to ash, and mix them with sugar water, river sand, and clay for construction, he concluded. Lacking lime, they would have to resort to local methods, and given the abundance of sugar in the warehouses, it should suffice for this temporary artillery platform, especially since Taiwan City had been built using similar techniques. Zhao Xiaohu departed to execute the orders, noting that the nearby beach was abundant in shell. They asked for limestone. Perhaps someone nearby knows of it, Liu Shaokong mused, glancing toward the main island of Taiwan. Deep in thought that it was time to pay them a visit. After another day, Liu Shaokong, accompanied by Chinabayo and 100 personal guards, disembarked, seeking out the Han villages along the road. The early migration of Han people to Taiwan was primarily associated with piracy. The most renowned figure being Yen Siki, later revered as the Saint King of Taiwan by future generations. This individual was exceptionally skilled and known for his righteousness. Early on, after slaying the servant of an official in a fit of indignation, he fled to Japan. There, he allied himself with a group of overseas heroes, essentially pirates, comprising 28 leaders who formed a brotherhood, including Zheng Zhilong. These individuals traversed the seas, monopolizing trade in the east, but discontent with the oppressive rule of the shogunate led them to consider rebellion. However, their plans were thwarted by informants, forcing them to flee. Heeding the advice of his subordinates, Yen Siki landed in Taiwan, establishing a base and fortifying it against the indigenous peoples while negotiating boundaries. He brought over 3,000 Han farmers from overseas and Ming Dynasty territories to cultivate the land, marking the first large-scale migration of Han people to Taiwan. Just as Yen Siki was poised to realize his grand ambitions, he suddenly succumbed to illness and passed away, causing the 28 heroes to fragment. Yet most continued to regard Taiwan as their base. Over time, these pirates fell into infighting over unequal shares of profit, ultimately leading to Zheng Zhilong emerging as the pirate king. Aware of the dwindling Han population in Taiwan, Zheng Zhilong secretly recruited impoverished Han individuals from the Ming territories, following a drought in southern Fujian. With disaster victims rampant, Zheng Zhilong seized the opportunity, persuading the then-Governor Xiong Wencan to facilitate the relocation of some disaster victims to Taiwan, representing the second wave of migration. Approximately 30,000 Han people comprised this second wave. At that time, Zheng Zhilong had not yet attained his heroic status, providing these refugees with cattle, horses, and provisions, earning himself an excellent reputation. However, he later succumbed to folly, accepting an imperial pardon and abandoning Taiwan, relocating his power base to Fujian. Without the protection of the Zheng family, the Han people faced dire circumstances, beset not only by harassment from the indigenous people, but also by exploitation from the Dutch, leading to a harsh existence. About 20 miles from Taiwan City, a large village rested at the foot of a mountain, laid out in a grid pattern, with sturdy walls, watchtowers, and a sentry at the entrance. Nearby was a vast expanse of rice paddies, and beyond that lay an endless field of sugarcane that a group of individuals led by a robust young man, armed with a long knife and a sturdy bow, approached the village, herding mules and horses laden with the unique water deer of Taiwan. "Young master, you have returned," It seems the hunt was fruitful. The young man greeted as he entered the village, directing others to unload their catches, and made his way to the center of the village, where a 3-story wooden house stood. "Father, I have returned." In the main hall, an elderly man was weaving bamboo baskets, a pipe clamped between his teeth, occasionally exhaling clouds of smoke. The elder glanced up at the young man, then returned to his work. "How was the hunt?" The young man walked to a corner of the hall. Scooping water from a jar and taking several hearty gulps, tea went well. Another trip will suffice for half our taxes. However, this cannot continue. The excessive rainfall over the past 2 years has reduced sugarcane yields, and the rice paddies are plagued by locusts, leading to diminished harvests. Perhaps we should negotiate with the He family for a reduction in taxes. The Dutch imposed taxes on both the Han people and the indigenous populations under their dominion. Although the systems differed, both were characterized by oppression and exploitation. The Dutch, being quite cunning, feared that direct taxation would incite conflict, so they outsourced the tax collection to contractors, one of whom was Ibn, formerly one of Zheng Shabatzi. Alas, in times past, there was still some discourse to be had, but now the world has changed, and even a simple meeting has become a challenge. The elder, named Guohuai, was also one of Zheng Shabatzi. However, weary of the maritime conflicts and bloodshed, he chose a life of seclusion, becoming a revered elder and chieftain among the Han people of Taiwan. The young man, his eldest son, named Guiyong, served as the village head, responsible for hunting and defense. "Every year, the taxes rise. I suspect there is something amiss," Guiyong remarked. Guohuai silently smoked his pipe and, after a long pause, murmured, "The hearts of men have changed." The He family is adept at scheming, so it is no surprise they resort to various tactics. Yet, the Han people are nearing despair. We cannot allow them to act with impunity, can we? Faced with his son's anger, Guohuai sighed helplessly. What can be done? The He family has the backing of the red-haired man, and with the Zheng family's support, they have both manpower and weaponry. Even if we 3 families unite, we are no match for them, let alone the red-haired men and the Zheng family behind them. Guiyong, youthful and impassioned, ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. Their family was no longer the formidable force it once was at sea. "Had I known, I would have kept those firearms. We would not have been subjected to such bullying," Guohuai thought, shaking his head in dismay that he once believed Taiwan would be an ideal place to retire. But ultimately, it fell prey to the struggles for power and the survival of the fittest. Just as the father and son sat in silence, a frantic sound of gongs echoed from the village, an alarm. Guiyong reacted swiftly, seizing his long knife and rushing out, followed closely by Guohuai, who set aside his work. The indigenous people of Taiwan had always harbored hostility towards the Han, even launching attacks on villages. Thus, the Han people banded together, erecting defenses. "What has happened?" Guiyong inquired of the sentinel atop the watchtower. "Young master, a troop is approaching. From their attire, they are neither red-haired devils nor indigenous tribesmen." This was the term the Han used for the indigenous people of Taiwan, while the Ming officials referred to them as Eastern barbarians. Guiyong hurriedly climbed the watchtower. His keen eyesight immediately spotted the advancing group, among which one rode a tall foreign horse that a firearm squad. "These individuals are armed with guns." Guiyong gasped in astonishment. They were not red-haired men, yet they bore firearms and wore uniform attire, indicating they were of significant stature. "Remain calm. Close the village gates. Archers to the walls, and do not loose your arrows until we ascertain their intentions," Guohuai commanded to soothe the frightened Han people. Guiyong descended the watchtower and ascended the village walls. Nervously watching as the troop drew nearer last, they halted 30 meters away. A voice rang out from atop the horse. "Uncle Guo, this is no way to receive guests." Chapter 31 Guohuai. That voice sounds familiar, Guiyong pondered. The newcomer was none other than Liu Shaokong. The Dutch had mandated that the Han could not reside too far from Taiwan City for ease of management. And since Liu had visited before, he was somewhat familiar with the area. He removed his hat and smiled. "Guiyong, why do you seem so unwelcoming?" "Shaokong, is that really you?" Guiyong finally recognized the person before him, while Guohuai also recognized Liu Shaokong, staring in astonishment at his cropped hair. "Young rascal, why have you cut your hair?" Liu Shaokong dismounted. "Uncle Guo, shouldn't you let me in first before we exchange pleasantries?" Seeing Liu Shaokong appear, so brazenly in Taiwan, especially under the watchful eyes of the Dutch. Guohuai harbored doubts, but nonetheless permitted Liu Shaokong and his companions to enter the village. Liu Shaokong followed the Guo family to their dwelling, scrutinizing the surroundings, eventually fixing his gaze upon Guohuai's patched robe, making it hard to fathom how a once mighty maritime figure had fallen to such a state. It was no wonder that in a few years he would organize a rebellion against the Dutch. It seemed he had indeed been ground down by relentless oppression. Guohuai had historically led the Han people in resistance against Dutch rule, only to be betrayed, leading to a bloody suppression of the uprising. Uncle Guo, your conditions here are quite dire. A village chief in such a state indicated that the common folk must be suffering even more. But enough about me. What brings you back to Taiwan? In Guohuai's memory, Liu Shaokong and his band had been relentlessly pursued by the red-haired men and the Zheng family, ultimately seeking refuge with the French, even having aided them in smuggling food. Liu Shaokong laughed heartily. Uncle Guo, just 2 days ago we captured Taiwan City. The days of red-haired devils ruling Taiwan are over. Impossible. Guohuai leapt to his feet. Unable to believe Liu Shaokong's words, in their heyday, even the most powerful of Zheng Shibatsi could not shake the Dutch. How could Liu Shaokong have accomplished such a feat? There is nothing impossible. Not only the red-haired devils, but even the small Frenchmen entrenched in Zhejiang were expelled. Now, Taiwan belongs solely to me. Guohuai, seeing Liu Shaokong did not appear to be delusional, steadied himself. Incredible! Quickly, tell me what transpired. Liu Shaokong recounted the events, leaving the Guo family in a state of shock. Could it be that the red-haired tyrants who had ruled Taiwan for 20 years were truly gone? Guiyong, tugging at his hair, said foolishly, Brother Liu, does this mean there will be no taxes this year? Haha, indeed. I have come to invite Uncle Guo to step forward. Taiwan is about to undergo a transformation, and we need him to gather the Han leaders and the indigenous chieftains to re-establish the rules. Seeing the two were still skeptical, Liu Shaokong immediately added, Uncle Guo has yet to visit Taiwan City. I shall take you for a tour. 3 hours later, the Guo family stood atop the highest point of Taiwan City, gazing in astonishment at the entire Yuen port. Had it not been for the distant sounds of the Dutch laborers being shouted at, it would have felt like a dream. What a magnificent warship! Guiyong exclaimed in envy at the recently returned tiger shark. Now do you believe me? Liu Shaokong smiled. You young rascal, I never imagined you'd accomplish such a monumental task. You've truly avenged our elders. Guohuai was overwhelmed with excitement, casting aside all doubt. Liu Shaokong grinned. From now on, Taiwan will be free of Westerners, a territory for us Han people. However, the Flying Shark Gang is still in its infancy. We need Uncle Guo's support. Guohuai, once a formidable figure in his own right, recognized Liu Shaokong's ambition to become the Lord of Taiwan. He did not oppose this. In an era that revered strength, Taiwan indeed required a leader. He could not underestimate Liu Shaokong, who had been a part of pirate crews since childhood, wielding a gun at the tender age of 10 and daring to venture out to sea alone in his teens. Moreover, he had fought alongside Liu Xiang in numerous battles and had subsequently turned into a lone wolf, fiercely confronting the red-haired men. A truly formidable character, albeit one who did not indulge in senseless slaughter. Guohuai sighed. I am old now and may not be of much help to you, but for the sake of the Han people of Taiwan, I will lend my support, though there is one individual I fear may prove challenging. Liu Shaokong quickly grasped that there were 4 major villages among the Han in Taiwan. One was the Guo family's Mayu village, known for producing sesame oil and hemcloth. Another was the fishing village, led by Chun Zhongji. The third was the iron village, home to many blacksmiths capable of forging iron tools. And the last was He family village, led by He Bin. The individual Guohuai had alluded to. He Bin, one of Zheng Shibatsi, was also a staunch subordinate of Zheng Zhilong, possessing considerable capabilities. Currently, he served as a Dutch liaison, responsible for translation and tax collection. Indeed, it was tax collection. The Dutch were few in number, while the Han and indigenous populations were scattered, making tax collection a cumbersome task. The Dutch devised a solution by hiring outsiders, a modern-day equivalent of outsourcing. He Bin, once a competent subordinate of Zheng Zhilong, held some influence among the Han, leading the Dutch to entrust tax collection to him. However, as tax burdens increased in recent years, discontent among the Han and indigenous peoples grew. Liu Shaokong, having followed Liu Xiong, was privy to some insider information. He was not merely a hired hand for the Dutch, but rather an operative left behind by Zheng Zhilong to monitor both the Dutch and the Han. It is crucial to understand Taiwan's strategic significance as Zheng Zhilong's escape route. Should he encounter difficulties in the Ming Dynasty, he could retreat to Taiwan and continue as a pirate king. He was no ordinary individual. He gained the Dutch's trust through cunning and acted as an intermediary between the Dutch and Zheng's trade while maintaining his own fleet, effectively playing both sides. Such a capable subordinate of Zheng Zhilong would be difficult to sway to Liu Shaokong's side. Although he'd been garnered resentment due to tax collection, the He family was powerful, backed by Zheng Zhilong, and the residents of Taiwan, especially the Han, harbored a sense of gratitude towards him. Guo understood that despite Liu Shaokong's grievances with the Zheng family, he must be approached with caution. Liu Shaokong grasped the implication. Guo meant that he wielded considerable influence among the Han and could not be confronted directly, as Liu needed their support to establish a foothold in Taiwan. He Ting Bin, Liu Shaokong repeated the name, having only hatred for the man in his previous life, in his modern memories, he recalled this name as well. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This individual had significantly aided Zheng Chenggong in recapturing Taiwan. Providing maritime charts and intelligence on Dutch strongholds by all accounts, he was a righteous man, having contributed to the reclamation of Taiwan. Yet he remembered a post indicating that this man had stood idly by during Guo and others' uprising, even adding to their misfortune. Ultimately, due to tax issues, he was apprehended by the Dutch, who confiscated his property. It was then that he fled to seek refuge with Zheng Chenggong, persuading him to reclaim Taiwan and providing vital intelligence regarding the cities of Taiwan. The crux of the tax issue lay in the double taxation. He'd collected taxes for the Dutch while concurrently taxing the Zheng family, profiting from the discrepancies until the Dutch discovered his deceit and arrested him. The tax collection process was layered, unbeknownst to the Han people. Contemplating this, Liu Shaokong's brow relaxed as he identified Bin's vulnerability. Uncle Guo, do you know the tax rate imposed by the Dutch? It's 8 out of every 10, but there are also taxes on fishing, deer hides, deer meat, and other trade earnings. Guo immediately responded, citing the annual amounts owed. Liu Shaokong's eyes glimmered. I have seized the Dutch's account books within the city, and the figures may not align. This is impossible. How dare that scoundrel act so brazenly? Within Liu Shaokong's office, Guo held the account books, his expression one of agitation and fury. Before him stood another figure, the former governor of Taiwan, Tailadenius. With both witness and evidence at hand, he ought not to have levied taxes on the Han people of Taiwan. The Dutch would never falsify their accounts. To validate his suspicions, Liu Shaokong summoned Tailadenius to corroborate the tax collections with Guo. Upon comparison, indeed, there was a staggering discrepancy. Taxes paid by the Han people were inflated by 30%. How could this be? Guo sank into despair. He had always held Zheng Zhilong in high regard, even when it came to the brutal actions against the brothers of Shiba. Yet now, Zheng Zhilong's methods had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Zheng Zhilong was truly a formidable figure, managing to evade taxation under the Dutch's very noses for so many years. A masterful stratagem. Liu Shaokong deliberately spoke loudly to stoke Guo's sense of betrayal. Indeed, Guo felt the weight of treachery as Zheng Zhilong's once heroic image crumbled before him. It was indeed true. Zheng Zhilong had once been a paragon of valor, monopolizing trade after becoming the pirate king. Collecting tolls and amassing wealth, think he would not spare even this meager sum from the 30,000 impoverished souls, already oppressed by the Dutch, only to be further exploited by his own kin. Such insatiable greed. Father, the Zheng family regards us as mere pawns. In 10 years, they have not even sent a single letter, while we have delivered at least 10 ships' worth of goods to them annually. Their lack of compassion is evident. It is time to sever ties. Guiyong also erupted with indignation, having once harbored hopes of returning to serve the Zheng family in the Ming Dynasty, only to see his sincerity turn to naught. Alas, alas! Guo aged visibly in an instant. After a long pause, he addressed Liu Shaokong. What shall you do regarding this matter? Liu Shaokong pondered for a moment before responding. I understand that Uncle Guo is a man of deep sentiments. Thus I shall not put you in a difficult position. The He family must be disbanded. The He clan may return to the Ming Dynasty, but they must leave their wealth behind. After witnessing the might of the Flying Shark Gang today, Guo recognized that they were more than capable of sweeping across all of Taiwan. The He family could hardly contend. You surpass your adoptive father by far, showing strength without cruelty. You possess the aura of a leader. Therefore, I shall assist you in rallying other clans to drive out the He family. I would be most grateful for Uncle Guo's assistance. 2 days later, on Sankuan Island, the Flying Shark Gang, led by the flagship Tiger Shark, unleashed a barrage upon several sand dunes, the sound of cannon fire reverberating like thunder, shaking the very earth. Once the bombardment ceased, over 20 small boats were swiftly deployed for landing, followed by soldiers forming ranks. Under the support of several mortars and small cannons, they unleashed a volley upon their targets, with smoke billowing as soldiers fired in unison, quickly reloading to continue their assault. Esteemed leaders and clan chiefs, this is the might of our forces. We can surely vanquish the Dutch, so do not fear retribution. This was Liu Shaokong's meticulously prepared beach landing exercise for the Han leaders and the indigenous chiefs of Taiwan, involving all warships, creating an impressive spectacle. Not only the Taiwanese natives, but even several Han clan leaders had never witnessed such grandeur. Among them, besides Guo, were 2 other clan leaders, one named Chen Zhongji, nearing 60, who had once been a prominent figure, serving as the right-hand man to the saintly king of Taiwan, Yan Siki, whose former power and status even eclipsed Zhang Zhilong's. The other, Yang Kuan, in his 40s. A descendant of Yan Siki's subordinates. The 4 indigenous leaders belonged to 4 clans under Dutch administration, with 5 more in the Tam Sui region, which would be dealt with later. The indigenous chiefs looked pale, initially harboring animosity towards the newly arrived Han. They even considered rebellion. However, upon witnessing the fierce soldiers and the overwhelming weaponry, coupled with the sight of the Dutch laboring in fear, they no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. The exercise soon concluded, and Liu Shaokong hosted a lavish banquet on the 3rd level of Taiwan City. The tides of the Yangtze pushed the waves ahead. Who would have thought Liu, the leader, to be such a youthful hero? He may even surpass Yan Long too, exclaimed Chen Zhongji, his voice still robust. The younger generation merely enjoys fortune. How could they compare to Yan Long Tu and the esteemed elders? Liu Shaokong humbly replied, "And oh need for modesty. Leader Liu, we old-timers have achieved nothing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be oppressed by the Dutch. Seeing you employ these people as laborers gives me a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Old Guo, we must drink to our heart's content today." Guo responded, "Of course. I trust that Shaokong would not skimp on the wine. With the 2 elders speaking, the wine will surely flow generously. Alas, it has been a long while since I returned to the Ming, and we only have the foreigner's liquor. I fear it may not suit your tastes." "Ha ha ha. You should have said so earlier. Ayong, go home and fetch our treasured rice flour wine. We must drink heartily today. Yang, you won't shy away, will you?" Yang Kuan, who had remained silent, was subordinate to Chen Zhongji. "Uncle Guo, Kuan shall accompany you till the end." At noon, Liu Shaokong hosted a feast for these once mighty sea heroes, during which he learned many thrilling secrets of the past, surpassing even the most captivating tales. That, of course, the indigenous chiefs were not neglected. They were given a separate table, with ample food and drink. As night fell, the port lay in serene stillness, with only the sound of waves crashing against the shore. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight and the flickering firelight of the lighthouse. "Look, the lighthouse! We have arrived." On the sea, a fleet emerged, the long-awaited reinforcement from Batavia. It turned out that Lamodi had encountered a storm during their voyage, which had blown them off course, and with the limitations of navigational technology of the era, they only just arrived. Lamodi gazed at Taiwan City, which loomed like a slumbering behemoth in the dark, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. They had lost an armed cargo ship to the storm and half of their supplies, yet they had managed to reach their destination, signal to the city of Tainan. The Batavia fleet is entering the port. Several sailors quickly produced a mirror and a torch, using the mirror to reflect light and send the signal. Before long, a response came from Taiwan City, granting them permission to enter the port. Lamodi hesitated no longer and ordered the fleet to proceed. Upon reaching the shore, Lamodi took a deep breath, feeling grounded and secure, just as he wondered why no one came to greet them. The drawbridge slowly descended, and the city gates swung open. Lamodi quickly adjusted his appearance, ensuring he did not appear disheveled before the stationed troops in Taiwan. Suddenly, hundreds of people surged from the city gates, with hundreds more pouring out for Goen Town. Not only that, but a large number of soldiers also appeared aboard the previously unattended warships, shouting as they rushed to board their vessels. The sounds of gunfire, battle cries, and screams immediately filled the port, and Lamodi realized that the ones emerging were not their compatriots he shouted to organize a defense, but most of his men were still aboard the ships, their firearms unloaded and unprepared, experiencing a one-sided massacre. My God, what is happening? Lamodi's face turned pale as he noticed he had been surrounded with no escape. Surrender! Lay down your weapons. We surrender! Lamodi shouted, and the already terrified Dutch soldiers knelt in submission, as if granted amnesty. Chapter 33. He bannered the Dutch so weak. The remaining Han leaders and indigenous chiefs awoke to the sounds of battle, and as they donned their clothing and emerged, the fighting had already concluded. Apologies for the disturbance. Everyone that we have been awaiting this Dutch reinforcement, but it seems these fellows were unfortunate. Had they arrived in daylight, we could never have captured them all. It must be divine providence, Liu Shaokong said with a relaxed demeanor, having set a trap to await the Dutch. The indigenous chiefs, especially, no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. The campaign against the Dutch had temporarily ceased, and Liu Shaokong ordered 2 patrol ships to be dispatched daily into the UN waters, flying the flag of the Dutch East India Company, with the intent to lure them into a trap, attacking and capturing them to prolong Batavia's response time. Another day passed, and Liu Shaokong led 1,000 men ashore, guided by the 3 Han clan leaders toward the He family stronghold. Within the He family stronghold, He Bin, who had just celebrated his 40th birthday, held account books in his hands, with an abacus on the table beside a fruit platter filled with seasonal Taiwanese fruits. The sound of the abacus rang out intermittently, and He Bin's face bore a smile. During his last visit to Xiamen to see Zheng Zhilong, he had lamented the poor harvest this year, and Zheng Hailong had generously reduced the taxes by 10%. However, in Taiwan, even the Dutch heed his counsel, and thus, the spoils naturally fill his own coffers. Father, it is getting late. We must set off. I wonder where we should go first. A rotund young man spoke. He was Izishan, the eldest son of He Bin pondered for a moment, suggesting they first head to Medu society, gathering more men, as these rascals had grown increasingly unruly and warranted some appropriate punishment. Understood. At the He family stockade's martial grounds, 300 individuals awaited in silence, their attire somewhat disheveled. Among them were 30 wielding shotguns of Izishan, with his ample belly and a firearm at his waist. Stood with spirited bravado. This time of year always exhilarated him, for it heralded the collection of taxes. Just as he was about to issue a loud command to depart, several individuals rushed into the stockade in a state of panic. Chief, young chief, grave news. There are numerous indigenous people in the forest, and also Han people, all armed, numbering in the thousands, and they're advancing towards our stockade. Izishan seized a villager, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The indigenous people are one thing. But what do the Han want? Do they seek a fight?" Zishan cease. He been admonished firmly. Are you certain there are that many? The villagers nodded vigorously. And furthermore, there is a troop with peculiar attire, each armed with a firearm. And they even have artillery. Is it the red-haired soldiers? He been asked anxiously. Don't know. Their attire does not resemble that of the red-haired ones. Upon hearing the villager's account, he been furrowed his brow. In the Tainan region, only the red-haired soldiers had troops. Could it be the French had come? Just then, an alarm sounded from the watchtower. Chief, someone approaches, a great multitude. He been no longer hesitated and immediately commanded. Close the gates. All soldiers to the stockade walls. Zishan, bring out the stored firearms. As one of the 18 masters, he been had some resources, though the Dutch forbade them from possessing excessive firearms. Nevertheless, he had secretly hoarded quite a few. The He family stockade was in a frenzy, having rarely encountered such a situation. He been finally glimpsed the newcomers, and indeed, they were numerous. 2,000 indigenous people surged forth from the forest, armed with rudimentary spears. bows, arrows, and wicker shields. Soon after, the road was teeming with people, and among them, a particularly striking contingent, though their attire was strange, was organized and imposing. Han people. A military force? He Bin's mind spun. The faces of this troop were all Easterners. Yet they differed fundamentally from the Ming army. Guo Huai and his son. He Zishan recognized the Guo family amidst the crowd. He Bin also noted that beside them were others, Chinla, Yang, Kun, and 4 local leaders. Father, these individuals surely do not come with good intentions. He Zishan was unafraid of the Han or the indigenous people, yet the unknown military force instilled fear in him. Their cold, piercing gazes were more intimidating than those of the red-haired soldiers. At that moment, Guo Huai rode his warhorse to the gate of the stockade. He Bin spoke first. Brother Guo, Elder Chun, we are all kin here. Why have you brought your people to block the gate? Elder He, I have come today to clarify a matter. Have you been collecting taxes on behalf of the Zheng family, extracting from our Han people? Guo Huai directly interrogated without preamble. He Bin's expression changed drastically. This was highly confidential, known only to the Zheng and He families. Even the villagers in the stockade were unaware. Brother Guo, surely you jest. How could the illustrious Zheng long to impose taxes on the Han people of Taiwan? You must be mistaken. So you mean to say you have unilaterally increased the tax? He Bin quickly shook his head, insisting that the taxes were set by the Dutch. Any grievances could be directed towards them. At that moment, Chen Zhongji stepped forward. Young He, do not think that just because we cannot speak the language of the red-haired devils, we can be easily fooled. We have brought witnesses. As Chen Zhongji finished speaking, a disheveled figure was dragged out. Sir Officer, how can this be? He Bin was horrified, never having imagined that the dignified Dutch officer had been captured. He cursed under his breath, thinking this was disastrous. The truth was out, and the faces of the He family turned pale. Surely, this heralded a calamity. 10%, 5% tax, no additional charges. The officer shouted in broken Chinese. Yet all understood that this Dutch officer spoke of a 15% tax on Han people and a 5% tax on local societies. Elder He, you claim 8%, yet this year you raise it by a tenth, collecting 6.5% from the indigenous. Where does that excess line your pockets? How much has the Zheng family profited? We have come today to demand an explanation. Please, Elder He, accompany us to Tainan City to review the accounts of these past years. He Bin was utterly alarmed. His wrongdoings had finally come to light. A trip to Tainan City was tantamount to a death sentence. He could never agree to it. Brother Guo, this is merely a ploy by the Dutch, desperate in their failure, seeking to sow discord among us. There may be discrepancies in the accounts, and I assure you, I will provide compensation. The situation was dire, and He Bin had no choice but to relent. You scoundrels, it is indeed you who are plotting against us. We once vigorously supported the Zheng family, and now you come to feast upon our remnants. I shall end you. Chen Zhongji, with a fiery temper, had once held a position above Zheng Zhilong. Thus he felt no need for decorum, and he unleashed a torrent of curses. The surrounding common folk were equally astonished. The revered Zhenglong, too, would not even spare his family's meager leftovers, inciting a swell of indignation. Not only these people, but even those from the He family stockade were unsettled. Though they enjoyed some tax concessions, they were meager and still higher than the taxes levied by the red-haired devils. Do not listen to their nonsense. Do not engage in reckless speculation. He Zishan loudly intervened, yet his demeanor betrayed his unease. Just then, a banner was raised from the orderly ranks, accompanied by a resounding voice. He Bin, do you still remember the Flying Shark Gang? Flying Shark Gang? He Bin, who served the Zheng family, was well aware of this name. They were the remnants of Lu Xiang, the Zheng family's sworn enemy. He Bin, Uncle Guo speaks on your behalf, so I promise not to make things difficult for the He family that I come here on official business. As long as you return the ill-gotten wealth of these past years, I guarantee your safe passage from Taiwan. Chapter 34. Success achieved. He Bin nearly collapsed. Indeed, he had embezzled a considerable amount over the years. Initially timid, he had started with small sums, but with the Dutch's indulgence, so long as taxes were duly paid, he grew bolder. And with the Zheng family far away on the mainland, his audacity swelled. Once such acts commenced, it became challenging to retract, and thus his wealth burgeoned like a snowball, with a portion concealed in Ming territory. Yet 70% remained within the stockade. Impossible! Liu Shaokong sneered. The goal had already been achieved, to undermine the Zheng family's reputation in Taiwan. Refusing a toast is akin to seeking punishment. Prepare to fire. This time they had brought two 18-pound field cannons, and breaching the wooden stockade before them was a trivial matter. Boom! Boom! With two thunderous blasts which splintered and flew, the stockade gates were blasted open, and a large hole was torn in the wall. The people of the family stockade heard the proclamation. I am Liu Shaokong, representing the Ming, reclaiming Tainan City. From now on, you shall all remain subjects of the Ming, no longer under the exploitation of the red-haired devils. Furthermore, upon investigation, it has been found that the He family has disguised increased taxation, lining their own pockets, and has even collected taxes from the Zheng family for many years. Thus, I have come today to apprehend them. This matter concerns no one else. I will report to the court to request a reduction in your taxes. Guiyong echoed loudly. Fellow villagers, what are you waiting for? Guns and cannons spare no one. Do not become unjustly slain. The villagers were quite pragmatic. Moreover, the He family had wielded power in the stockade for years, breeding resentment, and many laid down their arms and hid. He Zishan sought to fire a shot in protest, but was halted by He Bin. There was still room for negotiation, but once blood was shed, the nature of the situation would change. Lay down your arms. On the martial grounds, only the He family disciples and a score of loyalists remained. Liu Shaokong waved his hand, and Chinabayo immediately led men in to control the stockade. Chief Liu, my He family concedes. I implore you, considering your acquaintance with Brother Liu Xiang, do not make things difficult for my family. Humph. With Gua uncle vouching for you, as long as you return the wealth amassed over these years, I will allow your He family to leave. Gua Huai added, Shaokong, grant this old man a favor. We have shared a long friendship. Though you have acted ungratefully, I cannot be unjust. Leave the treasure and return to the Ming, and tell Zheng Long too that I, old Gua, hereby sever all ties with him. He Bin opened his mouth. If anyone among the 18 masters were deemed most loyal, it would undoubtedly be Gua Huai. Very well, take it all. He Bin aged a decade in an instant. His heart aching. Wait, we were once family, so we know each other's methods. Disclose the nearby treasure locations to spare us all from embarrassment. Liu Shaokong, as a pirate leader, was well versed in the art of cunning. Treasures would not be hidden in a single location. After speaking, he exchanged glances, and Chinabayo, with a sinister grin, immediately restrained He Zishan. I hear you have a wife and daughter. I will interrogate them separately. You surely understand the reputation of the Flying Shark Gang. We are merciless to our enemies, so do not attempt to be clever. He Bin's face turned ashen, the last flicker of hope extinguished. Indeed, his wealth was not entirely within the stockade. 2 hours later, He Bin and the He family, along with a group of loyalists, were sent aboard a bird ship, drifting towards the Ming. Father, we cannot let this go unaddressed. He Zishan gritted his teeth. He Bin gazed at the receding Taiwan island and coldly declared, Rest assured, we will return. Everything belonging to the He family will be reclaimed, in stark contrast to the sorrow and indignation of the He family. Liu Shaokong found himself in hearty laughter. The wealth amassed by the He family amounted to an astounding 60,000 taels of silver, a considerable bounty indeed. This fortune was quite diverse, comprising Ming Dynasty copper coins, silver ingots, silver cakes, as well as Japanese copper coins, silver, and currency issued by the Portuguese and the Dutch East India Company, alongside a modest quantity of gold coins and gemstones, some furs, textiles, iron, copper, and nearly 200,000 pounds of grain. The He family was adept in commerce, selling textiles and metal to the Han settlers and indigenous peoples of Taiwan in exchange for food and other valuables. Much of this wealth had been extorted by the He family, and the 3 village chiefs were expected to report the population of their settlements, returning a portion to the He family. This, however, could not be tolerated. Those who collected the money were well aware of the debts owed, and it was prudent for the leader to remain. Gua Huai chimed in, urging, Shaokong, it is best to keep it. The retribution from the red-haired devils will come swiftly, and this wealth is perfectly suited for recruiting soldiers and procuring arms. Yang Kuan added, "Indeed, we do not wish to be ruled by the red-haired devils any longer." Liu Shaokong recognized the necessity of this wealth and acquiesced, yet resolved to further win the hearts of the people by halving the tax for the following year. To be frank, the tax from tens of thousands of individuals was now negligible, and he deemed it a worthy investment in goodwill to all village leaders. Henceforth we are united as one that the management of the villages will remain in your capable hands. In addition to a monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver, a monthly salary of 20 taels was no small sum in the Ming Dynasty, equivalent to that of a 4th or 5th rank official. Presently, he lacked administrative personnel and wished to avoid significant upheaval, thus requiring the assistance of these individuals not decline. There are many matters that require your cooperation and support. Today, while we are gathered, let us seize the moment to implement some policy changes. Liu Shaokong paused, then continued. Firstly, let us establish a rule. We must coexist peacefully, refraining from violence or conflict. Violators will face punishment. Taiwan is vast, with many undeveloped areas, so the three Han leaders must keep their villagers in check. The Han people are resilient and seldom attack outsiders. Thus the warning is directed towards the indigenous peoples. He announced the lifting of trade restrictions, allowing for free trade and the exchange of goods. He encouraged the cultivation of land, suggesting that some mountainous areas be planted with sweet potatoes and corn, promising to provide seeds at no cost. Additionally, he promoted animal husbandry, fishing, and weaving with a commitment to regular purchases. Indeed, the binding of interests proved highly effective, and all proposals, including the recruitment of soldiers, were swiftly approved. Currently, the Fascia gang could muster only 3,000 troops, inclusive of naval forces, thus the urgency for manpower was apparent. Furthermore, blacksmiths, carpenters, and masons were also sought. Within the 4 villages, He family village was designated a chief, a venerable physician of considerable repute. Each village was allotted 300 positions, filled until the quota was met. Liu Shaokong, as a modern thinker, understood the significance of administrative transparency, exemplified by He Bin. Thus, all policies and various tax exemptions would be publicly posted to prevent any clandestine manipulations. 3 days later, Liu Shaokong found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the influx of personnel from the 4 villages, as the numbers significantly exceeded expectations, initially believing that 300 recruits would be the limit. He was astonished to see over 2,000 eager volunteers, including relatives of the 4 village chiefs. With no alternative, Liu Shaokong offered generous military pay. At this time, the average soldier in the Ming Dynasty received merely 1 tael a month for their rations, while he was offering 3 taels with disability and death benefits exceeding the norm by tenfold. Ultimately, Liu Shaokong personally selected 1,500 individuals, retaining the youth from each family. The vast majority of these recruits were literate and possessed a commendable understanding of their surroundings, given their pirate lineage, making them invaluable assets. As for the potential of forming factions or private militias, he was acutely aware and had already taken precautions against such developments. 10 days later, Li Mingzhi and Liu Bao arrived in Taiwan. And under Li Mingzhi's strong recommendation, they prepared to submit a memorial to the court, seeking to accept amnesty and gain legitimacy, requesting the title of Grand Commander. Chapter 35. Rapid Officer Training. Stand tall, Guiyong, and do not slouch. On the beach, Liu Shaokong wielded a rattan stick, delivering a sharp jab to the improperly positioned Guiyong, causing him to grimace. This was part of the officer training, necessitated by the expansion of the army, which had led to a shortage of officers. Distrustful of entrusting the training to Zhao Xiaohu and Gao Fei's seasoned instructors, Liu Shaokong opted to establish an accelerated officer training academy, personally selecting promising candidates for training. To this end, a rudimentary dormitory was constructed, albeit in modest conditions, serving as a temporary solution until a proper officer academy could be established. Currently, this facility focused on the army, while a separate naval officer academy was overseen by Dias, who imparted fundamental knowledge of navigation and naval combat. Previously, with a smaller force, there had been no distinction between land and naval troops. However, with the recent surge in personnel, it was opportune to delineate the branches. Naturally, artillery also warranted its own independent classification. Liu Shaokong, drawing upon modern knowledge and adapting it to the current circumstances, formulated a soldier training manual. Commencing with the officers, daily exercises included physical training, formations, commands, marching, musket shooting, bomb throwing, as well as navigation, reconnaissance, and the creation of simple maps, alongside lessons on geography and history pertinent to military strategy. Fortunately, tactics in this era remained relatively straightforward, allowing Liu Shaokong to manage adequately. Simultaneously, the training of new soldiers commenced to ensure rigorous training. 3 meals a day were provided, with lunch consisting of dry rice and fish soup. Regrettably, due to the underdeveloped livestock industry on the island, other meats were scarce, necessitating the reliance on fish. Nonetheless, the new recruits relished the provisions, as they were accustomed to only 2 meals a day at home and had to ration their food. In the military, such concerns were alleviated. Veteran soldiers engaged in morning exercises to maintain their fitness and ensure the speed of musket loading remained consistent. In the afternoons, they dispersed, with some on guard duty while others tilled the surrounding fields. Primarily for personal use, cultivating vegetables such as potatoes, cauliflower, cabbage, radishes, and green onions. Taiwan's subtropical maritime monsoon climate allowed for year-round vegetable cultivation to guarantee the soldiers' combat readiness and health. A diet rich in vegetables was essential. Thus, crops suitable for Taiwan's unique climate were selected. In the evening, Li Mingzhi, Liu Bao, and Liu Shaokong convened to discuss matters. Leader, the goods have been dispatched, and we're preparing to approach the court officials with our memorial. Our sincerity is evident, and I believe we will succeed. Liu Shaokong nodded, acknowledging that substantial funds have been expended to secure this title. The intelligence points across various regions must be established promptly. Although his spirit was that of a modern individual, aware of the general trajectory of history, he understood that to seize the initiative against the enemy, precise intelligence support was imperative. During Liu Xiang's time, there were some inland smuggling contacts, which Li Mingzhi had established. Thus, he appointed Li Mingzhi as the director of intelligence, tasked with gathering intelligence. Excellent. Intelligence will be crucial to our future success, so do not hesitate to request funds as needed. Prioritize the capital and the Zheng family in Fujian, as well as the list I provided you. Make every effort to locate them and devise ways to bring them to Taiwan. These individuals must be in place before we can execute our plans. Li Mingzhi stated. Liu Shaokong was not overly ambitious. He recognized that building an intelligence network was not an overnight endeavor, requiring gradual progress. Nonetheless, it must be completed within a year. Yes. Uncle Bao, I have decided to establish a county seat in the Tainan region. The specific location and structure are outlined in the plans I have drawn, though we need to find some skill builders to start with the internal construction of houses and streets, as this will be one of our key areas for immigration. The Tainan region would later become a significant and prosperous area, situated in the Qiannan Plain, bordered by the Taiwan Strait to the west and the Alishan Mountain Range to the east. Rich in rainfall and abundant in rivers and streams, it was exceptionally suited for agricultural development. Leave this to me. I assure you it will become the finest county, Liu Bao exclaimed with enthusiasm, as their influence expanded and they secured control over Taiwan. Although their strength could not yet rival that of Liu Xiang's era, the prospects were bright, igniting their ambition. Liu Shaokong continued discussions with the two men regarding other matters before adjourning the meeting. After dinner, he retired to rest, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the challenges ahead, lamenting the scarcity of administrative talent around him. Many tasks required his personal oversight and follow-up, leaving him weary. It became evident that conquering a territory was no simple feat that day. Having completed the officer training curriculum in the morning, he visited the newly constructed small arms factory, where they had recently acquired a significant amount of iron and copper. Commencing trials for musket production, they were attempting to replicate the Portuguese flintlock musket, as this era was witnessing the transition from matchlocks to flintlocks, with no standardized model for flintlock muskets yet established. Greatly influenced by the craftsmanship of the artisans, the Portuguese, through extensive trade with numerous nations, assimilated various techniques in firearms manufacturing, ultimately giving rise to the renowned Marinha flintlock mechanism. This mechanism is celebrated for its safety and reliability. Standing at the forefront of global advancements, in pursuit of successful imitation, Liu Shaokong offered generous remuneration to 3 blacksmiths from a Han settlement, each of whom had previously crafted bird guns for the Ming army, thus belonging to a skilled trade. They were entrusted to Chun and for training. The creation of a firearms barrel is not overly complex, yet it demands a substantial level of craftsmanship and a dedication to the art. The artisans of the Ming Dynasty are not inferior to those of other nations. However, the Ming government's neglect of artisans' welfare, often failing to provide adequate rations, has resulted in numerous substandard firearms and artillery within the military. Falling short of Western standards to avert this predicament, Liu Shaokong raised the wages of these craftsmen to the highest tier, implementing a system of rewards and penalties that ignited their enthusiasm for work. The fabrication of a gun barrel requires wrought iron. Initially, sheets of thick iron, roughly shaped, are heated and placed into a U-shaped groove, where they are hammered with a specialized spherical hammer until they are completely embedded in the groove. Forming a cylindrical shape, the craftsman must continually adjust the points of impact to ensure the seams close properly. However, a single-layer iron pipe is prone to bursting, necessitating an additional layer of iron. Thus, the preliminary form of the barrel is established. Next, a uniform iron rod is inserted into the barrel, which is then heated and hammered with a specially designed concave hammer until any gaps disappear. Followed by shaping. In this era, round barrels were not in vogue. Instead, facets were crafted to enhance aesthetic appeal and facilitate secure attachment to the stock. Finally, drilling and polishing are performed, lubricating the interior with either vegetable or animal oils to achieve a smooth finish. This step is laborious, requiring at least half a month to complete with manual drills. To expedite the process, Liu Shaokong commissioned Dutch craftsmen, captured in Taiwan, to fabricate 2 hydraulic drilling machines. The necessary equipment was readily available. As Sanquan Town housed 3 windmills used for sugar production, which could be modified into hydraulic drilling machines. As for the firing mechanism, it was entrusted to the Dutch clockmakers among the captives. To ensure their diligence, Liu Shaokong not only compensated them, but also signed a contract promising their release after 3 years. Concurrently, he recruited 5 nimble-minded youths as apprentices to learn from these artisans. To guarantee quality, Liu Shaokong devised a new measuring tool, utilizing the future universally accepted units of meters, decimeters, and millimeters, and arranged for the instruction of Chinese craftsmen in the use of Arabic numerals. The caliber of the imitated firearms was set at 15 millimeters, with the barrel length slightly shorter than the original, incorporating facets to create slots that would secure the bayonet more firmly. Allowing for easy detachment with a simple twist, today marks the completion of the first batch of assembled firearms, prompting a visit for inspection. The new guns are notably smaller than the prototypes, featuring stocks made from locally sourced Taiwan cedar, providing a pleasant tactile experience, perfectly suited for the physique and hand shape of Easterners. The firing mechanism is devoid of unnecessary embellishments, presenting a sleek and polished appearance. Liu Shaokong engaged the hammer, noting the strong spring, comparable to those of Portuguese and Dutch firearms. He promptly reset the hammer, loaded the ammunition, and aimed at a human-shaped target 50 meters away. The first shot, as anticipated, missed, but the second struck true. Everyone should give the new gun a try, he declared, tossing the firearm to Chinabayo. Soon, the 5 guards took turns firing, encountering a single misfire, achieving an impressive firing rate of over 80 to 90%. Ultimately, all present affirmed the effectiveness of the new weapon. It functions well. Chunin, your efforts have yielded commendable results. Each member of the arms division shall receive a reward of 5 taels of silver. Thank you, General Su, including the Dutch. Everyone exhaled in relief. The successful imitation of the firearm garnered the approval of their superior, along with a monetary reward, filling them with unparalleled joy. Chapter 36. Crude cement, due to limited manpower and hydraulic drilling machines. Production was capped at 60 units per month, while maintaining quality to enhance this output. Liu Shaokong initiated the construction of a reservoir at a high point along a major stream, specifically to provide power for the hydraulic drilling machines, thus accelerating the polishing speed of both barrels and cannon tubes, which required similar processes. Moreover, the newly established armory included a foundry for cannon production, given that the casting technique for iron cannons was still rudimentary. The iron cannon forged by Zhang Dali had proven unreliable after firing 100 rounds, leading to a decision to focus solely on casting bronze cannons for the time being. The first batch was planned to include 20 cannons, 10 iron cannons, and 10 field guns. All newly manufactured artillery would adhere to the new measuring standards, and they possessed their own innovative methods for casting artillery, capable of functioning independently. Furthermore, calibers were delineated, the cannons at 90 millimeters, 120 mm, and 150 mm, the iron cannons at 150 mm, and the field guns at 75 millimeters and 110 mm. The cannons and iron cannons were intended for future warships, while the 10 field guns were designated for the army. The field guns were designed based on Liu Shaokong's blueprints, modeled after the Napoleonic cannon, named after a great military strategist from another world. With a simple structure and formidable firepower, it stands as an exceptionally practical artillery piece. The armory also encompassed critical components for rocket launchers and bomb production. The rocket launchers were in full swing, with ample materials available, producing grenades and solid iron projectiles at a brisk pace. However, Liu Shaokong's visit today was to inspect a new type of shell. This new shell is an improved version of the explosive shell. Liu Shaokong had a vivid image of this shell in his mind, which he sketched easily. The base consists of a hardwood support with grooves along the edges, designed to accommodate iron strips that secure the projectile firmly to the wooden base. General, a robust young man bowed in greeting. The new shells, being strategic weapons, necessitated strict confidentiality. Thus, the artisans tasked with their production had undergone rigorous selection, led by Chun and Sun, Chun Hong Chun, totaling 10 individuals. Hong Chun, has the shell been produced? Yes, General, but I am uncertain of its effectiveness. The youth appeared anxious. He had experience with explosive shells, but was unsure how the additional wooden base would affect ignition in a relatively sealed chamber. Liu Shaokong examined the finished product. Finding it akin to his memories, he immediately summoned a small caliber 75 mm cannon, loading it with a powder charge before inserting the shell. He then used a metal cone to pierce the powder charge through the ignition hole. Traditionally, a burning fuse would ignite it. However, this method was prone to moisture and difficult to control. Therefore, Liu Shaokong instructed them to wrap soft iron sheets into a narrow tube, filling it with powder and sealing both ends with wood. The plug could be removed and ignited directly. With a resounding boom, the cannon discharged, sending a plume of dust soaring 700 meters away. Moments later, another muffled explosion echoed, scattering sand and creating a small crater in the ground. It worked, Chun Hong Chun exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his earlier tension dissipating. Liu Shaokong smacked his lips, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The power was still lacking compared to future hand grenades. Clearly, larger calibers were the way to go. Nevertheless, this represented a significant breakthrough. Should heavy artillery achieve advancements in the future, it could decisively influence the outcome of battles. Subsequently, all manufacturer shells were tested, revealing a failure rate of about 10% in ignition. Yet overall deemed suitable for battlefield use. Well done. Each of you shall receive a reward of 5 taels. Remember, these items must remain confidential. Otherwise, military law is unforgiving. Rest assured, General, unless commanded, not even my father will be informed. Chun Hong Chun vowed. Liu Shaokong chuckled softly. Very well, but you may inform your father. Additionally, once the new cannons are cast, go measure their dimensions. This type of shell will be primarily produced after departing the armory. He led his guards to a mountainous forest 100 miles from Taiwan City, where limestone was known to be abundant, as informed by Guohuai. Limestone has myriad uses. Extracting it now could facilitate the construction of artillery platforms. However, upon witnessing the vast quarry before him, Liu Shaokong was struck with alternative ideas. The Dutch had previously mined limestone here, leaving behind a brick kiln, now sadly abandoned, with a method for producing crude cement already in mind. He saw an opportunity to repurpose the kiln. While it may not rival modern cement, it would be a pioneering material in this era. Liu Shaokong inquired, "Is there anyone skilled in brick making?" Initially, no, but many in our settlement have experience making red bricks for the red-haired foreigners. They should recall the formula. It differs somewhat from our blue bricks. I wonder if it can be utilized? It turned out that the Dutch, in constructing barracks, required a substantial quantity of red bricks, and transporting them from afar was impractical. Thus, they sourced materials locally, enlisting Han laborers to perform the work. Among the Han were many craftsmen experienced in the brickmaking process, making the re-establishment of brick production entirely feasible. Liu Shaokong was elated. Red bricks are durable and resilient, serving as a primary material in ancient Western architecture. While they may not match the quality of Chinese blue bricks, they excelled in affordability, perfectly aligning with the plan to produce cement concurrently. He promptly dispatched Guo Huai to gather laborers and instructed Chinabayo to lead 100 captives from Taiwan City to quarry the limestone. 4 days later, the brick kiln produced its first batch of red bricks, which were then used to construct a lime kiln. With the lime kiln nearing completion, preparations for cement production commenced. Limestone was crushed in a powder and mixed with clay and water to create a slurry, which was then heated until dry. The dried mixture was placed in the kiln for calcination. The resultant blocks were then crushed and ground to yield cement. Successful calcination hinges on 2 conditions: the absence of glassy materials in the blocks and no excess lime. Although Liu Shaokong had a formula, this process necessitated considerable practical experience, WY overseeing the operation himself. It took 2 days to successfully produce the cement. The cement has been thoroughly tested and meets all usage requirements. Hence, production is set to be expanded. Uncle Guo, you will temporarily oversee the cement factory. I will leave a contingent of soldiers to guard this place, as its production capacity is certain to increase in the future. Allowing for the construction of a series of workshops, the monthly salary has already enabled Guo Huai to be fully dedicated to his duties, and there are several elders in the village, relieving him of mundane tasks. Since the Grand General trusts old Guo, I will reluctantly assume the role of factory manager. Liu Shaokong has sent a batch of funds to expedite the construction of the cement factory, ensuring we are prepared for the impending defense battle. With limestone and clay at our disposal, should we not attempt iron and steel smelting, or even glass production? At the very least, we could produce lampshades and promote kerosene lamps, which would certainly yield some profit. Limestone is a vital ingredient for iron smelting, while clay can be used to manufacture refractory bricks. Once coal is converted into coke, iron production can commence. However, I currently lack skilled personnel for iron smelting and must therefore postpone this endeavor. Additionally, the inability to engage in trade during this period has resulted in dwindling finances. While we can persist for a while longer, there will come a day when we exhaust our resources, necessitating the urgent preparation of more trade goods. Managing a household is indeed a formidable challenge, Liu Shaokong lamented, rubbing his throbbing head. Others traverse through time to seize power amidst throngs of beautiful women. Yet I find myself playing both father and mother, pondering matters even in my sleep, with no one to confide in. Chapter 37. Zhongjilong Fuzhou, Jinjian County, a picturesque coastal town blessed with favorable climate and scenery. Recognized as the maritime trade hub of southern Fujian due to its geographical location. This reputation, however, is largely attributed to one individual, Zheng Zhilong. After defeating Liu Xiang, Zheng Zhilong ascended to the position of general. Though the court harbored apprehensions about him, his title was merely nominal, while the Zheng family's fleet remained under his actual command. The Zheng family currently boasts a private army of 30,000 and a fleet of 1,000 vessels, primarily based in the Xiamen and Kinmen regions, thereby controlling trade throughout East Asia and into the South Seas. The court is presently preoccupied with quelling domestic uprisings and is reluctant to provoke another maritime giant, opting instead to let the situation be a result. Jinjian has become a haven for merchants daring to venture into maritime trade. They only need to pay a certain sum of silver to the Zheng family in exchange for a token, allowing them to smuggle various goods. On the outskirts of Jinjian, south of the harbor, stand a vast residence sprawling nearly 200 acres, featuring multiple courtyards arranged in a double alley format with 5 entrances, flanked by wings and pavilions, forming a picturesque enclosure. The gardens are adorned with exquisite flora, pavilions, ponds, bridges, and flowing water, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This is the Zheng family estate. In the Grand Hall, the decor diverges strikingly from traditional Huaxia aesthetics, particularly with the conspicuous presence of a Western cross. A middle-aged man clad in elegant attire kneels on the ground, hands clasped in prayer. His expression one of deep devotion. He possesses a prominent nose and a square jaw, with brows that arch dramatically into his temples, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, a man strides into the entrance, donned in Ming Dynasty official robes, appearing to be in his 30s, with piercing eyes and a stout build. Embodying an imposing presence, upon arriving at the door, he catches sight of the praying Zhang Zhilong. Initially inclined to speak, he instead opts to stand patiently, awaiting his turn, after a brief moment of incense burning. Zhang Zhilong rises slowly, attended by a maid who brings a basin and towel. After washing his hands, Zhang Zhilong turns his gaze towards the entrance. Old 5, why are you here instead of at the office? The visitor is Zhang Zhibao, Zhang Zhilong's younger brother, who holds the position of deputy general and wields considerable influence in Fuzhou. However, upon encountering Zhang Zhilong, he behaves like a well-behaved child, scarcely daring to breathe. Elder brother, there has been trouble in Taiwan. He has been ousted, and the red-haired people's city has fallen. Zhang Zhilong, who had not shown much emotion since his victory over Lu Xiang, is now visibly shaken by this news. Who could possibly have defeated the red-haired? Zhang Zibao's expression darkens as he grits his teeth. It was the Flying Shark Gang, led by Lu Xiaokong, the adopted son of Lu Xiang. The mere mention of Lu Xiang. Zhang Zhilong's eyes turn red, and his demeanor becomes ferocious. In the past, Lu Xiang had been his equal, and their battles were brutally fierce, resulting in the loss of his second brother, Zhang Zhu, whose remains were never recovered. The memory of this tragedy fills him with profound sorrow and rage. What had he been? Zhang Zhibao respectfully replies, he is just outside the estate. I have sent someone to bring him in. Having been stripped bare by Lu Xiaokong and cast out, returns to the Ming Dynasty with a heavy heart, determined to seek Zhang Zhilong as support. Dragonhead, I implore you to take my side. Kneels in the grand hall, bursting into tears, his sorrow flowing freely. Zhang Zhilong quickly helps him to his feet. Brother, do not weep. Speak of your troubles, and I shall certainly advocate for you. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, says, Dragonhead, Guahuai, Chen Zhongji, and others have colluded with Lu Xiaokong, destroying his stronghold and seizing all our assets. I beseech you to champion my cause. In truth, this is merely Bin's speculation. After all, at that time, the Gua, Chun, and Yang families were all aligned with Lu Xiaokong, leading him to conclude that they had conspired together. Otherwise, based on his understanding of the Flying Shark Gang, they could not have possibly defeated the Dutch unless there was an insider among the Han leaders. Zhang Zhilong furrows his brow. Although Zhang Zhibao had provided a rough outline earlier, hearing it directly from Bin still shocks him. He is acutely aware of the Dutch's formidable strength and would prefer to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary, let alone capture the fortified city of Taiwan. How many members does the Flying Shark Gang possess? Did the Dutchmen participate, and how many ships do they have? Zhang Zhilong does not let himself be swayed by Bin's assertions, knowing well the capabilities of Guahuai and Qinzhongji. They are nothing more than toothless tigers, or they would not have been subjugated by the Dutch for so long. Based on his deductions, it is likely that both the Portuguese and Spanish were involved, as these three factions have been engaged in fierce competition for trade in the South Seas. Bin appears momentarily taken aback, as he was directly surrounded and expelled, leaving him without further information. Dragonhead, we left in haste and did not obtain intelligence on this matter. All we know is that the Dutch lord has been captured by the Flying Shark Gang. Truly, the specter of disaster lingers. Zhang Zhibao curses, Elder brother, why not take a contingent to Taiwan to eliminate that wretch? Otherwise, if left unchecked, he may grow into another Lu Xiang. Zhang Zhilong closes his eyes and contemplates for a moment, then waves his hand. At present, both you and I hold official positions. We cannot recklessly mobilize the army. The information regarding Taiwan is too sparse. We must not act impulsively. Bin interjects urgently. Dragonhead, the Flying Shark Gang is our enemy and will soon dispatch warships to assault us, severely impacting our business. Zhang Zhilong chuckles softly, fear not. There are those who are even more anxious than we are. The Dutch have operated in Taiwan for many years. Now that they've been wiped out, they will not let this go unpunished. Once they receive word, they will surely dispatch troops from the South Seas to retaliate. Zhang Zhibao realizes, Elder brother, You intend to use them as a tool to eliminate our foes. Zhang Zhilong's gaze turns cold, and he states sternly, "No, the Zheng family's naval forces have not engaged in battle for a long time. It is high time they take to the waters again, reminding those who have forgotten the Zheng family of their former glory." He grasps the implication, realizing that the Dragonhead's intention is to align with the Dutch to jointly assault Taiwan. Zhang Zhilong shakes his head. "The Dutch are not foolish. We merely wish to take a tour of Taiwan, perhaps coincidentally arriving amidst the conflict between the two sides, at which point we shall assess the situation. The meaning is clear, to take advantage of the struggle between the clam and the snipe, allowing the fishermen to benefit. Haha, truly worthy of being the elder brother. If executed properly, Taiwan may once again fall into our hands." Though Zheng Jibao has been living well in the Ming Dynasty, the court is vast, and he knows it could easily turn against them. Thus, securing Taiwan as a stronghold would provide the Zheng family with greater confidence. Zhang Zhilong shares this sentiment. Despite his current high status, he comes from humble beginnings and is viewed with disdain by many. Furthermore, the court has begun to exhibit tendencies to suppress him, so he hopes to seize this opportunity to see if he can claim Taiwan, even if only half of it. "Brother, I trouble you to make a trip to Coconut City and deliver a message to the Dutch governor, urging them to prepare early." He promptly responds, "I shall heed the Dragonhead's command." Zhang Zhilong then addresses Zheng Jibao, Old 5, inform Sure Fu to prepare the Navy for battle readiness immediately, and find a way to send someone to gather intelligence on the Flying Shark Gang. Chapter 38. News returns in October. In Coconut City, Anthony, as usual, finishes his breakfast and, holding a cup of coffee, gazes out at the harbor from his bedroom, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he observes the large ships laden with cargo. The trade in Batavia is now approaching that of mainland Europe, with annual tax revenues constituting 10% of the Dutch national income. The company's influence is steadily growing, extending its reach across Asia. Much of this success can be attributed to his efforts. Cough, cough. Anthony coughs, his complexion taking on a sickly HUAT that moment. A middle-aged blonde woman enters, quickly closing the window and patting Anthony's back. "Darling, the doctor has advised that you must refrain from the sea breeze." The blonde woman is Anthony's wife, who has accompanied him to Batavia and typically manages his daily needs. "File in. It is nothing to worry about. Batavia's weather is humid and hot. Without the sea breeze, I might just perish from the heat." Faline remained unyielding, resolutely shutting the window, while Anthony, in a state of resignation, suddenly noticed a Ming vessel approaching the port. It was a large cargo ship, its cannons already dismounted, and a banner of the Zheng family fluttering proudly from its mast. Despite the trade relations between the Dutch and the Zheng family, Zheng ships occasionally arrived in Batavia. As the cargo ship docked, the port guards immediately surrounded it for inquiry and inspection. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief, Anthony remarked to Faline, "There are matters at the port that require my attention. We shall discuss this upon my return." The arrival of this ship was most fortuitous, providing him with an excuse to escape his stifling chamber. At the wharf, he tirelessly explained in fluent Dutch, presenting his appointment letter, while the Dutch soldiers conducted their checks. Finding no irregularities, they were about to report their findings when they spotted Anthony accompanied by guards. "Governor, this man claims to be an interpreter from Taiwan City and has urgent news to convey." Anthony glanced at Ibin and, upon verifying the authenticity of the Taiwan governor's seal on the document, inquired, "I am the governor here. May I ask what brings you?" Ibin, aware that the governor of the Dutch East India Company held a status akin to a regional lord in the Ming Dynasty, hastily replied, "Governor, there has been an incident in Tainan. It has been seized by a band of pirates, and Commander Tredenius has been captured. By a stroke of luck, I managed to escape and have come to inform you." Anthony could scarcely believe his ears, suppressing the urge to hurl this oriental individual into the sea. Tainan was a formidable fortress. How could it have fallen to pirates? Could it be Zheng Zhilong? Zheng Zhilong was indeed a name of considerable repute, and in Anthony's view, only the Zheng family posed a threat to Tainan. Ibin quickly shook his head in denial, asserting that it was not Zheng Zhilong, but another group of pirates known as the Flying Shark Gang, led by Liu Shaokong. The Flying Shark Gang had been employed by the Portuguese and had frequently attacked Dutch vessels, thus making them wanted criminals. Anthony recalled that the order to hunt them down had originated from him. This was even less plausible. How could a band of fleeing pirates possibly take our Tainan? Bin too was perplexed, yet his experience spoke volumes. I can assure you on my life, Governor, that if you do not believe me, you may dispatch soldiers to investigate. The truth will soon be revealed. Anthony, observing that the Ming man before him did not seem to be lying, pondered how Tainan could have been lost, especially while he had dispatched reinforcements. Could it be the Portuguese or the Spaniards? The thought indeed seemed plausible, as he had sent troops to confront the Spaniards, while the Flying Shark gang was in league with the Portuguese. Given that Portugal and Spain had once been united, it was entirely possible that the Portuguese had allied with some pirates to seize Tainan while his forces were engaged with the Spaniards. Anthony's mind raced with scenarios surrounding the capture of Tainan, but all required further intelligence. He could not fully trust the words of this Ming man, especially since Bin was aboard a Zheng ship. Bin, interpreter, we are already aware of this matter. I must ask whether you come representing the Zheng family? Bin, not wishing to feign, replied, indeed, I escaped back to the Ming, rescued by the Zheng family. I am here on their orders. The Flying Shark gang is a mutual enemy, and the Grand Chief hopes for cooperation between our sides. Anthony inwardly cursed the audacity, having dealt with various nations and factions. He immediately understood that the Zheng family harbored ulterior motives. If Tainan was not handled properly, it would lead to significant troubles. Bin, interpreter, we are already aware of this matter. How we respond requires further discussion. If your side wishes to cooperate, it would be prudent to wait until we verify the authenticity of the information. Anthony did not reject the notion of collaboration, even knowing Zheng Zhilong's intentions were less than noble. At his level, decisions were no longer swayed by personal emotions. If there were profits to be made, a basis for cooperation existed. Bin had come to glean information about the Dutch, thus he readily agreed. I shall follow your arrangements, Governor. Upon reaching his office, Anthony immediately convened an urgent meeting, gathering primarily his deputy governor, the civil administrator of Batavia, the fleet's deputy commander, and the army commander. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received unfortunate news. Tainan has been occupied by a band of eastern pirates. Entradenius along with his men have been captured. Even Ramodi is among them. As his words fell, the expressions of those present turned ghostly to "My God, is this news true?" exclaimed Civil Administrator Jonathan, his mouth agape. Deputy Governor Selvo urged, Governor, I heard from the port guards that the news came from a Ming man. It feels like a conspiracy. Indeed, Easterners are not to be trusted, especially the Ming. They have always had ill intentions towards Taiwan. Remarked Fleet Commander Dominic. Army Commander Cornura added, I concur with Dominic. This news requires confirmation. Taiwan has nearly 1,000 stationed troops and a robust fortress. It is hard to imagine they could be defeated and captured. Anthony, having regained his composure from the initial shock, stated, the news will indeed be verified. Once the meeting concludes, I shall have Dominic dispatch the 3 fastest ships to Taiwan for reconnaissance. Our task is to prepare for how we shall respond if the news proves true. Should we consider collaboration with Zheng Zhilong's men wishing to join forces with the pirates attacking Taiwan? Certainly, we must send a fleet to retake it. We have only just opened up trade in the East. We cannot afford to relinquish it. Selvo asserted firmly. Jonathan added, Tainan is not a minor fortress. Moreover, it annually brings in exquisite silks and porcelain highly sought after by the nobility that if we fail to reclaim it. The board may hold us accountable. Even the king may exact punishment. The mention of punishment, all eyes turned towards Anthony. Should the news be confirmed, he would bear the responsibility. Anthony understood his subordinates' concerns, but was not overly troubled. He was a general of the Dutch, having fought many battles with both victories and defeats. The East was not their homeland, and such occurrences were not unexpected. Now, his priority was to minimize the losses stemming from this incident. I shall explain this matter to the board. In the meantime, everyone must prepare to retake Tainan. Jonathan, you are responsible for gathering food supplies. Dominic, you shall assemble the fleet. Cornura, enlist at least 2,000 men and 2,000 mercenaries. And you both are to devise a strategy for the siege. Selvo, I need intelligence on the Portuguese and Spaniards, as well as on the Zheng family. Chapter 39. The Penghu Islands. The Penghu Islands. Located between the main island of Taiwan and Fujian, on the eastern side of the Taiwan Strait, consist of 64 islands of various sizes. These islands span a considerable distance and serve as a barrier guarding Taiwan. To the north, one can access the Matsu Islands and the Zhoushan Archipelago, while to the south, it leads to Dongsha and Nansha Islands, extending towards Southeast Asia, making it a strategic hub often referred to as the key to the east. Such a strategic location was not to be relinquished by Liu Shaokong. After training the first batch of officers, he boarded the Flying Fish and journeyed to the Penghu Islands for inspection. Having visited before, he noted that this area was the dividing line between the Zheng family and the Dutch. Given the strength of the past, they had no foothold here. When the Dutch recognized the strategic value of the Penghu Islands and sought to control trade routes, they constructed a small fortress on Fenghuiwai Island, inciting a backlash from the Ming. Zheng Zhilong had also been involved, ultimately leading to the Dutch being besieged and forced to seek peace, afraid to garrison troops in Penghu. Meanwhile, the Ming had little interest in maritime affairs. After dismantling the fortress, they did not establish a presence there. Subsequently, an unwritten rule emerged that Dutch ships were not to cross the line of Penghu. Liu Shaokong arrived first at Fenghuiwai Island, observing the remnants of the Dutch fortifications. After surveying, he shook his head. The island lacked fresh water for long-term habitation. He then reached the main island of Penghu, also known as Magong Island, named after its natural harbor, which remained calm regardless of the tumultuous waves outside and was once a favored refuge for pirates. Penghu Island is quite large, encompassing 70 square kilometers. But its drawback lies in the scarcity of fresh water, primarily relying on rainwater accumulation, with little underground water. However, the nearest island, known as Fisherman Island, is said to have fresh water and is the second largest in the Penghu archipelago. Reportedly named after a small fishing village that once lived there in seclusion, Liu Shaokong focused his inspection on this island. Should they achieve victory in defending Taiwan City, a fortress would be constructed here to control the vital throat of the Taiwan Strait. Moreover, during the active years of the 18th Shi, this location frequently served as a springboard between here and Taiwan. If the Zheng family were to launch an offensive, this would be their temporary base for rest and resupply. It is important to note that the Zheng family's main warships are the large and small fuck boats and the bird boats, which have limited long-range capabilities. Given the complex sea conditions of the Taiwan Strait, they would undoubtedly stop here to replenish fresh water. Zheng Zhilong, the undisputed maritime overlord and pirate king, could not neglect Taiwan and might very well seize the opportunity to land and launch a surprise attack while they were engaged with the Dutch. With his current troops strength insufficient, it will be difficult to sustain themselves, thus necessitating a preemptive strike, and this location was the optimal interception point. Liu Shaokong continually ran scenarios through his mind, then led 20 personal guard in a small boat to land on Fisherman Island, ascending to the highest point to survey the entire island. Indeed, it was a prime location to station thousands of troops. In the future, a detached fleet could be garrisoned on the main island of Penghu, allowing the two to support each other and fend off formidable foes. He was exceedingly pleased, for this place would serve as a bastion for Taiwan, as well as a forward base, though this would only come to fruition after vanquishing the Dutch and Zheng Zhilong. Just as he was preparing to depart, he heard a guard's report. "Great General, it appears there are ships approaching from the southwest." Liu Shaokong hurriedly took his telescope and, indeed, spotted 3 vessels making their way towards the main island of Penghu. Due to their positioning, the vessels were unaware of their presence anchored at Fisherman's Island. They immediately boarded their ship, intending to maneuver around to the enemy's rear. The vessels were headed for the main island of Penghu, and Liu Shaokong and his men could use the island's cover to stealthily approach from behind. Besides the Flying Fish, there was also a patrol gunboat accompanying them, while the opposing ships were merely 3 ordinary cargo vessels, posing no significant threat. But on the other side, the 3 cargo vessels revealed their true colors. The foremost ship flew the Water Ghost flag and was heading straight for the main island of Penghu, flanked by 2 others that boldly displayed the Zheng family banner. How unfortunate and dismal it was that the Zheng family had laid an ambush. May the Dragon King bless us to escape unscathed, that a dark-faced youth aboard the Water Ghost flag vessel fervently prayed while deftly maneuvering the ship's helm to evade the incoming cannon fire. Although the cargo vessel was not as advanced as the Western galleons, it had two rudders allowing for agile maneuvers. Faster, faster. The dark-faced youth gritted his teeth, making a beeline from Magong Harbor, where they could dock at any moment. But just then, a cannonball struck the main mast, shattering it and causing the vessel to tilt, nearly stripping it of propulsion. Damn it, the dark-faced youth lamented, feeling the sting of imminent failure just as they were about to reach the shore. Realizing they had become a target, he decisively ordered the crew to abandon ship. They were pirates, intimately familiar with the sea, yet the distance to the shore was still 2 to 3 miles. A considerable challenge. Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder, as remaining on the ship was a certain death sentence. The dark-faced youth leapt into the sea, followed by his fellow pirates, observing the enemy abandoning their vessel. The two Zhang family warships did not pursue further, but approached the pirate ship methodically, preparing to board and seize any valuables. The dark-faced youth turned to see their possessions being taken. Feeling a pang of resentment, yet survival was of utmost priority. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed two massive warships emerging in the corner of his eye, their towering 3 masts and billowing sails starkly different from the Chinese vessels. Westerners, he thought. The northwest corner is cutting in. Prepare the starboard gunners. Lu Shaokong, who had once been an outstanding captain himself, now with a modern spirit, found commanding a warship to be no challenge. Upon entering Magong Harbor, he swiftly positioned his ship into the wind, targeting the Zheng family warships with the starboard cannons, while the patrol gunboat followed closely behind. The Zheng family warships soon realized the sudden appearance of the enemy. Yet they were still connected to the pirate vessel via boarding ladders and unable to disengage. That be why the time they managed to remove the ladders, Lu Shaokong's warship had reached an advantageous position. Fire! The two warships unleashed a volley of over 30 cannons, the thunderous roar echoing as iron projectiles whistled through the air, sending plumes of water skyward. Two cannonballs struck one of the Zheng family cargo vessels, instantly splintering wood and injuring several crew members, whose cries filled the air. Load the ammunition. Continue firing. In this era, precise shooting was a concept yet to be realized. The strategy relied upon overwhelming the enemy with sheer volume of firepower within a given time frame, ensuring victory was likely to follow. Though the Zheng family was financially robust and had procured numerous cannons from the West, these were primarily mounted on their flagship vessels, leaving the cargo ships with merely a handful of smaller guns and outdated gunpowder, rendering them defenseless. Chapter 40. Pirate Su Cheng Brother. Where are those warships from? They seem even larger and more splendid than the Westerners, and I've never seen such a flag before. That a group of pirates gathered around the dark-faced youth, incredulously observing the suddenly appeared warships. The ships bore a four-cornered sea blue flag emblazoned with a silver flying dragon, a symbol of the mythical Ing Long, soaring majestically through the skies. The dark-faced youth, possessing some knowledge, remarked while paddling, "That is the Ing Long. They are neither Westerners nor from the Ming naval forces, but likely a formidable faction from somewhere. The Ing Long is a dragon, and to dare use a dragon as a banner surely indicates an extraordinary lineage." This Ing Long banner was personally designed by Lu Shaokong, for the Ming Dynasty was nearing its end, leaving no room for superstition. After 5 rounds of cannon fire, the two Zheng family cargo vessels have been riddled with several holes, with masts broken by chain shots. One was already half sunk and on the verge of capsizing. Surrender. Lu Shaokong, no longer the man he once was, bore no deep-seated hatred for Zheng. The Zheng family would eventually become part of the righteous army, and there was no need for a fight to the death. The crew aboard the Zheng vessels, stunned by the sudden assault, saw the enemy cease fire and call for their surrender, and none were willing to fight to the last. They chose to capitulate. The two cargo vessels yielded a total of 80 captives, mostly carrying miscellaneous items, with only a meager supply of food. The most valuable items were over 30 fowling pieces and 6 small cannons. While the rest of the weaponry was largely useless, the pirates who had jumped overboard to escape were invited aboard the Flying Fish. The dark-faced youth was taken aback by Lu Shaokong's youthfulness, but quickly bowed in respect. "I am Su Cheng. Thank you for saving us. May I ask your esteemed name?" Lu Shaokong. Upon hearing the name, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, Could it be that you are the renowned leader of the Flying Shark Gang? Liu Shaokong's Flying Shark Gang held some notoriety along the southeastern coast, and even after their decline, they remained a figure of admiration among smaller pirates, though. You are familiar with our great general's name. You must also be in the same line of work. Where do you ply your trade? Chinabayo spoke in coded language, referring to where they engaged in plundering, but Yu Cheng replied hastily, thanks to the Flying Shark's reputation. We are based in Guangdong. Laughter erupted among Chinabayo and the other veterans of the Flying Shark Gang. Their past activities had indeed centered around Guangdong, and meeting a descendant from that region was quite amusing. The abundance of pirates in Guangdong stemmed from the weakness of the Ming naval forces there. Despite a substantial official allocation, they suffered severe shortages in pay and rampant corruption, with personnel shortages reaching 70%. Such circumstances left little for constructing warships, and thus, their combat effectiveness was severely compromised, barely sufficient for coastal defense, let alone eradicating pirates from the seas. Liu Shaokong smiled, somewhat taken aback. He recalled the name Su Cheng. Recognizing him as one of the leaders of the anti-Qing loyalist forces during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, that it is but a small favor. I wonder where you intend to go next. Do you need assistance repairing your ship? Su Cheng sighed. We have nowhere left to turn. Our home was destroyed by the Imperial Army and the Zheng family. We had hoped to escape to Penghu or Taiwan for refuge. But we were pursued. Thankfully, we encountered Lord Liu, or rather, the great general. The man before him was a righteous warrior, capable of raising a banner against the Qing and performing valiantly, though ultimately failing, which nonetheless spoke volumes of his capabilities, a much-needed talent for their cause. Since our meeting is serendipitous, we have just defeated the red-haired Dutch and taken control of Taiwan. We are currently recruiting heroes from across the land. Why not join us? Heavens, the great general actually defeated the red-haired devils. Su Cheng thought it was implausible. As pirates, they understood the formidable nature of the Dutch vessels, let alone the well-fortified stronghold of Taiwan. Liu Shaokong, seeing through his thoughts, chuckled, there is nothing impossible. The warship beneath your feet was built by us. And the one beside, it was captured from the red-haired devils. That we have 11 more ships like this, along with 2 larger ships equipped with 60 cannons. Come back with us to Taiwan City, and you will see for yourself whether this general speaks the truth. Yu Cheng dared not doubt further, especially since his motley crew had no place to call home. Faced with Liu Shaokong's invitation, he hesitated not at all. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Follow me to pay respects to the great general. Su Cheng's followers immediately knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute, proclaiming, we pay our respects to the great general. Liu Shaokong helped Su Cheng to his feet, saying, there's no need for such formalities. From now on, we are all family. Please rise. We in the Taiwan Army salute only. Thank you, great general. Su Cheng and his subordinates numbered 60 in total, though not many. They were skilled fighters, easily trainable for ship duty. Presently, the Taiwanese Navy boasted 14 warships of various sizes. Despite having recruited a number of sailors, they remained understaffed, making the addition of these men all the more beneficial. Biaozi, bring those 2 vessels along. We will return to Taiwan City. The 2 damaged cargo vessels were deemed unworthy to be scuttled in the harbor to prevent the Dutch from launching a direct landing in the future. A day later, upon their return to Taiwan City, Su Cheng and his men gazed in awe at the towering fortress, their eyes wide and unblinking. Heavens, look at that giant ship. It has 3 tiers of cannons. And so many warships, good heavens, are those laborers the red-haired devils? Su Cheng observed his bewildered followers, feeling somewhat speechless himself, yet he too was filled with overwhelming excitement, due to Liu Shaokong's promise to provide him with a formidable warship for command. The cannon ship, which is essentially a patrol cannon vessel, is regarded merely as a support ship in the Western world, yet it commands significant power in the East. Enough with the shouting. It's quite embarrassing. Su Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction. Chief, wipe your drool, or else. Indeed, look at how the chief's eyes are glazed over. They laughed heartily. Infuriated by the mockery, Su Cheng kicked the one who laughed the loudest, and the group erupted into laughter once more. As soon as they reached the shore, Diaz approached to report, Great Commander, Our patrol vessel has encountered the Dutch, that we successfully ambushed them under the flag of the East India Company, injuring 2 ships. But one managed to escape. Liu Shaokong was not surprised. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. It appeared that within a month, the enemy would indeed arrive. The seas are in your hands now. We shall devise a battle plan once Old Ming returns. In the meantime, these individuals are to be trained, aiming to cultivate initial combat capability within half a month, Liu Shaokong instructed, then turned to Su Cheng. We have only recently occupied Taiwan City. The red-haired people will soon launch a massive attack, and the Zheng family will also intervene. You still have a chance to reconsider, Su Cheng immediately replied with solemnity. Great Commander, although we are pirates, we understand the meaning of loyalty. Moreover, you saved us. How could we forget your kindness? We will bravely face any challenges ahead. Excellent. As long as we surpass this hurdle at Taiwan City, I assure you that I will lead you to traverse the seas. Shortly, arrangements for your accommodations will be made, and you'll be informed of the rules and salary provisions. Then follow Diaz to learn how to command the new warships in battle. If your merits are sufficient, you may also be granted the opportunity to command these grand vessels. Liu Shaokong concluded. Su Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement. Rest assured, Great Commander, I will not let you down. Chapter 41. The Dutch preparations. 10 days later, Meng Haijiao arrived at Taiwan City with the Star Shark and 2 armed merchant ships laden with gunpowder. Liu Shaokong immediately summoned all the officers for a pre-battle meeting to discuss combat deployment. Currently, the Navy boasted 15 main battle ships, 7 armed merchant vessels, and 2,000 Marines, with Meng Haijiao appointed as the naval admiral and Diaz as his deputy. The army comprised over 2,500 personnel, and due to the limited numbers, it could not form a full army. They were temporarily organized into 4 battalions: Zhao Xiaohu's Tiger Battalion, Gao Fei's Flying Battalion, Guiyang's Brave Battalion, and Liu Shaokong's Personal Guard Battalion. Gao Fei was astute, thorough in his actions, and exhibited a calm demeanor, showing great potential for leading troops in a battle. Thus, he was appointed as the battalion commander. Guiyang had been well trained by Guohuai and emerged as a leading figure among the Taiwanese youth, having performed admirably under Liu Shaokong's personal assessment, making him capable of independent command after some experience. Additionally, there was an artillery battalion and a logistics battalion. Liu Shaokong initially intended to reform the military structure, but with only a few thousand personnel at his disposal, it was unnecessary. He decided to postpone such reforms for the time being. The artillery fort on Yun Island was nearing completion, and 2 coastal fortifications were being constructed. However, due to the inadequate production of crude cement and the absence of rebar, they could only be built with stones, rendering it impossible to create fully concrete cannon plugs. The soldiers continued their training, and to stimulate their motivation, competitions were held every half-month, focusing on loading speed for muskets and cannons, running, grenade throwing, and bayonet fighting. The top 3 participants received rewards of meat and wine along with a holiday, and outstanding individuals were selected to become officers. Achieving the rank of officer meant an increase in salary and status, ensuring no one would oppose such opportunities. In this manner, the lethargy of the old military era was dispelled. To ensure soldiers maintained their physical fitness, the meal schedule was changed from 2 meals a day to 3, with at least 1 meal guaranteed to include rice, along with vegetable soup or seafood soup. They could expect to eat fish every 5 days. However, with the increasing number of personnel, consumption was also rising significantly, and even purchasing from local fishermen barely sufficed. Liu Shaokong found this quite troublesome. The Taiwanese population was small, and the Dutch had forcibly planted sugarcane, leading to inadequate production in areas such as grain, livestock, fisheries, and vegetables. Although he had ordered the establishment of breeding farms and the cultivation of vegetables during soldiers' training breaks, growth required time. Fortunately, with the Dutch defeat, relevant incentive policies were implemented, and the situation was gradually improving. Just as Taiwan City was preparing for battle, in the office of the Governor-General in Batavia, Dominic rushed in. Your Excellency, we have received news from the warship dispatched to Harinja City. They encountered an enemy trap before reaching Taiwan. These shameless pirates used our flag and warships. Anthony was taken aback and quickly realized that their warship had been captured by the Flying Shark gang, who then turned to attack them. It seemed the rumors about the Zheng family were indeed true, Haringe's city had fallen. Although he had mentally prepared for this, the confirmation of the news still shocked Anthony. That was a heavily fortified stronghold they had taken great care to protect, yet it had been occupied by a band of pirates. After a brief moment of distraction, Anthony immediately ordered all officials in Batavia to convene an emergency meeting. "Anthony, this is a major blunder. I represent the board of directors in commanding you to reclaim Haringe City with utmost urgency," shouted a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, adorned with a large red gemstone ring, his wavy brown hair framing an angry face. This individual was one of the important members of the Dutch East India Company's board of directors, named Egmond, hailing from a prominent Dutch family and holding the title of Viscount. "Indeed, and we must also ascertain the reasons behind this and hold those accountable." Another board member stationed in Batavia, De Meyer, chimed in. Apart from Anthony, the expressions of the others present were grim. Taiwan ultimately fell under Batavia's jurisdiction, and the loss of Haringe City meant they bore some responsibility, with Anthony naturally being the one to bear the brunt of the blame, though the Dutch East India Company operated as a single entity. Due to the numerous board members, including royal family members, internal unity was lacking. Anthony leaned towards the royal family, maintaining a strict approach to financial management, which made it exceedingly difficult for other board members to engage in corrupt practices, such as smuggling. This had led to considerable dissatisfaction among many. The two board members present were both from the Dutch nobility and held significant influence within the board. Seizing this opportunity, they took aim at Anthony. Deputy Governor Selvo could hardly bear to watch. Anthony had diligently served Batavia, contributing to the company's growth, expelling the Portuguese, and firmly suppressing the Spanish in the Philippines. To prioritize blame before acknowledging his contributions was disheartening. "Gentlemen, the circumstances surrounding the loss of Haringe City are unclear. Our current discussion should focus on how to reclaim ITAS for accountability. The governor of Taiwan is the primary responsible party. I recall someone who fervently recommended him," he said, alluding to the fact that the governor of Taiwan, Tredenius, had been recommended by Egmond's faction. That Egmond's expression shifted dramatically. "Humph. If it weren't for the governor's insistence on attacking San Salvador City, which left Haringe City vulnerable, how could it have been successfully ambushed by pirates?" Dominic sneered. The decision to attack San Salvador City was unanimously approved by the board. Cough, cough. Anthony cleared his throat and wiped the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. Haringe City is the company's asset. We must think collectively. The most crucial task at hand is how to reclaim it. As for the rest, we can discuss it later." "Humph. Reclaiming Haringe City is imperative, but I wonder who the governor intends to appoint to lead the expedition." Egmond shot a fierce glare at Dominic as he asked. Anthony surveyed the room and eventually stood, declaring, "I will personally oversee the command." "Will that satisfy you too?" As a general and seasoned veteran, as well as the governor, his direct involvement meant no one would dare to oppose. Sure enough, Egmond immediately fell silent. De Meyer also refrained from objecting, hoping the governor would successfully reclaim Haringe City and provide the board and the kingdom with a satisfactory explanation. At that moment, Selvo interjected, "Your Excellency, your health has yet to fully recover. Perhaps I should take command?" Anthony waved his hand dismissively. The situation in Haringe City is uncertain, and with the Zheng family involved, the circumstances are complex. That it is best that I lead the troops personally. You can remain in Batavia, which will also put me at ease." Selvo no longer opposed. He understood his own capabilities and lacked confidence in commanding thousands in battle. With the governor personally leading the expedition, we naturally feel reassured. That I wonder how many warships and soldiers you plan to bring?" Egmond inquired. Anthony replied, "We will need at least 4,000 soldiers, with 70% of the warships from headquarters." 4,000? Egmond and De Meyer gasped, realizing that deploying such a force, alongside 70% of the warships, would constitute a major military campaign even in domestic conflicts on the European continent. The magnitude of the undertaking left them both stunned. With only over 3,000 personnel at headquarters, would Anthony really take the entire army away? What if the Spaniards seized the opportunity to attack? Dominic scoffed. "Viscount, we still have 3,000 to 4,000 mercenaries at our periphery. Should the governor depart, I can command a recruitment of 2,000 mercenaries along with 2,000 soldiers from headquarters, leaving 1,000 to garrison. Does that satisfy you?" Anthony continued. The Spanish forces stationed in the Philippines number only 1,000. With merely a dozen warships, defending headquarters with 1,000 men is not an issue. The board can rest easy. I will set out with my team in 3 days, and I will report back once we determine the outcome. If victorious, Taiwan will be fully integrated into Batavia. If defeated, I will take full responsibility. Egmont can no longer cast doubts. We do not oppose Your Excellency's personal expedition, but we sincerely hope to rescue as many captured soldiers and civilians as possible. After all, the compensation for over 1,000 individuals is no trifling sum. Anthony nodded, assuring the board that he would certainly bring them back safely. Chapter 42. The arrival of the Dutch with Anthony's orders issued. Batavia sprang into action without delay. Being a quasi-military organization, they were self-sufficient in weapons, ammunition, and provisions. Cargo was swiftly loaded onto the ships, while the soldiers underwent brief landing training on the surface of Batavia port. A large vessel was slowly departing. Patriarch. It appears the red-haired folk are indeed in a hurry, having assembled such a fleet of warships. He gazed at the warships clustered in the harbor. Among them, one ship stood out prominently, stirring excitement within him as he turned to his fellow clansmen and remarked, "This is fortuitous. We can leverage their strength to reclaim all that the He family has lost." Indeed, Zheng Long too may also deploy troops. This time, we must not show kindness to those in Taiwan, he thought, his teeth clenching at the memory of being driven away by the united forces of the Gua. Chun and Yang families under Liu Shaokong's command. He vowed to eradicate these enemies upon his return. 6 days later, in the waters of Kinmen, at the Zheng family's naval stronghold, 50 warships of varying sizes were maneuvering in formation. The ships moved swiftly, their formations shifting in accordance with the changing flags, showcasing the commander's mastery of naval warfare. "Big young master, Alang, how well have you grasped this formation change?" On board a large fortune ship in the center of the fleet, a middle-aged man in a blue robe held a command flag, addressing the 2 young men beside him. The 2 youths, one tall and robust, the other refined and handsome, were both remarkably talented. The middle-aged man, named Shi Fu, was a trusted general under Zheng Zhilong. The robust youth was his nephew, Shi Lang, while the one referred to as Big Young Master was none other than Zheng Qinggong, Zheng Zhilong's eldest son. Zheng Qinggong, whose name Qinggong was later bestowed upon him, was currently known as Zheng Fusion T. Just 18 years of age, he was highly regarded as the first son of Zheng Zhilong, having been educated by eminent scholars from a young age. He had already passed the imperial examination and married the daughter of a minister from the Ministry of Rites. However, influenced by his family, he harbored a deep yearning for the sea and frequently sailed with the family fleet. The other youth, Shi Lang, was also a notable figure, a renowned general from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Initially serving under Zheng Zhilong, he later surrendered to the Qing, but subsequently switched allegiance back to Zheng Qinggong. Due to a falling out with Zheng Qinggong, his family faced dire consequences, leading him to once again seek refuge with the Qing, ultimately becoming a grave digger for the Zheng family. If Liu Shaokong were present, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of envy and excitement, for these were the heroes of the era, figures of great renown. "Uncle, I have long since mastered these formations. Just give me a fleet, and I shall command it with precision," Shi Lang declared without a hint of modesty. Upon hearing this, Shi Fu laughed heartily, fully aware of his nephew's prowess. Young and talented, adept in military formations and strategies, courageous and resourceful, a genius of naval warfare, albeit lacking in restraint, requiring further honing. Zheng Qinggong chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Alang is a true talent in naval combat. Sure, uncle must grant him this opportunity." Shi Fu stroked his beard and said, "You little rascal, since the young master speaks for you, I shall grant you command of 5 ships. Head to Penghu and pave the way for the army." While 5 ships left him somewhat disappointed, it was certainly better than 1 or 2, especially as the vanguard. He readily accepted with joy. Alang, be cautious. A couple of patrol boats mysteriously disappeared a few days ago, likely in the Penghu waters. If you encounter the fleet of the Flying Shark Gang, return immediately. Shi Lang nodded, assuring his uncle, "Rest assured, I am not so arrogant as to attack the Flying Shark Gang with just 5 ships. If we cannot win, I will surely retreat." "Very well. Go prepare. We set sail tomorrow. Yes, nephew obeys. Shi Lang covertly exchanged a glance with Zhang Qinggong before turning to leave. Big young master, it is getting late. You should return now. The Zheng family was currently very cautious about life. Aside from those who had already taken on steward roles, even ordinary family members were reluctant to brave the seas, winds, and sun, let alone engage in life-and-death battles. Zhang Qinggong was an exception, relishing the thrill of command. However, the Zheng family was powerful, and encounters with audacious enemies were rare. This was a rare opportunity, and he had previously requested to join the expedition. But Zheng Zhilong had firmly refused, citing his recent marriage as a reason, even imposing a ban. Uncle, do not worry. I shall return now. Shi Fu watched Zhang Qinggong depart before continuing to train the navy. This time he led 30 warships. Though not many, they were all capable of long-distance naval operations. Among them were 3 large fortune ships equipped with 30 cannons, representing the Zheng family's elite forces. Additionally, there were 15 troop transports carrying 3,000 infantry and 13 supply ships. 2 days later, Shi Fu set sail, the northwesterly winds favorable for their journey to Penghu. The Penghu archipelago remained as desolate as ever, devoid of human presence, only inhabited by seabirds and some unfortunate small creatures that had drifted there. Just as they believed it to be another tranquil day, a group of unwelcome guests intruded. "This is Makung Island, such a splendid place. What a pity," exclaimed Shi Lang. Having joined the Zheng family at 17, he had navigated many locations, including the Penghu archipelago. Indeed, nothing compares to the exhilaration of the sea. "It is far more pleasant than being cooped up at home," chimed in Zheng Qinggong, who was clad in the attire of a common soldier. Shi Lang laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Thankfully, Uncle provided me with all these military books." Zheng Qinggong, feeling helpless, acknowledged the constraints of familial duty. According to the arrangement, he would be sent to the Nanjing Imperial Academy for studies next year or the year after, with opportunities for seafaring likely dwindling. Thus, he relished this chance to indulge. After discussing their plans, they decided to leave 2 ships on patrol while the remaining 3 anchored to scout for a campsite and water source. They would not directly approach Taiwan, but wait for the main forces to arrive. Seeking the most opportune moment for an assault in Taiwan City, defensive constructions had reached preliminary completion. From the city walls, one could see a fort standing at the center of the Yuan town, square-shaped, with 2 tiers, broad at the bottom and narrow at the top. The first tier stood 4 meters tall, while the second tier was 3 meters, except for the side facing Taiwan City, which lacked cannons, for cannons were placed on each of the other 3 sides, totaling 24 cannons. Half of them were small-caliber cannons and falconets, alongside 8 mortars seized from the Dutch, positioned behind the defensive line of the Yuan town. The so-called Yuan town defensive line consisted of a thick circle of sandbags, chest-high and 1 meter thick. Notably, the fort's interior housed gunpowder, which would detonate if breached, denying the enemy any opportunity for use. 2 coastal forts had also been completed, standing 5 meters high, each armed with 4 large-caliber cannons. These 2 forts, in conjunction with Taiwan City, created crossfire coverage, sealing off the Taijiang River. Any intruders within the fire range would undoubtedly be torn apart. Additionally, the high ground where the 2 forts were situated was fortified with a trapezoidal stone wall, surrounded by a wide and deep trench, incorporating streams to create a moat in the harbor. Over 10 ships had been sunk, preventing large vessels from docking .as for their own warships. They had long been assigned to other positions, awaiting the right moment. Taiwan City was personally guarded by Liu Shaokong, leading his elite battalion and a portion of the artillery battalion. The Tiger Battalion defended the Yuan town, while the Flying and Brave battalions were tasked with defending the 2 forts and the shore. Engaging the Dutch invaders as November arrived, Taiwan finally experienced a hint of coolness. Liu Shaokong, sipping homemade herbal tea atop Taiwan City, relished a rare moment of leisure, a hand-rolled cigarette between his fingers, taking a long, satisfying drag. Cough, cough. In his previous life, Liu Shaokong had been somewhat of a smoker, having learned to smoke from his college dormitory mates. But he had quit after graduation. He had fortuitously seized some tobacco leaves from Traternius, splitting them with Guohuai while keeping half for himself. Though smoking is harmful to health, he found it soothing amidst his tumultuous thoughts, feeling somewhat anxious as a modern soul. apprehensive about the imminent battle. The tobacco leaves served to calm his nerves. Introduced to China by Westerners, tobacco had been banned by the Ming Dynasty due to fears it would impact grain production. However, this led to a burgeoning population of smokers, with demand fueling an underground market, as some citizens cultivated it privately despite official prohibitions. Liu Shaokong coughed a few times, sipping tea to alleviate the harshness in his mouth. The tobacco of this era was unrefined, merely air-dried and crushed, smoked through a pipe, lacking any pleasant aroma. How primitive! Once cured tobacco is produced and spices are added, I expect a surge in smokers. With idle time on his hands, he contemplated new entrepreneurial ventures, with cigarettes among them. How should cured tobacco leaves be prepared? I must ponder this thoroughly. Just as Liu Shaokong was searching his memories, an alarm suddenly blared. Great General, we have spotted a large fleet of Dutch warships approaching Taiwan City. Chinabayo hurried over to report. Liu Shaokong stood, taking several sharp drags from his cigarette, the pungent flavor sharpening his focus. At last, they have arrived. Relay orders to all units. Prepare for battle. Chapter 43. The defense of Taiwan City. The Dutch fleet finally appeared in the waters surrounding Taiwan City. From a distance, the masts stood tall, and the white sails billowed, creating a magnificent sight. Anthony, determined to reclaim Taiwan City, invested heavily in this endeavor, dispatching a flagship armed with 60 cannons, along with 10 vessels carrying 30 to 40 cannons each and 20 armed transport ships. This formidable fleet marked the largest military operation since the establishment of the East India Company. On board the flagship, the Zealand, Anthony peered through a telescope to survey Taiwan City from afar. What a grand fortress it is! Meticulously prepared. Unless faced with an overwhelming enemy and a considerable number of cannons, I truly do not understand how Trudenius could have let it slip. He was perplexed. The fortress appeared intact, evidently having withstood minimal conflict. How could it have fallen to pirates? Your Excellency, these eastern pirates were well prepared. There are no warships in the harbor, and they have set obstacles to prevent our ships from docking, Dominic observed carefully. Quickly noting the irregularities, Cornelius was also present on the flagship, leading the main army to recapture Fort Zealandia. He had been scrutinizing the surrounding terrain, searching for landing points and artillery positions. Remarkably, the pirates had constructed a battery at Dayuan town. The headquarters in Batavia possessed detailed maps of Fort Zealandia's structure and terrain. Dayuan town, originally a residential area, now featured a square battery, causing Cornelius to gasp in astonishment. Their plan had been to land at Dayuan town if a direct assault proved unsuccessful, establishing a battery to bombard Fort Zealandia. Yet the pirates had outmaneuvered them. Anthony, however, did not rush to attack. Choosing instead to focus on other matters, he sought suitable anchorage and encampment sites, dispatching reconnaissance teams to land from alternative directions to investigate the arrangements of the flying shark pirates nearby. Ideally locating local residents for intelligence, including the army, the fleet, and auxiliary personnel, the Dutch East India Company had mobilized over 6,000 men, making the selection of a camping site paramount. Ultimately, Anthony decided to establish a temporary encampment on San Kuan Shan Island, a location neither too far nor too close to Taiwan City, conveniently separated by Air Kuan Shan Island, thus avoiding surprise attacks. However, San Kuan Shan Island could not accommodate a large number of soldiers and lacked fresh water. Consequently, Anthony sent men to search the coastal areas of Tainan for water sources and prepared to establish a second encampment, allowing for a coordinated land and sea strategy. The Tainan River was abundant, and the Dutch found a suitable location for both water and encampment less than 10 miles from San Kuan Shan Island. They immediately began cutting timber to build fences and digging trenches around the camp. In Taiwan City, Liu Shaokong closely monitored the situation. Upon discovering the Dutchman's movements, he realized he was dealing with a seasoned battlefield commander. The enemy was not hasty. Rather, they chose a methodical approach, demonstrating great organization in their camp selection. Fleet anchorage and formation arrangements, making it difficult to find weaknesses. Faced with a formidable foe, Liu Shaokong remained composed. His defensive preparations were more comprehensive than those made by the Dutch against Zheng Chenggong in history. As long as he did not err, the Dutch would have no opportunity. While the soldiers busied themselves with camp establishment, Anthony sailed around the waters of Taiwan City aboard his warship, hoping to find vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. No opportunities for clever tactics presented themselves, leaving only the option of a direct assault. Gentlemen, we have completed reconnaissance of the terrain surrounding Taiwan City. Are there any plans for an attack? Cornelius, as the army commander, would lead the main assault. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at the map and said, "There are two potential landing points. The first is the northern end of Fort Zealandia, which is unguarded but has a narrow terrain unsuitable for encampment, exposing us to cannon fire when we advance to open ground. The second is the southwest beach of the UN town, where the terrain is flat, allowing our boats to land directly. But we must overcome the firepower blockade of the pirate battery that I also noticed a peculiar ring of bag-like walls. If there are musketeers stationed there, a direct assault may come at a significant cost. Additionally, landing at the beach requires artillery support from our ships." Anthony nodded. These were indeed the only two landing points available. The pirates occupying Fort Zealandia had undoubtedly acquired weapons and equipment from the soldiers within the city, and possibly even warships, that if they received support from the Portuguese or Spanish, there would certainly be no shortage of musketeers. Moreover, did you notice that there are two fortresses across from Sea Lake? If we do not find a way to cut them off, they can provide reinforcements to the city at any moment. Dominic expressed his concern. The area is split by waterways and sandbanks. With the main channel blocked, ships from other directions cannot approach the UN town, let alone enter Sea Lake. What if we attack the two fortresses from the land first? Anthony proposed. Cornelius was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with joy, "No wonder you are the governor. We have been fixated on Fort Zealandia while neglecting the two fortresses on land. If we capture them first, we can attack the UN from three directions, from Sea Lake, the beach, and the northern end, seizing the UN and the battery, and then launching a full assault on the city." Dominic concurred with this battle plan. "We can also modify some of our boats to conceal our soldiers during the attack. Then let us proceed with preparations according to this plan. Dominic, send out more patrol boats to locate the pirates' warships and enhance our vigilance. The surrounding waters may still harbor Zhang's fleet. We must be cautious." After Dominic and Cornelius departed the flagship, Anthony instructed his aide to bring a Chinese translator, who was soon dispatched to Fort Zealandia after a few words of caution. Negotiations were not an option. The primary goal was to ascertain the status of both enemy and allied personnel while gathering intelligence on the pirates within the city. The Chinese translator, trembling and alone, rowed a small boat through the wreck-laden waters, successfully reaching the harbor. Upon disembarking, he was captured and brought before Lu Xiaokong. "I am Zhao Jian, and I have come to meet the great leader Lu." The translator, appearing to be under 40, was dressed in the attire of the Ming Dynasty and seemed to be a merchant based on the silk fabric he wore. He knelt before Lu, holding a box filled with silver, approximately 1,000 taels, a modest gift, not meant as a tribute. "I was compelled to disturb the leader," he explained. Zhao Jian was in a rather unfortunate position. He had initially been regarded highly in Batavia due to his proficiency in Dutch. Only to be chosen by Anthony as an envoy to AT first, he had not dared to accept this role. But with his family held hostage by the Dutch, he had no choice but to comply to make matters worse. Anthony had not prepared any offerings, leaving him to bring a gift himself, hoping that this leader before him was not a bloodthirsty individual. Lu Xiaokong secretly chuckled at the Dutch commander's thoughtful gesture of sending a Chinese envoy, likely fearing a violent outburst from him. "Zhao Jian, since we are both of Chinese descent, I shall not make things difficult for you. Speak, what do the red-haired men require of you?" Zhao Jian let out a quiet sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "The red-haired commander requests that you release the captives and withdraw from Taiwan City, thus shaking hands and making peace. In truth, Anthony's original message was a threat, demanding Lu Xiaokong return Fort Zealandia immediately, release the captives, and withdraw from the waters of Taiwan or face an attack. However, Zhao Jian dared not convey the message verbatim, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Instead, he expressed it more delicately. Lu Xiaokong scoffed, recognizing that the Dutch commander was merely testing the waters. He instructed Zhao Jian to observe and gather intelligence from within the city. He refrained from revealing his intentions, as he too sought information about the Dutch from Zhao Jian. Chapter 44. The Defense of Taiwan City. Part 2. The conditions proposed by the red-haired men were utterly unacceptable. Taiwan has historically been a territory of China. I am here representing the Ming Dynasty to recover ITAS for the captives. They cannot be released unconditionally. They must be ransomed. The translator understood immediately and returned a report to the Dutch commander. Zhao Jian, having received a reply, was reluctant to linger any longer. Lu Shaokong smiled. In such a hurry? Are you anxious to report on the defenses within the city? Zhao Jian, realizing he had been seen through, turned pale with fear, nearly bursting into tears, and repeatedly bowed his head. I dare not. I dare not. It is the red-haired man who threatened my family. Lu Shaokong waved his hand. Enough of your lamentations. I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply tell me about the red-haired man, and I will allow you to leave safely, and I will even provide you with some intelligence. With a mournful expression, Zhao Jian replied, I shall speak without reservation. Half an hour later, having obtained the desired intelligence, Lu Shaokong arranged for Zhao Jian's departure. To his surprise, Anthony, the governor of Batavia, had personally taken command, leading over 6,000 troops. To be honest, upon hearing such numbers, Lu Shaokong was genuinely taken aback. Anthony certainly regarded him with a measure of esteem. However, this was fortuitous, for it meant that a single battle could determine their fate, decisively subduing them. With that, Lu Shaokong, accompanied by Chonabayo, proceeded to Guan town to inspect the defenses, ordering the soldiers to reinforce the lines. The enemy was formidable, necessitating a cautious approach. Meanwhile, Anthony received Zhao Jian's intelligence, confirming that the pirates occupying Taiwan City were indeed the Flying Shark Gang. He also learned that there were over 1,000 people within the city, most of them armed with muskets. Furthermore, he discovered that the remaining troops stationed in Taiwan and the reinforcement from Ramoti had mostly been captured. Kun, go relay a message to Cornelius. Instruct him to deploy several small teams to the interior to search for local tribes or villages, inquiring if there are any large-scale prisoner camps nearby. If possible, we should hire them to attack the Flying Shark pirates. The adjutant responded promptly and swiftly conveyed the orders. Antony sought to discover the location where the captives were being held, intending to dispatch troops for their rescue. If successful, he would have alleviated half of his responsibility. Although he wished to relinquish the position of governor due to health concerns, he was resolute in avoiding any disgraceful downfall. He fervently hoped for divine intervention to facilitate the recovery of the city of Tainan. 2 days later, the Dutch camps were completed, and the curtain of battle was officially raised. The first contingent of 300 Dutch soldiers boarded 20 skiffs armed with cannons and ventured into the inner sea of Taijiang, aiming to seize 2 coastal fortifications. To his surprise, it was he who had gained the upper hand. Gao Fei stood atop the highest point of the fort, initially believing the Dutch would target Tainan City first, only to discover that their sights were set on him. The battle commenced swiftly, with the fort firing first from its elevated position, the booming cannonades sending plumes of water skyward. However, Gao Fei found himself vexed by the skiff's small target profile. Despite firing dozens of rounds, only 2 vessels were struck. Regrettably, the artillery of this era lacked the finesse for angular adjustments to modify the aim. One would need to insert wedges at the cannon's breech or disengage it, which hardly promised accuracy. As the distance closed, the cannons aboard the skiffs opened fire, sending sparks flying for the fort stone structure, accompanied by the deafening sound of metal clashing. The cement from our leader is truly sturdy. The cannonballs merely leave a white mark. The defenders of the fort beamed with delight, astonished by the wall's resilience, which surpassed even that of Tainan City. Their anxieties eased, they diligently reloaded their cannons. Disembark, hurry, an officer wielding a rapier shouted commands as he disembarked. The initial wave of soldiers was a motley crew of mercenaries, comprising individuals from various Western nations, recruits from the colonies, and even some enslaved Africans. Their training was evidently insufficient, and fear gripped them as they huddled on the ground to evade the cannon fire. The Dutch officers, however, were not to be trifled with. They ordered the execution of one mercenary and the shooting of another to galvanize the remaining troops onto the shore. Draw your muskets, form ranks, advance. With the officers' sharp reprimands, the mercenaries reluctantly took formation and approached the fort, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. One after another. They fell, but driven by the fear of the executioners. They pressed forward, praying for divine protection as they returned fire at the fort. Across the moat, a fierce exchange ensued, with smoke billowing as casualties mounted on both sides. All falcon cannons, fire grape shot. Aim for their mortars. Gao Fei commanded the gunners to switch to grape shot. The Dutch soldiers unloaded 6 medium-caliber mortars from their skiffs, posing a significant threat that Tainan's arsenal had produced a considerable number of grape shots. Some designated for newly manufactured artillery, while others were crafted to match the medium caliber of the Falcon cannons, designed for close-range bombardment of enemy infantry formations. The 4 Falcon cannons, now armed with grape shot, proved effective, taking down 4 Dutch gunners in the first salvo. They continued firing until the Dutch artillerymen abandoned their mortars and fled. The fort where Gao Fei was stationed was not extensive, with a limited number of cannons and slow reloading, preventing them from fully sealing off the landing zone. Ultimately, a second wave of Dutch troops arrived. 500 Dutch soldiers surrounded the fort, yet they lacked effective siege equipment and were forced to rely on the large-caliber cannons aboard their skiffs. The battle raged for 2 hours, with the fort still standing firm. Meanwhile, on the water, 5 skiffs had been destroyed, and hundreds of Dutch soldiers lay dead. Have these red-haired fools lost their wits, rather than assault Tainan City? They choose to engage with me, and with so few men, it truly defies reason. Zhao Xiaohu stood atop the highest point of the Dajian fort, observing the unfolding conflict through a spyglass, filled with envy. He had anticipated that the glory of the first battle would be his, only to see it claimed by Gao Fei's camp. What an impressive feat. Not only Zhao Xiaohu felt this way. Guiyong at the second fort shared similar sentiments. The Dutch focused their efforts on the first fort, dispatching only a small team to monitor the second. Those red-haired devils. If it were not for the leader's strict orders against engaging in battle, I would certainly make you pay. Liu Shaokong aimed to conserve strength, unwilling to engage in a decisive confrontation with the Dutch. His troops were instructed not to venture beyond the city without new orders. On the sea, Anthony and his cadre of senior officers surveyed the battlefield, each wearing a grim expression. What a formidable stronghold! After all the bombardment, not even a dent has appeared. Surely, even stone should have shattered by now. Koniala exclaimed through gritted teeth. Dominique, lowering his spyglass, spoke with a heavy heart. With nearly a musket in every hand and abundant artillery, it appears we have plenty of ammunition, Your Excellency. Continuing this way is untenable. Antony, gazing at the skiffs carrying the wounded and dead, closed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. It seems this band of pirates is indeed a formidable foe. Retreat. Koniala, filled with reluctance, faced the bitter reality of his first battle ending in failure. Anger and helplessness coursed through him. The enemy's fortifications were exceptionally strong, and their firearms were not inferior to their own. Continuing this way would only lead to further casualties, especially with the enemy possessing another stronghold. Before long, the retreat signal was dispatched, and the Dutch mercenaries surged back to their skiffs. Some corpses abandoned carelessly as they braved the cannon fire to withdraw from the inner sea of Taijiang. Chapter 45. The Defense of Tainan City. Part 3. Well then, we're retreating. How cowardly. Who can argue? It seems the fighting spirit of the Westerners is not as formidable as one might think. Is that so? Wasn't it you who cowered on the ground at the start, too afraid to rise? I've heard that there are rewards for victories. Is that true? As the Dutch retreated, the soldiers at the first fort relaxed their taut nerves. Engaging in banter, especially the new recruits. Witnessing the Dutch fall and howl in agony began to shift their mindset. They realized they could indeed triumph over the imposing Westerners. Gao Fei conducted a thorough inspection of the fort's damage. This was not a monolithic concrete structure, and several parapets had sustained damage under the heavy bombardment. Yet fortunately, the main body of the fort remained intact. Report to the battalion commander. The statistics are in. Our battalion suffered 32 casualties, with 14 dead, while the wounded are being treated by the medics. That we killed or injured over 200 of those red-haired devils and sank 10 skiffs. Gao Fei accepted the adjutant's report, reviewed the details, and then signed his name with a graphite pencil. Send this to the Grand Commander, stating that Fort 1 remains secure and there is no need for concern. Also, inform the cook to prepare a hearty meal for the brothers to celebrate this victory. Yes, The adjutant saluted and departed with a smile. He had overheard a soldier inquiring about bonuses for victories, and the answer was affirmative. In this era, notions of patriotism and similar sentiments were ineffective. Tangible rewards were necessary. Liu Shaokong instituted several incentive measures to boost the morale of the officers and soldiers, including victory bonuses. For instance, in the successful repulsion of the Dutch, each soldier would receive a reward, with higher rewards for those who distinguished themselves. As the Dutch retreated from the inner sea of Taijiang, their main warships patrolled the outer seas, looking helplessly at Tainan City before them. Aboard the flagship, the Zealand, Antony, and various officers convened in the conference room, the atmosphere thick with tension. In less than 2 hours of combat, nearly 150 mercenaries lay dead or wounded. Although the losses were not catastrophic, they had achieved no gains. Your Excellency, this afternoon I will personally organize elite troops to take that fort, Koniala vowed. Antony coughed, took a sip of water, and shook his head. There is no need. The cost of capturing those 2 forts would be too great. A classic case of diminishing returns. We must first reclaim Tainan City. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the 3rd Musketeer Battalion will spearhead the assault, with all skiffs providing support to decisively capture Daejeon town. The 2nd Musketeer Battalion was one of the main forces trained by the East India Company, well-equipped and predominantly comprised of retired soldiers from the Netherlands, totaling 1,000 men, truly elite troops. In the afternoon, over 30 skiffs armed with cannons surged towards the western side of Tainan City, preparing to land. Red-haired devils, we have been waiting for you. Zhao Xiaohu, having anticipated this moment, immediately ordered the gunners at the fort to take aim. Fire! The thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the sea, with whistling cannonballs sending towering columns of water skyward. Simultaneously, the skiffs opened fire, targeting the sandbags on the outskirts of Daejeon town. Some cannonballs struck their mark, sending sand flying, while others breached the town itself, damaging several structures. The fortified sandbag walls were 4 layers thick, and the Dutch skiffs, armed with smaller caliber cannons, could not penetrate the sandbags in one shot. They could only concentrate their firepower on a segment in an attempt to create a breach. However, the Tiger Battalion had long prepared numerous spare sandbags. Wherever damage occurred, they swiftly rebuilt those detestable pirates. The commander of the 2nd Musketeer Battalion, Aces, lagged at the rear of the landing forces, nearly cursing as he watched the Tiger Battalion tirelessly patch up the breaches, simultaneously lamenting the poor choice of terrain made by those who established the town here, resulting in difficulties for future generations. Boom! Nearby, a skiff was struck, its fragile hull revealing its vulnerabilities, splitting in 2, with 20 sailors plunging into the sea. The vanguard must not stop. Seize the beachhead immediately. Signalmen waved flags, relaying commands. They had reached the shallow waters, and halting there would only increase the likelihood of being hit. The vanguard paddled desperately. Fortunately, the rate of cannon loading was slow, and the artillery at Daejeon town was limited, unable to establish a complete fire blockade. After 3 rounds of cannon fire, the first contingent of Dutch soldiers surged onto the beach. Their immediate task upon disembarking was to push the landing boats back into the sea for further troop transport. This time, the Dutch soldiers did not form a foolish linear array. Instead, they dug individual pits in the sand to shield themselves from musket fire. These red-haired devils have learned well. Zhao Xiaohu was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to wait for these fellows to line up before firing, but his adversaries did not afford him that opportunity. Well, I'll just wait until your numbers are sufficient, and then I'll take you all out at once. With this thought, he ordered his soldiers to refrain from firing. However, the artillery was not idle. Behind Yuen town, there were 10 small-caliber falconet cannons forming an artillery position, which immediately unleashed a barrage of explosive shells, transforming the beach into a spectacle of chaos as sand and mud were violently propelled into the air. The unfortunate Dutch soldiers were struck, their anguished cries echoing across the shore in the distance. Aces did not dare to land at this moment, directing his troops to continue their disembarkation from the sea. Half an hour later, over 200 Dutch soldiers had landed and, under the command of a captain, commenced their first assault. The soldiers were divided into 5 formations, opening fire, return fire, volley fire from each squad. Zhao Xiaohu divided his defensive forces into 6 groups. One advanced to shoot while the others prepared to maintain fire. Both sides began exchanging musket fire from a distance of 100 meters. Although the Dutch soldiers were elite, capable of sustaining a firing rate of 3 shots per minute, the Tiger Battalion was shielded by sandbags and enjoyed superior numbers, leading to a clear disparity. Periodically, Dutch soldiers fell, while casualties among the Tiger Battalion were infrequent. The fallen soldiers were swiftly carried away on stretchers to the town of Taiwan, where military doctors awaited to provide medical care. Liu Shaokong placed great importance on battlefield medical treatment. After capturing Taiwan City, he had selected 20 individuals to undergo training, not to become doctors capable of prescribing medication, but to learn to stop bleeding, bandage wounds, and suture lacerations. The battlefield served as a practical training ground, and he believed that by the end of this conflict, they would emerge as competent medics. The casualties among the Dutch soldiers continued to mount. Yet they did not retreat. At one point, they even launched a charge, only to be repelled by the Tiger Battalion. The fighting persisted until dusk, at which point Anthony, realizing no progress had been made, ordered a retreat. The following day, combat resumed, but this time the Dutch came prepared, having stockpiled numerous sandbags and emulating the Tiger Battalion's tactics to construct a beachhead, continuing the exchange of musket fire. Their method proved effective. Within a day, the beach was strewn with these sand fortifications, and the 2nd Musketeer Battalion had fully disembarked, even establishing artillery positions. The pressure on the Tiger Battalion escalated sharply. In fact, they had numerous opportunities to launch counterattacks and drive the Dutch soldiers back into the sea. But Liu Shaokong had commanded them to hold their ground, forbidding any offensive actions. Chapter 46, The Defense of Taiwan City. Part 4. 3 days later, in the evening, Anthony gazed out at the sporadic gunfire along the beach. The steadily rising casualty figures over the past few days had not disheartened him. As a general, he understood that victory demands sacrifice and was no longer swayed by such concerns. Governor, Major Dominic is fully prepared and ready to strike at any moment, reported his aide, Kuhn. Anthony lifted his gaze to the flag of the warship. Assessing the wind direction, signal the order, we shall strike immediately. Whether we can seize the Yuan town depends on today's efforts in Taiwan City. Liu Shaokong, as usual, observed the situation at the Yuan town when he suddenly noticed something amiss. This Anthony, true to his reputation for commanding the East, indeed possessed some capabilities. It seemed that Xiao Hu and his men were about to face trouble. Beside him, Chonabayo, astonished, followed Liu Shaokong's gaze and stood aghast, as if witnessing a ghost. How is this possible? From a distance, what had once been an impassable waterway now revealed a large ship slowly making its way in, taking advantage of the rising tide. Anthony had been keenly observing the changes in the waters surrounding Taiwan City, ultimately discovering a breakthrough point. This breakthrough was Lure Gate. Ordinarily, even at high tide, large vessels could not pass, but Anthony had ordered the selection of several shallow draft cannon boats from the fleet, stripping them of all cannons, ammunition, and any other extraneous items, leaving only 20 crew members aboard. Such drastic measures were taken solely to allow the cannon boats to enter the northern waters of Taiwan City. It has succeeded, Governor. We have triumphed, Kuhn exclaimed jubilantly. Anthony finally allowed a smile to break through, his previously tense demeanor easing. With the first cannon boat successfully entering, the second soon followed, and then the fourth AS-4 cannon boats appeared on the horizon. Liu Shaokong instantly realized that Duan Town was in jeopardy. Seizing the opportunity while the Dutch were reinstalling their cannons, Liu Shaokong instructed Chonabayo to relay orders to the Tiger Battalion to retreat into the town, prepare for sequential resistance, and ready themselves to abandon Duan Town if necessary. Furthermore, he commanded the Personal Guard Battalion to remain on standby to support the Tiger Battalion. The orders swiftly reached the Tiger Battalion. Although Zhao Xiaohu felt a sense of reluctance, the imminent arrival of the enemy's heavy artillery left them with no choice but to quietly withdraw into Yuan Town, preparing to continue the fight behind the street barricades. 2 hours later, as darkness descended, the Dutch assault was just beginning. The 4 cannon boats, having reinstalled their artillery and positioned their personnel, quickly advanced, bringing the beachhead within cannon range, with nearly 50 cannons firing in unison. The sandbag barricades were blasted to smithereens, shattering the defensive line that had troubled the Dutch soldiers for several days. Advance and bombard the artillery positions. Let these eastern pirates witness the might of our warships. The Dutch fleet, having spent several days in a passive role, finally had the opportunity to unleash their firepower. The artillery of the Yuan opened fire first, several heavy cannons targeting the warships at sea. But the disparity in numbers was glaringly evident. After the first round of cannon fire, they were thoroughly suppressed. The thickness of the earthen fortifications simply could not compare to that of Taiwan City. And soon several breaches appeared. Multiple cannons were destroyed, and there were casualties among the gunners. The artillery position teetered on the brink of collapse, achieving only the modest success of damaging one warship. Retreat. All gunners fall back immediately. Zhao Xiao, who had intended to use the artillery position as a defensive bastion for a time, but seeing the relentless onslaught of the Dutch, he realized they would not relent until they had completely dismantled the fortifications. The gunners, along with the wounded, quickly withdrew to Taiwan City. Zhao Xiao, who wished to resist, but Liu Shaokong noted that the Dutch soldiers had maneuvered to both flanks of Dayuan town, placing the Tiger Battalion at risk of encirclement. He ordered a complete retreat into the city. Pirates are indeed pirates. Once they lose advantage, they will flee. That it is utterly disgusting. Aces had initially intended to capitalize on the support of the warships to encircle the Tiger Battalion, seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Over the past few days, his 2nd Musketeer Battalion had suffered 300 casualties, merely managing to hold the beachhead, and he had hoped to seize this opportunity for revenge. Only to find it slipping away, he immediately dispatched a company to search the town for any hidden pirates, while the remainder established defensive lines around the artillery position to prevent any surprise attacks from the pirates. The location of the artillery position was of utmost importance. Although it could not directly bombard Taiwan City, it provided an excellent support point for firepower, and with barracks nearby, it was a ready-made encampment. After Aces finished his arrangements, he ascended the artillery position at Dayuan Town and ordered the removal of the flying dragon flag of Taiwan City, replacing it with the flag of the Dutch East India Company. Warriors, if we construct a few more artillery positions, we can vanquish the pirates and reclaim Helii City, celebrating the impending victory. Let us rejoice within the city, slay the pirates, reclaim Helii City. Some soldiers around him echoed the call, seemingly glimpsing the hope of victory. Suddenly, a Dutch soldier felt the earth beneath him begin to rise slowly, causing him to lose his footing. Before he could react, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in his ears, sending his body soaring into the in that moment. He glimpsed the blue sky and white clouds, as if seeing God. However, as the scene shifted, flames erupted skyward, and the once mighty artillery position disintegrated, sending heavy clouds of earth soaring dozens of meters into the air. The violent explosion formed a billowing red-black mushroom cloud, and a shockwave swept through the surroundings like a hurricane, obliterating everything in its path. Oh God, what is happening? On the distant sea, those celebrating the capture of Dayuan Town, including Anthony, were struck with horror, mouths agape in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Liu Shaokong had detonated the explosives buried beneath the artillery position, a staggering 50 barrels of gunpowder, yielding a truly shocking effect that even Taiwan City could feel the powerful shockwave. As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually settled, what had once stood as an artillery position was reduced to a heap of rubble, and within a 50-meter radius around the position. The surrounding buildings were completely obliterated, transformed into ruins. In the distance, several figures staggered to their feet, gazing at the devastation before them, speechless. Their responses were drowned out by cries for help and wails of despair. The soldiers who had not been affected by the blast moved cautiously toward the center of the explosion, searching for survivors and tending to the wounded. As Anthony and his companions regained their senses, their faces were etched with sorrow and fury, never having imagined that the pirates would have buried powder beneath them. Quick, immediately send people to rescue the injured. Corneille, come with me to the island and soothe the soldiers' spirits. Governor, I can manage this myself. I will lead the 1st Battalion soldiers to capture Helii City and hang every pirate, making them regret their actions today. Corneille, his eyes blazing with anger, declared. The 2nd Musketeer Battalion was under his direct command. and he sought vengeance, determined to slay every pirate. Anthony shook his head. I brought them here to the east. I must lead them back in the wake of the tragic demise of the Dominican rabbit. A profound shadow loomed over every member of the Dutch East India Company as they grappled with the staggering losses inflicted upon their forces. Heaven knows whether there lies gunpowder buried beneath the foundations of Tainan. Chapter 47. The Battle of Peng Hu. Antony, emboldened by a sense of adventure, journeyed to the Yuen town to orchestrate a rescue and provide solace to the wounded. Upon tallying the casualties, it was revealed that the recent explosion had claimed the lives of 150 soldiers. With over 100 more injured, coupled with the losses sustained in the preceding days, the 2nd Musketeer Battalion had suffered over half of its ranks, including the loss of its commander. The remaining soldiers, their spirits crushed, bore expressions of despair and trepidation. The explosion had obliterated their morale. With no alternative, Cornelius was compelled to withdraw them to the rear. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of Tainan erupted in celebration. For Liu Shaokong's objective was to deliver an unforgettable lesson to the Dutch colonizers. Yet this did not deter Antony. Merely a day later, the Dutch commenced the construction of fortifications while tentatively launching attacks on Tainan, including deploying warships. However, they swiftly recognized that Tainan was not de Yuen's fort, and after sustaining damage to one vessel, they retreated back to de Yuen. Meanwhile, Antony dispatched soldiers to scour the land for local residents, hoping to procure provisions and forcefully recruit personnel. Unbeknownst to him, the captives, including Han Chinese and nearby indigenous peoples, had already been relocated, rendering the area devoid of resources. In a fit of rage, the Dutch set ablaze the villages of the Han and indigenous peoples that they did manage to locate. As both sides observed a temporary cessation of hostilities, the main fleet of the Zheng family arrived at the Peng Hu archipelago. Shi Lang welcomed them on Makung Island, while Shi Fu, upon seeing his nephew, unleashed a torrent of reprimands, culminating in several harsh kicks. "You scoundrel! What utter nonsense! Had it not been for the fact that you cannot return just yet, I would have bound you before the Grand Dragon." It turned out that the day after Shi Lang's departure, Zhang Zhilong had discovered a letter from his eldest son and promptly informed Shi Fu. However, by the time they sought to pursue him, it was too late, and they could only implore Shi Fu to ensure his safety. "Uncle, do not blame Lang. It was I who insisted on accompanying him. Upon our return, I shall accept my father's punishment." Shi Fu chuckled heartily, patting Zheng Chenggong's shoulder. "Young master, my grievance lies solely with this rascal for failing to report. Had you approached me, I would have taken you to see myself." Although the Zheng family had attained an official status, their wealth was intrinsically tied to the sea. With the Ming Dynasty beset by internal strife and external threats, safeguarding their retreat route was paramount, necessitating someone to assume command of the Zheng family forces. "Your intent warms the hearts of us veterans. Uncle, you are being unreasonable. Was my beating not in vain?" Shi Lang complained, rubbing his sore spots. Zheng Chenggong found it amusing to realize that his efforts had been futile. Nevertheless, he was elated that the leaders of the Zheng family recognized his capabilities, thus facilitating future endeavors. "Begone. Failing to report intelligence within the military is a grave offense." In light of the young master emerging unscathed, "I shall grant you leniency for now, but you must earn your redemption." "Yes, my lord." Zheng Chenggong, shedding his disguise, was appointed as deputy commander by Shi Fu. The main fleet of the Zheng family chose to anchor off Makung Island, dispatching 3 swift vessels to gather intelligence. Shi Lang volunteered for the task, but Shi Fu declined, assigning him to command 5 warships stationed at Fisherman's Island to safeguard their water supply. Shi Fu had brought provisions for a month and a half, having traversed the journey in a mere 4 days, leaving ample time for rest. During leisure, he encouraged the soldiers to fish, enhancing their rations. As dusk fell, the Zheng family forces ignited fires for cooking. The waters around the Peng Hu archipelago were rich with fish, and their haul was bountiful, nearly every soldier receiving 1 or 2 fish. By evening, bonfires dotted the landscape, the thick smoke billowing above the encampment, visible from afar across the as night descended. The Zheng soldiers listened to the sound of waves, relishing the serene beauty of the island at night. Blissfully unaware of the unfolding events 20 miles away, where in the dense thicket of a small affiliated island was home to a figure descending from the treetops. Shortly thereafter, a dozen silhouettes stealthily dragged a small skiff into the water, adjusting the sails and paddling away, swiftly vanishing from sight. In the early morning, a faint sea mist enveloped the waters around Penghu, as if cloaking the ocean in a delicate veil, ethereal and dreamlike. The sentinels of the Zheng family forces on Makong Island were unperturbed by this sight. During winter, such fog was commonplace, rendering visibility a mere few hundred meters. Venturing out to sea in these conditions was perilous. Fortunately, the wind had picked up early, and it was anticipated that the mist would soon dissipate. Today, with fog upon us, everyone must remain vigilant. In the bay of Makong Island, a merchant vessel was slowly maneuvering, skillfully adjusting its direction as it departed its mooring point. One should not underestimate the naval forces of the Ming Dynasty. Although they lacked large warships, nearly all vessels, regardless of size, were equipped with oars, enabling them to navigate freely without reliance on wind. These ships proved exceptionally useful in coastal waters or specific battlefields. It must be said that the Zheng family displayed remarkable discipline, as patrol boats were still dispatched despite the weather conditions, explaining why other pirates posed no threat. The sailors harbored no complaints, as patrol duties were rotated and not overly burdensome. Due to the opposing wind, the sailors could only row with someone calling out a count of 1, 2, 3, and the vessel's speed began to increase. Just as they approached the mouth of the bay, the lookout shouted in alarm. "Large ships ahead." The captain, caught off guard by the sudden exclamation, rushed to the bow. And indeed, there emerged nearly 20 large vessels 4 to 5 miles ahead. "Sound the alarm. Retreat at once." The captain's swift response to retreat and raise the alarm was commendable. However, the sailors, relying on their oars, could not outpace the wind, and soon a sailing ship drew near. Western warships. The sailors were taken aback, unprepared for an assault from Western forces. The captain quickly noted the unfamiliar flag, a dragon flag he had never seen before. With no time for contemplation, he commanded the gunners to load the cannons. But they only possessed 6 imitation Falcon guns with limited range, rendering preemptive fire impossible. The first to arrive were the enemy's cannonballs, whistling through the air and crashing around the ship, sending plumes of water skyward. The sailors, without need for urging, rowed furiously, yet prolonged defense was futile. A chain shot struck the deck, wreaking havoc, and blood and flesh were scattered. The Zheng family vessel suffered 4 to 5 casualties, with even the helmsman gravely wounded, causing the ship to lose control and present an easier target to the enemy. The captain hurried to regain control, simultaneously directing his men to resume rowing. Just then, the cannon fired again, a shot piercing the hull, and water began to rush in, tilting the ship gradually. The damage was substantial, and sinking was merely a matter of time. "It is over," the captain lamented, issuing the order for the crew to abandon ship. As they swam back, the enemy revealed their true colors, an entire fleet of Western cannon ships, particularly 3 among them that dwarfed even the largest vessel of the Zheng family, with soldiers clad in strange attire staring coldly at them. Who are these people? They were none other than the Taiwanese naval forces, dispatched by Liu Shaokong, who sought to avoid a 2-front war by eliminating one side first. Thus, Meng Haijiao and Diaz were tasked with ambushing the Zheng family naval forces in Penghu. With Taiwan under blockade, the Zheng family had not received any useful intelligence, and now the Flying Shark gang had undergone significant changes. These Zheng soldiers could hardly recognize them. On the Star Shark, Meng Haijiao suppressed the urge to execute the fallen Zheng soldiers. Liu Shaokong had expressly instructed against indiscriminate killing now that the Flying Shark gang's identity had shifted. "Continue forward, all cannons ready, prepare the rockets, and have the fire-extinguishing sand and buckets at the ready." Meng Haijiao was familiar with the Zheng fleet's tactics, having previously faced them. They were adept at using fire ships, which had once been employed to defeat Dutch warships. The Zheng forces on Makong Island were roused by the sound of cannon fire, hastily exiting their tents to assess the situation. "Uncle Shi, what has transpired?" Shi Fu, donning his armor, remained composed. "Young master, we are under attack, but fret not. The enemy is still some distance away. The soldiers are currently boarding the ships. Come with me and witness the prowess of the Zheng Navy." At your command, Zheng Chenggong felt a twinge of anxiety, yet excitement overwhelmed him. He had stealthily arrived for this very moment. The Zheng forces were well trained, and within the span of a single incense stick. The sailors boarded their respective warships, got on Shi Fu's flagship. The signal flag waved, and the vessels, large and small, moved in an orderly fashion. Despite their numbers, there was no chaos. Uncle, it appears to be a Western fleet. Numbering around 16 ships, Zheng Chenggong, raised in the Zheng family, recognized the origin of the attacking vessels. Shi Fu also observed the 3 leading large ships and a considerable number trailing behind, his eyes flashing with shock. Though their own numbers were superior, the quality was entirely unequal. Yet, he did not falter. Had this been in open waters, he might have weighed the decision to engage. But here, in the coastal harbor, their smaller vessels could easily close in. Young master, although these ships belong to the Westerners, observe that flag. It is the authentic Yinglong. They're likely the Flying Shark pirates, while it remains unclear how they acquired such a fleet of Western warships. Now that they have come, we must fight to the death. Is this truly the Flying Shark gang? Could there be Western support lurking in the shadows, suggesting this is a trap? Zheng Chenggong's thoughts raced. Yet he realized that speculation was futile. Suppressing his astonishment and doubts, he focused intently on the impending battle. Chapter 48. The Battle of Penghu 2 Scatter. Team engage in close combat, while Team B prepares to fire ships. The response of the Zheng family's naval forces was swift, as one would expect. Under normal circumstances, they could have completed their deployment before the enemy opened fire. However, the current Taiwanese Navy has surpassed certain conventional expectations. The piercing sound of rockets filled the air as they soared through the sky, crashing into the Zheng fleet. The first volley comprised only 20 rockets, intended for test firing from each vessel. Soon, a barrage of rockets screamed through the air, their white trails creating a magnificent spectacle. Initially, the Zheng Navy paid little heed, dismissing it as merely a larger version of a swarm of rockets, oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, as the rockets descended, a horrifying reality unfolded before them. Boom! The rockets struck the ships with explosive force, igniting flames that erupted forth. Some sailors were injured, while others caught fire, rolling on the deck in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. A few even leaped into the sea, their cries echoing in anguish. The unscathed soldiers rushed to aid the wounded, only to discover in terror that these flames were insatiable, refusing to be doused by water, only extinguished by sand. While personal flames were manageable, those aboard the ships proved far more challenging to suppress. Some rockets ignited the stowed sails, leading to a conflagration that rapidly engulfed masts and even the vessel itself. Nearby ships were obliterated when the explosives stacked on their decks detonated, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The sudden rocket assault plunged at least 5 ships into chaos and flames. What kind of rockets are these? To possess such tremendous power? Shi Fu was finally shaken. This attack posed a grave threat to their formation. Scatter! Quickly disperse! But just as Shi Fu's command was relayed, another wave of rockets streaked through the air, several targeting his flagship directly. Protect the Lord, protect the young master. The bodyguards immediately shielded Shi Fu and Zheng Chenggong with their own bodies. Boom! 3 rockets detonated upon the flagship, injuring and burning 6 sailors. While 2 bodyguards were ignited, these 2 guards reacted swiftly, jumping into the sea. This is bad. The flagship is in their sights. Quickly, take the young master away. Shi Fu urgently glanced at the large flag bearing the Shi character atop the mast. Uncle Shi, let's leave together. Shi Fu's loyal guards dutifully obeyed, disregarding Zheng Chenggong's struggles as they bore him away to a small boat. Shi Fu's suspicions were confirmed. His flagship was indeed targeted by Meng Haijiao. Relay orders to the 1st and 2nd patrol cannon boats. Concentrate fire on the Zheng flagship. Shi Fu's flagship was among the largest of the Zheng fleet, comparable to Western vessels bearing 30 or 40 cannons. He refused to concede, commanding his men to row desperately toward the safety of the formation. Yet he underestimated Liu Shaokong's rockets. Equipped with tail fins, their accuracy was astounding, especially in a barrage of nearly 100. The first wave of rockets struck Shi Fu's flagship with 30 direct hits, sending sailors tumbling and igniting a fierce blaze on the deck. His bodyguards leaped into the water with Shi Fu, followed by more soldiers, but ultimately, the ship's gunpowder ignited, blowing the flagship to smithereens. Not only was the flagship destroyed, but the Zheng Navy's formation was also thoroughly disrupted. Some valiantly advanced, others hesitated, and many were preoccupied with their own survival. Meanwhile, the fleets of Meng Haijiao and Diaz had established a battle line, their large-caliber cannons opening fire first. The Zheng Navy's main warships, crafted from the finest imported timber from Nanyang, were their only advantage. The remainder were built from local wood, lacking the necessary strength and durability. Coupled with the sharp artillery of the Taiwanese Navy, which included numerous carronades, the wooden vessels were soon reduced to splinters. Those fortunate enough would suffer only a gaping hole, while others would be grievously wounded or sunk. Particularly, the Xing Sha and Hu Sha vessels operated in perfect synchrony, targeting a single large ship simultaneously, ensuring its destruction in just a couple of volleys. In a fleeting moment, the Zheng Navy suffered catastrophic losses, with only a few scattered ships managing to break through the Taiwanese fire blockade and attempt a counterattack. However, in this mutual artillery exchange, they quickly faltered, unable to match the firepower and munitions of their adversaries, inflicting only minor casualties on the Taiwanese fleet to the height of the Zheng Navy's crisis. A signal flag appeared on one of the ships, waving and changing colors in a commanding manner. Soon, dozens of small vessels dispersed and regrouped, charging forward. They were fire ships. These vessels were small, making them difficult targets for artillery. Meng Haijiao, well prepared as an old adversary of the Zheng fleet, ordered the launch of his skiff cannon boats, each armed with small-caliber flintlock cannons and manned by 12 riflemen. While they were ineffective against larger ships, they posed a significant threat to the Zheng fire ships. At least 20 skiff boats were deployed, swiftly advancing toward the fire ships for close-range firing. This tactic proved effective. The Zheng fire ships were unarmed, equipped only with incendiary materials, and 6 sailors ready for a hasty retreat, armed primarily with matchlocks and swords, facing the fully armed skiff cannon boats with no means of defense. How could this be? When did the Flying Shark Gang become so formidable? Shi Fu found himself commanding from aboard a warship, finally gripped by fear. He had never regarded this remnant force with any seriousness, yet now he faced a crushing defeat at the hands of former subordinates. As the fire ships were destroyed one after another, it became evident that the Zheng Navy had dwindled to a mere handful of operational vessels. Relay orders to the infantry on the island to immediately transport the grain and retreat deeper into the island. Organize defenses and hold out for reinforcements. Shi Fu gritted his teeth as he instructed the messenger. Zhang Qinggong was stunned, his eyes wide with horror at Shi Fu's command, which implied that the Navy was preparing to abandon the infantry's breakout. Uncle Shi, but Shi Fu raised a hand to silence Zhang Qinggong, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. Young master, decisive action is essential. We can no longer afford to consider the infantry. We must break through and return to Fuzhou as swiftly as possible, regrouping the Navy to confront the Flying Shark pirates in a final stand. Having spoken, Shi Fu personally waved the signal flag, commanding all remaining vessels to make a desperate breakout. Think you can flee so easily? Meng Haijiao noticed the Zheng Navy's attempt to escape and quickly signaled Diaz. The two fleets shifted from a linear formation to a V formation, with the Xing Sha and Hu Sha positioned at the tip, near the entrance of Magong Harbor, while other warships flanked from the sides, aligning their broadsides against the enemy vessels to encircle them. Shi Fu soon noticed the Taiwanese Navy's shift in formation and felt a sense of foreboding. However, only 14 warships remained, and among the 3 main vessels, only one was still operational. He cursed himself for underestimating the situation and failing to bring additional support vessels, leaving him unable to mount an effective response. All his ships were laid bare to the enemy's fire. Meng Haijiao and Diaz unleashed a barrage from both flanks. Their firepower doubled. The Zheng Navy's warships were struck repeatedly. Yet they dared not linger, rowing frantically, managing to slip through the gaps in the formation. If only we had a few more ships. The flying fire copper guns are limited, and we must save some for the red-haired pirates. Damn it! As 2 Zheng warships slipped away, Meng Haijiao felt a sense of helplessness. The gunners on his ship had reached the limits of their loading speed, and by the time they fired again, It was too late to use the other side's cannons. They would have to reposition the ship, which would disrupt their formation and allow for even more vessels to escape. Never mind, there is still a big fish. I cannot let you get away. Meng Haijiao referred to the flagship where Shi Fu commanded, signaling Diaz to coordinate with him to tighten the encirclement and ensure the remaining warships were captured. As the encirclement closed in, the remaining Zheng warships found themselves with no escape route. I never imagined Shi Fu, would fall to the hands of pirates. Young master, my incompetence has brought you to this plight. Shi Fu lamented. Zheng Qinggong, too, was filled with regret, realizing his reckless pursuit of adventure had led to this dire situation. Uncle Shi, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. It is only fitting that I, Zheng Fuxing, should face such a calamity. It is no one's fault. Rest assured, young master, I will charge into the fray with all my might, and you must take a small boat to escape. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Zheng Qinggong intended to speak further, but his attention was drawn to 5 of their own warships charging toward them from a distance. Uncle Fu, it's a Lang, we still have a chance, he exclaimed in delight. Shi Fu quickly turned to look, and indeed, Shi Lang was leading 5 of his ships into the fray, igniting new hope that he hastily directed the remaining 4 warships to cover each other and continue the breakout. Yuyong Island was not far from Magong Island. Upon hearing the cannon fire, Shi Lang had rushed over, only to witness the Zheng Navy under siege. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered his ships to charge the enemy lines. The sudden appearance of 5 warships left Meng Haijiao and Diaz flustered, and fortune seemed to favor them as the wind abruptly died down, hampering the enemy's ability to respond effectively. The Zheng family navigated their galleons, and their advantages swiftly became apparent. Shi Lang, commanding a medium-sized Fuchuan, urged his sailors to paddle with all their might toward one of the patrol gunboats. The gunboat, eager to avoid a collision, could only retreat slowly, ultimately falling prey to Shi Lang, who seized the opportunity to engage in close combat and unleashed cannon fire. With incendiary devices like fire tubes and fire bricks, he ignited the gunpowder on the deck, resulting in a sudden explosion that tore the deck apart, mercifully sparing the internal powder magazine from igniting, lest it have led to a catastrophic detonation. The other 4 vessels followed suit, although 2 sustained injuries during their approach. They managed to create a breach in the Taiwanese Navy's defenses. Some even became entangled, allowing Shi Fu to capitalize on the moment and, amid the falling cannonballs, make a daring escape from Magong Harbor into the open sea. Chapter 49. The Battle of Penghu 3. How could Shi Fu have slipped away? Witnessing the great fish escape, Meng Haijiao was so enraged he stomped his feet, but the feeble winds rendered the warships incapable of pursuit. Order all the sampan cannon boats to focus their fire on that Fuchuan. The Fuchuan, engaged in close quarters, had also suffered damage, with several or frames shattered, resulting in a decrease in speed and necessitating a change in direction. The sampan cannon boats, being more agile and lightweight, quickly closed the distance. Though armed with smaller cannons, they also boasted sharpshooters capable of targeting the oarsmen, effectively ensnaring the Fuchun Petit that moment. A sleek warship approached slowly. It was the Fiyu, captained by Su Cheng. Shi Lang looked enviously at the imposing ship in the distance, only to bitterly smile, realizing that his journey had barely begun before it met an abrupt end. Cannon crew. Retaliate! We must not tarnish the pride of the Zheng family army. The Fuchuan fired first, its broadside equipped with 6 medium-caliber flintlock cannons, only to despair as their range fell woefully short of the enemy. The Feiyu finally adjusted its position, unleashing a broadside of 20 cannons, 10 of which were carronades. The outcome was predictable. The Fuchuan was instantly ravaged by cannon fire. Subsequently, Meng Haijiao and Diaz dispersed to eliminate the remaining foes. Half an hour later, the sound of gunfire ceased, marking the end of the naval battle. Ultimately, only 4 of Zheng's vessels managed to escape, while most of the remaining warships were destroyed, with only supply and troop transport spared. In terms of personnel, nearly half of Zheng's navy was lost, with over 800 captured, not including the Zheng infantry stationed on the island, to the highest point of Magong Island. The commander of the Zheng infantry gazed helplessly at the retreating warships, cursing vehemently. That old scoundrel Shi Fu, All bluster and no substance. The entire town's navy has been lost, and yet we are the ones who suffer. This commander, named Chen Hui, was one of Zheng Zhilong's trusted generals. Second only to sure food, he had initially believed this venture would bring him unearned glory, never anticipating that they would be unable to return. Report to the vice admiral. We scoured the island and found only 4 small puddles. Barely enough for a day's worth of drinking. One subordinate gasped. Upon receiving news from Shi Fu, Chen Hui immediately organized personnel to transport provisions and dispatch scouts to search for water sources, intending to build defensive points around them. However, Magong Island's freshwater supply was scant, insufficient to sustain 3,000 men. This was in fact anticipated. Chen Hui had previously discussed the situation of the Penghu Islands with Shi Fu and was aware of the limited freshwater available. Yet he had harbored a faint hope of finding more. The result was despair. While food was abundant, the essential water was lacking. Without water, a person could only endure for 4 or 5 days at most, and 2 days would leave them utterly drained, let alone capable of battle. Immediately dig beneath the puddles. We must extract water. Chen Hui was unwilling to concede defeat. This was the only solution he could conceive. Within Magong Harbor, Meng Haijiao ordered the battlefield to be cleared and patrolled the periphery of Magong Island to prevent any escape attempts by the Zheng infantry. That night, Meng Haijiao, Dias, and Su Cheng convened to discuss the day's spoils and their subsequent actions. Su Cheng reported, "Gentlemen, I have assessed our gains. 5 warships are still reparable, in addition to over 60 seized artillery pieces, 70 barrels of gunpowder, 500 assorted firearms, and various swords, armor, and other sundries. Additionally, we have 5 war horses and 30 pack horses." As for the weapons acquired, the Taiwanese military regarded them with disdain. Of little interest were all but a few original flintlock cannons and matchlocks, which were purchases made by the Zheng military from Western merchants and still deemed useful. Most other items would need to be melted down into iron for the blacksmiths to forge agricultural tools. Horses were indeed a valuable asset, whether for war or transport, and were in high demand. "Is there no food?" Meng Haijiao inquired. "All taken by the infantry to the island," a subordinate replied. "Those fools are utterly clueless. Without water, how long can they last?" Dias remarked with a chuckle. Su Cheng remained noncommittal, noting that these soldiers likely awaited reinforcements, which, if all went well, could return within 6 days. Meng Haijiao shook his head, asserting that the Zheng family required time to prepare, which would delay them for at least 2 days. "We have time," he decided. "Therefore, I will confine the enemy." Dias, now barely able to converse in Chinese, shrugged, agreeing that it was the correct course of action. There was no need to engage in battle with them. Su Cheng, being their subordinate, simply awaited orders. On the island, the soldiers had been unable to excavate fresh water due to the hard bedrock beneath the surface, rendering their efforts futile. Seeing this, Chen Hui directly ordered his personal guards to control the puddles for officers' exclusive use, while they also had a sufficient supply of liquor brought from the ships. Ensuring their own security as for the soldiers, they could only be allotted a meager portion each day to end the initial days. The Zheng soldiers barely managed to hold on, but by the 3rd day, some had already fainted, and that evening, a few approached the shore to surrender to Meng Haijiao. Meng Haijiao ensured that these surrendering soldiers were well fed and watered. Recalling Liu Shaokong's advice upon his departure, they had simulated battles with the Zheng family in Penghu, anticipating various scenarios, including the current predicament. His initial thought was to wait until these Zheng soldiers were too weak with hunger before launching an attack, or simply allow them to surrender. However, Liu Shaokong had different ideas, which he instructed Meng Haijiao to implement. Su Cheng. "Once they have eaten, bring them aboard the Xing Sha. 5 men came to surrender, taking advantage of the patrol's opportunity to cross over, led by a man named Fu Sheng, who was the squad leader of these men. After eating, the 5 were brought aboard the Xing Sha in a state of trepidation, awed by the sight of the large-caliber cannons, fearful of the destruction they could wreak. Once in the captain's cabin, Meng Haijiao offered them seats, but Fu Sheng and the others dared not sit. "We shall not take a seat, noble admiral. Please, just ask your questions." Meng Haijiao did not insist, inquiring about the situation on the island. Fu Sheng, not daring to conceal anything, divulged all. "Alas, I did not anticipate that Chen Hui would be so selfish. utterly disregarding the lives of ordinary soldiers. What a disgrace. Fu Sheng surmised Meng Haijiao's intentions and cautiously added, "Indeed, the discontent among the men is palpable. If not for their fear of the Zheng family, they might have already surrendered to you, noble admiral. Trust me, I will persuade my comrades to join us." Meng Haijiao was pleasantly surprised by Fu Sheng's willingness. "Brother Fu, your intent is commendable, and I have a proposition for you. Should you succeed, I, on behalf of my esteemed commander, shall grant you high rank and ample rewards." Fu Sheng's eyes brightened with curiosity. "What command do you have for me, noble admiral?" Half an hour later, Fu Sheng and his 5 subordinates stealthily returned to the island under the cover of night. The next day, Chun Hui was awakened from his slumber in the tent by a cacophony outside. Rising to investigate, he found his camp surrounded by thousands of soldiers. "Vice Admiral, these men are attempting to seize our water," a personal guard reported. Chun Hui, already fraught with irritation over the past few days, felt his anger ignite upon hearing the soldiers were causing a disturbance. "You impertinent fools! I've already stated that if you endure a few more days, reinforcements will arrive. The water here is barely enough for myself. How can I share it with you?" "Vice Admiral, some have already died of thirst. I have an elderly family at home, as well as young ones. I do not wish to perish. Just a sip is all I ask," came a hoarse shout from the crowd. "Yes, just a sip will suffice," the soldiers continued to plead. Chun Hui glared at them, shouting, "Get out of here! If you dare to cause further trouble, you will face military justice. Better to die than to be a thirsty ghost or a starving ghost." These officials indulge in wine and meat. "Indifferent to our plight," someone in the crowd shouted. Chun Hui, known for his fiery temper, was instantly incensed by this remark, drawing his sidearm. "Dare to rebel? I will flay you alive." Since death was inevitable, he thought, it would be better to die fighting. This is the officers' camp. They have wine, meat, and water. Fear not, brothers. Charge with me. The soldiers, already dazed from hunger and thirst, found renewed vigor at the mention of wine, meat, and water, their eyes gleaming with determination as they surged toward the camp gates. "Prepare yourselves. Anyone who dares to breach the gates will be killed without mercy," Chun Hui bellowed. His personal guards raised their flintlock guns. They were the beneficiaries of the resources, and the water was only sufficient for their number. It could not be shared. Seeing Chun Hui's resolve, the soldiers clamoring for water were momentarily stunned, just as they hesitated to continue their assault. A gunshot rang out, and a personal guard fell to the ground with a cry. Chun Hui's rage boiled over, and he shouted, "Open fire! Shoot these damn ghosts!" The loyal soldiers received orders to open fire immediately and suppress the uprising. Soldiers continued to fall in droves at the camp gate. Damn it, they left us no path to survival. "Brothers, we too possess firearms. Let's show them no mercy." The one speaking was Fu Sheng, who, while hiding among the crowd, shouted fervently and pulled out a match, inspiring his companions to follow suit. They raised their weapons and fired, regardless of whether they hit their targets. The act resonated among them. The crux of such matters lies in having someone to lead. Once the first shot was fired, gunfire erupted on both sides, with close-range exchanges ensuing. However, Chun Hui's loyal soldiers numbered only 50, and soon half of them had fallen. Chun Hui, who had initially been consumed by rage, was now gripped by horror as he realized he had evoked the wrath of the people. Yet, it was too late. The die had been cast. Another volley rang out, and Chun Hui stared in disbelief at the crimson blossoming on his chest. He did not perish at the hands of the enemy, but fell victim to the weapons of his own men, succumbing in a sea of bitterness, his eyes refusing to close. Chapter 50. Counterattack. These soldiers of the Zheng family were blinded by anger and thirst. They subsequently swept through 4 water sources, slaying the officers who had occupied the marshy grounds. Brothers, do not harbor regrets. We have done nothing wrong, that we merely seek to survive. Think of our aging parents and our wives and children at home. As long as we live, there's a chance to return to them. The water here is run dry, and we know not when reinforcements will arrive. Moreover, everyone is well aware of what has just transpired. There is no retreat left. Those who wish to live, follow me. Those who do not will be left here to perish as solitary ghosts, dying of hunger and thirst. In this era, few soldiers serve voluntarily. especially those in private armies like the Zheng family, who are often motivated by military pay and provisions. Faced with a chance for survival, their instinct to live drove them to disregard everything else and follow Fu Sheng to the seaside. At the port, Meng Haijiao had long awaited their arrival, having prepared fresh water, rice balls, and fish soup to distribute to the parched and starving Zheng soldiers. Diaz observed the nearly 3,000 captives with concern. Would feeding them satiate their potential for rebellion? Meng Haijiao's eyes flickered as he gazed into the distance, reassuring him, there is no need for concern. Their path of retreat has been severed, and they can only move forward. Though these soldiers were somewhat justified in their actions, they had still slain their superiors, amounting to rebellion. The Zheng family could no longer utilize them. If they wished to live, only one path remained, to join Taiwan. Meng Haijiao accepted these captives, also acquiring a substantial amount of provisions. Considering the timeline agreed upon with Lu Shaokong, he decided to rest for 2 days on Magong Island. Meanwhile, the Dutch had utilized 5 days to complete the construction of their artillery positions. They had chosen a strategic angle that could evade most of Taiwan City's artillery. Although they lacked a height advantage, their cannons were more than capable of striking the city walls and those within. Not only that, they had also positioned artillery emplacements in front of the fortifications, half buried and surrounded by thick sandbag fortresses. As they constructed these positions, they engaged in a bombardment with Taiwan City, repairing any damage sustained with remarkable tenacity. The artillery duel continued for a day, resulting in significant damage to the city walls, the destruction of 2 cannons, 10 injuries, and 3 fatalities. Some buildings within the city, including Lu Shaokong's office, were also damaged. There was no remedy as the uppermost structure presented too conspicuous a target. Lu Shaokong established the command center within a warehouse on the 2nd floor. Directing the battle, the Dutch East India Company suffered the loss of 6 cannon positions, with part of their artillery platform collapsing and personnel losses exceeding 50 that night. The bombardment persisted, with darkness favoring the Dutch, as striking the fortress required no precise aim, while those atop the walls had to search for targets. However, at midnight, the bombardment was interrupted by a torrential downpour, making it difficult for both sides to fire their artillery. This wretched weather changes without warning. Zhao Xiaohu grumbled as he directed soldiers to cover the cannons with oilcloth while moving the gunpowder to prevent it from getting wet. Keep it tight. Artillerymen, return to rest, and sentries, maintain your vigilance. At that moment, Lu Shaokong approached with Chinabayo. Commander, what brings you here? With this heavy rain and the cold, the Dutch will not launch another attack. Please return to the command center. We can handle things here. Lu Shaokong, dressed in a raincoat, leaned closer to Zhao Xiaohu's ear and said, The Huzi battalion has held the line for a day. It's time for us to take our turn. The Dutch may very well seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Do not forget how they captured Gao and Ceylon. Zhao Xiaohu attempted to argue, but was hastily pushed aside by Chinabayo. Get down there quickly. There is no time for idle chatter. We will take over from here. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaohu complied. Their commander was known for his decisiveness, and he had no choice but to retreat with his men to rest. In the rain, the loyal battalion stood resolutely behind Lu Shaokong, unaffected by the downpour. Lu Shaokong called to the officers nearby, Stay alert. The Dutch may attempt to storm the city during this rain. Keep a close watch on the walls. Yes, there were no complaints. The officers promptly dispersed to their posts. Lu Shaokong's caution was not unwarranted. Had he been in their position, he would certainly consider a surprise attack under such conditions. At Duan Town, Lu Shaokong's suspicions were confirmed. Anthony had gathered over 1,000 soldiers, each bearing sandbags as they advanced through the rain. Their objective was clear, to fill the moat. The loyal battalion quickly heard the commotion below the walls. But with their firearms rendered ineffective, they could only anxiously await developments. Commander, the Dutch are right at the foot of the walls, Chinabayo urged. Lu Shaokong, too, found himself at a loss, forced to wait for an opportunity. Inform the brothers to ready their bayonets. 3 men to a group. Kill anyone who approaches an hour later. As the rain lessened, tension mounted atop the walls. Lu Shaokong instructed his men to ignite a canister of gasoline and hurl it over the edge, prompting a chorus of startled cries. Below, throngs of Dutch soldiers were filling the moat with sandbags, and they were nearing completion. Damn it! Someone bring me the grenades! The gasoline supply was limited, most having been allocated for rocket fire. And with the abandonment of bows and arrows, the city had no preparations for rolling stones or heavy projectiles. Only grenades would suffice. Find some oilcloth. For men, construct a makeshift shelter. Each grenadier will work in groups of 3. Ignite and throw as many as you can. Lu Shaokong dispatched men to the other 3 sides for reports, receiving feedback that no movements were detected. It seemed the Dutch were solely planning an assault from the Dayuan direction. As the rain continued to dwindle, the grenadiers took their positions to better indicate their targets. They fashioned simple Molotov cocktails from the remaining gasoline-filled jars, which would not be extinguished by the rain. With each incendiary vessel tossed over the edge, the ground below ignited, and no further instruction was needed. Grenades were lit and launched into the fray. Explosions reverberated from below, followed by the anguished cries of the wounded. In the distance, Koniorla, upon receiving reports, silently thanked the heavens for the rain, which had barely allowed them to complete filling the moat. Signal everyone to fall back. Apart from the sentries, all others rest. Tomorrow, we will launch a full assault on the city. Above, Lu Shaokong, not having anticipated an immediate assault, quickly understood that the next day would bring a fierce battle. He left a rotating guard in place while allowing the rest of the soldiers to rest. The following morning, just past 7, the bright sun dispelled the chill that lingered from the previous night. Dutch infantry emerged from their tents, enjoying breakfast in the camp, which was quite decent: 2 slices of bread, a small piece of cheese, some salted pork, and steaming fish soup. Yet the soldiers wore solemn expressions, for they were about to attack the formidable fortress before them, given the fierce and resilient nature of their enemy observed during the assault on Dayuan town. For many, this could be their last meal. Across from Yuan town, the soldiers of Taiwan City were also dining, relishing warm flatbreads and rice balls, salted dried fish accompanied by vegetable and meat soup, another satisfying meal. Once they finished eating, they quickly readied their weapons, ensuring they could fire at a moment's notice. At 8 o'clock sharp, the Dutch assembly call rang out. Under the urging of their officers, the soldiers began to line up, soon marching out of the camp and assembling at the front lines, as if in greeting. The artillery on both sides roared to life almost simultaneously. Shells soared through the air, crashing into their targets with thunderous booms. The artillery exchange continued for half an hour until a section of the 3rd tier of Taiwan City's walls crumbled, eliciting a jubilant cheer from the Dutch, bolstering their confidence that the fortress of Tainan was not invincible. Wang Dahai, what is your artillery battalion doing? Return fire at once. Lu Shaokong shouted furiously. Wang Dahai promptly replied, Rest assured, Commander, today we shall vanquish the Dutch artillery. With that, Wang Dahai rolled up his sleeves and approached a 32-pound cannon, directing his subordinates to load ammunition and personally took aim to fire. Boom! A deafening blast echoed from a distance as a cannon concealed behind a sandbag emplacement was toppled, causing collateral damage to the nearby gunners. However, Wang Dahai's position soon came under retaliatory fire, prompting him to order a withdrawal of the cannon, ensuring it was fully loaded before advancing again. It must be said that the Dutch artillerymen displayed remarkable accuracy, holding their own against the height advantage of Taiwan City. The artillery battle raged for an hour, and the Dutch could no longer contain themselves. They commenced their assault on the fortress. Chapter 51. Counterattack 2 Charge. The Dutch frontline commander issued the order to advance, prompting the soldiers to immediately raise their rifles, cradled in their arms, forming groups of 20, with a total of 50 formations unfolding before Taiwan City. Additionally, 500 men stood ready, bearing ladders at the ready. This formation, though dispersed, allowed for concentrated firepower, maximizing the reduction of casualties from cannon and musket fire. Within this infantry formation, there were also 15 mobile mortar teams poised to provide fire support. Practical experience had proven the effectiveness of this tactic, enabling the Dutch forces to capture numerous Spanish strongholds. The battlefield roared with the thunder of artillery, with over 100 pieces of ordnance on both sides. Lu Shaokong had bolstered firepower by increasing the number of small falconet cannons by 20 and adding 10 medium-caliber falconets, along with 7 mortars, all configured to fire explosive shells, though the artillery of this era lacked sophistication. The sheer density of the engagement was imposing, with the battlefield shrouded in a haze of white smoke, reminiscent of dense fog. First line, fire, commanded the sergeant. Second line, prepare, fire. The Dutch soldiers had entered musket range, and Zhao Xiaohu directed the soldiers of the Tiger Battalion to fire their flintlock muskets. Even in this siege, line firing was essential. The Dutch soldiers raised their rifles in unison, unleashing a torrential hail of lead. Boom! Boom! Simultaneously, the short-range artillery from both sides opened fire, adding to the chaos. Soldiers fell on both the battlements and the ground below. Taiwan City had the advantage of terrain and a greater number of smaller cannons, complemented by new explosive shells that, while only slightly more powerful than grenades, had a high detonation rate, ensuring that every impact resulted in 1 to 3 Dutch soldiers downed. The casualty ratio stood at 10-1. Despite this, Liu Shaokong remained dissatisfied. Wang Dehai, what are you doing? Shouldn't we concentrate the fire of all those falconets? Go and take out the Dutch mortars immediately. The Dutch mortars posed the greatest threat, utilizing explosive shells of larger caliber, responsible for half of the casualties among the soldiers atop the city. After receiving a reprimand, Wang Dehai returned to his position, promptly discarding his hat. All artillery positions below medium caliber. Listen carefully. Group into sets of 5. Fix your sights on the Dutch mortars. If any position fails to fire, I'll treat them to drinks and meat. This rallied the artillerymen, their spirits lifted as all mobile cannons targeted the Dutch mortars. They first successfully eliminated one, then the freed artillery joined other positions, ultimately resulting in 15 cannons focusing their fire on a single mortar, successfully neutralizing the threat. Zhao Xiaohu felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Dehai, once we defeat the Dutch, drinks are on me for your artillery crew. Wang Dehai, initially hesitant about the expense of drinks and food, felt his spirits brighten with his promise. Listen up, you rascals. Keep pushing and take down those Dutch devils. The battle raged on, the entire island enveloped in smoke and the incessant sounds of gunfire. Camp commander, the Dutch are advancing with ladders. Zhao Xiaohu, caught off guard while overseeing the battle, quickly dashed to the wall, cautiously peering down. Indeed, the Dutch were approaching the city walls with ladders in tow. They're seeking death. Zhao Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Grenadiers, prepare. The Dutch, having taken advantage of the previous night's rain to fill the moat, could now directly raise their ladders to shield the assaulting troops. The Dutch commander ordered all musketeers to cover the advance, unleashing volleys of bullets toward the battlements. Ugh! Just as Zhao Xiaohu was about to observe the scene, he was struck in the face by splattered earth, causing him to grimace in pain. Nearby, Wang Dehai laughed heartily. Are you out of your mind, staring at the ladder? Zhao Xiaohu shot him a glare. Get lost, you old cannon. Instead of watching me, why don't you hurry up and demolish the Dutch artillery? Just as Wang Dehai was about to retort, he spotted a ladder being raised, clearly aimed at his heavy cannon. Here they come. The two men momentarily set aside their banter, rallying the grenadiers to hurl grenades downwards without restraint. The explosions echoed like festive firecrackers, sharp and resonant, accompanied by a chorus of screams. However, the grenades had significant flaws, with their detonation heavily influenced by the fuses, allowing enemies a chance to evade if the fuses were too long. Don't rush. Wait until the fuses are halfway burned before throwing. Zhao Xiaohu had a sudden inspiration, transforming the grenades into airburst munitions. Surprisingly, this tactic proved effective, sending enemies clinging to the ladders tumbling down. However, the Dutch were familiar with siege warfare and had contingencies. Suddenly, a group of grenadiers emerged below, swiftly igniting fuses and launching grenades onto the battlements. Taiwan City stood merely 10 meters high, an easy target for trained grenadiers. Watch out! A grenade exploded, injuring several. Zhao Xiaohu cursed and immediately commanded the grenadiers and musketeers to retaliate. Targeting the grenadiers below, the fighting intensified, with both sides trading blows in an exceptionally fierce battle. Just then, a messenger found Zhao Xiaohu. Captain Zhao, the Grand Commander has issued an order. The Tiger Battalion and artillery units are to retreat immediately. Zhao Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. What did you say? The Grand Commander plans to lure the Dutch in before striking them all at once. Liu Shaokong had been observing the battle from the second level. Though the Tiger Battalion fought valiantly, casualties were steadily increasing, and the artillery walls had suffered significant damage, exposing many positions and heightening the danger. Anthony had evidently invested heavily in the assault, disregarding casualties. The Taiwan troops, with limited resources, felt the sting of every loss. Thus, a bold decision was made. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Xiaohu, now convinced of the messenger's truth, caught sight of Liu Shaokong on the second level, signaling for a retreat. Reluctantly issued the withdrawal command. Though the soldiers of the Tiger Battalion and artillery were perplexed, military orders were absolute, and they had no choice but to abandon the battlements. As they retreated, Dutch soldiers began to ascend the walls. The first wave being a death squad, their skin darkened by toil, slaves without a doubt. The Dutch were far from foolish. In fact, they were quite clever. These black men were their enslaved laborers, typically employed for menial tasks. Now conscripted as mercenaries, tempted with promises of money and freedom. Aware of the high stakes, they had no alternative at this moment. Only sporadic musket fire came from the second and third levels. The Dutch commander, noticing the diminishing resistance atop the city, hastened to urge more soldiers to scale the walls. Soon, over 300 men gathered, 200 of whom were black mercenaries, with the remainder being Dutch soldiers. Advance to the second level. The enemy is dwindling. Charge! An officer urged the black soldiers, who now sensed victory on the horizon, believing that the enemy had given up the walls, expecting little in the way of resistance. They rushed along the battlements toward the second-level gate. Reached the second level. They had to traverse a small square, essentially a training ground, considerably spacious for a fortress, capable of accommodating hundreds. As the Dutch soldiers stormed into the expansive square, they had little time to admire the fortress's grandeur before encountering a well-ordered military formation on the opposite side, with 3 cannons positioned in front. The leading black soldiers abruptly skidded to a halt, while those behind, unaware of the situation, pushed forward, creating a bottleneck at the corner. Fire! At the command, a deafening roar erupted. This time, the artillery unleashed not solid iron balls or explosive shells, but grape shot. Grape shot consisted of hundreds of small iron balls packed into a cloth bag, resembling a cluster of grapes when lifted, hence the name. The 3 cannons fired in unison, unleashing thousands of iron balls that pelted the ground, the sturdy earthen walls riddled with numerous holes. The incoming Dutch soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, dozens collapsing in agony. Simultaneously, the second-level walls erupted with the appearance of hundreds of defenders, muskets firing in unison, some hurling grenades, others tossing incendiary devices, sending the Dutch soldiers into disarray, cries of distress filling the air. Counterattack! Quickly, counter! The officer's command was cut short as he was struck by 3 bullets, collapsing to the ground. Without their commander's oversight, the remaining Dutch soldiers lost their fighting spirit, scrambling up the walls and retreating down the ladders. However, ascending was easy, but descending proved perilous. Some Dutch soldiers fell to their deaths in the scramble for ladders, while others plummeted as the weight caused the ladders to break. At that moment, the Tiger Battalion and the personal guard launched a counterattack, firing volleys of muskets, causing Dutch soldiers to drop like flies. Some, quick to react, dropped their weapons and surrendered, lying flat on the ground with their arms over their heads. Chapter 52, Counteroffensive 3, Your Excellency. The assault team has failed, with less than 100 returning. 500 siege personnel, aside from the casualties suffered at the foot of the city walls. At least 400 managed to ascend the battlements, which means more than 300 perished atop the fortress. Anthony gazed upon the imposing castle that still stood tall, witnessing the enemies above hurling the corpses of Dutch soldiers downwards. This harrowing scene profoundly affected him. His lips twitched, followed by a violent bout of coughing, which he hastily covered with a handkerchief. The people around him were immediately taken aback as the once white cloth became drenched in crimson. Your Excellency, Anthony gasped for breath, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Cornelius swiftly dispatched someone to carry Anthony back to the camp of Sanquin, seeking medical attention, while simultaneously ordering a cessation of hostilities. This battle endured for 3 hours, with nearly 3,000 Dutch troops engaged, and the Taiwanese forces contributing 1,400. Ultimately, the Dutch sustained over 700 casualties, while the Taiwanese garrison suffered more than 100 by evening. On Sanquin Island, Anthony had regained consciousness and was deliberating future military strategies with Cornelius and Dominic. "Your Excellency, our forces have suffered over 1,500 casualties in recent days, with deaths reaching 500. In contrast, the pirates remain formidable. Continuing our assault would only exacerbate our losses." Cornelius expressed a pessimistic outlook, believing that further efforts would be futile. Anthony, rather than expressing anger, nodded in agreement, stating, "You are indeed correct. With our current troop strength, reclaiming Taiwan City is implausible. However, retreating now would equate to abandoning it entirely. The board will not consent to mobilizing additional forces. Yet there's a strategy we might consider." The pirates seem determined to hold their ground, and the two fortifications on land are similarly fortified. The surrounding farmers and natives have been relocated, indicating their supply lines are severed. Dominic, quick to grasp the implication, asked, "Your Excellency, do you mean to besiege the pirates?" Anthony nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. The pirate commander's strategy is to deplete our provisions and then withdraw. However, we can reverse this tactic, exhausting their supplies while establishing a defensive perimeter, waiting for them to emerge from their stronghold." Cornelius raised a concern. "But our supplies are dwindling as well." Which Anthony replied, "Send someone back to Batavia. I shall compose a letter to Selvo, requesting he bypass the board and send reinforcements of supplies and soldiers." Dominic and Cornelius exchanged glances, realizing that no other option remained. They consented to this plan. Subsequently, the Dutch ceased their offensives, commencing the construction of fortifications around a Yuan town and the two land fortresses. Preparing for a prolonged siege, Liu Shaokong, upon learning of the situation, found pleasure in it and refrained from intervening, seemingly resigned to fate. 3 days later, during the night, an unusual tranquility enveloped Taiwan City, interrupted only by the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Suddenly, a fire ignited atop a distant peak, resembling a torch from afar. "That it is a signal fire. Alert the Grand Commander." This was a signal known only to Liu Shaokong and other high-ranking officers. Soon, 3 braziers blazed atop Taiwan City, followed by the illumination of the 1st and 2nd artillery emplacements. A day later, at 3 o'clock in the morning, with a moderate northeast sea breeze, the 1st and 2nd fortifications simultaneously opened their gates, deploying the Flying and Courage battalions, who promptly launched an assault on the Dutch fortifications across the way. The Dutch fortifications, constructed similarly to those of the Taiwanese, formed a defensive circle using burlap sacks, within which 300 soldiers resided in tents. "Captain, the Easterners are attacking." Over 1,000 men from both battalions advanced, quickly drawing the Dutch's attention, necessitating a report to the officers. The officers swiftly donned their uniforms, preparing for battle, positioning their artillery, extinguishing the campfires, and instructing a messenger to inform the colonel of the Easterners' assault and request reinforcements. Regardless of the enemy numbers, they would require support. The officer exhibited commendable combat readiness as the Dutch soldiers methodically entered their defensive positions. Loading their muskets with ammunition, .4 field cannons were also positioned at the front, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The Dutch soldiers, tense and vigilant, observed the front. The results of recent battles had stripped them of any arrogance, leaving only regret for having ventured to this cursed land. Beneath the moonlight, distant silhouettes gradually became discernible. These figures were pushing peculiar 2-wheeled carts, halting when they found level ground. From their distance, the contents remained obscured. Soon, flames erupted on the opposite side, igniting a fuse, accompanied by a sharp whistle as a rocket ascended, tracing a graceful arc across the night sky before landing outside the Dutch defensive perimeter. With a loud bang, the ground erupted in flames, the explosion equivalent to 2 hand grenades. Advanced 10 meters. This was merely a test shot for the rocket artillery, the first round falling short. The second rocket was swiftly ignited, this time landing squarely within the Dutch defenses, fortunately causing no casualties. However, the Dutch soldiers could not celebrate, for over 20 carts capable of launching such rockets were positioned across the way. All launchers were adjusted, and a volley of rockets, piercing through the air with a shrill whistle, rained down upon the Dutch fortifications, resulting in explosions and igniting the bundles of gasoline, sending flames soaring. This barrage consisted of 100 rockets, most detonating within the Dutch defenses, injuring several soldiers, while others found their clothing ablaze. The sight of flames prompted panic as the Dutch soldiers frantically beat out the fire, causing chaos among their ranks. Despite the limited explosive power, the sheer terror it instilled was considerable, particularly due to the ignited gasoline, which also set fire to the Dutch tents, illuminating the entire camp. "Charge!" the flying and courage battalions shouted, advancing in disciplined formation, with 12 field cannons being dragged along behind them. "Lieutenant, there are too many enemies. We cannot hold our ground. The terrain here is open, and if we are surrounded, it will be our end." The anxious adjutant urged the commanding officer of this squad. The captain surveyed the disordered battleground, realizing the futility of resisting the enemy's main force, and promptly issued a retreat order. The Dutch troops fled in haste, abandoning their supplies and artillery. Evidently terrified by the rocket artillery, it seemed that the rockets alone might not have instilled such fear, but combined with the flames of burning gasoline, the situation transformed entirely. Mankind harbors an intrinsic dread of fire, and no one wishes to perish in flames. Furthermore, Cornelius felt equally helpless, as their forces were insufficient. The elite troops were stationed at town, and the soldiers at the water supply camp could not be diminished either. Ultimately, only 300 soldiers remained before the two fortifications, most of whom were mercenaries, serving primarily as observers. Gao Fei and Guiyong did not pause, continuing their advance towards the Dutch water supply camp. Meanwhile, artillery thundered from Taiwan City, bombarding Nguyen town. Cornelius was roused from his slumber and commanded all soldiers to assume defensive positions in preparation for a possible ambush. He dispatched a messenger to inform the governor that the pirates might launch a full-scale counterattack that day. Requesting naval support on the shore, soldiers retreated to the water supply camp, where they numbered 700, augmented by the returning soldiers. Totaling 1,000, the camp was fortified with fences, ditches, and low stone walls, protected by 10 field cannons. To the Dutch, this appeared to be an exceedingly robust encampment. Chapter 53. Counterattack for the Dutch water supply camp. A colonel was listening to reports from the returning lieutenant. The officer, clad in a crisp uniform, was in his 40s, leaning on a cane. His name was Blinder, a retired Dutch officer who had previously engaged in battles against Spain, earning multiple accolades, but had suffered a leg injury from an explosion, resulting in a limp. He had since been absorbed by the East India Company, tasked with commanding army operations. Upon learning of the impending arrival of the pirate forces, he promptly organized his soldiers for defense. Rather than feeling anxious, he was somewhat exhilarated. In such trench warfare, they had previously triumphed over Spanish and Portuguese troops. What chance did a band of pirates stand against them? Had it not been for the darkness, he would have deployed his forces outside the camp to confront the enemy head dash on .as for the lieutenant's claim regarding rockets capable of flight and fire. He dismissed it, having witnessed Zhang's rockets, which appeared impressive but lacked substantial lethality. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, the flying and courage battalions finally appeared, forming ranks 1,000 meters away, although the small-caliber Napoleon cannon had a range of only 900 meters. The explosive shells were lighter than solid shot, allowing them to reach over 1,100 meters. Gao Fei glanced at the wind direction and instructed, "Push the rocket carts to the northeast where the wind blows favorably. This time, do not hold back. Let them all loose to create as much chaos in the enemy camp as possible." "Understood. Courage Battalion, this is your first battle. Do not rush in. Follow the flying battalion's lead. Once we see blood, it will be your turn to engage." The Dutch forces under Blinder's command were already on high alert, soldiers forming multiple lines and 8 cannons ready to fire at a moment's notice. "Colonel, these pirates are preparing to launch rockets. We must disperse the soldiers," the anxious lieutenant urged. Blinder rapped his cane on the ground and sternly replied, "Lieutenant, mind your tongue. I know how to command my troops in battle. Return to your post immediately." The lieutenant, feeling helpless, wondered why his superior refused to heed his counsel. Point 1 could only gaze blankly at the sky, much like the soldiers who had returned in haste. Preparing to scatter as the rockets approached. Point 2 test-fired rockets soared into the Dutch encampment, one striking the ranks directly, resulting in injuries to 3 individuals. The test rockets lacked external fuel tanks, rendering their explosive power somewhat inadequate. At that moment, Blind was still oblivious to the formidable might of the rocket artillery. even mistaking these firework-like projectiles for mere theatricality, far inferior to cannons. However, the ensuing spectacle delivered a harsh lesson. Rows of rockets ascended from ground, trailing beautiful flames and piercing shrieks that sliced through the night sky, resembling countless shooting stars, a truly magnificent sight. The Dutch soldiers initially marveled at the display, but upon witnessing the rockets hurtling towards them, they gasped in horror, finding it too late to evade. The first volley of over 100 rockets detonated within the encampment, flames erupting amidst the cacophony of explosions and anguished cries, a scene of utter devastation. The cannons fired. The artillery joined the fray, unleashing a relentless barrage of new-style explosive shells upon the Dutch camp indiscriminately. It was only then that Blind realized his grave error. The enemy was employing explosive shells of considerable power, particularly those that spat flames akin to the fabled Greek fire, nearly impossible to extinguish, a catastrophic threat to their tightly packed formation. Scatter, disperse immediately, return fire. Numerous cannons resided within the camp, yet the larger calibers had been redirected towards the commanding officer, leaving only 9 and 6-pound field guns, whose firepower and range were no match for the Taiwanese replicas of Napoleon's cannons, serving merely as a distraction. The rocket artillery ignited the tents, granaries, and fences within the encampment, the flames intensifying with the wind, rendering any attempts to extinguish them futile at that moment. A second wave of rockets followed, soon succeeded by a third, plunging the entire encampment into chaos under the cover of darkness. Messenger immediately rode to the island and seek aid from His Excellency the Governor. We are under attack by the main force of pirates. Request reinforcements. On San Juan Island, even without receiving Blind's plea for help. Anthony sensed the gravity of the situation as the flames illuminated half the night sky. Your Excellency, the water supply camp is under assault, resulting in a massive fire. Should we send someone to investigate? Inquired his aide. Draped in a military overcoat, Anthony appeared exceedingly haggard. Inhaling deeply to suppress the pain in his chest, he cast a glance towards the direction of the cannon fire at Taiwan City. Furrowing his brow in confusion, pondering why the pirates would retaliate at this juncture. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, inform Dominique to dispatch 2 warships and 5 armed merchant vessels for support, and bring additional marines. If the position is untenable, withdraw the personnel. The aide acknowledged with urgency and hastened to relay the orders. Upon receiving the command, Dominique promptly dispatched warships for assistance. The town of Dien housed 1,500 troops, who could not be moved. Should the pirates storm forth from the city, it was imperative to safeguard this stronghold out on the shore. Guillaume, observing the chaotic Dutch encampment, turned to Gao Fei with confusion. Brother Gao, why doesn't the Grand Commander seize this opportunity to launch an attack? The red-haired fellows should be rather easy to subdue at this moment. Gao Fei gazed far out to sea, watching the hastily approaching Dutch warships, and calmly replied, the Grand Commander aims for a complete victory while minimizing our casualties. There will be many battles ahead. We must not be greedy for immediate gains. The next phase is in the hands of the naval forces. As the battle progressed, a glimmer of dawn began to appear on the horizon on the flagship. The Dutch sailors, bored, nibbled on bread, observing their 2 battlefronts as if watching a spectacle. Their lethargy was understandable, for the pirates had yet to show themselves, and they could not approach the shallows. Despite possessing 60 cannons, they had not found the opportunity to engage, spending their days merely cleaning the decks while watching the infantry fight. High above, a sentinel, peering through a telescope to survey the battlefield, noticed their own warships disembarking boats. With some sailors rowing ashore to join the fray, he sighed with relief, as the reinforcements totaled 200 men, sufficient to defend the water supply camp. Just as he was about to lower the telescope to rest his eyes, a flicker of red light on the water caught his peripheral vision, revealing several dark silhouettes. Initially suspecting fatigue, he rubbed his eyes, but as they grew larger and multiplied, realization struck that, oh God, it's warships. A cry of alarm erupted, and the alarm bells rang out, leaving the sailors in stunned disbelief. Yet their training instilled a reflexive response. Despite the confusion, they swiftly entered combat mode. Dominique burst from the cabin onto the deck, following the sentinel's gaze, and gasped in horror. Signal all ships to hoist sails and prepare for battle. The battle alarm resonated throughout the entire anchorage, causing all warships to spring into action, sails unfurling and anchors lifted as they moved according to orders. Dominique closely observed the sea, and as the distant warships revealed their true nature, he realized they constituted a formidable fleet, with the leading two vessels rivaling their own flagship, and alarmingly, outnumbering them. Although they had not fared poorly, with 4 vessels still in the Taijiang Inner Sea and 3 dispatched to support the shore camp, only 3 30-gun ships remained alongside the flagship. The armed merchant vessels, numerous in number, had sailed with the fleet, their cannons replaced with smaller caliber defensive guns to combat smaller close-range vessels. Chapter 54. A resounding victory. Portuguese? Spanish? Or a combined fleet? Dominique did not believe that the Flying Shark gang possessed such a sizable fleet, suspecting that a long-time rival had re-emerged. He contemplated fleeing, but the enemy denied him the opportunity. The warships arched forward, blocking his escape route, with 3 vessels heading towards the water supply camp. As they drew nearer, Dominique finally discerned the enemy's flag, an unfamiliar dragon emblem from the east. However, there was no time for further reflection. The opposing forces had taken the windward position, their line formation already established. All armed warships paired off, charging at the enemy's line. This was a desperate measure. First, they would use the transport vessels to draw fire, then seize the opportunity to counterattack. The approaching fleet was none other than the Taiwanese Navy, with Meng Haijiao and Diaz arriving on time after concluding their engagement with Zheng's fleet in Peng. The rocket artillery assault on the Dutch encampment served as their signal. This time, all warships, including armed transports, were mobilized to decisively defeat the Dutch fleet. Observing the enemy's intentions, Meng Haijiao smirked and immediately issued orders. Do not disperse or entangle. Concentrate fire and create a breach. The signal flags waved, and the Taiwanese Navy focused their fire, bombarding the nearest transport vessels. Nearly 200 cannons roared in unison, the sound reverberating like thunder. As 3 transport ships were struck directly, their hulls pierced and torn apart. Point 1 ignited into flames, slowly sinking, while 2 others sustained severe damage and lost mobility. Surrounding vessels were immediately intimidated, some even altering their course. Dominique frantically signaled from the flagship, urging action, but he underestimated human nature. The armed transports were not manned by professional Dutch sailors, but rather local merchants, merely contracted by the East India Company that in this life-threatening moment. They hastily made their choices. These scoundrels dare to flee the battlefield. They will face fines and confiscation upon their return. Dominique cursed loudly, realizing that without the cover of these armed merchant vessels, he would be exposed to the enemy's superior firepower. Retreat, immediately head west. At this juncture, he disregarded Anthony and the others on the island, prioritizing his own survival. Trying to escape? Meng Haijiao cursed the Dutch commander for his cowardice, quickly ordering the adjustment of sails to pursue, while also commanding his other vessels to intercept the fleeing ships. Diaz did likewise. The Dutch armed transports collectively retreated, facing a naval engagement of 15-4. With the 60-gun ships at a 2-1 disadvantage, Dominique made a decision that, while lacking in humanity, was rational. Not everyone possessed the courage to fight to the death. Fire the rockets. Launch them at the ships. The bow of the ship housed a cannon, but its range was insufficient, leaving only the rocket artillery as a viable option. On the water, 3 massive ships engaged in a chase, occasionally launching rockets at the leading Dutch flagship. Ultimately, as the rocket ammunition aboard the Tiger Shark and Star Shark dwindled, 2 rockets successfully struck the sails of the Dutch flagship, igniting flames that gradually engulfed the entire sail, also spreading to an adjacent one. God, how could this happen? Dominique despaired. Without sails, the warship would lack propulsion, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Do not attack. Keep a close watch on it. Meng Haijiao refrained from futile efforts. Capturing the vessel would be ideal, as it was a 60-gun ship, the most formidable warship of the Dutch East India Company. If captured, the Taiwanese Navy would gain another powerhouse. Meanwhile, on the water supply camp surface, Su Chang piloted the Flying Fish alongside 2 patrol vessels. Nearing the conclusion of their battle with the Dutch warships, Although the Dutch had 5 armed transports for support, most of their sailors had been dispatched to the island, witnessing the main forces flee in the distance. The armed transports followed suit. The 3 Dutch warships, realizing the dire situation, attempted to escape, but the flying fish was swift, catching up to one and severely damaging it. The other 2 ships entangled with another, which, having sustained injuries, could not flee and ultimately raised a white flag in surrender. The naval battle drew to a close, and on land, Guillaume and the new recruits watched in exhilaration. The Navy had performed splendidly, decisively defeating the numerous Dutch warships, as if in a dream. Ha! Ayong, it seems the brave company won't have the chance for a feast. The red-haired fellows are now as good as salted fish on the chopping board, unable to turn the tide. After Gao Fei's command to cease artillery fire, he instructed his soldiers to construct defensive positions on the spot to prevent the enemy from fleeing, simultaneously dispatching messengers to notify Taiwan City. In Taiwan City, the cessation of bombardment was met with jubilant cheers from all around, as they had witnessed the fierce battle upon the sea. "Commander, we have triumphed," Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Lu Shaokong gazed at the rising sun, feeling an indescribable sense of relief as the weight on his heart lifted. Since arriving in this era, he had toiled relentlessly almost every day, and he had finally taken a crucial step forward. From this moment forth, he at least had a place to call home. From the outset of this battle, he had placed his hopes on the naval forces, for the Dutch were unaware of the number of warships stationed in Taiwan, which presented a golden opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Indeed, the Dutch commanders, such as Anthony, had underestimated the pirate vessels from the very beginning. Even knowing that some of their warships might have been captured, they did not perceive them as a threat, merely tightening their defenses, which ultimately led to their downfall. Following this engagement, the Dutch East India Company had sustained significant losses, and the Zheng family had received a harsh awakening. It was likely that both sides had been jolted into awareness, allowing for a period of peace and development over the next year or two to be why that time they would only have themselves to contend with on the high seas. In town, Coniola watched in despair as the soldiers knelt on the beach, facing the ocean, crying out, "Oh God, who will save us?" The Dutch Navy had suffered defeat, and their infantry found themselves marooned on a desolate island. With a lurking beast nearby, their only hope of escape lay in fervent prayers to God, though, alas, even divine intervention seemed futile here. Like them, Butelin had become isolated, joined by a handful of sailors who were on the verge of tears. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do next. Breakout. Even if they could escape, where would they go? Most of Taiwan was mountainous and covered in dense jungle. Would they become wild men? Yet he was mistaken. The indigenous people in Taiwan's untamed regions were numerous, some belonging to fierce headhunting tribes. A reckless incursion into their territory would surely result in decapitation, their heads serving as trophies for certain shamans. At 10 o'clock that morning, almost simultaneously, 3 letters penned by Tredenius urging surrender were delivered into the hands of 3 commanding officers, seasoned veterans who never dreamt they would be defeated by pirates. Yet, regardless of their immense reluctance, they had to accept reality, even setting aside the uncertainty of reinforcements arriving. If they did, it would likely take a month or 2 to furthermore. It was probable that the board of directors would call for an end to hostilities and negotiations. It must be noted that the Dutch East India Company primarily profited from trade. If a battle resulted in catastrophic losses, the board would certainly seek to mitigate the damage. Ultimately, Coniola, Butelin, and the naval commander Dominic surrendered, relinquishing their cherished swords. Lu Shaokong felt a twinge of regret that Anthony had escaped, a great catch slipping through his fingers. However, this was of little consequence. The Dutch East India Company had expended vast resources on this expedition, nearly facing total annihilation. The responsibility for this disaster would rest squarely on the shoulders of their governor, who would likely be returned to the Netherlands for trial. In truth, Anthony had no desire to flee. The moment the Taiwanese Navy appeared, he had anticipated the outcome, longing to meet his end as a soldier, but was forcibly whisked away by his adjutant and guards, escaping on a small boat from another direction, fortuitously encountering an armed transport vessel that ultimately took him away. The soldiers busied themselves for the remainder of the day, cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils, the defense of Taiwan City had persisted for 15 days. With the Dutch East India Company's land and naval forces suffering nearly 2,000 casualties and over 3,000 captured, the Taiwanese forces incurred 290 casualties, with over 100 fatalities. They seized over 2,900 flintlock rifles, more than 1,800 matchlocks, over 300 pistols, 22 artillery pieces, and more than 100 boxes of lead and artillery shells, as well as over 400 barrels of gunpowder. Additionally, they captured one 60-gun warship, 7 30 to 40-gun vessels, and 10 armed transport ships. Among these, 4 of the 30 to 40-gun ships were captured intact, having been seized in the waters of Taijiang, while the others were taken after being damaged. They also acquired provisions, vegetables, jerky, alcoholic beverages, cold weapons, armor, and various sundries. That night, Liu Shaokong drank heavily alone, singing songs and melodies that Shinabayo and others could not comprehend, and his subordinates wisely refrained from interrupting. Chapter 55. White Tomb. 3 days later, Li Mingzhi, Guohuai, and others returned, and Liu Shaokong generously provided funds for the burned Han and indigenous families to register and receive compensation, while also hosting a grand banquet to celebrate the army's victory. 2 days later, Liu Shaokong led the principal military officers of Taiwan to a high hill, located at the head of a mountain range. From a distance, a vast plain unfolded before them, with a winding stream encircling it, and beyond, 15 miles, lay the sea. The land of the plain was neither too wet nor too dry, covered with low grasses and abundant white wildflowers. He was in search of a burial site to inter the fallen soldiers. Liu Shaokong, deeply influenced by later generations, believed that those who died in battle deserved due respect. In a sense, these individuals had given their lives for him, and whether out of guilt or the desire to win the people's hearts, he resolved to bury the slain soldiers together, construct a cemetery, and prepare to erect a monument and shrine to honor them perpetually. Commander, this location is elevated and flat. The front is spacious, rainwater does not accumulate, and the stream is clear and flowing. Coupled with this mountain range, it resembles a dragon entering the sea, making it a rare sight of auspicious feng shui. Li Mingzhi remarked. Having once been a geomancer, Li Mingzhi was well versed in such matters, and Liu Shaokong had asked him to search for a large burial site near Taiwan City. The gentle breeze flowed through the area, nestled between mountains and waters, creating a serene environment. Standing atop, one could even gaze far out to sea. Although Liu Shaokong did not possess knowledge of feng shui, he felt this was indeed a splendid location. With the ground blanketed in white flowers, he decided to name it White Tomb. Once the burial site was determined, construction commenced immediately. The following morning, facing the rising sun, Liu Shaokong personally led the officers and soldiers in transporting the coffins of the fallen soldiers to the burial site. There were no gongs or drums, no Buddhist rites, only a long, silent procession bidding farewell. As the coffins were lowered into the ground, Li Mingzhi recited a eulogy in a loud voice, removing their hats and paying their respects. They observed a moment of silence. As his words concluded, gunfire erupted, continuing until 137 shots had been fired. Ceremony concluded. With the funeral over, the officers and soldiers returned to their camp, whether it was mere illusion or reality. The demeanor of these soldiers seemed to have undergone an unspoken transformation, particularly in their eyes, which now reflected a newfound sense of belonging. Uncle F.A. Find some stonemasons to venture into the mountains and seek suitable stones for the monument. I will provide you with a list of the fallen, Liu Shaokong instructed. Secretary, please find a block of white marble to place at the center of White Tomb. The inscription will read loyalty and valor. The shrine must be constructed promptly. The larger, the better. Additionally, select some of the able-bodied wounded brothers to tend to the cemetery. Liu Fa responded, Rest assured, Commander, this is a matter for our brothers, and I guarantee it will be executed to the best of our abilities. After attending to the cemetery matters, Liu Shaokong returned to Taiwan City to discuss various post-war affairs with Li Mingzhi. Commander, should we send someone to Coconut City to negotiate with the red-haired authorities? Li Mingzhi inquired. Though Taiwan has achieved a resounding victory, I feel uncertain, as in my perception, the Dutch represent a formidable nation. Liu Shaokong chuckled. Fear not. They will come knocking as soon as they receive word. These captives are of utmost importance to the red-haired, and they would dread the prospect of us allying with the Francophone forces. They will certainly seek ways to redeem them. Thus, we must utilize the prisoners immediately. Preparations are underway to establish a city in Tainan, allowing them to help with road construction and land reclamation. As for the wounded, provide them with food and water. Whether they survive is left to fate. Taiwan was undergoing construction, severely lacking in labor. These prisoners were perfectly positioned to fill the void. Li Mingzhi, unlike Liu Shaokong, had limited knowledge of the Dutch East India Company and could only suppress his concerns. How should we handle the Zheng family? We have secured a great victory, and the naval strength has surged. I believe we can intimidate them. Currently, the Taiwanese military boasted personnel and ships, fully capable of assaulting the Zheng family. However, Liu Shaokong understood the future dynamics and recognized that the Zheng military would become one of the main forces resisting the Qing court. He had no desire to engage in internal strife. Patience is key. While our forces have established a foothold in Taiwan, we are acutely aware of the local circumstances. Our primary focus should be development. Let the news spread far and wide. Let the momentum build. Dispatch individuals to Guangxi and Guangdong, where poverty is rampant. Recruit as many as we can. With more people, Taiwan can develop better and faster. Our foremost task is to find ways to relocate the population. Li Mingzhi expressed some concern. Will such a grand display attract the attention of the Ming court? Liu Shaokong scratched his head, knowing he couldn't reveal that the Ming Dynasty would fall within 2 years. The Ming was currently in turmoil, beset by internal strife, with the Manchu soldiers at the forefront and numerous rebel factions led by Li Ziqing and Zhang Xinzhou. The state of the naval defenses revealed that the official government had become exceedingly weak, stretched thin by its struggles. Moreover, Taiwan was isolated overseas, with little time to concern itself with their affairs. Therefore, development could proceed boldly and confidently. As for the Zheng family, they could continue to flounder for a while longer. When the time was right, they would be dealt with. Li Mingzhi remained uncertain. Yet Liu Shaokong's recent decisions seemed divinely inspired. Yielding nothing but success, he recognized his own limitations and ceased to question further. What shall we do with the 3,000 Jing soldiers brought back by Admiral Ming? After pondering for a moment, Liu Shaokong replied, send envoys to persuade them. For those wishing to settle, we should have spies bring their families over, offering preferential treatment in accordance with current policies. There is no need to coerce those unwilling to settle, but these individuals must be incorporated into the engineering battalion. Among the captives, there was one named Shi Lang, the nephew of Shi Fu. Upon hearing this name, Liu Shaokong was momentarily taken aback. Shi Lang was indeed a historical figure, a renowned naval commander and the grave digger of the Zheng family. It was truly unexpected that he had now become a captive of his own people, a revelation that caught him off guard. Liu was aware of some of Shi Lang's accomplishments in his early years. He had gained the favor of Zheng Zhilong and had risen to prominence as a general, but he later followed Zheng Zhilong in surrendering to the Qing court. After his capitulation, he was dispatched to the front lines to fight against the Zheng family's resistance forces, only to be persuaded by Zheng Chenggong to join the rebels. However, due to his past surrender to the Qing, Shi Lang faced exclusion, and Zheng Chenggong never fully trusted him. Despite repeatedly achieving military successes, Shi Lang remained unpromoted, which fostered significant resentment within him. The final straw came when one of his trusted subordinate generals was recruited by Zheng Chenggong as a personal follower. Feeling insulted, Shi Lang took it upon himself to kill this subordinate. Zheng Chenggong, feeling publicly humiliated, was aware that this general had once served under Zheng Zhilong, a veteran of the Zheng family, not Shi Lang's private soldier, leading to an explosive conflict. Zheng Chenggong immediately ordered the arrest of Shi Lang's family. Upon receiving the new Jonathan also advised, indeed, Your Excellency, the question of right and wrong remains undetermined. How could one resign from the governorship at such a juncture? Anthony coughed violently, using a black handkerchief to dab at the blood at the corner of his mouth. Dismissing them with a wave of his hand, that my decision is resolute. The loss of thousands of soldiers and a fleet demand accountability. From now on, matters of the company will be decided collectively by Selvo and the board. With that, he hunched over, leaning on his cane as he exited the conference room, leaving the others in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 57. After the war, Anthony, a man of military background, possessed remarkable abilities and formidable methods. It was no wonder that within a mere 6 or 7 years, he had led the East India Company to dominance in Asia. Consequently, his subordinates were notably weak, and even the board dared not impose excessive pressure upon him. Every matter, great or small, in Batavia required Anthony's attention, and his abrupt resignation as governor left these officials at a loss for how to proceed. Salvo, observing the panicked expressions of those present, steeled himself and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not panic. Continue with your usual duties. The board and I will deliberate on this matter. The rest of you may leave." The officials of Batavia had no choice but to depart, for they held no sway in significant decisions. Once the others had exited, Salvo turned to the 2 directors and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the current situation?" Egmont and Demel wore expressions of distress. They had come to earn and oversee, yet they found themselves utterly bewildered regarding the management of such a vast enterprise. Egmont remarked, "The board is deeply pained by this defeat. I believe stabilizing morale is of utmost importance. We must rely on your excellency, the vice-governor." Salvo sighed, "The situation is too dire. I too am uncertain of the way forward. Therefore, I wish to consult Anthony first, for he has ensured that no issues arose while he was in charge of Batavia." The other director, Medal, added, "That is acceptable. While Anthony bears undeniable responsibility, we must also consider domestic opinions. That I propose we invite him to serve as a company advisor to assist in addressing the current challenges." All 3 acknowledged Anthony's capabilities and reached a consensus. Subsequently, Salvo made his way to Anthony's residence, only to discover that the once mighty figure lay frail upon his bed. "Your Excellency," Anthony lifted his eyes and smiled. "I'm no longer the governor, that I understand, but how have you fallen into such ill health?" "My body has long since failed me. I had hoped to endure until the end of my term next year, but I have overestimated my constitution. You have likely surmised the nature of your visit. Rest assured, as long as I remain in Batavia, I shall assist you." He coughed, a fit of weakness overtaking him, while his wife, in tears, wiped the blood from his lips. Medal watched with a heavy heart. He had been aware of Anthony's health issues, but never imagined they had deteriorated to this extent. Nevertheless, questions needed to be asked. Otherwise, the East India Company could not function properly. Everyone was in a state of disarray, including the 2 directors, unsure of how to proceed. Anthony steadied himself and said, "Do not be overly alarmed. We still have sufficient military strength to defend Batavia. First, we must grant the soldiers an additional month's wages, including the mercenaries. This is not a time for frugality. The 1st Musketeer Regiment must strengthen the defenses of their respective fortresses. Colonel Conrad's squadron should retain 3 warships for garrison duty, while the remainder must be dispatched for patrols to escort merchant vessels. We cannot allow the Portuguese or Spaniards to perceive our weakness. We must expedite negotiations with the pirates occupying the city of Jalans to secure the release of our captured officers and soldiers. For that is our foundation, that we must be prepared for extortion. But I believe that the authorities back home and the board will discern the advantages and disadvantages. Lastly, we must maintain contact with the Zheng family of the Ming Dynasty, should an opportunity arise. We may forge an alliance with them. I will dispatch a messenger to convey these circumstances back home, and within 4 months, reinforcements and a new governor will be sent as for whether we shall continue to fight or seek peace. That is beyond my control. With Anthony's arrangements in place, Salvo felt reassured. "Please take care of your health. I will visit you often. Thank you. Do not hesitate to come to me with any matters." After Salvo departed, Anthony's wife covered her face and wept. "You have toiled for your country your entire life. How could you end up in such a plight?" Anthony, however, remained at peace, holding her hand. "Do not grieve for me. This is all part of God's plan. Compared to those brave soldiers who have perished, I am indeed fortunate." Alas, he lamented, knowing all too well the fate of his body he had envisioned leaving in glory. Yet his legacy brought immense loss to the nation and the company, departing with profound regret. While some mourned, others rejoiced. The Portuguese and Spaniard were most pleased with the Dutch's defeat in Taiwan. The Portuguese, due to their proximity, reacted swiftly. Governor Paulo of Macau sent a representative to Taiwan, where Liu Shaokong welcomed the envoy in his recently repaired residence. "Esteemed Grand Governor, I am Nashi, the adjutant of Governor Paolo, sent on behalf of His Excellency to meet with you. Here is a gift to celebrate your victory over the Dutch. Nashi spoke fluent Mandarin, clearly a Sinophile, offering a box with both hands. Chinabayo accepted the box, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he found a neat collection of gold ingots, 20 in total. Lu Xiaokong glanced over, noting the quantity was neither excessive nor insufficient, indicating the Portuguese's sincerity. Ha! Governor Paolo is overly courteous. Servants, bring fine tea for Mr. Nashi. The two took their seats and commenced discussions. The Portuguese's demands were straightforward. They sought to engage in trade. Although they occupied Macau, the Ming officials maintained strict control over foreign trade, largely resorting to smuggling, which was dominated by the Zheng family, yielding them minimal profit. Consequently, they were compelled to rely on merchants from the Ryukyu Kingdom for transshipment trade, since the Ryukyu Kingdom was a vassal state of the Ming. And also affiliated with Japan's Satsuma domain, it opened up trade routes with Korea, allowing for triadic commerce. After the Zheng family and the Dutch monopolized maritime smuggling with the Ming, the Portuguese and Spaniards found themselves constrained to the Ryukyu Kingdom. Now that Lu Xiaokong had seized Taiwan and defeated both the Zheng family and the Dutch, the situation had shifted, with Taiwan lying in close proximity to Macau. Eager to establish this trade route, Lu Xiaokong also needed to procure raw materials from the Portuguese, and thus their interests aligned perfectly. He readily agreed to the partnership, leading to price negotiations. Having previously collaborated with the Portuguese, Lu Xiaokong found their demeanor quite humble. Facilitating a smooth negotiation. Grand Governor, my governor has one more request: to establish an office in Taiwan City for ease of communication. Lu Xiaokong pondered briefly before responding. That is permissible, but there will be a limit on personnel. No more than 10 individuals. Additionally, ships entering the port may not exceed 10 cannons and 5 vessels. This is certainly manageable. No sooner had the Portuguese departed than the Spaniards arrived, led by the familiar figure of Batillo. Batillo had returned to Manila early, and Spanish Governor Coquilla had not rushed to engage in trade with Lu Xiaokong, knowing that the Dutch East India Company would soon attack Taiwan City. Thus, he awaited the outcome of the impending conflict. Upon hearing the news of the Dutch's catastrophic defeat, Coquilla promptly dispatched Batillo with a fleet to Taiwan City. The fleet comprised 5 armed transport ships, laden with goods Lu Xiaokong had requested. The two had previously agreed on cooperation, and Lu Xiaokong exchanged Dutch inventory in a successful barter for the first time as Batillo returned. Lu Xiaokong also dispatched 5 armed transport ships to accompany him back to Manila, tasked with transporting iron ore. Although Taiwan possessed iron deposits, the iron content was low, classifying it as poor quality ore, which was difficult to smelt. Under current techniques, producing high-quality iron was unfeasible, let alone steel. Conversely, the iron ore in the Philippines had a high iron content, qualifying it as rich ore. Currently, there were no individuals in Taiwan skilled in iron smelting, so the plan was to stockpile raw materials in anticipation of personnel arriving to commence operations. Chapter 58. Visitors from Batavia after bidding farewell to Batillo. Lu Xiaokong proceeded to the armory, which was in the midst of expansion and divided into several areas. He arrived at the workshop dedicated to crafting new-style explosive shells and found Chun Hongchun busy at work. Grand Governor, you have arrived. Everything is prepared. Excellent. Let us proceed with the testing immediately. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaokong, Chun Hongchun, and others arrive at a relatively secluded testing site. Grand Governor, these are the shells crafted per your specifications. Available in 75mm and 110mm sizes, ready for immediate testing. Commence. The test began promptly. A staff member moved 30 meters away, igniting a long fuse before seeking refuge behind a prearranged sandbag barrier, with a loud explosion. The force was akin to that of a large hand grenade, exhibiting limited destructive capability. Seconds later, another shell was detonated, producing a significantly louder blast and more smoke, with a power 2 to 3 times greater than the first shell. Grand Governor, this is the optimal ratio with the addition of sugar. Following the defense of Taiwan City, the efficacy of the new explosive shells proved less than ideal, prompting Lu Xiaokong to seek ways to enhance their power. Suddenly struck by an idea, he recalled a warehouse full of sugar and remembered hearing that mixing sugar with gunpowder produced a powerful explosion. leading him to decide on an experimental endeavor. Although the outcome was not as exaggerated as the rumor suggested, it indeed had the potential to enhance power. The large-caliber explosive shells were similar. This brought him considerable joy. However, a sudden thought struck him, causing his expression to darken. Although sugar in this era was not an extravagant luxury, it was not exactly cheap either, accessible only to the middle class. Now, amidst the turmoil within the Ming Dynasty, the price of sugar had risen correspondingly, reaching approximately 60 to 70 won per pound. According to the proportion provided by Chun Han Chun, 1 pound of sugar could only fill 10 shells, with large-caliber shells utilizing 5. While Taiwan could produce sugar independently, it was also a significant financial burden. Moreover, sugar was highly susceptible to moisture, especially in the Taiwanese region, where a moment of carelessness could cause it to dissolve, thereby diminishing the shell's effectiveness. The issue of storage again. Liu Shaokong contemplated the moisture-proofing measures of this era. Han Chun, let's first produce a batch of these shells, not too many that we will place them in boxes filled with sawdust, wrapping the shells in oiled paper in layers, sealing the outermost layer with a mixture of oiled paper and mud, that we shall observe the results. This was already the best approach available. Sealing was not difficult. But transportation posed a challenge that in the midst of military campaigns, who would take care to attend to these gentlemen? Nevertheless, in critical battles, these items could indeed sway the outcome of the war. Hence, they could not be abandoned. Next came the newly manufactured rocket artillery, which received unanimous acclaim from both land and naval forces, with requests for substantial supplies. However, the first batch had been completely consumed, and these rockets were not less expensive than the sugar-laden shells. Moreover, their production was complex. Although the artisans worked overtime under the allure of bonuses, the consumption was astonishing. The impetus for modification stemmed from the consideration of sugar. Currently, the mainstream rockets produced by the arsenal had a range of only about 1,000 meters. To achieve greater distances required increasing their size, which correspondingly increased weight and iron consumption, a significant burden for the Taiwanese military, which could not yet smelt iron independently. Thus, the thought of rockets made with sugar and potassium nitrate emerged. This method had been popularized in another world by the Arab realm, being cost-effective and allowing the smaller to overcome the larger. Potassium nitrate was, in fact, the saltpeter used in gunpowder, and the necessary raw materials were available. Only the correct proportions and formula were required. Indeed, the Grand Commander is a genius. Rockets made with sugar and saltpeter are truly remarkable, Chun Han Chun declared confidently. Liu Shaokong chose not to expose this fact. He too was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. The new rockets did not increase in size. Upon ignition, they surged skyward, trailing a long, thick, gray-white plume as they flew far into the distance, ultimately descending at nearly 2,500 meters. This indicated that even with added weight, they could achieve such range in actual combat. Excellent. Now the enemy will only have to endure our strikes. Chunabayo exclaimed with delight. Liu Shaokong was equally satisfied. If they could scale up further in the future, they would undoubtedly surpass the originals. It is known that the maximum range of the Congreve rocket artillery could reach 4,500 meters. Given the same volume, this new type of propellant was certainly superior to black powder. This moment, Chun Han Chun hesitantly remarked, the material is excellent, but the saltpeter requires repeated purification. The higher the purity, the better the results. If this complicates the process, none of US will find it easy. Each participant in the new rocket production would receive a reward of 10 taels of silver, with the stipulation that confidentiality must be maintained. Storage would be akin to that of the aforementioned shells, with results to be reviewed in a month. He then inspected the production of firearms and artillery, all progressing according to quality and schedule. And he expressed general satisfaction while informing them to prepare for relocation. 10 days later, a Dutch warship, flying a flag of negotiation, arrived in the waters off Taiwan City, soon to be detected by patrolling vessels and escorted to the harbor. My God, isn't that our flagship? And the honor and miracle. Good heavens, what kind of battle are Anthony and the others fighting that so many warships have been captured? Maydell exclaimed repeatedly, and there's even a 60-gun ship. How is that possible? Egmont, standing beside him, was equally astonished. Anthony urged them to negotiate with the Flying Shark Gang as soon as possible. Though they were extremely reluctant, they were the only representatives of the company. If an agreement could be reached early, the soldiers could return sooner, strengthening the defenses of Batavia. Fearing problems back home, the two were compelled to face Taiwan City, and upon arrival, they were taken aback. The flags of Portugal and Spain were indeed present. It was evident that they had united. Egmont then understood that they must redeem a portion of their forces, or these individuals could genuinely launch an attack on Batavia. Upon reaching the shore, they encountered infantry in training, well-ordered formations, robust physiques, and menacing gazes, all testifying to their formidable nature. These were far from mere pirates. Even the strongest armies in Europe could scarcely measure up. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's shock. Initially harboring thoughts of revenge, awaiting reinforcements from home to assault Taiwan City again, the current situation suggested that unless over 40% of the fleet was dispatched, any efforts would be in vain. They, along with a retinue, ascended to the former stronghold, traversing the corridors and plazas, where remnants of war still lingered, indicating that their forces had once landed here, albeit to a dismal end. With complex emotions, they arrived at the conference room prepared by Liu Shaokong, where they met him. Had they not previously seen intelligence about the Flying Shark Gang, they would have found it unbelievable that such a young man commanded a band of pirates to seize Ternate and defeat Anthony. Honorable General Liu, this is Egmont, a director of the Dutch East India Company, and this is Baron Maydell, here to pay our respects. The words came from a Dutch translator, whose clumsy Mandarin was rather uncomfortable to hear. Liu Shaokong gestured for them to sit. I am surprised that your esteemed company has dispatched two noble directors. It is indeed an honor. He spoke in fluent Dutch, astonishing the Dutch delegation. They knew that this individual had collaborated with the company before, but they had not anticipated his command of their language to be so proficient. Your Excellency, the general is truly quite young. It is remarkable, Egmont remarked sincerely. Liu Shaokong did not linger on titles, stating, Gentlemen, there is no need for flattery. Let us get straight to the point. Chapter 59. Initial deposit. Liu Shaokong regarded the two directors from the Dutch East India Company and presented a sheet of paper listing the capture personnel and their numbers. Egmont and Maydell scrutinized the document, their expressions darkening significantly. Among the names of the former governor of Taiwan, Tridentius, who had led a contingent to support the campaign against the Spaniards, as well as Dominique Conioli, who had accompanied Anthony on the expedition. Goodness, nearly all the principal officers were listed. Upon glancing at the final tally, they nearly lost their composure. How is this possible? They had arrived with a mental preparedness for significant casualties. But upon seeing the numbers, they felt that Anthony was to blame. What kind of command led to such a vast number of soldiers being captured? This battle was indeed a disgrace. Rest assured, none of the individuals mentioned are missing. They are currently engaged in road construction and fortification for our side, that I must say, they consume a considerable amount of food daily, so I hope you'll factor that into your calculations. Egmont collected himself, setting down the list. Your Excellency, we are willing to pay 500,000 Dutch guilders to redeem these individuals. Liu Shaokong was so amused he nearly laughed aloud, his expression hardening. Are you gentlemen under the impression that I am easily deceived or foolish? Show your sincerity, or these individuals will perish in the mines. Furthermore, there are women and children among them. I hear that Western slaves are quite coveted. Additionally, you are the vanquished. Please adjust your attitude. In this era, the Netherlands was a dominant force in the Western world, and as nobles, Egmont and Maydell were accustomed to being respected and revered wherever they went. They had never encountered such indignity. General Liu, do not forget that we are backed by a powerful empire, while you are merely pirates. Are you not afraid of our retribution? Liu Shaokong let out a hearty laugh, nearly shedding tears. Your country has yet to achieve complete independence, and you dare to act recklessly in the East. Furthermore, the Netherlands lies thousands of miles away in the West. If you can muster your main fleet to come here, I would not mind engaging you in another battle. Yet, I fear Batavia may not last until that time. To be frank, I must inform you that the fleet currently docked in the harbor is but one of ours. Another is stationed in the Penghu Islands. Moreover, have you noticed the Portuguese and Spaniards outside the city? They are here for more than mere trade. The garrison in Batavia numbers at most 2,000. Counting mercenaries, It barely exceeds 4,000. There are fewer than 20 warships, and even armed gunboats are scarce. They must defend numerous locations. Do you not fear that we might strike first? Egmont and Maydell were, of course, apprehensive. Otherwise, they would not have come seeking negotiation and peace. Your Excellency, we indeed do not wish to continue the conflict. If possible, we hope to reach an agreement. Please name your price for the captives. Egmont's tone softened. 0.7 million Dutch guilders. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Impossible. This is extortion. Maydell nearly exploded with anger, incredulous that this young man had raised the ransom by more than tenfold, according to the current trade rate. One tael of silver was equivalent to 4 Dutch guilders. 500,000 was essentially 125,000 taels of silver. Is that excessive? As far as I am aware, your esteemed company compensates soldiers with 10 silver coins, while the pension amounts to 800 Dutch guilders, and for the disabled, it is 400. I currently have 5,000 captives. Just this alone totals 4 million. They're indeed living beings. Should they not be valued accordingly? Of course, I have yet to account for our own losses, not to mention the sustenance for 5,000 individuals that I present you with a favorable offer. 7 million, which is the final price. Do not claim it is beyond your means. Your company profited 880,000 Dutch guilders last year. Egmont and Maydell then realized that the financial status of their company had been thoroughly assessed by the other party. It was rather obvious, given that among the captives were high-ranking generals and officers. Acquiring such intelligence was not a daunting task. Egmont wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This was indeed the company's annual revenue, an exorbitant ransom that they could not unilaterally decide upon. This was the truth. With so many directors in the East India Company, it wasn't just the two of them who could make such decisions. Even the undefeated Anthony could not take charge without a vote from the board. Then let us seek someone who holds authority, but a deposit and provisions must be paid up front. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. Additionally, the Portuguese and Spanish are quite interested in these captives. How much should we pay in advance? Egmont compromised. 0.2 million shall be paid initially. I can release women, children, the wounded, and some officers. Rest assured, most of the severely injured have perished. The remaining ones are only lightly wounded and can resume arms after a period of recuperation. Egmont and Maydell were naturally reluctant to concede. Thus, both parties engaged in a war of words over personnel and pricing. Liu Shaokong stood firm. 2 million Dutch guilders, equivalent to 500,000 taels of silver, is not an insignificant sum. Your Excellency, we shall pay the 2 million deposit within a month, but we ask that your side guarantees not to disrupt our shipping routes and refrain from allying with the Portuguese and Spanish before the board reaches a final decision. Otherwise, we shall be unable to explain upon our return. In truth, Egmont's insistence on the figures was to secure this subsequent agreement. Liu Shaokong also wished to finalize this accord. The threat of an alliance with the Portuguese and Spanish was merely a bluff. The Portuguese were fully engaged in defending Ceylon, and the Spanish authorities in Manila were considerably weakened. Liu Shaokong was eager to transport timber, grain, and other raw material from Cambodia and Siam, and sought to ensure the safety of the shipping routes. Should the two parties fall into discord and attack each other's merchant vessels, it would be a loss beyond measure. Hence, this agreement was crucial. Very well, I shall prepare the documentation immediately. Westerners place great importance on agreements, or rather, contracts, though at times they can be quite unscrupulous and tear them up at will. Nevertheless, the present circumstances necessitated this agreement for protection. The documents were promptly drafted in duplicate, each written in 2 languages, followed by signatures and seals. Half a month later, a transport vessel from Batavia was dispatched, and upon the delivery of sufficient deposits, it secured the release of over 1,000 captives. Most of these deposits consisted of silver and gold. Along with other metallic raw materials, such as brass, these treasures were stored. Chinabayo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Great Commander, these fellows are so wealthy. Why not raid their stronghold and seize their riches? Liu Shaokong indeed contemplated storming Batavia, but upon further reflection, he realized that Batavia was the headquarters, with its scale and defensive capabilities surpassing that of Taiwan City. Even if they were to conquer it, they would need to garrison troops to defend it at present. Taiwan was merely in the early stages of development, and he lacked the resources to manage Batavia. It would be a burden. Moreover, they would be facing the full wrath of the East India Company and the Dutch. With the Ming Dynasty on the brink of transformation, there was little need to complicate matters further. Not rush. One day, we shall visit Batavia. For now, let us allow them to accumulate wealth for us. After the departure of the Dutch fleet, the safety of the shipping routes was assured, and of course, there was also the threat from the Zheng family, prompting the mobilization of a considerable number of armed transport vessels, including those captured from the Zheng family. Under the command of Dias, the main force of the Second Fleet set sail for Cambodia. Recently, Li Mingzhi had also opened trade with Siam, thus preparations were made to transport goods back together. Among these goods, the most crucial was teak. Although many warships had been captured in the battle for Taiwan City, they could not achieve overwhelming superiority and thus required further construction. Chapter 60. The Offer of Submission. As the year drew to a close, Liu Shaokong sat within the office building of Taiwan City, meticulously reviewing intelligence regarding the Ming Dynasty. The situation in Taiwan had reached a stable point, allowing him to gradually shift his focus to the domestic affairs of the Ming. The year 1642 proved to be one fraught with calamity for the Ming Dynasty. Externally, they suffered a devastating defeat in the Battle of Songjin in Liaodong, where countless elite soldiers perished or surrendered. The defense line at Songjin, painstakingly constructed under the reign of Chongzhen, was breached, leading to the loss of all of Liaodong. The once promising commanders Hong Chengqiu and Zhu Dasho were captured and defected, leaving the Ming border forces in disarray, with only Wu Sangue struggling to hold the Shanhai Pass. Internally, Li Zicheng destroyed Kaifeng with the Yellow River's floods, seized Hunan, and killed the governor of Shaanxi, Fu Zonglong, while also defeating the Ming court minister Sun Chuanting, gaining considerable notoriety. Zhang Xinzhong wreaked havoc in the southwest, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Rebellions erupted across various regions, engulfing the land in flames of conflict. The court engaged in endless debates, yet found itself bereft of resources, paralyzed by the dire situation. Despite daily meetings rife with heated discussions, they achieved nothing of consequence. In October, the Qing army breached the Great Wall for the sixth time, advancing into Shandong. Local officials dared not engage, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Shandong fell into calamity, with the Qing forces capturing over 60 counties, resulting in the deaths of the Lu Wang and countless officials, while abducting over 300,000 civilians and pillaging untold wealth, rendering Shandong largely a wasteland. Ironically, Chongzhen could only watch helplessly as the Qing army rampaged, yet he suppressed the loyalist forces. The Tang prince Zhu Yujian even financed the formation of a northern army to resist the Qing, only to be ordered by Chongzhen to disband on the grounds of alleged treason. In a twist of fate, he was indeed arrested and imprisoned. Such foolishness led to a situation where, when Li Zicheng later sought to assault Beijing, the vassal kings and powerful military officials across the Ming would merely spectate, having lost the courage to raise loyalist armies. Alas, Chongzhen's series of blunders were both absurd and pitiful. His fate on Coal Mountain was hardly unjust, for he had no one to blame but himself. Liu Shaokong set aside the intelligence with a sigh, reflecting on the relentless march of history and the overwhelming tide of events. He pondered whether this contrarian could ever succeed. As the lunar month of December approached, the northern regions of the Ming Dynasty experienced an exceptionally harsh winter. Within the grand and solemn halls of the Forbidden City, warmth pervaded, thanks to the ingenious underfloor heating system that connected to stoves below the tiles. Additionally, 9 braziers filled with glowing coals graced the hall. Inside, civil and military officials stood with their tablets, bowing respectfully. Before them, Emperor Chongzhen sat upon the dragon throne, attentively listening to the reports from his ministers. Chongzhen, now in his early 30s, should have been in the prime of his youth but appeared aged beyond his years, his complexion pale, brows furrowed, and expression weary. The weight of state affairs and the tumultuous situation bore heavily upon him. He was among the most diligent emperors of the Ming Dynasty, second only to the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, maintaining a rigorous schedule of morning audiences almost daily. However, despite his earnest intentions to govern, he lacked the capacity to do so. His so-called diligence was little more than self-delusion. Moreover, his suspicious nature, obstinacy, and impulsiveness led him to distrust any minister, Should he catch even a hint of wrongdoing, he would magnify it without restraint. During his reign, he executed 4 secretaries, 7 governors, and 11 provincial governors, and he replaced 50 cabinet ministers in rapid succession. Among them, the crucial Minister of War was replaced 14 times, leading to erratic military strategies that made victory a rare occurrence. He even executed 36 ministers in a single day, including capable and loyal officials like Yuan Chonghuan and Sun Yuanhua. Additionally, his misgovernance placed the burden of taxation squarely on the shoulders of peasants while largely exempting merchants, leading to a financial crisis and the inability to maintain order amidst chaos. However, these issues alone were insufficient to label him a doomed monarch. Fate had conspired against him. The onset of the Little Ice Age brought incessant natural disasters, crop failures, and formidable rivals like Nurhasai and Huang Taiji. With these factors converging, no amount of effort on his part could alter the inevitable. Your Majesty, I have here a letter requesting submission from Taiwan Island, announced the Minister of War, Zhang Guowei, kneeling as he presented the document. Indeed, he knelt, as since the time of Zhu Yuanzhang, it had been customary in the Ming Dynasty for officials to speak while kneeling to emphasize imperial authority. Zhang Guowei, a renowned figure of resistance against the Qing and the late Ming, was well-versed in irrigation and had authored a significant treatise on water management. He had just assumed the position of minister and had gained Chongzhen's favor by proposing several defensive strategies. Taiwan Island? Chongzhen was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar name, only to recall it with a light tap on his forehead. Taiwan, the Eastern Barbarians? The Ming Dynasty had many names for Taiwan in its early days. It was referred to as Dongfan, later acquiring names such as Dawan, Den, and Taiyuan. During the Wanli period, due to its bow-like geography and platform-like appearance above sea level, it earned its current name. Indeed, it is this very place. Chongzhen exhaled in relief, initially fearing a new rebellion from some remote region, only to discover it was Taiwan, a land beyond civilization, who has requested submission. The individual in question was one Liu Shaokong, who, like the Fujian general Zheng Zhilong, had once been a pirate. They successfully drove away the Dutch and wished to affiliate Taiwan with the Ming Dynasty, offering to submit captured goods worth 500,000 taels of silver to the court. 500,000 taels! A gasp of astonishment escaped from all assembled, including Chongzhen. That is this true? I dare not speak falsely. The items are indeed in the Ministry of War. Furthermore, he has expressed his willingness to secure the maritime routes and remit an annual tribute of 100,000 taels of silver. Chongzhen rose to his feet in excitement. He was in dire need of silver. It is worth noting that the annual fiscal revenue of the Ming Dynasty hovers around 7 million. With this influx of funds, he could disburse salaries to the soldiers at the front. Splendid. This Liu Shaokong truly possesses remarkable talent. All ministers, speak up. How shall we reward this individual? At this moment, Luo Yangxing, the left deputy commander of the Jinyue, interjected, Your Majesty, although this man hails from a lineage of sea bandits, he appears to genuinely submit to our rule. There are precedents, such as Zheng Zhilong, the general of Fujian, who also accepted amnesty. Yes, I am aware of this man. But he lacks such substantial resources, Chongzhen replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Indeed, although Zheng Zhilong is a court official, he is also a grand maritime trader, with immense wealth, commanding a fleet of 1,000 ships and an army of over 20,000 men. His brothers Zheng Jibao and Zheng Jifeng hold the positions of deputy generals in the naval forces. This revelation, the ministers gasped. Luo Yangxing was clearly stirring trouble, and the Zheng family was formidable, with 3 generals at their disposal. Rich and influential. Chongzhen perceived the underlying implications, for the court's records of the Fujian Navy were significantly at odds with reality, suggesting that Zheng Zhilong was raising private soldiers, a grave act of treason. Moreover, under the Ming Dynasty's maritime prohibitions, these so-called maritime traders were essentially smugglers, a serious offense. Preposterous. What does Zheng Zhilong intend to do? Summon him. At this juncture, Zhang Guowei hastily remarked, Your Majesty, temper your anger. We are in extraordinary times. With rebels sweeping through various regions, Zheng Zhilong possesses the ability to traverse the seas. Should he raise a rebellion, the southeast would surely be plunged into chaos. Upon hearing this, Chongzhen realized the court was already stretched thin in dealing with the uprisings. And if they were to push Zheng Zhilong, there would be no surplus forces to quell him. He felt a pang of despair. This emperor was indeed ineffectual, having to tread carefully even against a single pirate. "What do you propose we do?" Zhang Guowei replied. "Issue a warning, urging him to collaborate with Liu Shaokong to regulate maritime trade and provide tribute to the court." After a moment of contemplation, Chongzhen conceded that this was the only viable course of action. And what of Liu Shaokong's strength in Taiwan? Luo Yangxing responded, "He commands merely a few thousand Han troops, fewer than 30,000. However, the indigenous peoples on the island number over 200,000. Chongzhen sighed with relief. Even if this individual became a threat, he would not be formidable. "Present me with the letter. Let me see what position he seeks." Zhang Guowei presented the letter with both hands, which a eunuch took to deliver to Chongzhen. "Then let us draft an edict, appointing Liu Shaokong as the Grand Commander of Taiwan." Chongzhen read through the document with confidence. "Surprised to find Taiwan in such dire straits that in that case, granting him the title of Grand Commander is of no consequence. Summon someone to draft the edict. From this day forth, Liu Shaokong is appointed as the Grand Commander of Taiwan, with full authority to manage affairs in Taiwan and the surrounding seas. As for the stationed officials, let the Ministry of War select them." The ministers dared not object. The 50,000 taels of silver were genuine and worth the price, especially for a land beyond the pale. There was no need to entangle themselves further in such matters. Thus, the issue of Taiwan was settled. Meanwhile, an official in the audience broke into a cold sweat, clutching a petition for the subjugation of Zheng Zhilong, fearful to present it and attract misfortune. "Your Majesty, the year-end approaches, and the stipend for the regional princes and royal family members are due," reported Ni Yuanlu, the Minister of Rights. Upon hearing the mention of regional princes, Chongzhen felt an even greater headache. Present, there were not many princes, only 28, which seemed few, but the number of dukes beneath them exceeded 800. With these dukes able to procreate, the total count of the royal family reached a staggering 200,000, all of whom were voracious consumers of wealth and resources. Each year, Chongzhen had to advance half of the court's revenue to support them, leading to a severe fiscal deficit for the Ming Dynasty to ensure their payment. Chongzhen had no choice but to grant these regional princes land subsidies, resulting in widespread land consolidation by these individuals. For instance, in the agricultural province of Hunan, 1/10 of the land was controlled by princes and the royal family. It could be said that the Ming Dynasty was drained dry by these people. Allocate the funds as per usual. This was Chongzhen's stance. Military salaries could be deferred, but the stipends of the princes and royal family members were never to be delayed. Logically, the Ming Dynasty was already on the brink of collapse. Even if they were not demanding funds and grain from the princes, they should at least halt the stipends in favor of prioritizing the frontline soldiers' sustenance to ensure combat effectiveness. However, the ministers stood as wooden posts. Having grown accustomed to the situation, they were not ignorant. Rather, those who opposed had already been dealt with by Chongzhen. The court began to address the next agenda item, which concerned the pressing needs at the front. Recent disasters and reports of rebel forces. Just as the court session was about to conclude, Luo Yangxing's voice rang out once more. "I submit an impeachment against the chief minister, claiming he has falsely reported military conditions, refrained from engaging the enemy, extorted from colleagues, and accepted bribes. I implore your majesty to impose punishment." The chief minister held the highest position in the cabinet, wielding considerable power. The current chief minister, named Zhou Yanru, had previously recommended himself to Chongzhen to prevent the Qing army from entering the pass, yet he had achieved no military accomplishments and had simply watched the Qing forces depart. Zhou Yanru, who had been resting nearby, shuddered. He had anticipated a mundane day, only to find himself caught in the crossfire. With a thud, he fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, this is slander. I accuse the left deputy commander of forming factions for personal gain and falsely accusing his colleagues." Both men had allies in the court, and immediately the hall was filled with ministers kneeling, pointing fingers and accusing one another, descending into chaos. This was the state of the Ming's central authority, oblivious to the national crisis. Consumed by internal strife and competing interests. Chapter 61. The pride of Zhengzhilong. As the new year dawned on the first day of the lunar calendar, Taiwan rejoiced in celebration. Not only that, but the imperial edict had also returned, and one from the Ministry of War was willing to attend. The envoy had fallen ill upon reaching Fujian, and thus the message was conveyed back by Taiwanese ships, who had been generously compensated with silver. Liu Shaokong was elated. His title of Grand Commander had finally been solidified. He ordered the officers and soldiers to take turns resting, granting each a 5-day holiday. This year had been tense for Liu Shaokong and his subordinates, so they seized the opportunity of the Spring Festival to allow the troops some relaxation. Soon as the New Year festivities concluded, good news poured in. The White Flag pirate Huang Xian and the Guangdong pirate Deng Yao, along with their families, had come to pledge their allegiance. Both were part of the righteous forces resisting the Ming Dynasty after the fall of the Ming, fighting until their demise at this time. Life as a pirate was exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing of Liu Shaokong's exploits in Taiwan, his victories over the Dutch and the Zheng family, and his grand recruitment efforts, they were enticed by the offers of resettlement and land for cultivation. They yearned to escape the harrowing existence of uncertainty and chose to seek refuge. These two groups comprised over 600 able-bodied men, with their families totaling more than 2,000. Liu Shaokong welcomed them wholeheartedly, recognizing their commitment to fight for national dignity until the end, and their willingness to bring their families indicated their integrity. They were certainly not treacherous individuals. On the 15th day of the lunar month, Li Mingzhi returned, reporting a bountiful harvest. Not only had he established trade points, but he had also brought back a sizable population, primarily impoverished individuals, or more bluntly, refugees, numbering over 3,000. Liu Shaokong immediately instructed Liu Bao to arrange proper accommodations for them. The newcomers were understandably apprehensive, having left their homes without knowledge of what lay ahead. Upon their arrival in Taiwan, they found the conditions harsh but were treated well, with provisions for shelter, food, and a resettlement stipend. Once these individuals registered and their details were compiled, land and seeds were distributed. Liu Shaokong had ordered his soldiers to cultivate numerous plots of land during their training, preparing for the upcoming spring plowing. Although the number of settlers in Taiwan was still modest, the various administrative tasks were exceedingly complex. Even with Liu Shaokong's visionary leadership, it took him half a month to barely organize the affairs. Master, we've overlooked one matter. The population in Taiwan is growing, yet we lack capable administrators, Liu Shaokong lamented. Li Mingzhi also recognized this issue, but noted that pirates were unlikely to attract skilled individuals to their cause. That I will find a way to seek out some, Liu Shaokong assured. Master, do not overly trouble yourself. In the future, we shall seize a grand opportunity, and then everything will fall into place. Li Mingzhi understood what Liu Shaokong was implying, but he felt a twinge of disbelief in his heart. Though he dared not contradict his lord. Grand Commander, 80% of Zheng's forces are willing to relocate their families here. Such a large number? Liu Shaokong was taken aback. Li Mingzhi chuckled. It was somewhat expected. They have killed their superiors and fear that the Zheng family and the government will label them as rebels, endangering their families. Thus, most have made the decisive choice. Excellent. Liu Shaokong rejoiced. This would resolve their manpower shortage. Li Mingzhi continued, I have found some craftsmen, including those skilled in iron smelting and porcelain making. However, they are all seasoned masters who have come to Taiwan due to personal misfortunes that in any era, skilled artisans could generally support their families. It was no wonder that many were reluctant to come. Having even a few willing to join was a blessing. Let us send them to the Jilung base, where Uncle Liu Fa will coordinate with them to prepare materials. We will wait for the second batch of timber to arrive before proceeding. The Jilung area was rich in coal and essential minerals, so plans were underway to establish an industrial zone there. One matter requires immediate attention. Last year, the Manchus ravaged Shandong, abducting many citizens, while countless others were left homeless, their grain plundered and homes burned, becoming refugees. Some were even coerced into rebellion. This will be a focal point for our future development. Li Mingzhi had reviewed the relevant intelligence and sighed. This world truly offers no respite. I will dispatch personnel forthwith, but we will require naval support. I will send Huang Xian to establish a base on the islands. Once we gather enough recruits, we will dispatch a ship monthly to transport them directly to Geelong, Liu Shaokong stated. Tainan has been gradually developed, and the next step is Geelong. The reason they dare to dispatch ships to gather people and transport goods is due to the peculiar circumstances between them and the Zheng family, wherein they do not interfere with one another. The Taiwanese Navy has not attacked Zheng's fleet, and Zheng's Navy also keeps a safe distance from Taiwanese ships, as both sides strive to avoid encounters. Liu Shaokong genuinely does not wish to harm his own kin, yet he is uncertain of Zheng Zhilong's thoughts. Zheng Zhilong is currently fuming, feeling a strong urge to curse. He had urged the governor Wu Zhiping to petition the court, intending to seize the opportunity for further advancement, only to receive an order of reprimand instead. Clad in a brocade robe, he paces back and forth in the hall, causing his brother Zheng Zhibao to grow increasingly agitated. "Brother, what does the third brother mean?" Zheng Zhibao refers to Zheng Hongkui, also known as Zheng Jifeng, the current deputy commander of Dengzhou. Hongkui has written to advise against acting impulsively and to disregard Taiwan, urging them to avoid conflict, as Shandong has fallen to the Qing forces, resulting in chaos. Preserving strength is of utmost importance. Furthermore, Fuxing's father-in-law has informed me that the situation in the Central Plains is dire. The court is indecisive, and there is not a single general to repel the bandits, urging us to deliberate carefully. What does this mean? The emperor's decree has already arrived. Zheng Zhibao is perplexed. Do they intend to openly defy orders? Zheng Zhilong ignores his blunt fifth brother, lost in thought that in his earlier days he had devoted himself to aligning with the court, seeking to legitimize the Zheng family, securing titles and privileges, and he has accomplished much of this. However, the court is clearly facing significant issues now. No, the entire Ming Dynasty is in turmoil, beset by external and internal troubles. Otherwise, Fuxing's father-in-law would not have uttered such words. Has the situation truly reached an irretrievable point? Zheng Zhilong is unwilling to contemplate further, for it is too horrifying. Fifth brother, send someone to release Shi Fu. Zheng Zhibao suddenly rises. Brother, are we to mobilize troops? Zheng Zhilong is exasperated with his fifth brother's simplistic thinking. Rebuking, all you think about is fighting. He is already the Grand Commander of Taiwan. How can we engage him in battle? I've tasked him to procure fine timber in the South Seas to construct large vessels. Isn't that still preparing for war? Zheng Zhilong rolls his eyes in frustration. This is no concern of yours. Remember to keep your subordinates well-disciplined, train them daily, build up our momentum, but do not engage the Taiwanese warships. We may need to fight in the future, but certainly not now. Zheng Zhibao refrains from further argument and can only nod in agreement. Additionally, I will allocate 300,000 taels of silver to you for recruiting soldiers. Expanding our forces to 40,000, the Jinyui are watching us, so let them see the strength of the Zheng army. Zheng Zhilong, having ascended to the position of Grand Commander in the Ming Dynasty and possessing allies in the court, quickly receives news that Luo Yangxing intends to make a move against the Zheng family. For an ordinary person, even a first-rank official, being targeted by the Jinyui would likely result in sleepless nights. However, Zheng Zhilong is no ordinary man. He is the king of pirates, who has never feared anyone since his emergence. Throughout his journey, he has encountered countless schemes and intrigues, carrying with him the pride of a remarkable figure. Therefore, he does not only refuse to compromise or beg for mercy from Luo Yangxing, but even seeks to demonstrate his strength, warning those who might wish to harm the Zheng family. This is absurd. The emperor has truly lost his mind. Zheng Zhilong curses vehemently, asserting himself as the Grand Commander. Though he knows he is quite lacking in prestige, in truth, he has misjudged Chongzhen, although he has conferred the title of Grand Commander upon Liu Shaokong. No rank has been established, and only a set of armor has been bestowed, nothing more. Chapter 62. The 74-gun ship of the line a month later, at Geelong Port, a group of laborers is unloading timber from transport ships. To enhance speed and efficiency, Liu Shaokong has designed a type of crane, essentially a large pulley system, which significantly conserves effort. This contingent of laborers comes from the Zheng Navy. Unlike the few who have defected, the majority are unwilling to join Taiwan, largely due to Shi Lang. Liu Shaokong is indifferent, as there's currently no shortage of military forces, only of laborers, and these individuals are precisely what he needs. Grand Commander, the materials have finally arrived. We can finally stop using those toy boats, Peter remarks, stroking the sun-dried teak, which has already undergone preliminary processing and merely needs to be cut to size. Grand Commander, to expedite shipbuilding, we have constructed 2 wind-powered and 2 water-powered sawmills. What type of warship do we intend to build? Shun Ling, rubbing his hands together, shares the same eagerness as Peter. Liu Shaokong unfurls a scroll depicting a sleek and streamlined double-deck warship. This resembles the French 74-gun ship, albeit with some differences. Peter, possessing a keen eye, immediately recognizes the origin of this warship. This is a modified and upgraded version of the 74-gun ship, which is yet to appear in this world. Such vessels emerged in the 18th century when France, having endured years of warfare, suffered a depletion of national strength and naval power, rendering it unable to contend with Britain. Nevertheless, France was compelled to maintain its dignity as a great power and ensure maritime security. Due to its weakened state, it could no longer construct a first-rate battleship with 3 decks of cannons. To bolster naval combat capabilities, capable of competing with British first-rate ships, France began redesigning 2-deck vessels, scaling them up and equipping them with 36-pound cannons, thus earning the moniker of 74 guns. However, the initial designs for the 74-gun ship were unsuccessful due to structural issues that limited their oceanic capabilities, making them suitable only for coastal combat, and their combat effectiveness was inferior to that of smaller 60-gun ships. Later, the introduction of elliptical ribs significantly enhanced the sturdiness of these ships. The warship Liu Shaokong has sketched is the Invincible-class battleship, albeit in its rudimentary version, as it can only choose this version due to limited timber resources. The Invincible engaged in a naval battle against 6 British warships to cover the retreat of its main force, fighting for 3 hours before surrendering, having sustained heavy casualties. Its formidable firepower astonished the British. Its combat capabilities far exceeded those of the 60-gun ships, and its tonnage and firepower surpassed even some second-rate vessels. The British commander immediately dispatched shipbuilders to study the Invincible, leading to large-scale imitation of the 74-gun ship. The frequent emergence of such warships caught the attention of other maritime nations, prompting them to follow suit, and thus, the 74-gun ship became a central figure in the era of battleships. By the end of the Age of Sail, over 474-gun ships existed worldwide. What a fascinating rib structure! I wonder who invented it. They are truly a genius, Peter exclaimed in admiration while examining the ship's cross-section. Liu Shaokong replied with pride, "It matters not who invented it. Can we construct it? Of course, it is no problem, but I need to design the dimensions. The current drawing is not a scaled-down version. It requires a complete redesign. The ship will measure 52 meters in length and 15 meters in width. Equipped with 12 new 150mm cannons, 16 150mm short-barreled cannons, carronades, 30 110mm cannons, and 16 75mm cannons, with 2 110mm cannons on both the upper and lower decks at the stern and 1 150mm short-barreled cannon at the bow. As for the remainder, you may arrange as you see fit." Peter quickly annotates the parameters on a draft paper, then calculates the dimensions of each part of the vessel according to these specifications. Shun Ling, having been raised as a craftsman in Huaxia, does not possess the same understanding of the new warship as Peter. Liu Shaokong does not press the matter further. Peter will oversee the construction of the new ship, while the Flying Fish-class frigate will also continue to be built. Is that acceptable? Certainly, there is no issue. Peter already has detailed dimensional construction diagrams, if we cannot build it even with the blueprints. Then what have we been doing all these years? Then I shall rest easy, and both ships will commence construction simultaneously. Shun Ling hesitates. "Grand Commander, we lack sufficient manpower to build 2 ships at once. Currently, we only have over 30 skilled shipwrights and more than 60 apprentices, which is barely enough for 1 ship." Liu Shaokong immediately feels a headache coming on. He has been somewhat idealistic. Skilled shipwrights are indeed hard to find due to the Ming Dynasty's maritime prohibition, which prevents the common folk from building large ships, leading many shipwrights to become unemployed and change professions. He can only search privately for his workers, which is a slow process, and the Guangdong and Guangxi regions are not particularly developed. So he has only managed to find a dozen suitable shipwrights. Grand Commander, there's a place with many skilled shipwrights. If we recruit them, we could accelerate our shipbuilding speed. Li Mingzhi interjects at the opportune moment. Where? Are you aware of the 36 Han surnames from Ryukyu? Li Mingzhi counters. Lu Shaokong, puzzled, soon recalls relevant information. His previous incarnation had conducted trade in Ryukyu, where he had dealings with local Han people or Chinese expatriates. The early Ryukyu kingdom was only marginally stronger than the indigenous people of Taiwan, living in primitive and impoverished conditions. They had once paid tribute to the Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, who was quite pleased with their conduct and promptly conferred the title of king and a surname upon the Ryukyu monarch. It was said that these individuals arrived in small paddle boats, and in an effort to improve the living conditions of the Ryukyu people, a decree was issued for the relocation of the 36 Han surnames from Fujin to Ryukyu. Most of these 36 surnames included shipbuilding craftsmen, sailors capable of long-distance voyages, blacksmiths, masons, craftsmen, and clerks from the lower strait of Ayan Summary. This group of individuals possesses specialized skills, and upon arriving in Ryukyu, they quickly became esteemed guests. Over the course of 3 centuries, this population of Han immigrants has grown to over 30,000, significantly contributing to the development and social progress of Ryukyu, with many holding prominent positions within the region. However, during the Wanli era, approximately 30 years ago, the Satsuma domain, with the tacit approval of Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu, audaciously invaded Ryukyu. The Ryukyu military, having scarcely experienced warfare, was no match for the formidable Satsuma forces that had just emerged from the Warring States period. The capital, Shuri Castle, was swiftly captured, the king surrendered, and was taken to Japan to sign an unequal treaty, rendering Ryukyu a vassal of the Satsuma domain. The fierce resistance from the 36 surnames of Han immigrants resulted in relentless slaughter by the Satsuma, leading to the extermination of several clans and the subsequent dismissal of officials from the 36 surnames, which has left this segment of the population in dire straits within Ryukyu, AS for Ryukyu. Lu Shaokong pondered the intricate dynamics at play. If he could assimilate this group of Han expatriates, his own strength would surely surge. The Ryukyu kingdom's military might was feeble and posed little threat. After all, the Satsuma forces had once conquered all of Ryukyu with merely 2,000 soldiers. If he were to deploy his own troops, he could undoubtedly achieve the same. However, such an act would inevitably provoke backlash from the Satsuma domain and potentially the entirety of Japan. Yet, why should he fear the Japanese pirates? Chapter 63. Bone China Master, what do you think about incorporating Ryukyu under our banner? This was not a display of arrogance from Lu Shaokong, but rather a conclusion drawn from careful contemplation. At this juncture, Japan, much like the Ming Dynasty, was in a state of isolation. Over 40 years prior, Toyotomi Hideyoshi had recklessly invaded Korea, only to be repelled by the joint forces of the Ming and Korea. Suffering significant losses, this was followed by the Battle of Sekigahara, which led to the downfall of the Toyotomi clan and the ascendance of the Tokugawa shogunate. The invasion of Ryukyu was also a means of demonstrating power to the Ming, a way of asserting Japan's continued strength. The Ming had sustained considerable losses in the Korean campaign, particularly among its elite forces in Liaodong, and had witnessed the combat capabilities of the Japanese. Reluctant to become embroiled in conflicts beyond their borders, they tacitly acquiesced to the Satsuma's invasion of Ryukyu, which, in truth, held little of value. The isolationist policies of the two Eastern powers had precipitated a decline in naval strength from its zenith to a nadir, and Japan lacked any formidable warships. The so-called battleships were mostly makeshift vessels, and due to their wooden structures, posed little threat to the naval forces of Taiwan. My esteemed general, we find ourselves at a critical juncture. With but a few thousand troops, how can we challenge an entire nation? Should war break out, the Zheng family remains a lurking threat. So, it is prudent to proceed with caution, Li Mingzhi advised. Knowing Lu Shaokong was sincere in his intentions, Lu Shaokong chuckled softly, realizing that since vanquishing the Dutch, he had become somewhat overconfident. Even if he were to confront the Japanese pirates, it would be wise to wait until the new ships were launched. Then let us set aside that notion for now, focusing on the tasks at hand, and then we shall journey to Ryukyu, seeking ways to persuade those Han immigrants to relocate to Taiwan. He then instructed Xunling to request personnel from Zhao Xiaohu, as the Tiger Battalion was currently stationed in the Jilong area, deploying 100 soldiers daily to assist shipbuilders in accelerating construction. Peter, the bottom of the new ships must be clad in copper, and the copper nails must be made of brass. Warships, due to their continuous voyages across the ocean, are subject to corrosion and are prone to the attachment of marine organisms and shipworms, leading not only to accelerated degradation, but also increased resistance due to the weight of the parasites, resulting in reduced speed. The most effective remedy is to coat the ship's hull with pitch or tung oil, or to clean it upon docking. However, as future warships will exceed 2,000 tons, the manpower and resources required are unfathomable, and such measures merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. It was not until the 18th century that the practice of cladding warships below the waterline with copper began. Recently, the Dutch had compensated with a substantial quantity of copper, and with the iron smelting furnace and new artillery casting technology soon to be implemented, the gradual phasing out of bronze cannons was on the horizon, thus providing a basis for this luxurious undertaking. Moreover, cladding with copper not only mitigates corrosion, but can also reduce water resistance. Enhancing sailing speed. Statistics suggest it can increase speed by 1 knot, translating to a 10 to 30% improvement for contemporary warships, surpassing any benefits from optimizing external designs. Iron nails are prone to electrolytic corrosion in seawater, resulting in the detachment of copper sheathing. Substituting with brass nails, an alloy of copper and zinc, effectively resolves this issue. Lu Xiaokong remained at the shipyard for 2 more days until Xunling and Peter completed the scale models and resolved several detailed issues, after which he proceeded to the next location. The second stop was the porcelain workshop, which had recently completed initial construction and was now ready for porcelain firing. General, my apprentices and I have processed a small batch of animal bones, grinding them into powder. Next, we shall create thin slabs. The speaker was an elderly man in his 50s, slightly stooped, with white hair and beard. His name was Lin Ying, a former master craftsman from a folk kiln in Jingdezhen. The official kilns were predominantly located in Jingdezhen, but there were also private kilns. The porcelain from these folk kilns was sold externally, including the porcelain Lu Xiaokong had previously smuggled, and the current supply for the Zheng family were sourced from these folk kilns. Thus, through these connections, Lu Xiaokong found the retired Lin Ying, who, having been idle at home, was in need of funds to marry off his sons, agreed to come to Taiwan to produce porcelain. He arrived alone, and Lu Xiaokong arranged for 5 apprentices to learn his craft. The bones were, of course, intended for the production of bone china, a product that had yet to emerge in this era. The choice to produce bone china stemmed from the fact that the ceramic craftsmanship of the Huaxia had reached its zenith, and it was impossible to surpass that. As competition among second-hand traders intensified and profits dwindled, he decided to take a different path by opting for bone china, which, if successfully developed, would stand out as a unique and lucrative product. Bone china, due to its properties, would later be regarded as a luxury item, commanding a significant share of the high-end porcelain market. The process for creating bone china is similar to that of ceramics. First, the animal bones must be cleaned to remove impurities and oils, then subjected to high-temperature calcination, after which the resulting bone fragments are ground into powder, yielding the raw material known as bone ash. Lin Lao, are all the other materials prepared? To the esteemed general, everything is ready, save for the mixing of the formula. Excellent. Let us proceed with a ratio of 100 parts, 50 parts bone ash, 15 parts feldspar, 10 parts quartz, 20 parts clay. The remainder is entrusted to you. Once the slabs are formed, they should first be bisque-fired, followed by glazing. This is a premium formula for a type of high-grade bone china, with a bone content reaching 50%. If successful, it would be a superior product. The firing process will commence with cow bones, followed by sheep bones, and finally pig bones. With 3 kills available, all can proceed simultaneously. After the bone china slabs are completed, they require drying. To expedite this process, Lu Xiaokong ordered the construction of a drying room, significantly enhancing production efficiency, with the first batch of porcelain expected in 7 days. General, can these bones truly produce porcelain? Both Li Mingzhi and Chanabayo, as well as Lin Ying, expressed considerable skepticism, as such a notion was unheard of. I stumbled upon a book that contained many secret recipes. Initially, I thought it was mere fantasy, but cement emerged from a similar source, so I'm approaching this with an experimental mindset. After all, there is little to lose, so let us not dawdle here, but explore other ventures. The group then proceeded to a small workshop where pig bristles were being processed. Pig bristles, which grow on the neck and back of pigs, are tough yet elastic, resistant to moisture, unaffected by temperature extremes, and durable against acids and corrosion. Their natural split ends enhance their absorbency, making them ideal for creating paintbrushes. For instance, upon completing the construction of warships, brushes are necessary for applying oil and paint, as well as for cleaning gun and cannon barrels to swiftly remove gunpowder residues in preparation for reloading. Thus, one should not underestimate these seemingly insignificant materials. During the late Qing dynasty, the export of pig bristles could reach 4 million taels of silver. And during the War of Resistance, they were considered a strategic resource and a primary source of foreign exchange for the government at the time. This was made possible by the superior quality of Huasha pig bristles, which outperformed those from other regions, accounting for over 70% of global production. The small workshop specializes in producing various brushes, initially catering to domestic needs before deciding on export based on the volume of pig bristles acquired. As time progresses, the demand for paint brushes continues to rise, and with war never ceasing, these brushes, though seemingly modest, hold significant utility across civilian, industrial, and military applications. Chapter 64. New Iron Cannons. The third stop was the iron smelting facility, the largest of the locations where various raw materials were piled high, along with the artillery workshop. The firearms workshop had also relocated here, situated at the foot of a mountain, with a river flowing nearby, offering a pleasant vista. Before them, a group of bare-chested laborers were busily engaged with a particular item. These individuals belonged to the Zhou family, led by Zhou Xiang, who were originally ironworkers from Guangxi. The entire family relied on iron smelting for their livelihood, and during the Ming Dynasty, private iron smelting was permitted, resulting in a thriving industry capable of producing iron in tonnage amounts many times greater than during the Tang and Song dynasties. Even during the Qing dynasty, the iron output in the Qianlong period could not rival that of the late Chongzhen era a year prior. The Zhou family had been falsely accused by rivals of selling iron to rebel forces, leading to a family-wide legal battle that almost resulted in their conscription into military service. Fortunately, Li Mingzhi learned of their plight and spent 5,000 taels of silver to secure their release. Grateful for their liberation, the Zhou family promptly relocated to Taiwan. Upon Liu Shaokong's arrival, the Zhou family members immediately approached to pay their respects. Commoners of the Zhou clan pay their respects to the general. There's no need for formality. Please continue with your work that I am content to have Zhou Lao accompany me. Upon their arrival in Taiwan, the Zhou family had previously encountered Liu Shaokong and recognized him as a leader who was unpretentious and affable. Quickly returning to their tasks, General, please do not take offense. We are currently crafting iron casings. The so-called iron ladle is designed to hold molten iron, with an outer layer made of cast iron and an inner layer composed of refractory materials. The progress is commendable, and I observe that 3 iron smelting furnaces have already been constructed, that I remain uncertain whether they will successfully produce iron. Presently, the iron smelting furnace resembles the traditional earth furnace, standing over 2 men in height and constructed from refractory bricks. Although it may appear rudimentary, it embodies the pinnacle of craftsmanship of this era, considering that during this period, the iron smelting technology of the Ming Dynasty is at the forefront of the world. Firstly, the furnace is equipped with a tapping hole, furnace door, and hearth, facilitating the extraction of iron and operational convenience. Secondly, it employs coke as fuel. Liu Shaokong had long since commissioned the production of coke, utilizing methods akin to the folk techniques demonstrated in contemporary videos. Furthermore, there is a blowing apparatus. By the Ming Dynasty, hydraulic blowers were already in use, and the addition of fluorite to the raw materials lowers the melting temperature of the iron, significantly enhancing the efficiency and quality of the smelting process. The invention of the interconnected method for producing pig iron allows the molten iron to flow directly from the smelting furnace into the refining furnace for further processing, transforming it into wrought iron. Previously, the process involved first casting pig iron into ingots before subjecting them to heat treatment. This interconnected method bypasses the melting of iron ingots, greatly improving the production efficiency of wrought iron. The creation of the Sioux steel method enables the simultaneous casting of pig iron and wrought iron. By melting pig iron at the mouth of the furnace and pouring it over the wrought iron, one can adjust the carbon content according to specific needs, yielding various types of steel, including those that meet the standards of common tool steel in later times. Additionally, improvements were made to the Ming Dynasty's steel casting method, resulting in sturdier steel bars. Rest assured, my lord, I have spent a lifetime smelting iron, and the instances of furnace failures are few and far between. Moreover, the ore here is of superior quality, and with your suggestion of adding a lid and chimney, the furnace can achieve much higher temperatures than previous models, ensuring the production of premium molten iron. In this regard, Liu Shaokong has no say, although he is aware of stirring method for steelmaking. The complexity of this iron smelting furnace's structure necessitates workers to stir at high temperatures in close proximity, resulting in low yields of molten steel. Hence, the practicality of the Sioux steel method is favored. Therefore, we only refer to a refining reverberatory furnace for purifying the molten iron. This entails adding a dome-shaped cover to the furnace, composed of refractory bricks and cast iron, which can reflect heat, raising the internal temperature. Such high-temperature molten iron can effectively eliminate impurities, significantly reducing the occurrence of air holes and sand eyes when casting iron cannons. If we wish to produce steel, we can wait until various skilled craftsmen gather in the future. That is splendid. If the iron is of excellent quality, each worker shall be rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Just wait and see. Liu Shaokong did not leave, but instead took a seat in a nearby shelter. Engaging in conversation with Li Mingzhi while they awaited the outcome. An hour later, Zhou Xiang shouted that it was time to tap the iron. Liu Shaokong and the others hurriedly walked over to a safe distance to observe. A dark-skinned man used an iron rod to open the tapping hole, and a wave of heat surged forth, followed by a stream of glowing molten iron. The first layer was slag, which flowed into a pit via a tapping channel. As the color changed, finally, orange-red molten iron poured out, and a man immediately sealed the slag hole, allowing the molten iron to flow into an iron ladle. What excellent iron! At this moment, Jean Dali and his team approached just in time to witness the tapping of iron. The subordinates greeted the lord with respect. No need for formalities. Dali, do you think this molten iron could be directly cast into cannons? Absolutely. We are here to collect the molten iron and see if the secret method provided by the Lord is feasible. That is wonderful. Let us proceed with the casting immediately. Liu Shaokong had long awaited this moment. If successful, his concerns over cannon production would be alleviated. Zhang Dali exchanged greetings with Zhou Xiang and instructed several workers to harness 6 mules to transport the iron ladle. The ladle was equipped with 2 pairs of iron wheels, and the ground was paved with brick and stone grooves, allowing the wheels to traverse without the risk of veering off course. Liu Shaokong never doubted the wisdom of ancient craftsmen. Although there may be flaws, their methods saved both time and effort. With the molten iron at hand, improvements could be made to the rail system, enhancing efficiency. Upon returning, he planned to draft a design for the casting process. Soon, everyone transitioned to the cannon foundry, where wooden canopies have been erected, surrounded by double-layered fences, allowing for the installation of wooden boards to shield against wind and rain. The iron ladle was brought to a brick pit to ensure the tapping hole was as close as possible to the molds. There were 2 molds, one made of clay and the other of iron. This represented the clay mold cannon casting method and the iron mold cannon casting method. The iron mold, being structurally stable, could be reused while reducing the occurrence of honeycomb air holes, thereby enhancing efficiency and lowering costs. The casting method utilizing iron molds in China began during the Ming Dynasty. However, due to the inferior quality of molten iron at that time, the iron molds cooled too quickly, while the interior cooled slowly, creating significant temperature differentials that compromised the structural integrity of the cannon, rendering it brittle and unfit for use. The solution to this problem came from across the ocean in the United States, where a man named Rodman invented a hollow internal cooling method, cooling the interior of the cannon while simultaneously heating the exterior, allowing for a balanced and gradual cooling process. This innovation led to the production of exceptional cast iron cannons, ranging from small cannons to 20-inch coastal defense monsters, significantly contributing to the success of the Union. Liu Shaokong sketched a blueprint for Zhang Dali. However, achieving this temperature balance posed a challenge. The iron mold extended a cooling core, encased in a layer of refractory earth, with 3 sets of U-shaped iron pipes inside. Each pipe featured an inlet and outlet for water, both connected to a reservoir. The structure was somewhat complex, but if a cannon superior to those of this era could be produced, it would all be worthwhile. Jean Daly and his team first poured the molten iron into the clay mold. The clay mold cannon casting method was straightforward, merely requiring the molten iron to be poured into the mold until filled. They then shifted positions to pour molten iron into the iron mold. Notably, the base of the iron mold rested on glowing coals, which were neatly arranged. The molten iron was quickly poured out, and Jean Daly commanded, "Inject hot water." The reservoir contained hot water, and workers continuously pumped water into the iron pipes using a manual water pumping device, ensuring the cycle was maintained without interruption. Add cold water, reduce the coal fire, little by little, do not overdo it. This method was akin to Rodman's casting technique, wherein the cooling process was exceedingly gradual. It was said that ultra-large caliber cannons required 3 days to cool. Liu Shaokong was crafting a 110mm Napoleon cannon and was unaware of Rodman's specific cooling data, thus opting for the most rudimentary approach. Proceeding incrementally, the first method required cooling within 2 hours, the second within 4 hours, the third within 8 hours, and the last within 12 hours. Finally, the strength of these various cannons would be tested, with the most optimal design being selected, not seeking to achieve the capability to fire 1,000 rounds like Rodman's cannons, but even reaching half of that would suffice. Chapter 65. The New Style Iron Cannon 2. The following day, all the cannons were extracted. The clay mold cannon remained unchanged, appearing somewhat unsightly due to the lack of polishing. In contrast, the iron mold cannon exhibited a smooth exterior, albeit with an unappealing design. Due to the cooling core's manufacturing process, the cannon's rear required a widened chamber, resulting in a somewhat bulbous shape reminiscent of a horizontally positioned large bottle. Next came the drilling of the ignition hole, followed by experimentation with powder charges. The testing ground was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, simulating a real battlefield by allowing the cannons to fire in rapid succession, then resting for a while before continuing to fire. By late afternoon, all the cannons had burst and were rendered inoperative. Liu Shaokong obtained first-hand data. The clay mold cannon experienced 169 bursts, indicating exceptional quality of molten iron. The iron mold cannon had 260 bursts after 2 hours of cooling, 350 after 4 hours, 490 after 8 hours, and 497 after 12 hours of cooling. It worked, Liu Shaokong exclaimed with joy. Although it could not be compared to the original design dated back to the American Civil War of the 19th century. This data represented 5 times the performance of cast iron cannons of this era, meeting the anticipated goals. Daly, let us set the 8-hour cooling method as the standard. Remember to add a layer of wrought iron cannon hoops at the rear. I estimate this will further enhance longevity. For today, let everyone take a break. By the way, each worker at the foundry shall receive a reward of 10 taels of silver, and you shall receive 50 taels. I will have someone deliver it to you. Thank you, my lord. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong also allocated 200 taels of silver to the Zhou family, instructing them to distribute it amongst themselves. Rewards served to inspire the craftsmen's motivation, encouraging them to surpass their limits. Additionally, an invention award was established to promote the development of new techniques and technologies. The craftsmanship of the Huaxia people has never been lacking. It is merely that their talents have gone unnoticed, causing many epic-making technologies to be buried in obscurity. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong and Jean Daly redesigned the cannon carriage. The Napoleon cannon, being cast from bronze, resulted in an exceedingly heavy carriage that required 6 to 8 horses to pull. Additionally, each cannon necessitated the support of over 10 gunners, severely hampering its field combat capabilities. The new cannon carriage, inspired by the later American 1841 mountain howitzer design, is modular and can be disassembled for transport. During marches, it can be drawn by just 2 mules, while another 2 carry ammunition and gunpowder, in the event of impassable roads. The carriage can be dismantled and transported by horses, making it a true mountain artillery piece. 2 days later, the new artillery was finalized. Due to its remarkable off-road capabilities, Liu Shaokong named it Hanma, Brave Horse. Concurrently, As the iron smelting process proceeded smoothly, the 150mm carrying cannon was also completed. And due to its stout rear, it earned the moniker Fat Tiger. It is worth mentioning that, owing to the large caliber of the Fat Tiger, the casting process yielded some substandard products. The casting of cannons is certainly not a straightforward affair. The Fat Tiger required a longer cooling time of 24 hours, with a maximum firing capacity of 430 rounds, which could extend to 500 rounds with the addition of a breech ring. This industrial area is vital for our future. I have decided to assign the Imperial Guard to secure it. Select 50 individuals and choose a reliable captain. You should also select several intelligence personnel to assist with logistics. Keep a close watch on them. There must be no leaks or sabotage. Chunabayo, usually so jovial, stood at attention and replied, "Yes." Li Mingzhi also solemnly assured, "Rest assured, General, we will not allow any new technologies to escape from here." Lu Shaokong and Zhang Dali then deliberated. The cooling technology has matured sufficiently to cast 110 and 75 caliber cannons, and we also require some 110 field guns. Two new ships are already under construction. And he does not intend to use bronze cannons anymore. All will be equipped with the new iron cannons. This change will reduce the weight of the warships by at least 30%, thereby significantly enhancing their speed and maneuverability, which translates to a direct increase in combat effectiveness. Zhang Dali appeared somewhat troubled, saying, "General, all the cannon makers are here. We may struggle to meet the demand." Lu Shaokong surveyed the surroundings and realized that casting a single cannon nearly required half the workforce of the foundry. Although a number of apprentices had been trained, manpower was still insufficient. Thus, the decision was made to produce only 4 units of the 110 field cannon, with the Hammer accounting for 40%, the Fat Tiger 30%, and the 110 and 75 caliber cannons, each accounting for 20% and 10%. Respectively. I will devise a solution for the personnel issue. Now, gather the workers. I have something to say. Yes, the workers were assembled. Lu Shaokong addressed them. "Masters, I have observed over the past 2 days that the conditions in our foundry are indeed arduous and the labor intense. I have noted the occurrence of defective products, but do not be alarmed. This is a normal phenomenon, as long as it is not due to deliberate negligence. I will not pursue or punish anyone. To ensure your health, you shall work for 4.5 hours each day and receive 1 day off each month. Moreover, the techniques employed here must remain strictly confidential. Not even your wives and children can be informed. Even in the event of accidents or incapacitation, arrangements must be made through the General's office. Do not blame me for being unfeeling. The methods for casting cannons are highly classified. To compensate you. Your monthly wages will be increased by 30%, and for any disabilities caused by casting, there will be a one-time compensation of 300 taels of silver, along with a monthly disability allowance of 2 taels. Is this satisfactory? Such treatment was unprecedented in this era, and the craftsmen were immediately filled with excitement. Today, I will send someone to draft formal documents and seal them with the General's office stamp. Of course, should I ever be defeated, these documents will become null and void. This was a dark joke, prompting only nervous laughter from the crowd. However, every gaze directed at Lu Shaokong was filled with reverence and respect. In all the world, where could one find a figure like him? Despite his origins as a pirate, his actions bore the hallmarks of legendary leadership. Provided no unforeseen events transpired, they would undoubtedly remain loyal. Let's thank the General, outside, who does not regard us as lesser beings. Only the General treats us as equals. Thank you, General. The craftsmen were deeply moved, some even shedding tears and bowing in gratitude. Behind them, Chunabayo and the Imperial Guards looked upon their general with admiration, thinking that serving such a man was worth even the ultimate sacrifice. Li Mingzhi's eyes sparkled with hope, murmuring, "The future looks promising." After departing the foundry, Lu Shaokong returned to the ironworks, where he witnessed the process of producing Su steel. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. While Su steel was indeed hard and suitable for making arrowheads and spear tips, it could not withstand heavy forging. "Old Joe, we need to construct another smelting furnace to ensure a sufficient supply of molten iron. The more Su steel we have, the better. First, prepare some ordinary clay crucibles." and then create a few graphite crucibles, but they need not be too large. Graphite, being a form of carbon, is intended for making a type of crucible for steelmaking. Liu Shaokong suddenly realized that Su steel was inadequate for crafting swords and other cold weapons, and that the sandcasting method was unsuitable for producing military daggers. Thus, he wished to experiment with the legendary crucible steelmaking method, AS for materials. He had ample graphite, so producing the crucibles posed no issue. To satisfy Liu Shaokong's requirements, Zhou Xiang personally took charge, spending a day crafting 2 clay crucibles and 2 graphite crucibles. Old Zhou, can you make charcoal iron or grass charcoal iron? Charcoal iron refers to iron subjected to a carbon infiltration process. This term did not exist in this era, hence the description. This is simple that I did not expect the general to have such knowledge of iron making. The ordinary crucibles must be used for producing charcoal iron. Liu Shaokong underestimated the capabilities of the Huaxia craftsmen of this IT. Was logical to assume that those who could improve the sandcasting method would also possess the skills for carbon infiltration. Zhou Xiang promptly prepared for the carbon infiltration process. He first took charcoal and ground it into powder, then placed the iron ingots into the ordinary crucibles, evenly spreading the charcoal on top. Finally, he roasted the crucibles with coal until the iron melted, removing the floating impurities to yield carbon-infused iron. The carbon-infused iron was then recast into ingots and placed into the graphite crucibles for a second melting process, during which coal would be continuously added to achieve the highest possible temperature, requiring a full day. The graphite crucible method involves using carbon-infused iron to absorb carbon from the graphite, scientifically referred to as carbon addition, resulting in high-carbon steel. During the heating process, Liu Shaokong instructed his subordinates to fetch kerosene and an ample vat for quenching, which was not far from the armory. In the meantime, he summoned several blacksmiths, calling upon Zhang Dali and Zhou Xiang to devise a plan for producing iron tracks and cars, collaboratively determining dimensions. This creation needed to be executed in one go, as it would be immensely useful in the future. Perhaps someday they would fabricate a steam engine, and these tracks and wheels would come into play. Fortunately, he could illustrate the design, requiring only the craftsman to work on dimensions and casting methods. That evening, Chonabayo arrived with food and wine, hosting a banquet for all the craftsmen in this newly established industrial zone. Naturally, moderation in drinking was essential, as there were still tasks to be accomplished. The following day, the iron materials in the graphite crucibles finally melted completely. After thorough mixing and continuous heating, the floating impurities were removed, and the molten metal was poured into prepared molds to form steel bars for ease of use. Next came the quenching process, where kerosene was utilized. High-carbon steel is unsuitable for quenching in water, as the rapid cooling can render the steel brittle and prone to cracking. Kerosene cools at a slower rate, preventing the formation of cracks. With a large vat of kerosene, there was no concern of igniting a fire. Once submerged, the temperature would drop, extinguishing any flames. However, this was not the final step. The quenched steel bars were reheated in charcoal, during which a porcelain cup filled with water was placed nearby. As the water boiled, the steel bars were swiftly removed. In modern terms, this process is known as tempering. Ancient craftsmen understood this, albeit with less precise temperature control due to the absence of thermometers. By using water, they could estimate that the temperature reached over 100 degrees, which coincides with the tempering temperature for high-carbon steel. Other heat treatments exist, but under current conditions, this was the extent of their capabilities. Next, the blacksmiths took over, forging the steel bars into rough steel rods. The onlookers were amazed. Being experts themselves, they quickly discerned the quality. This was homogeneous steel, although Su steel was also classified as steel. Its internal structure was uneven. In layman's terms, it was hard on the outside but soft on the inside, making it prone to fractures and unsuitable for deep forging. Zhou Xiang, unable to contain his excitement, compared the newly made Su steel with the newly forged steel. While the hardness appeared similar, when struck with a hammer, the Su steel immediately bent and cracked, whereas the steel produced through the graphite crucible method deflected the hammer with minimal deformation, only breaking after 3 strong strikes. Excellent steel. The craftsman examined it closely, filled with awe. Liu Shaokong, holding a small broken piece of steel, felt a surge of excitement within him. This was precisely what he sought, tool steel, which had myriad applications, such as drilling and polishing cast iron cannon barrels. Previously, the drilling bits were made of cast iron and were prone to breakage. This new steel was far more effective. In the future, by incorporating various elements, they could create steel rods capable of drilling barrels, thus crafting true steel cannons that, of course, the prerequisite was to produce molten steel. High-carbon steel was unsuitable for forging cannon tubes. It could only be utilized as tool steel. He proceeded to reheat several steel rods for forging, aiming to create a short blade to assess its efficacy. The continuous forging of this high-carbon steel, reacting with air, reduced its carbon content, a process the ancients referred to as 100 refinements into steel, which encapsulates the essence of this transformation. The scientific explanation pertains to decarbonization, wherein the carbon content of high-carbon steel is reduced, enhancing its toughness and rendering it suitable for forging blades. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, a thick-backed short sword has been successfully crafted. After undergoing quenching and polishing, it is temporarily affixed with a wooden handle. "Let me give it a try," exclaimed Chinabayo, his eyes wide with excitement. He recognized the quality of the steel, and, being an enthusiast of swordplay, he could hardly contain his eagerness that he drew his ghost-headed machete. Preparing to test the blade, a robust young man, wielding the newly forged steel sword, politely apologized before clashing their blades together, sending sparks flying and producing a resounding clang of metal upon metal. Chinabayo immediately sensed something amiss. The feel of his weapon was off. Hastily, he inspected his machete, only to discover a chip had formed, resembling a missing tooth. In contrast, the other blade bore merely a tiny crack, a testament to its rough crafting, while the ghost-headed machete, forged through the steel pouring method, was evidently inferior. "Congratulations, great commander. With such fine steel, our army shall surely prevail," cheered Li Mingzhi. The others joined in the celebration, recognizing that superior iron and steel, coupled with well-trained soldiers, were the definitive factors for victory. "Excellent, excellent. Let us all rejoice. Tonight we shall feast again." "Thank you, great commander." However, the crucible steel method has its drawbacks. Although it yields genuine steel, it cannot be produced on a large scale due to its complex processes and exorbitant costs, exemplified by the fact that a graphite crucible is rendered unusable after a single use. Fortunately, Lu Shaokong's intent is not to manufacture firearms or cannons, but rather to utilize it as tool steel for crafting various components, with any surplus allocated for command swords to be distributed among the officers. He instructed Zhou Xiang to prepare a production plan, initially producing 10 furnaces of steel to be replenished once consumed. Lu Shaokong, without pause, made his way to the armory to find Chunin, presenting him with a blueprint. Old Chun arranged for a skilled craftsman to create this item according to the specifications outlined. 10 pieces will suffice, focusing particularly on the joint mechanism. Make it a detachable type for the blade. Ensure that the blade is finely polished upon completion and notify me, he added. Observing the somewhat perplexed Chinabayo, Lu Shaokong couldn't help but chuckle, taking out a carbon pencil to sketch a straight-edged, thick-backed blade for the Imperial Guard on the very blueprint. Craft this for Biaozi, the brass throat. As for length and weight, I trust you are familiar. The materials for iron smelting will soon be delivered by Zhou Xiang. Chunin accepted the blueprint, acknowledging that the task was not overly complicated. Just as he exited the armory, a personal guard approached briskly, reporting to the great commander that the porcelain had emerged from the kiln and requested his inspection. Meanwhile, the ironworks and cannon foundry buzzed with activity. Li Mingzhi, feeling fatigued, decided to return to the porcelain kiln, attending to official business while awaiting the kiln's output. Upon arriving at the porcelain workshop, Lu Shaokong found the exterior strictly guarded. As he appeared, the guards, now newly assigned soldiers from the personal guard battalion, immediately saluted and cleared a path. "What is this old fellow up to? So tense?" Lu Shaokong mused, only to be met by the excited Li Mingzhi upon entering the workshop. "Great commander, it's done, it's done." The finished products revealed themselves as 3 sets of white porcelain bowls, arranged together, pure white, devoid of any glaze, with one set particularly striking. White as jade, bright as a mirror, resonant as a chime, thin as paper, whiter than milk, more transparent than glass. Such are the accolades bestowed upon bone china by the world. The white porcelain before them indeed embodied these descriptions, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that captivated all eyes. Since its inception, bone china has symbolized high status and refinement. In an era devoid of dazzling crafts, such items were coveted by royalty and nobility, fetching prices akin to precious gems. What a marvel of creation! Were it not for my own hands at work, I would never believe that animal bones could yield such exquisite porcelain. Linning exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Having dedicated his life to porcelain making, he had produced some rare pieces, yet none could rival the bone china before him. Lu Shaokong, having witnessed many fine crafts in his previous life, remained relatively unfazed, merely noting its beauty and lightness. The finest bone porcelain is derived from cattle bones, resulting in exquisite pieces, while sheep bones yield good quality and pig bones are of lesser quality. Linning was comparing these results with traditional ceramics. With such comparisons come valuations, especially for rare pieces, which could fetch several thousand taels of silver. What is the defect rate? Lu Shaokong inquired. Linning responded, approximately 70%, and after accounting for flawed pieces, the yield is less than 10%. Lu Shaokong did not perceive Lin Ying's skills as lacking. It was the first attempt at firing bone china, and it was to be expected that the precise conditions for such a process would be elusive. The formulations from later times may not apply accurately in this era, so producing any finished items was fortunate indeed. This sufficed for now. In the future, only 5 firings of cattle bone porcelain would be conducted each month. While other materials would follow their respective protocols, quality items should not be produced without limit, lest they lose their value. The same principle applies to sales, keeping quantities low as rarity enhances worth. Yes, I will adhere to the great commander's directives. Following this, Lu Shaokong commenced offering suggestions for bone china production, focusing primarily on complete dinner sets for Western clientele, while for Eastern customers, vases, teacups, and wine cups would be prioritized, featuring glazed colors of blue, gray, yellow, and brown, avoiding full-color designs to emphasize the translucency of the bone china. Upon departing, Lu Shaokong selected 2 fine bowls, one for himself and the other for Li Mingzhi, despite serving as a chief aide. Li Mingzhi excelled in multiple roles, significantly easing Lu Shaokong's burdens. Such talent must be kept close at hand to win hearts. One must appeal to wealth, women, and status, binding interest through rewards to enhance loyalty. With the bone china secured, it would not be long before it became a lucrative trade commodity. To expedite the profit-making process, the trial production of glass commenced. However, glass production was a venture starting from scratch. While the Eastern world could produce glaze, it differed fundamentally from glass. This time, Lu Shaokong personally participated, having prepared the raw materials. Crushed quartz stone transformed into quartz sand, dried seaweed, ash burned from coastal seaweed. Soft manganese, or procured from Guangxi, and limestone sourced from Taiwan. Soft manganese, or manganese dioxide, had long been discovered and utilized in China, also known by the names tuji or iron sand, and served as a decolorizing agent for glass. As early as the Middle Ages, Arabs incorporated manganese oxides into glass solutions. Yet it was the Europeans who mastered the art of crafting colorless glass. As he pondered, Lu Shaokong sensed he was overlooking something. The soft manganese, or could potentially yield metallic manganese, a valuable material for steelmaking and tool steel production. With manganese at hand, once we can construct a steam engine, we could create a converter for large-scale steel production. However, building a steam engine was no simple task, especially the cylinder, which required meticulous boring. Possessing merely blueprints without the requisite talent was a hindrance, and no rush. Let us first streamline the current production processes. Taking things step by step, shedding the chaos swirling in his mind, he concentrated on glass production. The primary raw material, quartz sand, has a melting point exceeding 1700 degrees, rendering it exceedingly difficult to melt using ancient methods. Adding alkali effectively lowers the melting temperature. However, pure alkali was unavailable in ancient times, necessitating the use of wood ash instead. Presently, Westerners have determined that seaweed ash yields the best results. Limestone accelerates the melting speed and enhances the strength of the glass. While fluorite and manganese oxide serve as clarifiers and decolorizers, essential for crafting colorless glass, the material proportions were determined as follows. Quartz sand constituted 60%, wood ash 20%, limestone 10%, with fluorite and manganese oxide each comprising 1.5%. Naturally, the final formulation ratios would require further experimentation. The immediate priority was to refine the process to produce glass. All raw materials were combined in the crucible, mixed thoroughly, preheated, then sintered into blocks, and finally subjected to rapid heating until the glass was fully melted. Currently, the Western method employed is glass blowing. Indeed, artisans of later times dip one end of an iron tube into molten glass, then blow into it while rolling it on a smooth plate, striving to create the thinnest possible layer. Ultimately, the molten glass is evenly spread across the plate, and upon cooling, it transforms into flat glass, followed by polishing to attain a smooth, transparent finish. Other glassware is produced similarly, either without molds or utilizing them. This technique necessitates seamless execution, demanding high skill from the workers. A single misstep may result in defects. Due to human lung capacity limitations, glass cannot be formed in large sheets, only small fragments. Liu Shaokong employed the pressure casting method for flat glass, which would not appear until 3 decades later. He poured the molten glass into a smoothly polished and preheated copper plate box, then utilized a water-cooled hollow copper rod as a roller to press the glass into shape at this stage. The glass remained rough, necessitating grinding with water and sand, followed by polishing. Although the process of glass production sounds straightforward, achieving ideal conditions in practice proves elusive, while the solution may be easy to create. Upon pouring it onto the copper plate, it often results in excessive bubbles or improper temperature control, leading to fractures that a total of 15 batches were wasted before achieving success with one. Ultimately, a large, brilliantly transparent sheet of glass materialized before the onlookers. Great Commander, you are indeed a marvel, capable of producing such a divine creation. Hearing the flattery, Liu Shaokong felt a blush rise to his cheeks. The edges of the glass still bore air pockets, and judging by its transparency, it could barely qualify as a mid-grade product. It is not a great feat. The Westerners managed this long ago. Certainly, while this transparent glass is not uncommon, such large pieces are indeed rare. Currently, the European royalty utilizes only small panes of glass, some even tinted with a light bluish hue. The presence of larger glass would undoubtedly illuminate bedrooms and palaces to a greater extent. With the advent of glass, the natural progression leads to the creation of mirrors. During this era, the craft of mirror making was monopolized by Venice in Europe, wherein a layer of tinfoil was affixed onto the glass, followed by an even application of heated mercury until the two substances reacted and adhered to the glass. Although mercury mirrors are toxic, they can be encased and embedded to minimize contact. Due to the monopolized production methods, the cost is exorbitant, making a luxury only affordable by the royal and noble classes. The availability of large glass pieces would allow for the creation of full-length mirrors, or even wall mirrors, which would undoubtedly be bestsellers. There is, of course, an improved technique known as silvering, which requires various chemical materials, but under current conditions, such production is simply unattainable. One must not be overly ambitious. It is prudent to master the technology at hand first. Subsequently, Liu Shaokong organized artisans to employ the blowing method to create bottles and other vessels, amidst the continual sound of shattering glass within the workshop, all of which are considered waste but can be recycled. This is a period for accumulating experience, so there's no need to fret over these losses. Mingzhi felt a pang of sympathy. Even as waste, it is still more valuable than colored glass, and could fetch a handsome price if sold. Fortunately, Uncle Liu Bao was not present. Otherwise, a fierce confrontation with the Grand Commander would have ensued. Liu Bao had intended to follow, but his thoughts were consumed by the treasure trove of Taiwan City, which he felt compelled to inspect daily for a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 68. Rifling once the glass was produced. Liu Shaokong seemed to have acquired a new toy, spending the next several days immersed in the glass manufacturing workshop, collaborating with workers on proportions until he finally achieved a formula comparable to Western transparent glass. A couple of days later, at night, Liu Shaokong and several high-ranking officials gathered around two lamps, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before them stood a kerosene lamp, delicately open at the top, resembling a slender-waisted gourd. Its base and lamp head were crafted from copper, the latter featuring a small claw that securely held the lampshade, with a gear nearby to control the ascent and descent of the wick, which was wrapped in copper wire to enhance combustion stability. This was an indoor kerosene lamp, designed for manual movement. The other lamp had a wide mouth and a large belly, akin to a small wine jar. Equipped with a handle for carrying and a lid that allowed smoke to escape at the eaves, this was a portable kerosene lamp. Liu Shaokong had seen both types in person before, as such lamps were commonplace in his childhood home. Thus, after creating the glass lampshade, he had skilled craftsmen fabricate the lamp base, with the internal mechanism being relatively simple, leading to a swift production of the final product. During the Ming Dynasty, the candle industry thrived. However, the candles of this time were not the chemical varieties known today, but rather made from beeswax or insect wax, which were labor-intensive to produce and therefore costly. Common folk would only use them during weddings or significant events, relying primarily on oil lamps otherwise. The illumination was brilliant, far surpassing that of the candles used by the affluent. The onlookers regarded the lamps with a sense of reverence. Though kerosene might not hold great value, combined with glass, it transformed into a luxury item. Shaokong, this must surely be derived from your secret manuscript, though I wonder who authored it. That fireproof gasoline is one thing. But kerosene with such utility is remarkable, Liu Fa mused, hesitant to reach out for fear of shattering the glass cover, a privilege beyond even the emperor's enjoyment. Such is the marvel of creation. These items have existed since time immemorial, merely awaiting discovery. The pursuit of science requires the enlightenment of the populace. For millennia, the rulers of the Huaxia civilization have sought to keep their subjects in ignorance, remaining closed off to exploration of the unknown. Once their own development is achieved, they must implement change. Everyone disperse. This item will be produced in bulk, and everyone shall have a share. However, should any break, it will require payment to replace. Though, of course, the prices will be internal. The crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. To have one of these lamps at home would surely incite envy among peers. Master, as per usual, keep the production method under wraps. Once it reaches Tainan, Uncle Bao will determine the pricing. The raw materials, especially white crystal stone and multicolored stone fluorite, must be procured swiftly, otherwise the output will not meet expectations. Understood. That evening, Liu Shaokong finally enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following day, he returned to the arms factory, facing an overwhelming number of tasks. This was a newly established workshop within the arms factory. In a spacious shed, several carpenters stood around a wooden lathe. One person steadily rotating the wooden roller, while another marked lines with a fixed charcoal pencil, applying and reapplying as needed. To the top of the wooden roller was a fine iron rod, with a small piece of sharpened metal attached, likely steel, crafted from a graphite crucible after being poured, and as the wooden roller advanced, a rod passed through a fixed gun barrel, reaching the opposite end. No, it needs to go up 2 more millimeters at the other end. A carpenter focused intently on a mark point on the barrel's muzzle, adjusting it over 100 times until finally the edge of the scraper aligned with the mark. All right, this line is perfect. The 3 carpenters exhaled in relief, finally daring to wipe the sweat from their brows. Grand Commander, it's done. Liu Shaokong stepped forward to inspect, for evenly spaced long lines appeared on the wooden roller, discernible despite the continual marking. Thank you for your hard work. Take a short break. After lunch, we shall continue. The tool steel produced earlier was utilized here. What lay before them was the rifling machine for gun barrels. This was a hand-operated rifling machine known as the Edward, which could be crafted with the current resources, albeit delayed by the lack of suitable tool steel. Although the tool steel of this time could not be compared to later iterations, it sufficed for iron gun barrels. This rifling machine appeared structurally simple, yet required precise determination of the progression curve to ensure the barrel's rifling was evenly divided, necessitating a degree of mathematical knowledge. Liu Shaokong employed a compass to establish 4 equidistant points, determining the grooves for the wooden roller's movement. Regrettably, his mathematical skills were lacking, leading him to rely on trial and error for each line. Ultimately drawing a total of 8 lines, repeating the process over 300 times, and this was merely a rough estimate, representing the easiest of the 4 grooves to create that we must acquire a mathematician. It truly is a daunting task. The data for rifling is quite complex, requiring mathematical calculations. Though adjustments can be made now with wood, true mechanical rifling machines will require the involvement of mathematicians to succeed. In fact, rifled guns first emerged in the 15th century, initially featuring straight barrels designed to contain gunpowder residue. It was not until later that a fortunate accident led to the creation of spiral rifling, allowing bullets to travel farther and with greater accuracy. However, due to its unique construction, the bullet's caliber must be slightly larger than the barrel's mouth. Otherwise, it cannot seal the chamber, resulting in gunpowder leakage and diminished power, inferior to smoothbore guns. Conversely, if the caliber is too large, it becomes difficult to load, sometimes necessitating a hammer to drive the projectile into the barrel, leading to a loading speed several times slower than that of smoothbore guns, which are already considered slow. An even slower pace is utterly unacceptable. Thus, rifled guns could not be widely adopted, remaining as collectibles for some nobles and even royalty, while a few enthusiasts among hunters utilized them. Liu Shaokong was unaware of the rifling designs prevalent in the West, only knowing that the Edward rifling machine was the most frequently mentioned in forums. Efforts do not go unrewarded. The machine was finally completed, albeit only halfway. To reward the 3 carpenters, a sumptuous meal was prepared: braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, and rice. These carpenters had never received such treatment. To dine with the esteemed Grand Commander was a profound honor, leaving them deeply moved. Throughout the process, the Grand Commander offered no reprimands, instead providing constant encouragement. After lunch, the 3 immediately set to work, using tools to carve out the grooves along the drawn lines, ultimately crafting the push handle for the grooves to ensure the roller's durability. The hardest Indian ironwood was employed, and the 3 carpenters labored tirelessly for 3 hours before completion. To reduce friction, coconut oil was applied to the grooves, proving to be more effective than other oils. Upon testing, the rifling machine exhibited only minor errors, sufficient for this era. Next came the rifling process. As anticipated, the speed was excruciatingly slow, taking a full 8 days to produce a single 4-groove barrel, compounded by the emergence of defective products and the need to replace the cutter twice. Liu Shaokong held the completed barrel, feeling a mix of joy and resignation. Mass production would likely take several more years. Such is the reality. The only available power sources are hydraulic and wind, rendering precision work like this exceedingly difficult. Chapter 69. Min Rifle Grand Commander. Can this barrel fire lead bullets? Chinabayo questioned, perplexed by why his master had invested so many days into crafting this grooved barrel, as lead bullets are round and would surely become lodged within the grooves, making distant shots impossible. Liu Shaokong snatched the barrel from him, retorting, "What nonsense! If it cannot fire lead bullets, why would I expend such effort to create it? Send someone to deliver this to Old Chun. Have the finest craftsman forge a firearm. Once it is finished, you will understand the true essence of a killing weapon." Master Wang, please do not feel burdened. Continue crafting these items. Begin with 10 wooden beds. I will arrange the manpower. There is no rush. And there are no quantity requirements. Any defects are inconsequential. We can afford it. Make as many as you can. The leading craftsman, Wang Kong, visibly exhaled in relief upon hearing this, as Liu Shaokong's pallor had led him to believe that the endeavor had either failed or progressed too slowly. "My lord, I possess a method to enhance our efficiency. Pray, elaborate." "This blade tip is unidirectional. We could additionally incorporate a counterdirectional one, thereby achieving a reciprocal motion that is effectively double the output." Liu Shaokong clapped his thigh in approval. "Excellent suggestion. Why not simply add 4 blade tips for a single mold?" Wang Kong hesitated, replying, "Utilizing 4 blade tips would demand an immense amount of strength. A lone individual would exhaust their vigor after only a few pulls. An uneven exertion could easily damage both the barrel and the blades." Liu Shaokong comprehended the reality. Human effort, after all, cannot rival that of machines, and indeed, it is impossible to produce additional blade tips in greater quantity.